Chapter 1. Awakening the Martial Soul. Section 1. Awakening the Martial Soul. Wow, a golden legend. You need my assistance. The Grand Mage Antonidas, a small old man with a beard reaching his waist. The golden light could not conceal the striking whiteness, much like the mood of the young man seated before the computer. Smash! He struck the keyboard with force, rising in a fit of impotent rage. Why is it this old man again? This is the third one I've opened today. In the next moment, he slumped back down in despair. Alas, truly, one cannot harbor expectations from free classic card packs. Ugh! At that moment, the young man suddenly felt a palpitation, his entire body growing weak, and he ultimately collapsed onto the computer desk. Am I about to die suddenly? A wave of helplessness and resentment washed over him. But suddenly, he came to a realization, feeling liberated. Perhaps death was preferable to ultimately perishing in a hospital bed. Click! The dormitory door swung open, and several young men entered. Moments later, Zhou Ting, what happened to you? Zhou Ting, don't sleep. Zhou Ting, you can still be saved. Zhou Ting was filled with bitterness. Salvation was impossible. The cacophony around him gradually faded, leaving Zhou Ting in a silent, dark room, where the only sound was the rhythmic beating of his heart, which grew fainter. Some say that in the final moments of life, one reflects on their life experiences, yet all he recalled were the words he heard upon receiving that medical report. Who would have thought, at such a young age, he would contract such a terminal illness? What a tragedy. Innate full soul power. You possess innate full soul power. On the Douluo continent, in Holy Soul Village, the temple, Su Yuntao looked in shock at a calm little boy, their expressions seemingly reversed. Su Yuntao could hardly believe that a waste martial soul, blue silvergrass, could possess such exceptional innate talent as full soul power. It was truly incredible. Regrettably, blue silvergrass is a useless martial soul, even with innate full soul power. Su Yuntao gazed at the resolute 6-year-old boy, feeling a pang of pity, but ultimately refraining from discouraging the child. Let it be then. Unbeknownst to him, the boy before him was extraordinary. His name was Tang San. With an astonishing background, his father was the Hehe Douluo of the continent's premier sect, Hehe sect, and his mother was the Blue Silver Emperor, a soul beast of 100,000 years. In truth, plant-type souls should be referred to as soul grasses or soul woods, which would be more fitting than soul beasts. However, such is the setting of the Douluo continent. Moreover, Tang San possessed profound foundations brought from another world, with the hidden weapons and internal skills of the Tang sect rarities that had not developed in this world for millions of years. Furthermore, Tang San was one of the rare dual martial soul possessors. Truly, he was the favored protagonist, born with an aura of destiny. Yet, such remarkable secrets were unknown to the young Su Yuntao. Leave. Before Su Yuntao could finish his sentence, a frail voice from outside the temple interrupted. Wait, who dares to stop me? Su Yuntao frowned and looked, seeing old village chief Jack standing at the door, his face marked with hesitation. Behind him stood a middle-aged woman holding a little boy, her expression anxious. At that moment, the little boy was restlessly squirming, trying to break free from the woman's grasp. Su Yuntao glanced at the boy, his heart stirred. This child appeared to be of the right age to awaken a martial soul. But why do they come now? What is this? Old village chief Jack sighed with a wry smile. Alas, this is my unfortunate little grandson. He has been slow-witted since birth. I initially had no intention of bringing him, but the middle-aged woman pulled her son forward, pleading, Great Soul Master, Tinger is 6 years old this year. Please allow him to awaken his martial soul. Perhaps, awakening his martial soul could cure him. Su Yuntao focused on the boy held by the woman. He had a delicate appearance, but his eyes were vacant and devoid of life. Even when they occasionally moved, they lacked the vivacity typical of children. Did this simple child really need to awaken a martial soul? Moreover, he had already exerted considerable effort to awaken that boy named Tang San. If he were to exhaust himself further, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Su Yuntao weighed his options, sighing, Alas, this child. Old village chief Jack immediately sensed the soul master's reluctance, glancing at his grandson, yet still clinging to a glimmer of hope. Great Soul Master, I implore you to give it a try. It would fulfill our family's wish. Regardless of the outcome, we will be eternally grateful for your kindness. Su Yuntao looked at the earnest expressions of the old village chief and the middle-aged woman and ultimately softened. Moreover, facilitating the awakening of martial souls for children of appropriate age was indeed his duty. It was also a benefit brought by the Spirit Hall to all people of the continent. Thus, he consented. Very well, bring the child forward. The middle-aged woman was overwhelmed with joy, continuously expressing her gratitude. Thank you, great master. Thank you. Su Yuntao smiled slightly, but the next moment, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. At that moment, the little boy, seemingly sensing something, stood motionless within the awakening circle, cooperating remarkably. Is he not simple-minded? Su Yuntao harbored doubts, but did not dwell on them too much. It was indeed best if he cooperated, as it saved him considerable effort. Martial soul awakening. The spectral image of a lone wolf appeared behind him, exuding a fierce and brutal aura that frightened several children into retreating. Although they had already encountered it once, the suddenness of experiencing it again still instilled fear in the children. Only Tang San remained steadfast. Having lived 2 lives, his previous cultivation was not weak, and he possessed an innate, inexplicable pride. Thus, Su Yuntao did not seem daunting in his eyes. However, he was astonished to find that Zhou Ting, who had been labeled as simple-minded, was behaving oddly. Why is he showing no reaction at all? Tang San furrowed his brow, sensing that things were unfolding contrary to his expectations. On the other side, a gentle energy entered Zhou Ting's consciousness. Darkness, chaos, rupture. The external soul power reached the center of his consciousness, dispelling the darkness. The mental strength within the consciousness suddenly contracted, and the chaos dissipated. Only at the edges of the consciousness were faint cracks visible. In the next moment, under the influence of the external soul power, all mental strength converged, ultimately solidifying into form. In the outside world, the light faded, and Zhou Ting suddenly opened his eyes. He beheld Su Yuntao, possessed by the lone wolf, yet his gaze remained indifferent, showing no signs of surprise. After all, although he had been muddled daily, he was aware of everything happening around him. His overly juvenile body could not sustain his mental strength. There was no way Zhou Ting did not possess a body like Tang San's. Chapter 2. Level 1 Soul Power. Section 2. Level 1 Soul Power. Why does this child's gaze seem? Su Yuntao noted the sudden spark in Zhou Ting's eyes, marveling inwardly. Could it truly have cured him? Could the process of awakening a martial soul genuinely heal mental deficiencies? Why had he never heard anyone mention this before? The sensation of being able to control his body freely felt wonderful. Zhou Ting lifted his hands and stamped his feet, then turned to old Jack and the others, calling out naturally. Grandpa! Zhou Ting called out without a trace of psychological burden. For 6 years, he had been reborn as a muddled child, yet he was still alive and kicking, all thanks to the tender care of his family. He owed a great deal to the Zhou family. Old Jack, upon hearing his simple-minded grandson call him Grandpa, was overwhelmed with joy. Tinger, you've truly awakened. Zhou's mother was even more ecstatic. The long-held wish of many years had finally come to fruition. Though the hope had seemed slim, she had persevered until now, and today, her son had truly awakened. Every hardship was worth it. Zhou's mother could not contain her emotions and nearly rushed to embrace her son, but she was halted by the now composed old Jack. Don't rush, we've waited so many years, it's better to wait until the Soul Master completes the inspection. This reminder also prompted Su Yuntao. It was time to fulfill the subsequent duties. Moreover, the awakening of a simple-minded child was no great matter. In this world, where Soul Masters predominated, lacking innate talent meant that even awakening would result in nothing more than an ordinary person. And an ordinary person need not be overly concerned about. Upon reflecting on this, Su Yuntao lost all curiosity and spoke softly. Child, extend your right hand to sense your martial soul and summon it forth. Zhou Ting complied, stretching out his right hand, and with a single thought, a 90-tiered black tower materialized above his palm. 9 tiers? Could be the 9 Treasure Glazed Pagoda. Su Yuntao was overwhelmed with astonishment. In the group of children, the unremarkable Tang San regarded Zhou Ting with skepticism, murmuring to himself, the pagoda Li Tian Wang. Zhou Ting, of course, could not hear Tang San's thoughts, but he did catch Su Yuntao's words, leaving him somewhat speechless, who said that a 90-tiered tower-shaped martial soul had to be the 9 Treasure Glazed Pagoda. Nevertheless, he could not allow such sentiments to surface. After all, he was merely a 6-year-old boy from a secluded mountain village, and the intricacies of being a soul master were beyond his comprehension. Before Zhou Ting could continue with his charade, Su Yuntao dismissed his previous conjecture. That's not right. The 9 Treasure Glazed Pagoda in the Martial Soul Illustrated Guide does not resemble this. In order to recruit promising new soul masters, every grassroots awakening worker from the Spirit Hall had perused the illustrated guide, which cataloged the vast majority of martial souls in this world. In fact, it wasn't only the Spirit Hall that possessed such a guide, other factions had them as well. The 9 Treasure Glazed Pagoda is renowned as the best auxiliary martial soul, famous throughout the land and certainly among the elite. Su Yuntao recalled this vividly, and upon reflection, he realized that even without the addition of soul rings, the nine-treasure glazed tile pagoda was incomparable to this dark, iron tower. Thus, it must merely be a variant martial soul. Feeling somewhat embarrassed at his earlier outburst, Su Yuntao cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, very well, child. Place your hand upon the crystal ball, let us test your soul power level." Choosing to remain silent, Zhou Ting played the role of a child, yet to adapt to his new circumstances. Buzz. The crystal ball emitted a faint glow, reminiscent of a dim light bulb not bright, yet impossible to ignore. Ah, he possesses soul power. This fool actually has soul power. The children grew restless, for they were all ordinary individuals without any soul power. Why should a foolish child possess it? Old Village Chief Jack and Zhou's mother were filled with excitement, entirely disregarding the children's remarks. After all, they couldn't ignore them either. What could the village chief do in front of a group of children? Of course, one cannot blame the father for not educating his child. The old village chief's mind raced with the names of familiar adults, certain that he would not forget. Upon seeing the glowing crystal ball, Su Yuntao's eyes brightened momentarily before he looked at Zhou Ting with a hint of regret, saying, "What a pity. It must be due to the variant martial soul. Although he possesses soul power, it is only at the first level, limiting his potential." Old Village Chief Jack, upon hearing this, asked with concern, "Soul Master, will Tinger be able to become a Soul Master in the future? Though his achievements may not be high, he can still become a Soul Master." That's good, that's good. The old village chief felt relieved. As long as Saint Spirit Village could produce a Soul Master, it was sufficient. How strong he could become was secondary. Such matters cannot be forced. Having regained his composure, the old village chief noticed the other children nearby and inquired with concern, "Soul Master, what about them?" "Only the child named Tang San possesses soul power." The village chief rejoiced, scrutinizing Tang San with keen interest. Little San, despite having innate full soul power, unfortunately possesses the waste martial soul blue silvergrass. "Tinger, how do you feel?" Zhou's mother lovingly patted her son's small head, her eyes filled with affection. After 6 years of meticulous care, Zhou Ting accepted his mother's affection with ease. "I feel well. I've been aware of everything over these years, yet I am uncertain as to what has bound me, rendering me unable to act." "Ah, so that is the case." Su Yuntao's attentive demeanor faded subtly, revealing an expression of understanding. "Little Master, this chapter still has more. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling." At the same time, Tang San withdrew the inner force of his Xiantian skill from his ears, maintaining a calm expression that had never wavered. The great door of the temple closed once more, and Su Yuntao departed gracefully amidst the repeated expressions of gratitude from old Jack and Zhou's mother. Although 2 children from Saint Spirit Village possessed the talent of soul masters, neither held significant training value, rendering them unworthy of his reckless recruitment. On this point, Tang San was the first to disagree, and Zhou Ting felt even more indignant, pondering to himself, "Truly, the blind awe cannot even perceive the slightest peculiarity about Tang San. If it were indeed a waste martial soul, how could he possess such formidable soul power? However, it is fortunate otherwise. He might never leave Saint Spirit Village. After all, for a soul master of over 20 levels, in the eyes of a titled Douluo of over 90 levels, he is but an ant." Zhou Ting's mind was rife with complaints, yet his expression revealed none. He did not even spare Tang San a second glance. Tang San, a reserve assassin, was someone Zhou Ting truly wished to avoid excessive contact with. At this juncture, Zhou Ting felt a surge of curiosity as an external disciple of Tang's sect. Had Tang San ever taken a life? If he had not, could it be that Tang's sect was engaged in charity work? If he had, then that would be quite the irony. In any case, Zhou Ting, still young, had yet to witness the multitude of beautiful women across the Douluo continent, and genuinely did not wish to embark on the path of demise too early. Reflecting on this, he considered himself rather unfortunate. Like Tang San, he was also a traveler, yet his circumstances were far more dismal. Indeed, he had wasted 6 years right from the start. Moreover, his sea of consciousness still required stitching and mending before it could be utilized. Alas, it was truly a lamentable situation. The old village chief intended to escort Tang San home and discuss his son's schooling with Tang Hao, while Zhou Ting unhesitatingly took his mother home. After managing the affairs of the household, Zhou Ting sat alone in the courtyard, immersing himself in the sensations of the Black Tower martial soul within his sea of consciousness. According to the principles of the Douluo continent, Martial souls are categorized into beast martial souls and tool martial souls, essentially differentiating between the living and the inanimate. Evidently, Zhou Ting's Black Tower belonged to the category of tool martial souls. However, his martial soul was indeed somewhat unique. Feeling the information transmitted by the Iron Tower, a mysterious smile graced Zhou Ting's face as he felt an overwhelming sense of joy within. Though is not a twin martial soul, this tower is certainly exceptional. As he probed into the first layer of the Black Tower, he found a vast, empty space, utterly ordinary, devoid of anything remarkable. It was not until the 7th level that the situation underwent a transformation. Before my eyes lay a quaint study, where a small old man with a long white beard sat behind a desk, dozing off. Upon seeing him, Zhou Ting's expression turned peculiar, as if she had once again heard that familiar, enchanting voice. Ah, the Golden Legend. Chapter 3: The Elderly Man. In the 3rd chapter, we encounter the esteemed Archmage Anthony Kenrido, the former leader of the Magi in Dalaran, renowned for his vast knowledge and formidable power. It is rather astonishing that this diminutive figure, a mere card collectible, would accompany me through dimensions. Furthermore, he resides at the 7th tier, indicating that his strength equates to that of a level 70 soul saint. This indeed aligns with his 7-cost stature. As Zhou Ting scanned the old man with his mind, he found the elderly mage completely unresponsive. After all, he was merely a card, and the Archmage's vast knowledge and skills had dwindled significantly. Even his wisdom had nearly vanished, leaving only his combat instincts intact. The innate effects of the card, however, remained intact. Each time a spell is cast, a fireball spell card is added to one's hand. Upon absorbing this information, Zhou Ting felt an initial pang of disappointment, swiftly followed by a sense of relief. This arrangement seemed rather favorable. Having a real person in his consciousness might prove challenging, and the constant anxiety that would accompany it would be burdensome. Thus, the current situation appeared advantageous. His gaze drifted across the bookshelf, where, as anticipated, the tomes were mere facades, devoid of substance. The only exception was a parchment filled with script resting upon the desk in front of Anthony. With a mental nudge, the words on the parchment came to life before him. Upon deciphering the contents, Zhou Ting was nearly overcome with joy, exclaiming loudly, "Fortune indeed favored me." For just as I was pondering how to cultivate, the method of meditation had presented itself before my very eyes. The natural meditation method, one of the fundamental practices of Dalaran's Magi, had been refined by Archmage Anthony into a universal meditation technique. The term universal implies its suitability for nearly all practitioners. Of course, there are drawbacks. The cultivation speed is relatively slow, and the method lacks distinctive features, even devoid of a complementary spell. Nevertheless, in comparison to the rudimentary cultivation techniques found in the Douluo continent, this meditation method is undoubtedly a treasure trove of knowledge. This brings to light a notable critique of the Soul Master system in the Douluo continent, which, despite millennia of evolution and the existence of numerous divine beings, has failed to produce a single commendable cultivation technique. It seems they rely solely on innate talent to persevere through their challenges. On the outskirts of a village, a solitary wooden cabin stood majestically on a small hill, surrounded by an eerie stillness, devoid of any other structures. Before the cabin, the village elder's back had become increasingly hunched as he angrily shouted, "Tang Hao, you must think this through. Xiao San possesses the talent to become a soul master, and you cannot hinder his progress." Inside, there was no response, as if the room were empty. Observing the elder's rising ire, Tang San quickly grasped his hand, attempting to soothe him. "Grandfather, please return. I will have a proper discussion with father." With a heavy sigh, the elder felt a profound sense of helplessness. Look at this wonderful child. How could he be saddled with such a father? "Xiao San, you need not worry about tuition. There is still a work-study position available in the village, thank you, grandfather." The elder shook his head helplessly, leaning on his cane as he slowly walked away. Tang San turned to enter his home, where he found his father seated at the table, indulging in drink. Father with a disheveled appearance and unkempt attire. The once mighty Douluo was now an unkempt middle-aged drunkard, his former aura of power seemingly vanished. Tang Hao looked at his son with an unprecedented seriousness in his gaze. Tang San had never seen his father like this and felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he asked, "Father, what is wrong?" "Xiao San, show me your martial soul." "All right." Tang San complied, and a small blue grass appeared in his palm. Blue silver grass, the most common weed in the Douluo continent. Widely regarded as a worthless martial soul, lacking in strength, offense, defense, and control. This was precisely why Su Yuntao had abandoned a naturally gifted talent. Yet, despite its perceived worthlessness, Tang Hao was filled with excitement. gripping his son's hand tightly as he gazed tenderly at the small plant, murmuring softly, it truly resembles. Struggling to suppress his discomfort, Tang San curiously asked, Father, resemble what? Tang Hao did not answer immediately. Once he regained his composure, he instructed, Xiao San. Release your second martial soul. Tang San extended his left hand, striving to control his second martial soul, asking, Father, how did you know I had a second martial soul? Old Jack mentioned that you possess innate full soul power. Only a powerful martial soul could yield such exceptional potential. If it were merely the current blue-silver grass, it would be impossible unless you possessed a second martial soul. In the next moment, a small hammer materialized. Tang Hao grasped his son's hand firmly. Although he had anticipated this, seeing his son wielding both blue-silver grass and the Haotian hammer overwhelmed him with emotion. Tang San gritted his teeth, enduring the strain. Yet the inner energy from his Xiantian skill faltered first. Father Tang Hao immediately sensed the issue and released his grip. Put it away, Xiao San. You must remember to protect this little grass with the hammer from now on. Understood. Tang San solemnly nodded, committing those words to memory. Perhaps it was due to his past as an orphan or the influence of misguided filial piety, the most likely scenario being a combination of both. Regardless, Tang San was highly obedient to his father and elders. However, this was contradictory to his actions of secretly learning the Tang sect's inner arts. What a paradoxical individual he was. After a moment of silence, Tang Hao gazed intently into his son's eyes, declaring earnestly, Xiao San, in 2 months, you shall begin your studies. Tang Hao waved his hand dismissively, not allowing for refusal. Tang San closed his mouth, realizing he indeed wanted to learn more about the Soul Master world. In that moment, he found his father to be quite enigmatic, setting aside his previous demeanor. Even the notion of possessing dual martial souls was a secret unknown to the village elder and the soul masters of the spirit hall. Yet, his drunken blacksmith father, with merely innate full soul power, had deduced everything. He understood that his father was no ordinary man. Suddenly recalling something, Tang San seized the opportunity to inquire about his knowledgeable father. By the way, father, I encountered something peculiar during my martial soul awakening today. Oh, what was so peculiar? Do you remember the village elder's little grandson? Who? Tang San was not surprised. His father, engrossed in either blacksmithing or drinking, was oblivious to village affairs. He is the boy named Zhou Ting, who has been simple-minded since childhood. Oh, that one. Tang Hao was taken aback. The old village chief had a simple-minded little grandson who once caused quite a stir in the village. Even he had heard whispers about it at the time. What had happened to him? Chapter 4. Inhabiting different worlds. After Tang San recounted the peculiar events surrounding Zhou Ting's awakening of his martial soul, he finally posed a question. Father, can the awakening of martial souls truly cure dementia? Tang Hao furrowed his brow, pondering for a long while, yet he could not recall any pertinent information. I have never heard of such a claim, nor is there any record of it in our family. However, the world is vast and filled with wonders. It is indeed possible that an awakened martial soul could remedy dementia. Nevertheless, that child possesses merely innate level 1 soul power. And reaching the level of a soul master in the future is likely his ultimate limit. There is no need for you to dwell on this. Oh. Tang San nodded in understanding, successfully persuaded, casting aside any thoughts of Zhou Ting's changes. He believed his father was right. He and Zhou Ting were destined to inhabit separate worlds, and it was unnecessary to squander energy on one another. His most pressing concern now was to create the hidden weapons of the Tang sect from his previous life for self-protection. Meanwhile, the old village chief, having leisurely strolled around the village, returned home and immediately spotted his young grandson sitting in the yard, lost in thought. Tingo. Zhou Ting suddenly awoke, a pure smile illuminating his face. Grandfather. Wonderful. He has truly recovered. The old village chief felt a swell of joy, realizing that his grandson had finally returned to normalcy, alleviating a significant burden from the family, and even more astonishingly, his grandson possessed the potential to become a soul master. This brought him immense happiness. Since the last soul saint had left, the Holy Spirit village had not produced any soul masters, and now 2 had emerged, one of whom was his own grandson. How proud he felt, standing a bit taller. Tinger, have you been aware of the happenings around you these past years? Indeed. An hour later, Zhou Ting collapsed onto his bed, a wry smile gracing his lips. It appears that the old truly are cunning. They are not easily deceived. Fortunately, everything I said was true. As for matters I cannot disclose, I shall simply respond with ignorance. With the old man's suspicions allayed, Zhou Ting's days returned to a tranquil state. Although the Holy Spirit village was not affluent, 6-year-old children did not need to work and could freely indulge in play. Moreover, With Zhou Ting's talent as a soul master, he had little obligation to contribute. However, as someone who had lived as an adult in his past life, Zhou Ting found it challenging to engage with children. Thus, apart from eating and sleeping, he spent his days in quiet meditation. Of course, to others, he merely appeared to be daydreaming. His family had worried that he might regress to his previous state of dementia until Zhou Ting explained to the old chief that this was a method of cultivation for soul masters, which eased their concerns. And so, 2 months passed in serene tranquility. As for Tang San, Zhou Ting did not need to observe him to know he was diligently learning the wind hammer technique from his father. Not because he was privy to the story's plot, but rather due to the incessant sound of hammering that echoed daily. Though Zhou Ting held a curiosity about the wind hammer technique, he recognized the folly of stealing knowledge. After all, even in his current state of despair, Tang Hao is the youngest titled Douluo on the Douluo continent, while Zhou Ting was merely a fledgling. He dared not provoke him. Today marked the day of Zhou Ting's enrollment in school. A smile played upon his lips as he rose from bed, dressing unhurriedly. Tingo, hurry up. We are heading to Notting City, called Zhou Fu, whose name was Zhou Yu, a simple farmer wielding a sickle as his martial soul. Perhaps most men are not adept at expressing their emotions, for he merely issued a dry command. Tinger, be cautious and take care of yourself while you're out. I understand, Zhou Ting replied earnestly, thinking to himself, of course, I have no desire to meet an untimely demise again. Early to bed and early to rise, that shall be my motto. In contrast to the somewhat taciturn Zhou Yu, Zhou Mu exhibited a wealth of emotion. Enveloping Zhou Ting in a heartfelt embrace, her eyes glistening with tears, the thought of her son, whom she had lovingly cared for over the past 6 years, departing filled her with sorrow. Tinger, when you arrive at school, make sure to get along with your classmates, refrain from fighting, and remember to sleep well at night. As Zhou Mu continued her endless stream of advice, the old village chief, Jack, grew anxious. The appointed time was drawing near, and they could not afford to be late. However, as a father-in-law intent on family harmony, he hesitated to interrupt his daughter-in-law. Yet while he could not speak to her, he could to his son. With a commanding glare, he exuded an air of authority. Zhou Yu felt a sudden pang of anxiety, particularly upon noticing the old man's cane. He knew all too well that it could inflict real pain, but he would rather not disclose how he knew that, merely leaving it to the imagination. Quaking inwardly, he quickly stepped forward to comfort his wife, saying, "It's all right. Tinga will return for the holidays. Besides, it's only 6 years." Upon hearing this, Zhou Mu bristled, glaring at him like a small tiger. "Oh, Zhou Yu, how dare you curse my son?" Zhou Yu was taken aback, instinctively retorting, "I did not." He then attempted to reassure his wife, continuing to explain, "I absolutely did not, for Tinga is my son too. How could I?" Zhou Mu was not inclined to listen to such justifications, gripping her husband's ear fiercely, rebuking him. "Ah, you dare to quibble? Don't think I can't discern the meaning behind your words. Are you implying my son can only attend the Junior Soul Master Academy? Ah, is that what I meant?" Zhou Yu was utterly flabbergasted, realizing he had indeed misspoken. Even the old village chief, who had initially intended to mediate, no longer wished to intervene. His eyes narrowed slightly, casting a benevolent gaze upon his son. As Zhou Yu sought help with his eyes, he met his father's kindly look in the cane that seemed to quiver with intention. In that moment, his heart quaked, and he quickly conceded, "Wife, I was wrong, truly wrong. I merely misspoke. Rest assured, our son will surely attend the intermediate, no, the Advanced Soul Master Academy. And he will certainly enter the Spirit Hall in the future." Only then did Zhou Mu relent, her grip loosening. The old village chief had no desire to press the matter further, and Zhou Yu's pleading gaze went unnoticed. He took his grandson's hand and strode purposefully out the door, not looking back as he declared, "Tinger, let us go." "Ah, father, Tinger." The pair of grandfather and grandson shared a silent understanding. Feigning ignorance to the cries for help behind them, their smiles perfectly synchronized. Truly, a divine synchronization. Chapter 5. Who would walk when they can ride a bull cart? At the village entrance, Zhou Ting sat quietly among the vegetables in the bull cart, resembling a bashful child, reticent and reserved. Originally, old Jack intended to walk to Notting City. However, since the village frequently dispatched bull carts to sell vegetables and grains in the city, why would anyone choose to walk? After all, he was not the rugged and sturdy blacksmith Tang San, and walking such a distance would be quite unfriendly for a 6-year-old child. Thus, he had long been whispering to old Jack and facilitated today's journey. On the bull cart, old Jack calmly addressed the middle-aged driver. "Let us go." The village chief's authority might not always keep the villagers' tongues in check, but it proved effective in face-to-face interactions. The driver, oldly, dared not speak out of turn. sitting upright and calling out, "All right, let us go." "Tinger, Xiao-san, you must remember." Old Jack tirelessly imparted his wisdom, while the two children sat obediently. As for Tang-san, his thoughts remained elusive. Zhou Ting, on the other hand, was not paying attention at all, letting old Jack's words slip in one ear and out the other. After all, old Jack had spent most of his life in Holy Soul Village, and his experience might not necessarily be applicable. Leaning against the wooden board, Zhou Ting discreetly observed the trees behind, pondering deeply. I recall that when Tang-san attended school, Tang Hao was always there to protect him, as he was his own child. If the spirit hall discovered him, the consequences would be dire. Unfortunately, my current strength is too weak to detect the title Douluo's whereabouts. Unbeknownst to Zhou Ting, the very person he was contemplating was not shadowing them at all. As Zhou Ting searched for Tang Hao, the latter's gaze was fixed upon him. Ahead, a broad figure stood among the treetops, watching Zhou Ting with curiosity while murmuring, "Is this the boy? Could the awakening of his spirit truly possess the efficacy to treat mental afflictions?" Yet, if such a phenomenon had ever occurred, the sect's records would surely document it. Though he had instructed his son not to concern himself with Zhou Ting's affairs, Tang Hao could not suppress his curiosity. Nevertheless, it was but a fleeting thought. As the bull cart passed beneath the trees, a peculiar expression crossed Tang Hao's face, and it was evident that his interest had significantly waned. This child's talent is rather disappointing. It has been 2 months since his spirit awakened, yet his soul power remains at rank 1. What a pitiful gift. He recalled his own progress from 2 months ago, when he had reached full potential and was capable of hunting soul beasts to acquire soul rings. Yet Zhou Ting remained stagnant in his cultivation. Forget it. He is not worth further scrutiny. If I ever return to the sect, I can simply add this case to their records. Tang Hao shook his head, relinquishing his focus. With a deep sigh, he pondered, the sect, the family, can my son and I truly return? In that moment, even the Haotian Douluo, standing at the pinnacle of the continent, appeared particularly desolate. The leaves danced in the wind, and Tang Hao's figure had already vanished. Is this Notting City? The broad streets, cobbled pathways, towering structures, and houses gleaming with cleanliness were all starkly different from the dilapidated Holy Soul Village and utterly dissimilar to Tang San's ancient world in his previous life. Indeed. Xiao-san, this is Notting City. Old Jack chuckled at the curiosity gleaming in Tang San's eyes, reflecting, this is the look a child should possess. All blame lies with that ungrateful Tang Hao. He then glanced at his little grandson, who mirrored Tang San's inquisitiveness as he surveyed his surroundings. Now, you will be studying at the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy for many years. There is ample time ahead. The most pressing matter now is to report to the academy. Understood, grandfather. The trio moved at a leisurely pace, yet it was swifter than their previous walk. Zhou Ting cast a glance at Tang San and thought, I wonder if Tang San will encounter Yu Xiaojiang. If this pair of master and apprentice were to be separated, it might not bode well. After all, having these two peculiar individuals together is ideal. At the very least, they won't cause trouble for others. Indeed, the renowned master of soul theory, Yu Xiaojiang, can only be handled by Tang San, the unique prodigy. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhou Ting's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Speaking of which, much of Yu Xiaojiang's theory has been dismantled by his own disciple. For instance, the notion that a soul master must hunt soul beasts and absorb soul rings at every 10th level has been repeatedly refuted by Tang San's achievements. Moreover, the most significant oversight is Yu Xiaojiang's failure to recognize that the blue-silver grass, which appears alongside the Haotian hammer, is far from ordinary. There were countless instances of such contradictions, yet despite this, Tang San remained steadfastly devoted to Yu Xiaojiang. Alas, he truly embodies a qualified son-disciple, both teacher and father. As Zhou Ting spiraled into his musings, old Jack had already guided them to the entrance of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. The slow pace of the elderly and the young could hardly compare to that of a bull. As the trio reached the academy's gates, several students were entering. Recalling the unfolding events at the academy entrance, Zhou Ting felt a surge of protectiveness for his grandfather, knowing he would not allow him to be harmed. He volunteered, Grandfather, hand me the proof from the spirit hall. I shall inquire. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The story becomes even more captivating. No. If reasoning fails, then one must resort to action. Zhou Ting's small hand reached into his grandfather's sleeve and swiftly retrieved 2 pieces of paper. Grandfather, you're getting on in years. It wouldn't do for you to get injured. Before he could finish his sentence, he dashed off with the papers in hand. A glimmer of pride flickered in old Jack's eyes, though he feigned reproach, saying, this child underestimates his grandfather. At the Academy's grand entrance, all the students were clad in uniforms, while a youthful gatekeeper stood at the door, wearing a humble smile. The students, however, seemed to disregard him entirely, treating him as if he were invisible. Despite this blatant disregard, the gatekeeper dared not reveal even a hint of discontent. This encapsulated the tragedy of the common man. Zhou Ting suddenly gained some understanding. Although the position of gatekeeper at the Soul Master Academy seemed respectable, it was evident that the prolonged suppression of ordinary people had likely rendered their psyches somewhat unhinged. However, this was no concern of his. Disregarding his fleeting sympathy, Zhou Ting approached the gatekeeper and inquired, "Hello, is this the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy?" Despite his disdain for the dirt-stained attire of the child before him, the gatekeeper maintained a polite demeanor, especially with students passing by. "Indeed, may I ask who you are?" "Oh, we are the new students for this year. Here is our proof." As Zhou Ting spoke, he discreetly prepared himself, ready to unleash the justice of a low-ranked soul master should the gatekeeper prove unreasonable. As for any thoughts of vengeance, he would let those rest. In retrospect, Zhou Ting suddenly realized that she truly was a benevolent person, having saved the life of the gatekeeper. After all, without Yu Xiaozhang's mediation, Tang San's hidden projectile would not have recognized who he was. Chapter 6. Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. The gatekeeper glanced at the document presented by Zhou Ting, immediately recognizing the emblem of the Spirit Hall, confirming the authenticity of the proof. However, as his eyes fell upon the prominent words Rank 1, the gatekeeper's expression turned peculiar. As a guardian of the Junior Soul Master Academy, he possessed a greater understanding of Soul Master matters than the average individual. What did innate Rank 1 soul power signify? It was nearly the lowest tier of talent within the Douluo continent. He felt a twinge of derision, yet even with Rank 1 talent, it still meant being a Soul Master, which was undoubtedly superior to his own Rank 0 status. He couldn't even be bothered to glance at the second document. Ahem. You may enter. The first building directly in front of the main gate served as the registration area. Thank you. There were no difficulties, no conflicts. The matter was resolved with remarkable simplicity. Upon reflection, this was indeed the natural progression of events. There was no need for excessive posturing or confrontation. Meanwhile, old Jack and Tang San had already approached Zhou Ting. The gatekeeper maintained his cordial demeanor, stating, "Family members are not permitted inside the academy." Old Jack's expression faltered, worry evident on his face. Zhou Ting quickly reassured him, "Grandpa, we can go in by ourselves." "Indeed, Grandpa Jack, we are capable of managing on our own." Observing the two children who appeared remarkably mature, old Jack felt a sense of relief. "Tinger, Xiao San, you may proceed. Once you finish registration, please inform me at the entrance." "Understood, Grandpa. Please wait for us over there. We will be out shortly." With the absence of the Master's involvement, everything seemed to accelerate, the procedures flowing smoothly. Of course, Tang San was a work-study student, and Zhou Ting was as well. In fact, the work-study program was a benevolent offering from the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy aimed at impoverished villages in the vicinity. It provided an opportunity for children with Soul Master potential, who otherwise could not afford tuition, to study while working part-time. Though it was labeled as work, the tasks were minimal, allowing ample time for learning and cultivation. Seizing this opportunity was simply prudent. Old Jack had made a special trip to the neighboring village, which still had vacancies for work-study students this year. The rarity of Soul Master talent was indeed striking. Naturally, this pertained to ordinary individuals like Zhou Ting. The offspring of Soul Masters possessed a significantly higher probability of having talent. In any case, old Jack took just a brief meal's time to secure this opportunity. This was no exaggeration. Thus, Zhou Ting officially became a work-study student. After completing their registration, Zhou Ting and Tang San bid farewell to old Jack, and their academic journey was about to commence. Zhou Ting's true cultivation was on the verge of beginning. In the teacher's office, it was truly astonishing that the child with innate full soul power possessed a martial spirit of blue-silver grass. What a pity. Such talent wasted on a useless martial spirit. A short-haired man passed by the office door, his eyes gleaming with intrigue, stopping to inquire within. "Who are you speaking of?" One of the teachers slightly bowed his head, respectfully responding, "Master, it is a child named Tang San, a work-study student this year, currently residing in Dormitory 7. "Oh, thank you." The master, known as Yu Xiaogang, Tang San's destined mentor, hurriedly departed, oblivious to the discussions behind him. Why bother with such talk? To me, he appears to be a mere fraud, living off others while lacking true strength. Endlessly toying with his airy theories, he is nothing but a laughingstock in the world of soul masters. What nonsense are you speaking? The master's theories are quite insightful. No one has proven them wrong, and after all, he is a friend of the Academy's director. Yet no one can prove him right either. Moments later, at the entrance of Dormitory 7, Zhou Ting gazed at the empty bed beside him, feeling a sense of nostalgia. It seemed that the inertia of the narrative was unchangeable. Upon further contemplation, everything aligned logically. After all, the Academy was not extensive. Tang San's unusual circumstances would inevitably become common knowledge. And Yu Xiaogang would surely be aware of them. It was merely a matter of time. Lying on the unmade bed, Zhou Ting touched the 6 silver coins nestled within his bundle, feeling a wave of gratitude. Since Yu Xiaogang had come to find Tang San, he could save the money intended for betting. These silver coins were given by Old Jack. Although Zhou Ting was a work-study student with a salary, he couldn't simply refrain from purchasing anything. It was important to note that while work-study students earned money, everything in Notting City required payment, even meals at the school. Moreover, Old Jack had specifically advised Zhou Ting to cultivate a good relationship with Tang San. After all, Tang San's talent far surpassed his own, representing a significant opportunity. Zhou Ting understood the underlying implication, yet he held no intention of pursuing such a relationship. Tang San was far too perilous. It was unwise to engage too deeply. Furthermore, the two belonged to different social strata. One was a grassroots individual with nothing to his name, while the other hailed from a well-connected background. Their future paths were destined to diverge. Enough of these thoughts. They lead nowhere. I should just go buy myself a blanket. In the next moment, Zhou Ting recalled the lively, long rabbit ears and quickly changed his mind, stroking his chin with a mischievous grin. No, perhaps I should purchase 2 blankets. Though young, one must not engage in anything inappropriate. Recalling scenes from his previous life in anime, Zhou Ting felt a sense of discomfort. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. As the saying goes, boys and girls of 7 do not share the same seat. Although contemporary thought may not be as conservative, it is still inappropriate for 2 unfamiliar children to share a bed. Moreover, the idea of co-ed dormitories raises significant concerns. Is there truly no fear of complications when children aged 6 to 12 are mixed together? Is there a misunderstanding regarding the moral standards concerning children in this world? At times, one cannot help but wonder about the worldview at play here. With a leisurely gait, Zhou Ting meandered out of the deserted dormitory. On the other side, in a small grove. So, Xiao San, you must be a twin martial spirit. Tang San gazed at the eloquent Yu Xiaogang, perceiving him as a paragon of wisdom, and bowed reverently. Master. This gesture left Yu Xiaogang momentarily stunned. He hastily assisted Tang San to his feet, perplexed. Xiao San, what are you doing? Tang San insisted. Once a student, always a son. It is only right to bow to a teacher. Such a novel declaration struck a chord with Yu Xiaogang. Xiao San, there is no need for such grand gestures. Come, let us fetch a few books. Thank you, master. Yu Xiaogang's quarters also served as his study, filled with numerous tomes he utilized to explore martial spirit theories. Xiao San, here are several books and notes detailing martial spirits, soul techniques, meditation methods, and soul beasts. You must study them diligently and commit them to memory. Recalling the skills he had surreptitiously acquired in his previous life, Tang San was ecstatic to gain access to such valuable knowledge with ease. He solemnly accepted the books, his expression earnest. Yes, master, I shall remember them well. Yu Xiaogang gazed at his earnest young apprentice, filled with immense satisfaction. With exceptional talent and a diligent attitude, coupled with his own guidance, this disciple was destined to achieve great renown across the entire Douluo continent. To better plan Tang San's future, Yu Xiaogang inquired, Tang San, what is your second martial soul? Without uttering a word, Tang San unwaveringly revealed the Haotian hammer. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the hammer floating above Tang San's palm. The Haotian hammer. He recognized it instantly. Chapter 7. Borrowing is not allowed in the realm of Douluo continent. There exist 7 prominent sects, among which the Haotian sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect are revered as the top 3. These 3 sects possess formidable strength and profound heritage. However, it is worth noting that the first 2 are primarily family forces, while the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, due to the unique nature of its auxiliary martial souls, has attracted numerous battle-type soul masters for self-protection. Yu Xiaogang, a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, recognized at a glance the Haotian hammer wielded by Tang San, which originated from the Haotian sect. Coupled with Tang San's surname, he deduced much about the young man. Nevertheless, He refrained from elaborating, instead imparting a solemn warning. Xiao-san, you must remember that your second martial soul must not be revealed to others, and do not attach any soul rings to it. Tang-san, puzzled by the insistence of those who had previously seen his second martial soul, inquired. My father has also warned me, but why? Yu Xiaojing did not provide a direct answer, but countered with a question. What is your father's name? Tang Hao. A flicker of shock crossed Yu Xiaojing's eyes as he muttered. So it truly is him. Tang-san realized that his master must know about his father, while he himself remained in the dark, urgently pressing for information. Master, do you know my father? Can you tell me about him? Yu Xiaojing shook his head in refusal. Since your father has yet to disclose this to you, there must be a reason. Such matters can only be revealed by him. Left without recourse, Tang-san could only acquiesce. The bond between a teacher and student is akin to that of a father and son, a sentiment Tang-san embraced wholeheartedly. However, one could only wonder how Tang Hao would react upon learning of this. He had explicitly cautioned Tang-san against revealing the Haotian hammer unless in a life-or-death situation. Yet here he was. The mere act of taking on a master had elevated Tang-san's status to that of his biological father's. After 6 years of companionship, even away from these two, Zhou Ting was aware of the unfolding events, though he remained indifferent. While Yu Xiaojing possessed considerable knowledge about soul masters, he was not an absolute authority. Furthermore, due to the mutation of his martial soul, he was unable to surpass the 30th level, thereby lacking hands-on experiential opportunities. Thus, it was clear that Yu Xiaojing was not the optimal choice for a mentor. Let Tang-san forge ahead as a guinea pig. He bore the aura of a protagonist, akin to an indestructible cockroach. While the average individual would struggle to withstand such a fate, one need only observe the countless deceased lab rats processed daily, with soul power coursing through him. Zhou Ting's physical prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary child. He effortlessly carried 2 heavy blankets, amounting to over 10 pounds, while maintaining a brisk pace. That blanket had cost him a whole silver coin. Alas, as a man, regardless of size, bargaining was not his forte. Zhou Ting believed in either walking away from an unsatisfactory price or making a purchase without uttering a single needless word to the vendor. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, Zhou Ting witnessed a classic scene. Tang-san engaged in a fierce battle with a girl sporting rabbit ears. This girl, known as Xiao Wu, possessed authentic rabbit ears that were not merely decorative, but rather an integral part of her martial soul. It must be said that he was quite tempted to touch those agile ears, though he knew he stood no chance in a fight. Leaning against the doorframe, Zhou Ting watched the two spar with great interest. Both Tang-san and Xiao Wu boasted innate full soul power, making them evenly matched. However, Tang-san's martial arts experience from his past life contrasted with Xiao Wu's battle-hardened experience as a soft-boned charm rabbit, leading to a stalemate. A glance revealed other students in the room, likely from previous cohorts of work-study students, who were intently observing the duel with envious eyes. Whether it was due to Zhou Ting's presence or Xiao Wu's charm, Tang-san soon found himself outmatched. Xiao Wu, reveling in her victory, struck a proud pose with her hands on her hips and declared loudly, "From this day forth, I am the boss of the 7th dorm." The others, obediently, bowed in acknowledgement. "Greetings, Sister Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu's face lit up with delight, for such praise was music to her ears. In the next moment, she turned her gaze towards Zhou Ting at the door and inquired, "Who are you?" Zhou Ting, carrying his blankets, stepped into the dormitory and casually replied, "I am this year's work-study student, Zhou Ting." Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled mischievously as she said, "Come, let us have a spar." Zhou Ting, unwilling to engage in a fight, resolutely shook his head. "No fighting. Are you looking down on me?" Xiao Wu retorted, visibly annoyed. "No way, you must fight. It's the rule of our 7th dorm. Whoever is stronger becomes the boss." Zhou Ting placed his blankets on an empty bed and noticed that Tang-san's bed also sported a blanket. Undoubtedly a gift from Yu Xiaojing. Feigning indifference, Zhou Ting remarked, "My talent is too poor. I cannot fight." Having not fully satisfied her desire for combat after her earlier match with Tang-san, Xiao was determined to have another go, unwilling to let Zhou Ting refuse. "I don't believe you," asked Tang-san. "He knows." Caught in the crossfire, Tang-san could only smile wryly as Xiao Wu's attention turned to him. "It's true. He only possesses 1st-level innate soul power." "Ah, that low?" Xiao Wu's mood soured upon realizing she could not fully enjoy this bout. "Oh, 1st-level innate soul power." The work-study students erupted in excitement, leading to inquiries directed at Tang-san, who had managed to last so long in battle despite such seemingly low talent. "Tang-san, what level of innate power do you have?" "I also possess full innate soul power." Xiao's mind raced with possibilities, and just as she was about to speak, The door of the 7th dorm creaked open once more, revealing a young man entering. Tang San, Xiaowu, Zhou Ting. The three immediately stood before him. The young man nodded in satisfaction and introduced himself. My surname is Mo. I am your teacher. You three are this year's work-study students and will be responsible for the sanitation of the southern garden of the playground. You will receive 10 copper soul coins daily, and any negligence will result in expulsion. Yes, teacher. The man was pleased with their response and turned to leave. Xiaowu, momentarily abandoning her plans for a rematch, glanced around and noticed a discrepancy. Everyone had blankets on their beds except for her. What was she to do? Initially, she would have borrowed one from Tang San, but alas, someone had brought 2 blankets. Without hesitation, she bypassed Tang San and addressed Zhou Ting. Zhou Ting, lend me a blanket. Zhou Ting glanced at the blanket on Tang San's bed and smiled. Borrowing is not allowed. No sooner had he spoken those words than Xiaowu's cheeks puffed up, her fists clenched, and she glared at him in frustration. Realizing he had provoked this combat enthusiast, Zhou Ting quickly added, but buying is an option. Buying. Zhou Ting nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is a purchase. I have just acquired this quilt, which I initially intended to sell to Tang San. Tang San's lips twitched, sensing something amiss. He found himself devoid of funds and unable to afford it. Similarly, Xiaowu shook her head and lamented, I have no money. Zhou Ting grinned wickedly and replied, lacking funds now does not imply a perpetual state of poverty. Chapter 8, Conspiracy. How much can a quilt possibly sell for? Even with price hikes, the profit remains minimal. Moreover, if one oversteps, it could lead to unfavorable outcomes. With a swift thought, Zhou Ting conceived a more ingenious idea and spoke up. However, I do not seek your money. Zhou Ting's demeanor shifted abruptly, shedding the previous coolness for a demeanor brimming with warmth as he picked up a new quilt and directly placed it into Xiaowu's arms. This quilt is for you. Xiaowu was taken aback, as was Tang San. All in the dormitory were left astonished. Just moments ago, this lad had been so obsessed with wealth. Yet now he displayed such uncharacteristic generosity. A sense of unease washed over Xiaowu. The quilt in her hands felt almost scalding. With a wary gaze, she looked at Zhou Ting and asked, do you have some ulterior motive? Zhou Ting maintained a friendly smile and replied, it is simply this. My talent is rather lacking and my strength is weak. Thus, when I reach the 10th level to obtain a soul ring, I wish to request the assistance of the exceptionally gifted Xiaowu. Upon hearing this request, Xiaowu exhaled in relief and promptly took charge. No problem. Once you reach level 10, Xiaowu will take you to acquire your soul ring. She felt confident in this. After all, given Zhou Ting's innate first-level soul power, by the time he cultivated to level 10, she might well be over level 20 herself. Helping Zhou Ting acquire a 10th level soul ring would be a trivial matter, requiring little effort. As for any disparity in value, the magnanimous Xiaowu paid it no mind. Reassured, Xiaowu patted Zhou Ting on the shoulder with confidence, saying, rest assured, Xiaowu keeps her word and will certainly help you find a suitable soul ring. Thank you, Xiaowu. Zhou Ting beamed, his heart finally at ease. Although Zhou Ting's martial soul was under the watch of an ancient elder, its overwhelming power rendered it inaccessible to him at present. Consequently, he was devoid of any combat capability. Furthermore, lacking a strong background and deep connections with the Academy's instructors, he found himself at a disadvantage. What soul beasts could a primary soul master academy provide him? Perhaps those that were 10 years old? And even then, he would be unable to choose the type of soul beast. Hence, Xiaowu was an invaluable ally. In truth, Tang San could also assist. But Zhou Ting preferred to keep his distance to avoid being ensnared in any whirlpool of complications. As night descended, the work-study students in the dormitory began their cultivation in unison. Those born into hardship understood how rare the opportunity to grow stronger was. No one would slack off in their training. Additionally, the other students in the academy tended to look down upon these grassroots work-study students. This was why the 7th dormitory had established rules for combat to elect the strongest among the work-study students, uniting their strength to fend off the bullying from others. However, this strategy had yielded little success over the years. This year, however, was different, as 2 extraordinary prodigies had emerged among the work-study students. The universal meditation method, which allowed for cultivation without specific postures, one could stand, sit, or lie down, was akin to advanced internal power cultivation. Ultimately, meditation could be practiced in any position. Yet, Zhou Ting had yet to reach such heights and needed to concentrate to cultivate effectively. Without any ostentation, Zhou Ting sat cross-legged on his bed, closed his eyes, and his consciousness journeyed to the sea of knowledge, standing at the center beneath the black tower of his martial soul. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the fissures had vanished, and the sea of knowledge had fully returned to normal, a testament to Zhou Ting's 2 months of diligent practice. Moreover, having been subjected to the immense mental energy of the elder and his previous life since childhood, his sea of knowledge was considerably larger than that of an average person. This indicated that at the same level, his soul power exceeded that of others. The universal meditation method, a practice for magicians, could cultivate mental energy as well as magical energy. However, in the Douluo continent, the concept of magical energy was non-existent. Only soul power was acknowledged. As the meditation method activated, Zhou Ting immediately perceived the surrounding energy, tiny orbs of light resembling lively sprites, darting about aimlessly. Extending a strand of mental energy, he transformed it into a large hand, effortlessly capturing a dozen or so light orbs and drawing them back into his body. The mental energy hand delivered the energy to the black tower, which trembled momentarily before releasing a faint stream of energy into the ocean of soul power. Zhou Ting could sense the slight enhancement of his soul power. According to this rate of efficiency, he would likely achieve a breakthrough by tomorrow. Excellent. Zhou Ting felt invigorated and resumed his game of catching energy orbs, tirelessly repeating the process. An hour later, Zhou Ting reluctantly opened his eyes. Today's training had concluded. The depletion of mental energy left him feeling drowsy, his eyelids heavy and battling for control. The best remedy was rest. He glanced around. Aside from Tang San and Xiao Wu, everyone else had succumbed to slumber. Not wishing to overexert himself, he gently laid down and covered himself with the quilt. In fact, the universal meditation method also included techniques for recovering mental and soul power, ideally suited for use during sleep, allowing for swifter recuperation. The Xiantian skill was also applicable, as Zhou Ting drifted into slumber. Tang San and Xiao Wu simultaneously opened their eyes, curiously observing him. Upon noticing each other's movements, they exchanged knowing glances. Xiao amused. Is he truly a first-level soul power user? Tang San nodded. Indeed. Xiao Wu continued, but that doesn't add up. His training duration exceeds that of others. His talent shouldn't be this poor. Not only was Xiao Wu perplexed, but so was Tang San. Nonetheless, he recalled the events surrounding Zhou Ting, a foolish child who returned to normal after awakening his martial soul. Was there perhaps a deeper secret at play? Seeing Tang San lost in thought and unresponsive, Xiao Wu huffed and lay down to sleep. Among the many in the 7th dormitory, only 2 individuals stood out to her. The first was Tang San, whose presence evoked a familiar, comforting aura, drawing her closer to him, much like a return to the Stardew Forest, her home. The other was Zhou Ting, who had been so cunning before her. Her intuition whispered that this seemingly talentless child was, in fact, quite extraordinary. Although she sensed no immediate danger, she resolved to cooperate and uncover Zhou Ting's true intentions. This Xiao has lived for 100,000 years. It has not been in vain. Chapter 9. The Phantom. Are you going to the soul-hunting forest to obtain your first soul ring? In the garden, Xiao Wu, holding a broom, looked astonished, her rabbit ears standing upright. Tang San nodded, smiling as he replied, Indeed, I shall venture to the soul-hunting forest with my teacher tomorrow. The subsequent tasks will be entrusted to you. All right. Zhou Ting's response was succinct, clear, and to the point. Xiao Wu, however, was not so easily appeased. With an air of defiance, she declared, Go ahead, but I will not concede to you. When you return, we shall see. In truth, the two had already sparred secretly once before, and had it not been for their teacher's unexpected arrival, Xiao Wu would have faced defeat. Thus, her competitive spirit longed for another chance to measure her prowess against Tang San, yet he had consistently declined. As night fell, it was time for training. Zhou Ting, while attempting to catch dolls, found himself deep in thought. In reality, using one's hands was the least efficient method. The speed was simply too slow. However, the hands were the most adept limbs of humanity, and transforming mental energy into hands was a skill easily mastered. Yet, in pursuit of training efficiency, one must not settle for mediocrity. Humanity's greatest strength lies in its wisdom and ability to wield tools. Zhou Ting had already conceived an excellent idea. Suddenly, his mind resonated, and the ocean of soul power surged violently, breaking through its previous confines and engulfing a vast expanse of land. Zhou Ting was elated. A breakthrough, he exclaimed. The difference between second-level soul power and first-level, well, there wasn't much disparity. The improvement was disappointingly slight. He resolved to work harder. But first, he wanted to test his new idea. Though his hands were nimble and capable of most tasks, they still paled in comparison to specialized tools in terms of efficiency. particularly with those energetic light dots, which were as slippery as fish and difficult to grasp. Fishing was best done with a net. Zhou Ting concentrated his mental energy into strands of silk. It was not a challenging task. Lo and behold, the first strand of mental energy took shape effortlessly. The second strand followed suit without much difficulty. Ultimately, the 10th strand was completed. This was his limit. He could not control anymore. The entire process took less than half a minute, and the experiment proceeded smoothly. Yet Zhou Ting remained humble. He observed the first strand of mental energy. It was significantly dimmer than the others and unstable, on the verge of dissipating. While forming the strands was manageable, maintaining them was the true challenge. If a fishing net lost a strand, it would not merely create a single hole, it would result in a series of gaps, allowing fish to escape with ease. Suddenly, the strand shattered completely, and Zhou Ting felt a slight recovery of mental energy. When left unattended, the mental energy strands could only be sustained for 1 minute. What if I continuously expend mental energy to maintain them? He pondered. Without hesitation, Zhou Ting embarked on another experiment. 10 minutes passed. Based on his current mental energy strength, maintaining 9 strands simultaneously was the optimal ratio. Exceeding that would lead to diminishing returns. A minute later, a small handkerchief accurately struck a gathering of energy points and was instantly retracted. Although a few fish slipped through, the majority were successfully netted into the sea of consciousness and swiftly transported to the Black Tower. The Black Tower assimilated the light points, vibrating incessantly, while energy flowed in abundance into the ocean of soul power. Zhou Ting could perceive the gradual strengthening of his soul power. The sensation was immensely gratifying and pleasurable. As the soul power coursed through his body, his physique strengthened as well. Although this would result in some consumption of soul power, every bit of it was worth the effort. A robust body is the foundation of all cultivation and a requisite for obtaining soul rings, never to be underestimated. Another evening arrived, and Xiao Wu, who had been absent for a day, finally appeared in the garden, radiating joy. It was evident that she was in high spirits. "Zhou Ting," she exclaimed. Zhou Ting understood the reason for her elation. She had successfully condensed her first soul ring, and it was a 100,000-year soul beast, no less. Each breakthrough allowed her to independently condense a soul ring, perfectly attuned to herself and nearing the limits of age. After a brief moment of envy, Zhou Ting feigned ignorance and asked, "What has you so happy? Did you find money?" Xiao Wu shot him a disgruntled glance and retorted, "Why are you still so obsessed with wealth?" The next moment, she couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Your sister Xiao Wu has broken through, and now I am a bona fide soul master." In an instant, she patted Zhou Ting on the shoulder, adopting a proud demeanor as a senior, encouraging him. "Zhou Ting, you must strive harder. Otherwise, once your sister Xiao Wu graduates, it will be difficult for me to assist you." Zhou Ting silently glanced at the ocean of soul power within his consciousness. It had expanded significantly since the beginning, now reaching level 5. Almost progressing a level every 2 days. "Sister Xiao Wu, do not worry. Time will surely be swifter than you imagine." What a confident attitude. Given Zhou Ting's talent, it could even be deemed somewhat arrogant. However, Xiao Wu did not mock his bravado. Instead, she appeared contemplative. She had witnessed Zhou Ting's nightly training. Although he consistently fell slightly short of her own progress, compared to other students in Class 7, his advancement was remarkable. Far from being the useless soul with a first-level innate soul power. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Zhou Ting has a secret. She was curious but refrained from asking. As long as you have confidence, that is sufficient. After tidying up, Xiao Wu plopped down at the edge of the platform, looking somewhat listless. "Sigh, I wonder when Tang-san will return?" Soon came the familiar refrain. Xiao Wu glared at Zhou Ting and added, "Every time I ask you, it's always the same." Zhou Ting smiled without a word, quietly retrieving 2 sets of tools and returning them to their rightful place. "Time to return to training," he declared, heading back toward the dormitory. "More training," Xiao Wu pouted, clearly displeased. In truth, she disliked training. Her greatest joy was play. Yet, her fierce competitiveness would not allow her to fall behind others. Thus, she always waited for Zhou Ting to finish his training before concluding her own day. In reality, she had yet to reach her limits. When Tang-san was around, he served as her benchmark. Of course, the two had similar talents and foundations, often trading victories and losses, making it impossible to determine a clear outcome. Zhou Ting, unfazed, continued walking ahead. Xiao Wu, feeling exasperated, quickened her pace and ran ahead, walking backward with her hands behind her back. "Zhou Ting, why are you so dull? Zhou Ting pressed on, casually asking, "How am I dull?" Xiao Wu, counting off on her fingers, recounted, "Whenever there's an event, you never participate. As soon as class ends, you vanish. Apart from work, sleep, and training, we can hardly find you. Everyone says you're a phantom." Chapter 10. Found Is It a Ghost? Zhou Ting fell silent, acknowledging the truth in Xiao Wu's words. Indeed, he had scarcely interacted with other students during this period. After classes, he would either delve into research at the library or seek a secluded spot for solitary training, leaving little time for socializing. Suddenly, Zhou Ting halted, standing motionless, which astonished Xiao Wu. She waved her hand before his eyes, concern etched on her face. "Hey, Zhou Ting, have you gone daft again?" Everyone was aware of Zhou Ting's previous circumstances, if not widely, at least among the 7th dormitory. It was all thanks to Tang San, who, unable to resist Xiao Wu's charm, had inadvertently exposed Zhou Ting's secrets. Enough about that detestable fellow. Zhou Ting regained his composure and remarked pointedly, "I'm not foolish. It's just that I have to search for suitable soul beasts and soul rings in the library." Xiao Wu sensed that Zhou Ting knew something. Her heart filled with uncertainty, and she pressed him. "What do you mean by that?" "Little rabbit, you're getting anxious." However, Zhou Ting understood that this was not the moment for full disclosure. He smiled and elaborated. "Tang San has a good teacher guiding him and providing assistance, while you managed to find a suitable soul beast and obtain a soul ring in just a day. Clearly, I cannot compare to you. So that was it. As long as he didn't reveal his soul beast's identity, he would be fine. Otherwise, she would be a target across the continent of soul masters." Xiao Wu sighed in relief and confidently declared, "Rest assured, since Sister Xiao Wu has promised to help you, I will definitely keep my word. I will help you find a fitting soul ring." A promise for a blanket. What a bargain. Zhou Ting expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu proudly lifted her head, relishing the compliment, and responded, "Just so you know, let us head back to the dormitory." As Zhou Ting watched her cheerful figure dash away, he murmured to himself, "In truth, you are the best soul ring." At the entrance of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, a carriage came to a stop, and a petite figure leaped down swiftly, extending a hand to assist a middle-aged man. "Teacher, how are you feeling?" The duo was, of course, the teacher Yu Xiaojiang and his disciple Tang San, who had returned safely after a week-long expedition to the soul-hunting forest. However, the soul-hunting journey had left the level 10 Soul Master unscathed, while the level 29 Great Soul Master had suffered from poison and injury. Yu Xiaojiang, indeed, lived up to his reputation more so than Zhou Ting. He looked at his still-composed disciple Tang San and chuckled wryly. "Tang San, I'm fine. It's just a lingering bit of poison." Standing upright, albeit slightly weak, Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but feel a sense of shame as he recalled their adventure in the soul-hunting forest. Throughout the trip, he had offered little more than a few pieces of knowledge and had played almost no significant role. His martial spirit, the 3 cannons, had proven utterly ineffective against the over 400-year-old mandala snake, leaving both him and his spirit incapacitated by its venom. Ultimately, it was Tang San who defeated the soul beast and saved his life. What a source of embarrassment. Yet, the pride and joy he felt for having such an outstanding disciple outweighed his shame. In Tang San, he glimpsed the potential realization of his theories, or perhaps the inevitability of it. With a kind expression but a stern tone, Yu Xiaojiang instructed, "Tang San, I will be recuperating for a while. You must diligently study the books and notes I've given you." Tang San obediently nodded. "Yes, teacher." After their separation, Tang San returned to the dormitory, only to find it empty. He soon learned of the commotion. "Hurry, the work-study students in the 7th dormitory have a fight with Xiao Laoda." "What happened?" "I heard that Xiao Laoda has taken a fancy to this year's work-study student, Xiao Wu, and wants her to be his pet rabbit." "Is that true?" "Of course it is." Upon hearing this, Tang San's brow furrowed, a wave of displeasure washing over him. "Xiao Laoda, you have chosen the path to your demise." Yet, as he considered Xiao Wu's strength that rivaled his own, his expression softened. He couldn't believe that an ordinary student could best him. He still had that much confidence. The ruckus caused by Xiao Laoda and Xiao Wu was quite loud, drawing not only Tang San back from his recent arrival but also catching Zhou Ting's attention from the library. However, upon spotting Tang San through the 2nd-floor window, he settled back down. Perhaps I should refrain from intervening. Even Xiao Wu could easily handle this Xiao Laoda. Xiao Laoda Xiaoqinyu, the son of the city lord of Notting, a soul master of merely a few levels. Strangely, his first soul ring was a mere white one. The common hierarchy of soul rings is white, yellow, purple, black, and red, obtained from hunting soul beasts of varying ages, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, and even 100,000 years. A white 10-year soul ring is something any soul master can easily absorb. It is the most common and lowest tier of soul ring. Thus, any soul master with some means would typically avoid such a soul ring. This is particularly true for those with power or wealth. It's somewhat acceptable for commoner soul masters to choose a white soul ring, but for Zhou Ting, as the city lord's son, to select a white soul ring seems quite unusual, unless Zhou Ting is overly fearful of danger and reluctant to absorb a 100-year soul ring, or there is some hidden agenda at play. Nonetheless, these matters were of little importance to Zhou Ting. What weighed most heavily on his mind was finding a soul beast that suited the characteristics of the Black Tower. Zhou Ting swiftly perused the second volume of the Soul Beast Compendium, flipping through the pages with haste. Not in this one. On to the next. The known varieties of soul beast in Douluo continent are numerous, and the unknown even more so. Thus, no single book can encompass them all. As Zhou Ting opened the third volume of the Soul Beast Compendium, he was immediately captivated by the contents on the first page. Insect-type soul beast, Yu Huang Bi. A social soul beast. After carefully reading it twice, the excitement in Zhou Ting's eyes grew stronger until he decisively proclaimed, "This is it." According to the compendium, the Yu Huang Bi is relatively weak and faces survival challenges, making high-age colonies rare. However, Yu Huang Bis are widely distributed, often found in most uninhabited soul beast forests. And there have been sightings in the soul hunting forest. Perfect. As long as I can acquire a Yu Huang Bi, I can transform my helpless situation. Heaven knows how frustrating it is to be utterly powerless, especially when surrounded by two prodigies of battle. Zhou Ting, a novice in combat, has witnessed the vast disparity firsthand. All he could do was envy from the sidelines. He had long endured this pitiful existence. Chapter 11. Change to one's astonishment. Zhou Ting unexpectedly faced defeat. Indeed, the loss was rather severe. Listening to the discussions outside the library, Zhou Ting was not particularly surprised. Tang San's first spirit skill, blue-silver entanglement, derived from the mandala serpent over 400 years old, was a century-old spirit ring. This not only rendered the blue-silver grass remarkably resilient, but also imbued it with paralyzing toxicity, making it an excellent control skill. Although Tang San had a penchant for attracting negativity, one could not deny that, in the face of such a spirit skill, Zhou Ting had no choice but to await his demise in silence. Zhou Ting rose and picked up 3 spirit beast encyclopedias, preparing to return them to the shelf. The chatter below continued. Indeed, it was rather tragic, being kicked around like a ball by Sister Xiaowu. Sister Xiaowu was truly formidable, defeating Zhou Ting and his companions with ease. The speaker's tone was ambiguous, perhaps laced with sympathy or tinged with schadenfreude. Zhou Ting stood there, dumbfounded, incredulous. The narrative had shifted. It was astonishing that Tang San was not afforded the opportunity to showcase his prowess, leaving the spotlight entirely to Xiaowu. The butterfly effect was indeed terrifying. It seemed one could not place unwavering trust in the storyline anymore. Zhou Ting could already envision Xiaowu flaunting her triumph with her tail held high. He promptly sat down, opened the Spirit Beast Encyclopedia, and resumed his reading. This time at a deliberate pace, savoring each word. Judging by his demeanor, he had no intention of returning to the dormitory until Xiaowu's exuberance waned. Time flowed gently, and in the blink of an eye, Xiaowu had held the position of the top student at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy for an entire semester. Her formidable presence permeated the academy, and none dared to provoke her. Consequently, the working students had also found their days considerably more bearable. Even Zhou Ting enjoyed several benefits. At the very least, he no longer heard any idle gossip, allowing him to focus on his studies and cultivation. On the evening before the holiday, in the garden beside the playground, 2 small figures were engaged in a frenzied duel, their speed so swift that the average observer could scarcely follow. Zhou Ting sat on a bench in the garden, observing the scene with remarkable calmness. No matter how thrilling the battle, after witnessing numerous encounters, they all began to lose their allure. If he were to participate, he would undoubtedly falter. Whether it was Xiaowu's soft techniques honed over 10,000 years or Tang San's skills acquired through his traversal, such as the mystic jade hand, purple extreme demon eyes, and ghost shadow phantom steps, they were far beyond what Zhou Ting, an ordinary person in his past life, could hope to match. This realization was clear to Zhou Ting. Feeling somewhat bored, Zhou Ting turned his attention inward to his sea of consciousness, which, once sparse, was now brimming with spirit power. Since mastering the art of weaving nets, his cultivation speed had accelerated significantly, maintaining a pace of leveling up every 2 days. Thus, long ago, Zhou Ting had already attained the pinnacle of level 10. However, he refrained from immediately acquiring a spirit ring, Despite his eagerness to alter his circumstances, he exercised restraint. He persisted in his daily training. Although his spirit power did not break through, his efforts were not in vain. Once he obtained a spirit ring, the fruits of his labor would naturally accumulate. Over the past 6 months, he had devoted much of his time to physical training. After all, beyond the requirements for spirit power, a robust physique was also essential for a soul master seeking a spirit ring. Moreover, once a spirit beast surpassed 10,000 years of age, its soul gained offensive capabilities, meaning that a soul master needed to withstand the soul attacks from the spirit beast while absorbing the 10,000-year spirit ring. Thus, mental fortitude was also a requisite for soul masters. This was why black 10,000-year spirit rings were rare on the Douluo continent. Acquiring them was exceedingly challenging. Returning to the present, although Zhou Ting was still not on par with the two prodigies beside him, he had developed a physique significantly stronger than that of most soul masters. As long as he did not pursue overly powerful century-old spirit beasts, he would face no issues. Exiting his sea of consciousness, Zhou Ting observed the two prodigies, who had reached a stalemate, with a sense of bemusement. He felt that his involvement had led to many unforeseen circumstances. For instance, had the sibling bond transformed into a mutual admiration between rivals? As the battle concluded, Xiao hesitantly inquired, "Tang-san, with the semester ending, how do you plan to spend the holiday?" "A holiday, you say?" Tang-san could no longer suppress his homesickness. Responding with a joyful smile, "I want to go home and see my father." It was the first time in his life that he had been away from home for such an extended period. He truly longed for his father. Home Xiao Wu could not help but recall her mother, the painful memory of her tragic demise flooding her heart with sorrow. "I have no home anymore." Tang-san, witnessing Xiao Wu on the verge of tears, felt an unfamiliar panic wash over him, appearing utterly helpless. "Xiao Wu, how about you come with us to Holy Soul Village? Would that be all right?" Tang-san looked at Xiao Wu, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears, and nodded earnestly. "Of course, Zhou Ting, you agree, don't you?" Zhou Ting felt exasperated. "Tang-san, you can say that without dragging me into it." Zhou Ting wanted to retort, but faced with Xiao Wu's eager yet threatening gaze, he found it impossible to refuse. With a smile, he enthusiastically declared, "Certainly. On behalf of Holy Soul Village, I warmly welcome Sister Xiao Wu's esteemed presence." Xiao Wu finally smiled through her tears, saying, "All right, I will go with you to Holy Soul Village." In an instant, the small garden was filled with a joyful atmosphere. In truth, even if Tang-san had not invited Xiao Wu, Zhou Ting would have extended the invitation himself. Otherwise, who would assist him in obtaining his first spirit ring? This chapter has yet to conclude. Please turn to the next page to continue exploring the captivating content. Despite having reached level 10 as a soul master and spending 6 months training his body, Zhou Ting lacked both body refinement techniques and self-created spirit skills. He could not even defeat a relatively weaker queen bee, let alone subdue one. The thought of returning home tomorrow to see his father left Tang scintillated, causing his emotional state to waver. While cultivating, his spirit power stirred slightly. Zhou Ting sat beside him, unable to focus on his own cultivation. Not out of longing for family or a desire to return home, but because he had glimpsed a portion of the mysteries of inner strength through Tang-san. Tang-san and Zhou Ting pursued different paths in their cultivation journeys. Even the locations for storing spirit power were dissimilar. Tang-san practiced inner strength through the Shantian skill, relying on the lower Dantian and the meridians throughout his body. In contrast, Zhou Ting practiced the universal meditation method of a mage, basing his cultivation on his sea of consciousness without engaging the Dantian, meridians, or acupoints. Though their paths diverged, both sought to cultivate spirit power and mental strength. Fundamentally, the principles were akin. Both relied on mental power and spirit power to capture external energy for self-cultivation. As for what Zhou Ting observed in Tang-san, it was the latter's method of harnessing external energy. Zhou Ting utilized a simple tool, his mental power net. Meanwhile, Tang-san's inner strength techniques employed his mental power to propel spirit power rapidly through his body's meridians and acupoints, generating a unique gravitational force that attracted external energy inward. Having grasped these insights, Zhou Ting felt a renewed confidence in his upcoming modifications. Chapter 12. The surprised little rabbit father has gone. Tang-san held the letter left by Tang Hao, his heart in turmoil, unable to calm his emotions. The abrupt disappearance of his father, with whom he shared a deep bond, was a cruel blow for a 6-year-old child. Although Tang-san had lived 2 lives, he was not truly a 6-year-old in spirit. Yet, this was the first time he had experienced the warmth of familial love. Thus, the impact of this event weighed heavily upon him. Zhou Ting had never seen Tang-san so dejected. though he found Tang San's demeanor unappealing. He could not deny that Tang Hao's actions were indeed reprehensible. Leaving behind only a letter and departing alone was an act that could inflict severe psychological trauma on a child as young as Tang San. Such behavior was hardly that of a responsible father. While Zhou Ting observed the unfolding drama with a sense of detachment, Xiao Wu's heart brimmed with compassion. Perhaps because she could empathize with his plight. She gently patted Tang San's shoulder and offered soft words of comfort. Do not be sorrowful. Your father has merely left temporarily. He will surely return. Perhaps, Tang San replied, but he was my only family. Without him, home is no longer home, even though your father is gone. You still have me and Zhou Ting as your friends, Xiao Wu reassured him. Friends? Since when? Zhou Ting interjected, his expression stiff, unable to suppress a sarcastic remark. What is this? Why am I being dragged into this? I do not wish to be friends with Tang San. Unfortunately for Zhou Ting, his protest fell on deaf ears. He dared not voice his true feelings. After sitting with Tang San for a while, they found no spark of camaraderie, likely due to Zhou Ting's presence. In truth, Zhou Ting wished to leave, but he felt apprehensive that Xiao Wu would cast him an imploring glance if he attempted to depart, with a favor to ask. He could not afford to offend her. Despite not being a genuine 6-year-old, Tang San soon managed to regain his composure, a smile returning to his face. I am fine now. You need not worry about me. Worry? Not at all. Zhou Ting forced a smile that was anything but genuine. Tang San, however, was oblivious. His attention solely focused on the charming Xiao Wu, rendering Zhou Ting a mere background figure. At this point, Zhou Ting could no longer remain seated. Ahem. I should head home now. Tang San nodded, expressing gratitude. Grandpa Jack must miss you as well. You should return. The urgency in Tang San's words was unmistakable. Zhou Ting noticed, but chose to disregard it, turning to Xiao Wu with a question. Are you staying with Tang San, or will you come back with me? Before Xiao Wu could respond, Tang San interjected eagerly. Of course, she will stay with me. Zhou Ting raised an eyebrow, teasingly observing the situation. Are you feeling a bit impatient, perhaps? Both Zhou Ting's teasing gaze and Xiao Wu's puzzled expression converged upon him. Even the typically composed Tang San felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He quickly attempted to recover, clearing his throat. I meant to say that your home is crowded, with no spare rooms. Xiao Wu staying at my house would be more spacious. Oh, I see. Zhou Ting replied with a knowing smile, refraining from exposing Tang San's slip. Xiao Wu nodded seriously, accepting this explanation, then cheerfully declared, All right then. I will stay at Little San's house. Zhou Ting did not mind where Xiao Wu stayed, as long as he could locate her later. He then bid farewell. Well, I shall come to find you both tomorrow. Good. See you tomorrow. Goodbye. Upon returning home, Zhou Ting was met with the warm hospitality of his family. His mother clung to him, incessantly inquiring about his well-being and questioning, Why have you lost weight? Lost weight? Where? I've actually gained quite a bit, he thought to himself. That night, Zhou Ting was finally able to forego his usual training, releasing the immense pressure regarding the future and setting aside his plans. He fell into a tranquil sleep. Undisturbed by dreams. Lazybones, wake up. That voice sounded so familiar. It reminded him of Xiao Wu. No way, I'm already home. Zhou Ting jolted upright, startled, only to find Xiao Wu standing by his bedside, beaming with joy. What are you doing here? He asked, bewildered. Humph. How can you still be asleep at this hour? You promised to come play with me yesterday. Gazing at the sun already high in the sky, Zhou Ting felt a pang of embarrassment. Xiao Wu tossed her head in a haughty manner and turned to leave, her long braid nearly swatting Zhou Ting's face as she did so. Get up quickly. Little San has already begun his training. If you keep lounging around, how can I help you acquire your soul ring? Any time will do, Zhou Ting muttered, rolling his eyes as he hurriedly dressed. As soon as Xiao Wu stepped out of his room, he followed her. What about Tang San? Mentioning Tang San brought a frown to Xiao Wu's face. He just came down from the mountain, saying he has to forge something. Clang. The familiar sound echoed, confirming her words. At that moment, Xiao Wu appeared thoroughly bored. In the main room, Zhou's mother was peering in, her eyes filled with curiosity. Zhou Ting chuckled helplessly and told her, I'm going out to play with my classmates. I want to be having breakfast. Without allowing her to respond, he grabbed Xiao Wu's hand and dashed out of the house. What are we going to do? Xiao Wu, feeling a bit restless and not wanting to train alone, sought out Zhou Ting for company. Although she found him somewhat dull, he was one of the only 2 people she knew in Holy Spirit Village. Xiao Wu, Zhou Ting began, but before he could finish, Xiao Wu tensed up, a wary expression crossing her face. After 6 months of living together, Xiao had become quite familiar with the personalities of the group, particularly with the unique natures of Tang San and Zhou Ting. She eyed him suspiciously and warned, "Please do not call me that. It's perfectly normal for others to call me Xiao Wujie, but for you and Tang San, it's different. He never calls me that. And you? Well, when you do, it means you want something." Caught off guard, Zhou Ting felt a bit embarrassed. Well, you did promise to help me acquire my soul ring." Xiao thought cautiously, ensuring there was no hidden trap in his words before responding. "Yes, but what of it? Now is the time for you to fulfill your promise." "Fulfill my promise, now?" Xiao's mind struggled to comprehend his meaning. After a long pause, she finally asked, "Have you reached level 10? Zhou Ting nodded with a smile. "Indeed." And he pulled out a token from his pocket to show her. "I have already applied for the token." "How can that be possible?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. "Could it be that the Martial Soul Hall's certification is counterfeit? It's genuine." Then, was the initial soul power assessment of level 1 mistaken? No, it was accurate. Chapter 13. The Origin of the Jade Emperor B. In the 13th chapter. Little Dance finds herself perplexed. How could a soul master with innate first-level soul power transform into a 10th-level master in just 6 months? Though she had long suspected that Zhou Ting harbored secrets, the depth of those secrets astonished her. Zhou Ting, with a smile, countered her incredulity, suggesting that innate soul power does not necessarily dictate one's potential. Little Dance began to grasp Zhou Ting's perspective, yet her confusion only deepened. However, this assertion has never been incorrect. Zhou Ting cheerfully replied, and there have been instances of individuals recovering from foolishness through soul awakening. After all, exceptions exist in every situation. At that moment, Little Dance found herself at a loss for words, reflecting on her own circumstances. Where a soul beast transformed into a human was beyond the imagination of ordinary people, she realized that Zhou Ting's uniqueness was not entirely unacceptable. In an impulsive gesture, she playfully smacked Zhou Ting on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You wretched fellow. With such talent, you ought to have shared it with us." Though Zhou Ting stumbled slightly from the playful blow, he chuckled and replied, "Regardless, I am still far behind you too. There is little to boast about." This statement eased Little Dance's heart, especially since she and Tang San, with their full innate soul power, had already surpassed level 10 and acquired their first century-old soul ring. Over the past 6 months, she had made significant strides in her soul master journey, advancing from level 12 to 15, largely motivated by Tang San's encouragement. Without his support, given her disinterest in training, such progress would have been implausible. "When do you wish to venture into the soul hunting forest?" she asked. "Today," he answered promptly. Little Dance readily agreed, as this was a promise she had already made and intended to keep. Furthermore, Tang San had mentioned dedicating himself entirely to his blacksmithing, leaving her with the perfect opportunity to fulfill her vow. The two returned home briefly to gather their belongings before embarking on their journey together. 3 days later, after traversing over 300 miles, they finally stood at the entrance of the soul hunting forest. This forest, a sanctuary for the Empire's soul beasts, had been secured by the Empire and major forces such as the Spirit Hall to prevent indiscriminate hunting that could lead to the extinction of these creatures. Only soul masters bearing a token were permitted entry. During his last visit, Tang San had gained access thanks to Yu Xiaojiang, who possessed a long-term 3rd-level token. In contrast, Zhou Ting held the most basic token, valid for a single use. This disparity in status was evident. "What a loss. This is quite a hefty expense," Little Dance lamented, patting her small satchel, which contained only 3 gold coins. At school, her needs were covered by her work-study earnings, leaving her with a surplus. The gold coins she possessed were not from Tang San's blacksmithing endeavors, but rather her own soul master subsidy, 1 coin per month. Zhou Ting, having not yet reached level 10, was ineligible for such subsidies. With a frown, Little Dance glared at Zhou Ting, grumbling, "It's all your fault. The lodging alone cost 3 gold coins." Zhou Ting found himself speechless, unable to retort. Internally, he chastised her for her choices, stopping frequently and opting for the finest accommodations at a gold coin per night. While all expenses for food and drink were on his tab, Little Dance quickly noticed his displeasure and questioned him with indignation. "Didn't you stay in the room?" Zhou Ting shrugged, musing to himself, "Indeed, but I slept on the sofa." However, he dared not voice his thoughts, recognizing that his future remained in her hands. A few words of reproach would not cost him dearly. "You were right," he conceded, recognizing her frustration. Little Dance, having vented her irritation, reminded him, "Once you receive your soul master subsidy, remember to repay me." Zhou Ting winced at the thought of losing his precious gold coins to her demands, yet, faced with the persistent gaze of the little rabbit, he sighed and replied, "Of course." "Excellent," she said, a smile returning to her face. "Now, can we enter? Let us proceed." At the entrance, Zhou Ting presented his token, and the guards opened the gate without further ado. Once they stepped into the ancient forest, Little Dance's spirit soared. She skipped joyfully, clearly elated. The natural atmosphere was reminiscent of home. Suddenly, she turned to Zhou Ting, a hint of confusion in her eyes. His presence seemed to carry an essence akin to that of the forest. The aura surrounding Tang San bore some resemblance, yet it was distinctly different. What could this mean? Feeling a headache from her thoughts, Little Dance quickly abandoned them and asked Zhou Ting, "Have you decided what soul beast you wish to pursue?" Zhou Ting, maintaining vigilance around them, casually replied, "The Jade Emperor Bee." Little Dance halted in astonishment, exclaiming, "What? The Jade Emperor Bee? Why would you choose such a soul beast?" Before he could respond, she continued with an odd expression, "Do you know the origin of the name Jade Emperor Bee?" Zhou Ting, genuinely unaware, could only shake his head in resignation. "I didn't expect you to know," she mused, delving into her explanation. "The jade refers to the bee's beautiful, pure white appearance, while emperor." She hesitated, fear flickering in her eyes as she continued, "Long ago, when humanity was still weak, soul beasts dominated much of the land, and an array of extraordinary soul beasts emerged. One day, within the Douluo forest, a hive of bees appeared, their bodies as radiant as jade. The queen bee was a millennium-level soul beast, and since they only required pollen and did not compete for resources, other soul beasts paid them no mind, allowing them to flourish. After 10,000 years, the bee population exploded, with countless millennium-level jade emperor bees and hundreds of thousands of thousand-year and hundred-year bees sweeping across the Douluo forest, decimating numerous soul beasts, hence the term emperor. Ultimately, it was only when the forest's supreme ruler, the Titan Great Ape Clan, intervened at a great cost that the millennium-level queen bee was slain. Though the jade emperor bees could not be eradicated, eventually the swarm spread across the continent. "Little rabbit, do you realize you've exposed a bit too much?" Zhou Ting mused. How could humanity possibly know such secrets? Without revealing her thoughts, he inquired, "If the Jade Emperor Bee is so fearsome, why does the Soul Beast Compendium classify it as a low-level soul beast?" Fortunately, Little Dance had the answer ready. Since that incident, the terror of the Jade Emperor Bee has remained vividly etched in the memories of all soul beasts. Furthermore, the discovery by higher soul beasts, such as the Titan Giant Ape, of the exquisite flavor of the Jade Emperor Bee's honey, which significantly aids in cultivation, has led soul beasts to voluntarily impose restrictions on the proliferation of the Jade Emperor Bee. The wisdom of 100,000-year soul beast is not dissimilar to that of humans. Therefore, Zhou Ting does not find Xiao Wu's words particularly surprising. Chapter 14. Truly stubborn, how is it restricted? Facing Zhou Ting's inquiry, Xiao Wu responded without reservation. High-level soul beasts intermittently raid the beehives for honey, and they will not allow any bees over 1,000 years old to inhabit their territory. This is still within the Douluo forest. At this point, she cast Zhou Ting a curious glance and added, "You must be mentally prepared. In a modest hunting soul forest like this, encountering a bee that has lived for a century is far from guaranteed." The next moment, Xiao Wu hesitated and suggested, "Perhaps you should consider an alternative." Zhou Ting recalled the elderly figure on the 7th floor of the Black Tower, a genuine magician, tangible and real. Furthermore, the 7th floor was an authentic study. Thus, he reasoned that having the Black Tower around made the age requirement less significant. With this in mind, he declared resolutely, "This one will do. If it isn't 100 years, I'll accept that." Xiao Wu expressed her disappointment, saying, "This is your own choice. Should you regret it later, you cannot blame me." "Fine." Zhou Ting then added playfully, "Hehe, of course, if there happens to be one over 100 years old, that would be even better." "Oh, that is quite difficult. If only." Xiao Wu did not continue, as the Douluo forest was not a place Zhou Ting could venture. It was far too perilous for lower-ranked soul masters. Zhou Ting understood her thoughts but chose not to delve deeper. Instead, he shifted the topic. "By the way, do you think you can capture a century-old queen bee alive?" This question piqued interest. "Why capture it alive?" Xiao Wu furrowed her brows and queried, "Isn't it sufficient to severely injure it and let you finish it off?" Suddenly, she stood up, regarding Zhou Ting with suspicion. "Do you doubt my abilities? Fearing I might lose control and inadvertently kill the queen?" Zhou Ting quickly denied this. "No, I simply need it alive." Upon seeing the seriousness in Zhou Ting's eyes, which did not seem deceitful, Xiao Wu replied, "Humph, my strength is beyond question. Moreover, Having promised you, I will fulfill your request. Zhou Ting smiled in satisfaction. Xiao Wu, you truly are a person of your word. Of course. Xiao Wu initially smiled in satisfaction, but her expression shifted suddenly, and she questioned, you wretched fellow. You are indeed just like Tang San. Oh no, the revelation dawned on Zhou Ting, prompting him to flee. Ah, don't run. Buzzing. Circling left and right, twisting her neck. Above a uniquely shaped flower, a small, pure white figure danced joyfully. 3 pairs of crystal-like wings fluttered rapidly, intermittently illuminating the dim forest with a spectrum of colors. Behind a century-old tree, Xiao whispered to Zhou Ting, this is the queen bee. I didn't expect to find one in this tiny hunting soul forest. However, this one is under 50 years old. Even if it is a queen, it is unlikely to be over 100. Not necessarily. Didn't you say that even a 10,000-year queen can produce younger bees? Xiao Wu, not wishing to argue with Zhou Ting, merely gazed towards the bee's departing direction and quietly said, let us follow it to see the hive. Generally, a queen over a century old will have a few centenarian drones nearby, and spotting them will confirm the queen's age. This knowledge was not mentioned in the Soul Beast Compendium. It was uncertain whether humanity had neglected to share it or if they simply cherished their own discoveries. The queen bee did not fly quickly, often landing on favored flowers to gather pollen. Xiao Wu and Zhou Ting exhibited remarkable patience, quietly observing its work without interruption. Before long, the bee's legs noticeably swelled, resembling little drumsticks. Half an hour later, Xiao Wu signaled Zhou Ting to stop and listen carefully. I hear the sound of numerous bees. The hive should be about 20 meters ahead. I will scout ahead. You stay here. Zhou Ting nodded gravely, not wishing to intrude. He was uncertain of his own strength and preferred not to complicate matters. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Wu darted up the tree, weaving through the branches until she vanished from view. On a bare cliff, a small hollow revealed countless queen bees entering and exiting. Indeed, it was a hive. Xiao Wu observed discreetly. After a moment, she furrowed her brow. What's going on? Why are there only worker bees? Where are the drones? In truth, Xiao Wu had not fully disclosed the history of the queen bees to Zhou Ting. She had witnessed their terror firsthand. Even 10,000-year-old beasts were utterly powerless against a swarm of century-old queen bees. As an eyewitness, she was well acquainted with the dynamics of the queen bees, and identifying drones was not difficult. However, they were simply not appearing. Perhaps we should return to discuss this. What did you find? Xiao Wu did not answer immediately. She pulled Zhou Ting back over 100 meters before speaking. The worker bees I observed are all under 100 years old, and I have yet to see any drones, so I cannot confirm the queen's age. However, Xiao Wu's gaze wavered, clearly apprehensive. Zhou Ting, feeling confident with the Black Tower as his trump card, responded nonchalantly, speak freely. Even if it is merely a few decades, I can accept it. Having reached this point, Xiao Wu no longer withheld her thoughts, stating directly, although queen bees are widely distributed, due to their unique nature, a second hive cannot exist within a certain range. Given the size of this hunting soul forest, one hive is the absolute limit. Ah, I see. Zhou Ting decisively proclaimed, then this is it. The disparity between a 10-year soul ring and a 100-year soul ring is monumental. Not merely in the potency of soul skills, but also in the vast difference in future developmental potential. Thus, geniuses typically acquire 100-year yellow soul rings, with ages around 400 years. In Xiao Wu's eyes, Zhou Ting, who could ascend 9 levels in just 6 months, was evidently a genius. For such a prodigy, absorbing a soul ring around 400 years old would suffice. Absorbing a mere 10-year white soul ring would be a gross waste of his talent. Therefore, Xiao Wu resolved to persuade him further without revealing her own secrets. Why not wait a bit longer? We could return and seek out Tang San. The 3 of us could explore the Star Dough Forest together. I invited you precisely to avoid Tang San. Zhou Ting shook his head, resolutely denying her suggestion. No need. This will do. Truly stubborn. Xiao Wu faintly sensed that although Zhou Ting hailed from the same village as Tang San, he seemed disinclined to draw near him. Treating Tang San as a stranger. Could it be due to the 6 years of foolishness? Chapter 15. Framing the Yu Huang bee is distinct from ordinary honeybees, and its queen possesses unique, even terrifying abilities. As this thought crossed her mind, Xiao Wu recalled a harrowing scene. A vibrant 7-colored rainbow erupted, piercing the heavens and the earth. On that day, all soul beasts across the continent seemed to catch a fleeting glimpse of their long-lost ancestors. What could this mean? Zhou Ting felt a surge of joy. Enlisting Xiao Wu's help had undoubtedly proven to be the wisest choice. Otherwise, how could he have unearthed such invaluable secrets? Xiao Wu, unperturbed, promptly provided answers. The queen has the power to harness the strength of her bloodline descendants to unleash a devastating strike. Even the ancient forest overlord, the Titan giant ape, could not withstand such an onslaught, resulting in innumerable casualties. Zhou Ting's expression changed, and he anxiously inquired, "Are we capable of overcoming this?" "Fear not. With my sister Xiao by your side, this mere Yu Huangbi poses no threat," she reassured him with unwavering confidence. Her familiarity with the Yu Huangbi's weaknesses, combined with her prowess as a sensitive attack-type soul master, bolstered her certainty. She glanced at Zhou Ting and added, "However, if you seek to acquire this soul skill, it may prove impossible." Zhou Ting sensed a possibility lurking behind her words, but, upon catching the glimmer of anticipation in her eyes, he played along and asked, "Why is that?" Xiao Wu, with a satisfied smirk, retorted, "Hehe, why should there be a limit of 1,000 years?" Zhou Ting feigned realization. I see." A moment later, he queried, "Do we have a plan? Surely we cannot simply seize it by force." Xiao Wu leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially, "Of course not. First, we shall do this, then that, and finally, we will conclude with this." Zhou Ting nodded repeatedly, an impish smile creeping across his lips. This was certainly not his intention. He was merely led astray by the cunning little rabbit. Under the moonlight, a massive silver beast emerged from its lair, standing upright at a towering height of 20 to 30 meters. In an instant, it leaped down the hillside, sending tremors through the entire soul-hunting forest with a resounding thud. Gulp. Zhou Ting struggled to swallow, turning to the eager Xiao Wu beside him, hesitantly asking, "Are we really going through with this?" Xiao Wu, sensing his hesitation, retorted with dissatisfaction, "Of course. Do you intend to back down?" At that moment, Zhou Ting's silence was deafening. While the plan was brilliant, targeting such a colossal creature seemed excessive. Unfazed by Zhou Ting's reluctance, Xiao Wu reached into her small bag and retrieved a tiny pouch filled with fine needles, devoid of any holes. "Hiss. It's time to act." Zhou Ting quickly distanced himself from Xiao Wu and hid behind a large tree. "What a coward," she muttered, before vanishing in an instant. In the shadowy foliage, a pink figure flickered, accompanied by the faint rustling sound. Suddenly, the white giant beast leaped, clutching its lower body, collapsing to the ground in agony, howling in distress. Zhou Ting instinctively closed his legs, feeling a pang of sympathy. "Hiss. This little rabbit is truly ruthless, targeting the moonlight bear's vulnerable spots. From now on, I must tread carefully." Xiao Wu, having transformed from a 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit, was far from an innocent girl. Her close combat techniques were designed to exploit her enemies' weaknesses. Regardless of whether they were soul beasts or humans, their lower regions were universally the most vulnerable. Bang, bang, bang. The giant beast covered its lower body with one hand while pounding the ground with the other, trying to distract itself from the pain. Xiao Wu moved with incredible speed, completing her task in less than a minute before returning to Zhou Ting. She raised her head proudly and inquired, "How's my aim, Sister Xiao Wu?" Zhou Ting gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Excellent precision." Xiao Wu beamed, casting Zhou Ting a knowing glance. Suddenly, the unfortunate moonlight bear ceased its struggles, cautiously sitting down, its head lowered in despair. Hiss. This time, it was not Zhou Ting's doing. The white moonlight bear let out soft cries of pain, accompanied by the sound of needles clattering to the ground. In truth, these were not silver needles but the stingers of the Yu Huangbi. After half an hour of torment, the moonlight bear finally managed to dislodge over 70 stingers from its body. With a roar, it stood tall once more, its eyes ablaze with fury, as if capable of incinerating everything in sight. In the next moment, hiss, swollen, sore, painful, numb. The lingering venom was far from lethal, yet it was agonizingly uncomfortable. The moonlight bear swiftly tucked its hind legs together, cautiously lowering itself to the ground. After a brief respite, the moonlight bear suddenly turned its gaze eastward, toward the direction of the Yu Huangbi's hive. Though it had not encountered a Yu Huangbi at the scene of the attack, it recognized those stingers. Revenge. It must seek vengeance. The moonlight bear sprinted northward. "Isn't that the wrong direction?" Zhou Ting muttered, bewildered. Could it be? The plan has failed? Is the moonlight bear too afraid to retaliate? Xiao Wu, exuding confidence, remained unperturbed. "Do not worry. That foolish giant cannot resist such an affront. Right now, it is donning its armor." Although Xiao Wu referred to the moonlight bear as a foolish giant, it was not truly ignorant and would not engage in a bare-handed fight. After all, it had lived for thousands of years as a soul beast. As for why it did not realize the stingers were Xiao Wu's doing, it was simply because her aura emanated that of an ordinary low-level soft-bone rabbit, posing no threat. Moreover, her lack of connection to the Yu Huangbi allowed the Moonlight Bear to subconsciously overlook her. Thus, this plan, if executed by anyone else, would have surely failed. The Moonlight Bear's armor was composed of mud. Zhou Ting discovered this upon encountering the Moonlight Bear near the hive once more. It was a wise tactic to provide some measure of protection. However, the once silver fur of the bear was now caked with yellow mud, rendering it akin to a child frolicking in a muddy pit. It was truly a sight that elicited laughter. Near the hive, worker bees patrolled incessantly, ever vigilant against potential invaders. A creature as massive as the Moonlight Bear, even when cloaked in mud, could not escape the watchful eyes of the swarm. Buzzing. The alert worker bees suddenly began to flap their wings at an alarming rate, swiftly relaying the message of the invasion back to the hive and its queen. In the next moment, swarms of worker bees took to the air in an orderly fashion, emerging from the cliff in a steady stream. So many! Zhou Ting exclaimed. Just at that moment, Xiao Wu suddenly tapped Zhou Ting's shoulder with excitement, suppressing her exhilaration as she whispered, "Zhou Ting, you are truly fortunate." Chapter 16. Not even 200 years, what fortune is this? Xiao Wu exclaimed, pointing at a large, adult jade emperor bee emerging from the cliff's cave. Do you see that? That is a male bee, and most importantly, it has lived for over 100 years. I can assure you. The queen in the hive must be over a century old. Over 100 years. Zhou Ting's eyes sparkled with excitement, overwhelmed with joy. After all, who would choose a decade-old spirit ring over one that has existed for a century? Even with external aids, such a choice would be unthinkable. As the two reveled in their discovery, the Moonlight Bear, aware of its exposure, made a swift decision to abandon its stealthy approach and bolted forward. The hum of the bees surged as they sensed the threat. The Jade Emperor bees immediately took action to protect their home, their stingers glinting ominously in the air. A chill ran down one's spine, yet the Moonlight Bear had already shut its eyes, oblivious to the scene unfolding. In truth, even if it had seen, it would not have cared. As one of the dominators of this soul-hunting forest, it was not its first encounter with the Jade Emperor bees. The relentless assault of the bees could not hinder the Moonlight Bear's advance. It charged towards the cliff's edge without any sign of slowing down. The next moment, Zhou Ting's mouth fell slightly agape in silent astonishment. This is what it means to press against the mountains. The bear's broad shoulders collided forcefully with the cave's entrance. The bee's exit point. With a resounding crash, debris scattered as the opening expanded from a mere square meter to over 10. This was solid rock, immensely hard. Yet it crumbled like paper before the might of the Moonlight Bear. What terrifying strength! The Moonlight Bear took 2 steps back, indifferent to the bee's attacks, then crashed once more. The entrance widened again, now measuring 30 square meters. The bear's massive paw, larger than a grinding stone, reached into the cave and pulled out a clump of pure white substance. Without hesitation, it brought it to its mouth. Instantly, the air was filled with a rich, sweet aroma. Delicious. Zhou Ting swallowed hard, marveling. Indeed, Jade Emperor bee honey is as precious as jade. Xiao Wu wiped her mouth and remarked, "Not only does it taste delightful, but it also enhances cultivation. However, this 100-year-old honey is of lesser effect. Honey from 1,000 or 10,000 years is truly exceptional." At this point, Xiao Wu's expression dimmed with disappointment. After all, the honey from 10,000 years had become extinct. She had been fortunate enough to taste it once, a rare stroke of luck. Unfortunately, such a treasure was no longer attainable. Zhou Ting glanced at the black tower in his consciousness and silently mused. Not necessarily. Suddenly, Zhou Ting noticed 4 male bees, each the size of a fist, darting out of the hive, and in their midst was a volleyball-sized Jade Emperor bee. This must be the queen. Zhou Ting felt a jolt of urgency and pulled Xiao Wu. "Look, is that the queen? We must not let her escape." Xiao Wu snapped back to attention. Her gaze fixated on the largest bee, her eyes shimmering with uncertainty. "Yes, but what do you mean by but?" Zhou Ting, feeling anxious, inquired, "What is it?" Xiao Wu recalled the Jade Emperor bee breeding techniques, murmuring to herself, "This queen is clearly under 100 years old, likely only 50 at most. But, cough. My eyes cannot be mistaken." Suddenly, an epiphany struck her. This hive of Jade Emperor bees has split. This is a new queen. Albeit nurtured with 100-year royal jelly, she is still only 4 to 5 decades old. There must be another queen in the hive. And that one is certainly over 100 years old. During Xiao Wu's analysis, the Moonlight Bear had already extracted several pieces of honey, indulging in them with such fervor that it momentarily forgot the pain it bore. However, the moment the new queen emerged, the dynamics of the hive shifted dramatically. The moonlight bear immediately sensed the threat, abandoning its honey feast and finally opening its eyes, fixating intently on the 4 male bees and their guardian queen. A flicker of confusion crossed its gaze, yet before it could contemplate further, a resounding hum erupted. The bees' wing beats synchronized unexpectedly. The moonlight bear stumbled, crashing once again into the cliff face, this time with less force, merely producing a few scattered stones. Buzz! Another assault ensued, and the moonlight bear felt dizzy, shaking its head vigorously before unleashing a roar towards the sky. In the clash of celestial beings, it is the mortals who suffer. Zhou Ting was that mortal, the only one present. Xiao Wu remained unscathed, appearing calm and composed. Covering his ears, Zhou Ting felt some relief, steadying himself to observe the clash at the cliff. The moonlight bear's roar had a remarkable effect, violently dispelling the bee's sonic attack. Instantly, the swarm fell into disarray. Some flew chaotically, others lost their wings, and some even burst apart. In this exchange, the Jade Emperor bees had suffered a loss. Zhou Ting whispered in awe, "So, the bee's natural enemy is the bear?" Xiao Wu, her eyes fixed on the hive, casually replied, "Not entirely. It's spiders, rats, birds. While bears may enjoy honey, they rarely threaten a bee colony, let alone eradicate it. In fact, if a bear neglects the hive, it poses no threat to the bees at all. The knowledge of the forest is indeed best understood by its inhabitants. Moreover, the one before them was a rabbit that had lived for 100,000 years." Zhou Ting appeared enlightened, which greatly satisfied Xiao Wu's vanity. In truth, aside from her romantic inclinations, Xiao Wu was quite astute, resolute, and brave. In summary, she was a commendable young woman, yet regrettably, she had crossed paths with Tang San. Zhou Ting silently lamented, though he harbored no further thoughts. "I see it now. It truly is as I suspected," Xiao Wu exclaimed with excitement. Just as the moonlight bear was being harried by the new queen, a Jade Emperor bee, even larger than the new queen, stealthily emerged from the hive. What a cunning creature. However, this queen is less than 200 years old. "Have you made your decision?" Zhou Ting asked without hesitation, his tone resolute. "I have decided. It shall be her." Xiao Wu inhaled deeply and declared, "Very well. Return to the campsite and await my return." Zhou Ting gazed at Xiao Wu with concern, earnestly advising her, "Be careful." Zhou Ting remained unconvinced and reiterated, "If you cannot capture her, then let it go." He said this because Xiao Wu was no longer the formidable 10,000-year soul beast. She was merely a level 15 soul master now. Xiao Wu noticed Zhou Ting's care and felt pleased, yet she glared at him, demanding fiercely, "Do you question Sister Xiao Wu's strength?" "Not at all." Zhou Ting fled in haste. Chapter 17. The century-old soul ring. The campsite that Xiao Wu spoke of was a tree hollow, modest in size but ample enough to accommodate 2 6-year-old children. Moreover, the hollow was in close proximity to the cliff where the queen bee's nest was situated, a discovery made inadvertently by the two during the evening. Thus, this tree hollow became their resting place. Perched atop the tree crown, Zhou Ting fidgeted anxiously, scanning the surroundings. He was torn between concern for Xiao Wu's safety and an ardent hope that she would return with the queen. The more he learned about the Yuhuang bee, the more fortunate he felt. The teachers at the Junior Soul Master Academy were of limited strength, only marginally superior to a certain 29th level master. Given their humble origins, even if they managed to cultivate to levels in the 40s or 50s, their soul ring configurations were far inferior to those of noble families. Individuals like them would likely falter in the face of even moderately formidable century-old soul beasts, let alone the terrifying swarm they now faced. No teacher would risk such peril for Zhou Ting. Fortunately, he had devised a plan and enlisted Xiao Wu's assistance. However, this favor was a debt incurred. Boom. A tremendous noise erupted. Zhou Ting immediately tiptoed, straining to glimpse the cliff. What could be happening at the nest? Unfortunately, the moonlight was insufficient, and he could see nothing. What else could it be? A fight had broken out. Suddenly, a voice behind him startled Zhou Ting. Yet, he quickly recognized it as Xiao Wu's. Turning around, he found her standing gracefully on a nearby branch, her hair not even slightly disheveled. What captivated Zhou Ting's gaze was the queen bee she held in her hands. The soul beast he had longed for was finally before him. His excitement rendered him somewhat incoherent. This is the century-old queen? Xiao Wu understood Zhou Ting's emotions, as anyone would feel exhilarated upon encountering their first soul ring. Even she, when she condensed her first soul ring, experienced a rush of excitement. Despite knowing it would be the most suitable soul ring and soul skill for her, there was also a tinge of anxiety. Zhou Ting's feelings were undoubtedly amplified. With her small hand gripping the queen's neck, she flipped it over to reveal its smooth abdomen, exclaiming, "It's 100 years old. Look at its wings." Zhou Ting was speechless. Why flip it over to show the wings? Unbeknownst to Xiao Wu, Zhou Ting's inner thoughts were quite different. She continued her explanation. See the base of its wings? There's a small piece of white jade-like armor. One piece signifies 100 years. This one has not completely formed its second piece yet. It's nearly 200 years old. What a pity. If only we could wait a bit longer. Wait longer? Zhou Ting had already waited half a year and could no longer afford to wait. He curiously examined the unconscious queen, but was suddenly startled by the rumbling sounds of battle behind him. Remembering his plan, he snapped back to reality and said urgently, "I'm going to start." A complex expression flickered in Xiao Wu's eyes, but ultimately, she handed over the queen. "All right, as you requested, I only knocked it out." Though the Yuhuangbi was a soul beast, it was still the enemy. Xiao Wu suppressed her sympathy for the creature. Her curiosity piqued. Although she did not need to hunt soul beasts for her soul rings, her 100,000-year existence had witnessed too many human soul masters' brutal slayings of soul beasts. Zhou Ting's request to capture one alive was a first for her. This was not for someone else. Zhou Ting caught the queen and glanced at Xiao Wu, who showed no intention of leaving. He chose not to dismiss her. After all, he could no longer conceal his secret, and it would eventually be revealed. It was better to display it openly to Xiao Wu. Returning to the tree hollow, Zhou Ting placed the queen before him. With a thought, a pitch-black 9-layered tower materialized. Xiao Wu observed Zhou Ting's martial soul with keen interest. It was indeed unadorned. This was her first time witnessing Zhou Ting's martial soul firsthand. She had heard Tang Xin describe it as a dark tower resembling coal. Seeing it in person confirmed its starkness. "Indeed, it is very dark," Zhou Ting replied, somewhat exasperated. Not wishing to engage further, he focused on infusing his soul power into the martial soul. Xiao Wu immediately noticed a change, her face lit with surprise. "Hey, your martial soul has grown larger. What is he planning?" As the black tower expanded, the door on the first layer swung open. An unending stream of soul power poured forth, creating a powerful suction that effortlessly drew the unconscious queen inside. It went in. This is a living soul beast. How can a martial soul absorb living creatures? What on earth is Zhou Ting's black tower? Xiao Wu gaped, her eyes wide like a startled rabbit. Meanwhile, Zhou Ting was neither willing nor able to address her questions. His entire soul power and mental focus were concentrated on the first layer of the black tower. Fixated on the queen, piercing through the haze, Zhou Ting sensed a vague consciousness. Yet, recalling its previous actions, he found it somewhat cunning. "Submit to me. Buzz." "Submit." Buzz. The communication between Zhou Ting and the bee was akin to a chicken conversing with a duck, utterly incomprehensible. Nevertheless, Zhou Ting vaguely grasped the queen's sentiment. Reluctance. Thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhou Ting spoke again. "If you submit to me, you shall reside within my martial soul. Safe from the moonlight bears harm." Buzz. Hesitation, perhaps? Zhou Ting frowned, suddenly struck by an idea. "Since you refuse, I shall have to release you, allowing the girl who captured you to deal with you." Buzz. Agreed. What had Xiao Wu done? Did she truly only knock it out? Before Zhou Ting could ponder further, his soul power and mental energy encountered no resistance, instantly establishing a connection with the queen's consciousness and merging. In summary, after a series of intricate processes, the interior of the first layer of the black tower underwent dramatic changes, and an amber-yellow soul ring appeared externally. This century-old soul ring, where is the body? What is happening? Xiao Wu began to doubt her understanding of reality. 100,000 years. She had lived for a full 100,000 years. Although she had little interaction with humans, she was aware of the soul master's cultivation process. Yet, she had never heard of anyone employing their martial soul to collect a living soul beast, transforming it directly into a soul ring. After much contemplation, she could only conclude, extraordinary individuals perform extraordinary feats. Looking at Zhou Ting with a hint of frustration, Xiao Wu muttered to herself, "The academy claims that I, alongside Tang San, am an anomaly, obtaining my first soul ring in the first year, and it being over 400 years old. Unaware that Zhou Ting is the true oddity, a rare and unprecedented one." Before she could continue her lamentations, Zhou Ting opened his eyes, gazing at the black tower adorned with the soul ring in his palm, grinning foolishly. "Haha, at last. I have finally passed this trial." Zhou Ting's exhilaration was palpable, and Xiao Wu understood it well. However, her heart was filled with far too many questions that demanded answers. Just moments ago, One could not disturb Zhou Ting, but now the situation has changed dramatically. She fixed her gaze upon Zhou Ting and called out with a serious expression, "Zhou Ting." Zhou Ting stiffened, finally realizing that someone was beside her, and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Clearing her throat, she replied, "Thank you." Xiao Wu waved her hand dismissively and said, "No need for thanks. It was something I had already agreed to. However, shouldn't you clarify a few things?" "Clarify what?" Chapter 18. Relocation. What does Chapter 18 signify? Zhou Ting was not pretending to be foolish. Rather, she was blissfully lost in her happiness, her mind less sharp than usual. Observing this, Xiao Wu felt compelled to inquire further. "What is the nature of your martial soul? Since the soul ring has been absorbed, what about the corpse of the queen bee? Your martial soul isn't intending to absorb the corpse, is it?" This conjecture startled even Xiao Wu herself. Her expression filled with dread as she looked at Zhou Ting. Zhou Ting, realizing the misunderstanding, found herself both amused and exasperated. "Well, this is not something I can explain in just a few words." Xiao Wu, feeling a twinge of annoyance, retorted with a huff. "I have all the time in the world." Still enveloped in her joy, Zhou Ting remained oblivious to Xiao Wu's displeasure and continued, "Perhaps I should simply show you." With that, Zhou Ting opened the grand door of the first level of the Black Tower and said, "Take a look for yourself." Xiao Wu, though perplexed, complied. Leaning closer to the tower's entrance, and gasped, "Ah, what is this?" After scanning the interior, she turned to Zhou Ting, uncertainty etched on her face. "Is this a beehive?" Zhou Ting nodded, smiling. "Indeed." Xiao Wu's gaze shifted to the center of the beehive, and she couldn't resist reaching out to poke the queen bee's plump form. The queen, intimidated by Xiao Wu's presence, merely shrank back, offering no resistance. The warm, familiar sensation left Xiao Wu in awe. The queen is alive. As she gaped in astonishment, Zhou Ting marveled at the sight, exclaiming, "Truly, one cannot underestimate a rabbit." However, feeling it was impolite to harbor such thoughts after receiving assistance, Zhou Ting quickly shook her head, inadvertently leading to Xiao Wu's confusion. "Is it not alive?" Snapping back to reality, Zhou Ting promptly clarified, "No, it is indeed alive. My martial soul, the Black Tower, is rather unique. It can absorb living soul beasts' soul rings. How marvelous! If every martial soul could do so, how splendid it would be." Xiao Wu exclaimed, her admiration evident. "Indeed. Yet, such exceptional martial souls are not uncommon in this world. For instance, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower gains fixed skills regardless of the soul rings it absorbs. And the 9 Hearts Begonia possesses only one healing soul skill, regardless of the number of soul rings it has." Xiao Wu raised an eyebrow, interrupting, "Wait. How do you know all this?" A competitive spirit ignited within her. Zhou Ting, unaware of her own motivation, felt compelled to showcase her knowledge. Yet this piqued Xiao Wu's suspicion. Swiftly, Zhou Ting concocted an almost flawless explanation. "I read it in the academy library." Xiao Wu nodded, her expression revealing no certainty regarding her belief. Zhou Ting hastily shifted the topic. "Actually, my martial soul, the Black Tower, is similar to the 9 Hearts Begonia." "Oh." Xiao Wu's interest piqued instantly, urging her, "Do you possess only one soul skill?" "Yes." "Allow me to demonstrate." Zhou Ting grinned, channeling her soul power into the soul ring. Her heart whispering, "First soul skill, summon." Buzz. The century-old yellow soul ring shimmered, and a 6-winged imperial bee, larger than a volleyball, floated in midair. Its expression blank as it surveyed its surroundings, seemingly questioning, "Where am I? How did I get here?" Xiao Wu gazed in wonder at the ethereal queen bee, reaching out to poke it. This is not a solid form. Zhou Ting, momentarily dazed since summoning the queen, was jolted back to reality by Xiao Wu's voice. His expression returned to normal as he remarked, "Yes, if it were the physical body, should the queen perish, my soul ring would cease to exist." "That makes sense." Xiao Wu agreed, then recalled Zhou Ting's earlier words. "So, your soul rings are obtained in this manner, and your soul skills are all summons?" "Indeed." Zhou Ting nodded, refraining from elaborating further. In truth, his summoning skill was far from simplistic. The day's revelations had already been substantial, and Xiao Wu, having glanced at the darkening sky, declared, "The battle has concluded, let us rest. We shall return at dawn." "Very well." Zhou Ting nodded earnestly, then awkwardly added, "Ahem. I need to take care of something." "Go ahead." Xiao Wu settled back into the tree hollow, commencing her daily tasks. Zhou Ting swiftly descended the tree, running several dozen meters away. Xiao Wu opened her eyes, skepticism clouding her gaze. Does he need to run such a distance for that? Moreover, He seems to know an alarming amount, not at all like an ordinary village lad. The library, you say? Should I investigate? Yet, the thought of the overwhelming number of books sent a shiver down her spine. Perhaps not. If I sleep too much, I won't be able to rest tonight. Meanwhile, Zhou Ting had covered a distance of 50 meters. At this range, they should be able to hear me. He summoned the queen bee once more. His gaze fixed intently on the black tower, yet he noticed nothing amiss. What is happening? Why is it unresponsive this time? Never mind. I shall examine it upon our return. Now, I must focus on the task at hand. Since we have a beehive, we must not neglect the swarm. Queen, let us return home. Buzz. The queen bee, exhilarated, flapped her wings joyfully, with swift momentum and a short distance to the cliff. It took less than 10 minutes for the duo to arrive at their destination, due to the fierce battle between the swarm and the moonlight bear. The nearby soul beasts had wisely steered clear of the area. As a result, Zhou Ting and the queen faced no obstacles along their journey. Buzzing. Near the cliff, the swarm was no longer as composed as before. Their formation was disarrayed and chaotic. Zhou Ting waved his hand, dispersing the summoned queen bee's doppelganger, and then released the true queen. The century-old yellow soul ring remained steadfast. Buzz. Upon witnessing her familiar homeland, the queen bee beat her wings, and the world seemed to hush. Then, in the next moment, buzz. Buzzing. Countless imperial bees emerged from the underbrush, from behind trees, from the cliff face, and from the beehive. The call of blood was profoundly comforting. With a command issued, the swarm, dark as night, promptly arranged themselves before the queen, as if awaiting their sovereign's decree, orderly and disciplined. The queen bee suddenly turned her gaze upon Zhou Ting, her eyes filled with inquisitiveness. Zhou Ting smiled, enlarging the black tower to the height of a person, the first level's grand doors swinging wide open. We are relocating. Excitement flickered in the queen's eyes as she flapped her wings in exultation. Buzz. Instantly, the swarm began to mobilize, with the less injured worker bees carrying their incapacitated companions into the new beehive. Unscathed, they promptly returned to the shattered hive, transporting honey and pupae. With a newfound sense of purpose, these remnants of a once formidable force displayed an unparalleled efficiency, relocating all valuable resources within the hive in less than half an hour. Naturally, in such a laborious endeavor, Zhou Ting actively participated in the task, for without her involvement, the pace would not have been so swift. Observing the fragmented yet immaculate hive, Zhou Ting finally clapped her hands in satisfaction and declared, "Let us depart." The cliffside immediately fell into silence. Moments later, a buzzing sound resonated as two volleyball-sized golden bees appeared before the hive. Had Zhou Ting been present, she would have instantly recognized them as the new queen bee and a drone. Remarkably, they had survived, despite being used as bait by the old queen. However, both golden bees were now utterly perplexed. Where had their home gone? With such a vast expanse and abundant resources, where could their dwelling possibly be? They circled the hive in bewilderment, only to depart in resignation, the buzzing echoing loudly as if to greet some ancient, unyielding being. Chapter 19. Confidentiality. After completing her tasks for the day, Xiao Wu gazed towards the direction where Zhou Ting had departed, her brow furrowed in concern. Why hadn't he returned yet? Could it be constipation? Surely, it couldn't be that he encountered danger? Unable to remain seated, Xiao Wu stood up, ready to venture out in search of him. Just then, she heard the familiar buzzing sound, accompanied by the gradually distinct sound of footsteps. He was back. Xiao Wu's expression relaxed, and she resumed her seat, adopting a composed demeanor. What mischief had he been up to, yet still returned? Her thoughts bore a hint of resentment. A strange notion flickered through Zhou Ting's mind, but he quickly smiled and replied, "How could that be? I merely went out to find some delicacies for our esteemed Xiao Wu." Upon hearing the mention of food, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The journey to the soul-hunting forest had its perks, where one could procure any delicacy. However, once they entered the forest, everything changed. For 2 whole days, she hadn't tasted a morsel of delicious food, let alone a warm meal. All they had were cold rations thrice a day. In the soul-hunting forest, cooking was out of the question. The aroma of food would attract more than just humans. With a flick of his wrist, Zhou Ting conjured a small, pristine rice ball, suspended in a swirl of soul energy. A sweet and rich fragrance instantly filled the air, a familiar scent that made Xiao Wu exclaim in delight, "Royal jelly." Zhou Ting smiled silently as he extended the white jade rice ball towards her. Xiao Wu eagerly took it into her mouth. savoring the sweet taste that brought back fond memories. Her eyes involuntarily squinted in bliss as she mused, "It has been ages since I last tasted this. The last time must have been a century ago." After offering her a piece, Zhou Ting indulged in one himself. Having tasted countless varieties of honey in his past life, he wasn't particularly fond of sweet things. Yet, the royal jelly from the Jade Emperor changed his perspective. It possessed a unique fragrance that was refreshing and invigorating, with a subtle sweetness that was far from cloying. He resolved to indulge in it more often. After consuming the rice ball-sized royal jelly, Zhou Ting immediately felt its invigorating effects. Not only did he feel more energized, but he also closed his eyes and commenced his training. Xiao Wu mirrored his actions. The royal jelly from the century-old Jade Emperor Bee was far more than just a delicious treat. It nourished the spirit and contained a considerable amount of easily absorbable soul power, which greatly facilitated the training of soul masters. Furthermore, legends suggested that frequent consumption of the royal jelly could extend one's lifespan. Of course, that was merely folklore. In any case, the royal jelly was a coveted treasure in human society, pursued by countless individuals. Even the less potent ordinary honey was a rare tonic. Zhou Ting leveled up to the 14th rank. He was just one level away from two formidable opponents. Emerging from his training, Zhou Ting radiated an air of newfound confidence. After enduring months of frustration, he could finally exhale freely. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, who had concluded her training early, chastised Zhou Ting. "You went out to play without me." If Tang San had heard this, he would have surely been furious. Zhou Ting quickly denied the accusation. "Ahem, I merely acted on a whim. Since I have the queen bee, the swarm wouldn't attack me." "That's true," Xiao Wu nodded, recalling the moment Zhou Ting had summoned the royal jelly. "Where did you keep your honey?" Zhou Ting, knowing that the astute Xiao Wu had already deduced the answer, candidly replied, "Did you forget? The Black Tower contains a beehive." Xiao Wu recalled her earlier encounter with the queen bee and realized that the beehive was quite substantial, easily capable of holding royal jelly. It wouldn't be difficult to accommodate thousands of Jade Emperor bees. Wait, Xiao Wu, not one to be easily fooled, immediately connected the dots. She even surmised why Zhou Ting had chosen the queen bee for his soul ring. She couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder you chose the Jade Emperor bee. You're quite the strategist." What kind of absurd evaluation was that? Before Zhou Ting could defend himself, he noticed a change in Xiao Wu's expression. She gazed at him with a mischievous smile, causing an unsettling feeling to creep into his heart. She simply looked at him with a playful demeanor, saying nothing. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Zhou Ting quickly pleaded, "Just say what you want. This is rather unnerving." Xiao Wu returned to her usual self, suggesting, "Let a few worker bees guard the night." This was a trivial task for Zhou Ting, who promptly communicated with the queen bee. In an instant, 100 intact worker bees flew out to establish a perimeter. With soul beasts on watch, the two could finally enjoy a restful night's sleep. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu remarked with a smile, "As expected." Hearing those words, Zhou Ting immediately realized he had fallen into a trap. At that moment, Xiao Wu had transformed into a cunning little fox, grinning slyly. She raised a finger and declared, "This chapter isn't finished yet. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the exciting content." One portion of royal jelly per month. Gasp. This was extortion, pure and simple. Such a demand was too harsh. Zhou Ting resolutely shook his head. "No way. The bee colony has suffered significant losses. We need to reserve the royal jelly for their recovery." Xiao Wu puffed her cheeks, her demeanor shifting dramatically. Sensing her frustration, Zhou Ting quickly changed his stance, however. "If you agree to one condition, I will provide you with a portion of honey each month and a portion of royal jelly each quarter." That was an appealing offer, especially since it required no effort on Xiao Wu's part. She felt quite satisfied. "What condition?" Zhou Ting, with an earnest expression, revealed. "You must never disclose the secret of the Black Tower martial soul to anyone." Xiao Wu's big eyes darted around as she reluctantly inquired, "Not even to Xiao San?" Zhou Ting's gaze was serious and resolute as he reiterated, "No, absolutely not. Not a soul can know." Disappointed, Xiao Wu lowered her gaze and weakly agreed, "All right, I'll comply." Zhou Ting, however, failed to notice the glint of cunning in her eyes. Even if he did, it wouldn't matter. The secret of the Black Tower martial soul would not remain hidden for long. Zhou Ting's request for Xiao Wu to keep it confidential was merely to delay its revelation. A few years' reprieve would suffice. As for providing the little rabbit with free honey, though it pained him somewhat, the trade-off for her secrecy was worth it. Moreover, without the assistance of Xiao Wu, it would be nearly impossible for Zhou Ting to capture a living centennial Jade Emperor Bee Queen. This favor must be repaid. Chapter 20. Titled Douluo in the hollow of a tree, Zhou Ting glanced at the girl sleeping against the bark and then closed his eyes as well. It must be said that abducting someone else's wife for a journey is indeed a thrilling endeavor. Zhou Ting's consciousness entered the first layer of the Black Tower. Above him was a pitch-black night sky, sprinkled with the hazy light of stars and the moon, while beneath his feet lay fertile black soil. In the center of this space stood a stone wall, beneath which lay a bottomless spring. Zhou Ting measured the area, discovering it to be as expansive as 10 acres. This space had naturally evolved after he obtained his soul ring on the first layer, forming an environment suitable for the survival of the Jade Emperor Bee. It resembled the 7th layer, which was essentially the study of the old man Anthony. In truth, calling it a study would be an understatement. It was more akin to a castle or a manor. However, Zhou Ting's current cultivation was insufficient to fully manifest it. He couldn't even summon the old man out. Nevertheless, with a mere thought, Zhou Ting's consciousness swiftly shifted to the 7th layer. Previously, upon his first use of the first soul skill, he had noticed a flicker from the 7th layer. However, at that time, Xiao Wu was by his side, making exploration inconvenient. Later, when he used the soul skill again, that flicker did not reappear. He had been preoccupied with assisting the Jade Emperor Bee in moving, leaving no time for investigation. Standing in the center of the study, he surveyed his surroundings. Rows of shelves were filled to the brim with books, yet not a single word was inscribed anywhere. The furnishings in the study remained unchanged, and the old man retained his original posture, still in slumber. However, on the desk before the old man, in addition to the original meditation technique, there lay an extra card depicting a fireball, or rather, a fire pillar striking a person with outstretched arms, turning them into vapor. Spell, Fireball Technique Effect, inflicts 6 points of damage. Upon picking up the card, a wealth of detailed information flooded into his mind. The fireball technique could unleash varying power depending on the amount of soul power invested, with a maximum limit equivalent to a full force strike from a 61st level soul emperor, requiring the total soul power of a standard 41st level soul master. The card's soul power could be stored. Receiving this information, Zhou Ting was elated. This was fantastic. He finally possessed a trump card for survival and a chance to turn the tide. Without the ability to store soul power, the card would merely grant him an additional attack of a fireball technique at the Great Soul Master level. However, with this new feature, everything changed. Zhou Ting could store soul power in the fireball technique card during his daily training, eventually accumulating enough to reach the Soul Master level. At that point, he would be able to unleash the full power of a Soul Emperor. In the early stages, this was undoubtedly a formidable weapon. But why was there only one such card? Holding the card, Zhou Ting felt a mix of joy and concern. The accompanying card of the great mage Anthony had the effect of granting the summoner an additional fireball technique each time a spell was cast. Yet, when Zhou Ting used the summoning skill for the second time today, this effect did not trigger. Rubbing his chin, Zhou Ting pondered. Was it because the accompanying card was not in play? However, if that were the case, the effect would not trigger at all. Thus, there was only one possibility: I am too weak. Arriving at this conclusion, Zhou Ting couldn't help but smile wryly. Not wishing to dwell on this issue any longer, he held the card and pooled half of his soul power from his sea of consciousness into the card. Energy, 1 damage. 2. Seeing the data displayed on the back of the card, Zhou Ting frowned. The decimal points do not display? Forget it, it's time for sleep. Tomorrow, I must rise early to continue my journey. In the morning, as the sun rose in the east, a handsome young man of 17 or 18 stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing the sunrise. His eyes shone with a golden holy light, and he emanated an aura of purity. Behind him stood a slender middle-aged man, of ordinary appearance, yet with a kind gaze. The young man suddenly turned, stepped on the edge of the cliff, and inquired, "Uncle Shi, is this the Jade Emperor Beehive mentioned in the intelligence report?" The middle-aged man leaned forward to examine the battlefield below and the dilapidated hive, offering a bitter smile. "Your Highness, indeed it is." Observing the remnants on the ground, he continued his analysis. From the traces here, it is evident that a soul beast of immense strength attacked the hive, engaging in battle with the swarm. Although the swarm managed to drive the assailant away, they suffered heavy casualties and ultimately had to relocate. The young man turned his back to him once more, gazing into the distance with a calm expression, and asked, "Oh, how can you tell?" The middle-aged man's lips twitched as he looked at the empty hive. Inwardly cursing, the detestable queen bee left nothing behind. Not a single drop of honey remained in the hive. If it had been an attacker, the hive would not have been so thoroughly cleaned. Indeed, the young man sighed at this. I initially hoped to find royal jelly to celebrate my father's birthday, but now. The middle-aged man immediately proposed a remedy. Your Highness, this battle occurred not long ago. The queen bee should not have fled far. Perhaps. The young man shook his head and replied, Uncle Shi, there is no need to waste your efforts. I understand the habits of the jade emperor bees. They are quite timid. Once their hive is damaged, they will flee immediately and will not rebuild nearby. Several hours have passed since the battle. They have long since flown far away. Your Highness, there are still more chapters to this story. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The middle-aged man scratched his head awkwardly, genuinely unaware of the habits of the jade emperor bees. Your Highness, what should we do next? We shall proceed with the original gift. At the entrance of the tree hollow, Zhou Ting faced the sun, stretching comfortably. He turned back to see someone else's wife curled up, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Her sleeping position was truly indescribable. Last night, she had occupied most of the hollow space by the time midnight struck, leaving Zhou Ting no choice but to sleep at the entrance. Just as he was about to wake her, boom, a tremendous impact resonated, followed by an unparalleled pressure. Zhou Ting looked towards the center of the forest, his heart filled with trepidation. How powerful? Who could it be? Xiaowu was instantly jolted awake, springing up and gripping Zhou Ting's shoulder, her eyes wide with fear. Her face pale as she murmured, It's a tidal Douluo. How could this be? This is merely a novice hunting forest. What could a tidal Douluo be doing here? Xiaowu's grip tightened unconsciously, her complexion devoid of color. Zhou Ting winced, and Xiaowu immediately realized, releasing her hold and instinctively retreating into the tree hollow. The sounds of battle quickly ceased, yet the terrifying pressure lingered, though it had diminished considerably. Xiaowu's heart raced, her face pale. This is bad, it's getting closer. Gazing at the faint silhouette at the tree hollow's entrance, her heart felt bitterly resigned. This time, you have truly led me to my doom. Chapter 21. The generous second prince once a soul beast reaches the remarkable age of 100,000 years. It faces two divergent paths of cultivation. The first path entails continuing to cultivate in its soul beast form, where advancement relies solely on surviving the tribulations of heaven. However, these tribulations grow increasingly formidable, pushing one to the precipice of life and death, leaving the beast in constant peril of being obliterated. Thus, this is an exceedingly treacherous road, with very few able to endure until they reach the million-year mark. Moreover, there exists a crucial law: soul beasts cannot ascend to godhood. The second path, akin to that of Xiaowu, involves transforming into a human, allowing for a gradual evolution into a true human being. Ultimately, this path permits individuals to cultivate to the rank of tidal Douluo, or even achieve divinity. However, this transformation necessitates integration into human society, and the fragility of 100,000-year cultivation can render one nearly defenseless. Additionally, it is imperative to note that until reaching the 60th rank, one is vulnerable to being recognized by formidable soul Douluos and even ordinary tidal Douluos. In summary, the dangers of this path should not be underestimated. Xiaowu has yet to reach the 60th rank. If spotted by a tidal Douluo, her identity would undoubtedly be exposed. Once her identity is revealed, who could resist the allure of 100,000-year soul ring presented before them, particularly for someone as defenseless as Xiaowu? The fate of being hunted for the soul ring is inevitable. Oh no, it's drawing near. Zhou Ting heard a gasp behind him and sensed Xiaowu's agitation, prompting him to reassure her. Stay calm. If you go out now, you will undoubtedly be seen. Xiaowu composed herself, realizing that venturing out would indeed be perilous. She nestled deeper, paralyzed by fear. Who would have thought that the fearless Xiaowu could find herself in such a predicament? Zhou Ting sighed inwardly but refrained from voicing his thoughts. He did not turn around, fixating instead on the center of the forest, mentally preparing for the worst. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ting whispered, Do you trust me? Just wait, if something happens, don't resist. His murmured words trailed off abruptly. Suddenly, the oppressive aura dissipated completely, and Zhou Ting felt Xiaowu inscribe two characters upon his back. They've arrived. A handsome young man, adorned with swan-like wings, descended gracefully before Zhou Ting, surveying him with keen interest. Zhou Ting took a cautious step back, a fine sheen of cold sweat forming on his brow, his eyes betraying a sense of wariness as he regarded the stranger. He swallowed hard, his voice quivering as he inquired, Sir, what brings you here? The young man furrowed his brow, his suspicion piqued. Is he truly just an ordinary child? Where are your elders? Zhou Ting's heart raced, and he took another small step back. My uncle has gone out. He instructed me to wait here. The young man nodded slightly, finding the explanation plausible, as it was common for elders to test their juniors' abilities. Yet, this young boy, no older than 6 or 7, had evidently broken through as a soul master and acquired his first soul ring, indicating considerable talent. A sense of admiration blossomed within him. Suddenly, a slender middle-aged man emerged, casting a dubious glance at Zhou Ting and the hollow behind him. The interruption irked the young man, but his tone remained gentle. "Uncle Shi, what is it?" The middle-aged man leaned in closer to the young man, whispering, "Your Highness, there is a peculiar aura emanating from the hollow, seemingly potent yet in any case. It feels abnormal." The young man's brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing, turning to Zhou Ting with a request. "Little brother, I'm weary and would like to rest in the hollow for a while. Would that be all right?" Zhou Ting's expression tightened, promptly rejecting the request. That is not, however. His refusal was cut short as the middle-aged man's expression soured, threateningly stating, "Little one, this hollow does not belong to you." Accompanying his words was an overwhelming presence. Though it did not exert any tangible pressure, it still left Zhou Ting gasping for breath. So this is the might of a titled Douluo. Zhou Ting's face paled, feeling utterly helpless, and he reluctantly stepped aside with a look of defeat. "I apologize, little brother. My uncle is simply concerned for me." "I meant no disrespect." The young man offered an apology, yet his gaze followed the middle-aged man as they advanced towards the hollow. With each step they took, Zhou Ting's anxiety escalated. Could there truly be something amiss within? Both uncle and nephew shared the same fleeting thought. At last, the middle-aged man stepped into the hollow. Glancing to the side in that instant, the atmosphere became utterly tense. Zhou Ting's face turned ashen, his limbs stiffening, while the young man scrutinized him with vigilant eyes. In the next moment, the middle-aged man stepped back with an unusual expression, awkwardly shaking his head. The young man immediately sensed that there was something within the hollow. Though it was not of significant concern, a sigh of resignation escaped him. Had he still had the opportunity to befriend this talented boy? That chance had now evaporated following this encounter. "Your Highness, there are some corpses of the Jade Emperor bees in the hollow." The voice in his ear sounded particularly irksome. Zhou Ting, feeling aggrieved, pouted and explained, "Last night, I witnessed a large bear assaulting the hive. I didn't dare to intervene and waited until the battle ended before collecting some bee carcasses. If you wish to take them, feel free." The young man, observing the near-tears boy before him, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He shot a helpless glare at his uncle before attempting to console Zhou Ting. "Little brother, you've misunderstood. I have no desire for your belongings." Zhou Ting, seemingly unconvinced, turned to the middle-aged man for confirmation. "Really?" The middle-aged man, agitated, retorted. "Do you think that I, a titled Douluo, would covet such lowly soul beast remains?" This was the first time he had been questioned by a child about such trivial matters. Grinding his teeth, he replied in a low voice, "Really?" He took 2 steps back, wishing to end the conversation. "Little brother, this is a token of apology from your elder brother. In the future, you may seek me out at the Tiando Royal Academy." Zhou Ting, bewildered, accepted the cloth bag, resembling an innocent child. "Okay, little brother. We are leaving now." As he watched the two depart, Zhou Ting immediately dove back into the hollow, concealing his face in the darkness. While his heart roiled with tumultuous waves, the Tiando Royal Academy, the Swan Martial Spirit, a titled Douluo escort. So it was her. No wonder. Reflecting on the recent events, Zhou Ting felt a surge of fear. Had he mismanaged the situation, the outcome could have been dire. Tossing the cloth bag in his hand, he noted its simple, unadorned appearance, and he was unable to discern what lay inside. Pulling at the bag's opening yielded no results. A ludicrous thought flashed through Zhou Ting's mind. Incredulity etched on his face. Could it be that the spirit hall is so generous, bestowing gifts that are storage soul guide devices? Immediately channeling his soul power, the bag opened, revealing a spatial expanse within. It truly was, in a cubic meter of space. The master gifted Tang sent a 24th of the night of the bright moon over 24 bridges, which, though merely a fraction, was still quite substantial. This alone commanded a price exceeding 100 gold soul coins, yet it was scarce and difficult to procure. Zhou Ting couldn't help but marvel once more at the wealth and generosity of the spirit hall. Then, her gaze shifted to the pile of Jade Emperor beast corpses, and she mused quietly to herself. Such meticulous thoughtfulness, knowing my need for a storage soul guide. The bag felt quite spacious, containing only a single item, a token. The imperial decree of the second prince of the Tiando Empire. Indeed, it is she. Chapter 22. Departure. In this chapter, Zhou Ting activated the newly acquired storage soul guide and collected all the bodies of the Jade Emperor bees from the tree hollow. Instantly, The tree hollow returned to its original appearance, devoid of any traces left by humans. Zhou Ting's face radiated with delight as she cherished this soul guide, worth a fortune. Much like a child who had just received a beloved toy. With it, everything became so convenient. That kind-hearted elder truly was a good person. After a brief moment, Zhou Ting swiftly descended the tree, briefly orienting herself before heading towards the exit of the soul-hunting forest. Just as her figure vanished, another silhouette darted into the tree hollow. Due to the valuable materials found on soul beasts, a small town had emerged just outside the entrance of the soul-hunting forest. This town had evolved into a bustling trading market over the decades. The Yuchuan Hotel stood as the largest and finest establishment at the entrance of the forest. Though Zhou Ting could not afford to stay there, the hotel boasted 3 stories, and for the past 2 days, the entire 3rd floor, the best one, had been booked by a group of individuals. Ordinary guests were forbidden to enter, with even the hotel staff restricted to the stairway. Currently, the young man Zhou Ting had encountered earlier sat by the window, gazing down at the soul-hunting forest. On the surface, he was known as the second prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Hehe. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the sound of knocking, Hehe did not turn but simply called out, "Come in." A lean middle-aged man, who had been following him, entered and bowed respectfully. "Your Highness." Hehe continued to gaze in the direction of the forest and inquired, "Uncle Shi, have you discovered anything unusual?" Shi Long, his bodyguard with the strength of a titled Douluo, stood awkwardly as he reported in a gentle tone. "Your Highness, there is indeed no issue with the tree hollow. I sensed it carefully, and the child possesses no other soul guides. It seems the residual aura from the soul beasts in the tree hollow has not completely dissipated." Hehe nodded, not expressing any reproach. His gaze shifted downward, where he spotted a solitary 6 or 7-year-old boy joyfully running out of the soul-hunting forest. The boy had a clear destination, rushing straight into a small inn at the corner. Perhaps his elders were there. As Hehe turned to leave, he commanded, "Everyone, set off immediately, return to Heaven Do City at full speed. My father's birthday is approaching, and I must." The group accompanying him consisted entirely of trusted confidants, and within 10 minutes, they had gathered their belongings and departed swiftly. In the corner inn, Zhou Ting sat alone by the window, peering through the gap to watch a luxurious carriage depart, silently relieved. Fortunately, she had remained vigilant throughout her journey. Collapsing onto her bed, Zhou Ting felt utterly fatigued, not wishing to move a single muscle. Closing her eyes, she murmured to herself, "Just a little longer. Don't rush." It was unclear to whom she was speaking. She slept soundly until midday, and only when her stomach began to grumble did she reluctantly rise. It was time to attend to serious matters. She casually pulled out a piece of honey and swiftly finished her lunch. This time it was not royal jelly, but merely ordinary honey from the Jade Emperor bee. She had not deceived Xiaowu. The bee colony indeed required royal jelly for recovery, and the bodies she had used to mislead others were of the severely injured Jade Emperor bees. Fortunately, there was still an ample supply of regular honey, and Zhou Ting even planned to sell a batch to improve her impoverished state. Come and see. Don't miss out on these treasures. Freshly harvested 1,000-year soul bones. 1,000-year soul bones. Such rare items here? Zhou Ting turned her attention to a robust cow horn that caught her eye. Scanning with her mental energy, Zhou Ting couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Truly, all kinds of people exist. Soul bones, regardless of their level, are priceless treasures. How could they possibly be here? Shaking her head in resignation, Zhou Ting observed numerous individuals drawn towards the ruse, utterly speechless. Such a simplistic scam, and yet, people still believed it. Passers-by, don't miss out. Century-old white jade mushrooms. Not only can you obtain a century soul ring by killing them, but you can also acquire an exquisite delicacy. Don't let this opportunity slip by. Honey from the soul beast night stalker bee. Consuming it regularly can cure all ailments and even grant a chance to acquire a special talent. Night vision. The cacophony of vendors filled the market. Observing the chaotic stalls, Zhou Ting felt as if she had returned to the bustling food street of her past life. Truly, it was lively. Taking a few steps forward, Zhou Ting suddenly halted in front of a stall. The vendor was an elderly man with white hair, looking quite aged yet with a rosy complexion and bright eyes. The old man noticed Zhou Ting and cheerfully asked, "Little friend, which one do you like? Feel free to browse." Zhou Ting smiled and nodded, squatting down to examine the wooden masks on display. They were all crafted from wood, though the material was indiscernible. An idea sparked in Zhou Ting's mind as she picked up an adorable chubby tiger mask, applying pressure with her hands. It did not budge. The old man chuckled, unbothered, and explained, "Little friend, You cannot pry them apart with your hands. Although these masks are made of wood, they are not ordinary wood. They are crafted from the branches of soul beasts over 100 years old, incredibly sturdy and infused with soul power. They will change. Without wasting time, Zhou Ting immediately began experimenting. As her soul power flowed in, the texture of the wood transformed, becoming warm and soft, a delightful sensation. Zhou Ting's eyes widened in astonishment. This mask was likely the prototype of a soul guide. Retracting her soul power, she smiled and asked, "Grandpa, how much is this mask?" The old man extended a single finger and replied, "1 silver coin." Fortunately, it was not a gold coin. Zhou Ting quickly retrieved the money, handing it to the old man as if fearing he might change his mind. Once the mask was donned, Zhou Ting curiously asked, "Grandpa, this mask is quite nice and reasonably priced. Why haven't more people bought it?" The old man placed the silver coin into his pouch, his expression filled with helplessness. While the mask is sturdy and comfortable to wear, it is ultimately not a true soul guide. Moreover, anyone with the materials can create such masks. So that's how it is. Zhou Ting understood that in this world, ambushing was considered despicable, and thus, aside from soldiers, few would invest in facial protection. Bidding farewell to the old man, Zhou Ting put on the chubby tiger mask. As she infused a trace of soul power, it molded perfectly to her face, creating a sensation as if there were no foreign object at all, just as natural as ever. Quite splendid. Continuing her stroll, Zhou Ting soon arrived at the first store, Jiobao Soul Materials. The name seemed rather intriguing. Zhou Ting pondered for a moment before resolutely stepping inside. Chapter 23, The Price of Honey Welcome. "Little brother, where are your elders?" The speaker was a statuesque young lady, the hostess of the Jiobao Soul Material shop. As she was idly waiting, she heard footsteps and had just uttered a greeting when she realized the visitor was a small boy, merely 6 or 7 years of age. She immediately glanced outside the shop. Zhou Ting suddenly understood, feeling a sense of incredulity. Was age so trivial that one could be treated with such disregard? One after another, they sought out elders and still referred to him as little brother. This was intolerable. However, considering the young lady's inherent wisdom, no. It was due to her kind eyes and gentle demeanor. Zhou Ting refrained from expressing his displeasure and, with a stern face, simply stated, "It's just me." The hostess, having encountered all sorts of customers, quickly discerned the hint of dissatisfaction in Zhou Ting and chuckled softly. "Oh, and what might this little guest wish to purchase?" Zhou Ting felt a stir in his heart. Instead of revealing his intent, he inquired, "What is the price of the Yuhuang bee honey?" I'm afraid the Yuhuang bee has a unique nature, making honey difficult to procure. Hence, our shop does not carry it." Tired from lifting her head, Zhou Ting walked over to the sofa and sat down, inquiring once more, "What is the price of the honey?" The hostess, puzzled by Zhou Ting's stubbornness, remained unfazed. While pouring tea for him, she gently explained, "Due to the peculiar nature of the Yuhuang bee, ordinary soul masters cannot defeat their swarms. Those with greater strength might prevail. Yet if the queen bee senses impending defeat, she will destroy the honey, making it generally hard to obtain. Furthermore, due to the honey's exceptional properties, nobles fervently pursue it. Any honey that is procured is usually directed to their hands and seldom sold here. As for the price," she glanced at Zhou Ting's plain coarse linen attire and continued, "I cannot provide a precise figure. But I have heard our shopkeeper mention that Yuhuang bee honey was once auctioned in Tiando City at the price of 10,000 gold coins per gram." "What?" Zhou Ting's eyes widened in astonishment at such a staggering figure. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a beer belly approached, his presence somewhat greasy. The young lady respectfully greeted him, "Shopkeeper." The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. "Xiao Tang, you may attend to your duties. I shall converse with this little guest." "Understood." The young lady departed, and the middle-aged man seated himself opposite Zhou Ting, his eyes sparkling with interest. "I am Ning Ku, the shopkeeper of Jiobao Soul Material." "Young guest, I am aware of the questions you wish to ask." Ning, and with the name Jiobao in the shop title, this establishment seems intriguing. Zhou Ting remarked with a smile. Allow me to enlighten you. What Xiao Tang mentioned was not merely honey, but rather royal jelly from a millennium-old queen bee. Its value is beyond measure. Ning poured himself a cup of tea and continued, over a century ago, several formidable soul masters ventured into the Star Doe forest and stumbled upon a fierce battle between the forest sovereign, the Titan great ape, and a hive of millennium-old Yuhuang bees. Amidst the chaos, they managed to pilfer a small quantity of honey. The auction price indeed reached 10,000 gold coins per gram. Ning's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he looked at Zhou Ting. That was a century ago, given the increasing scarcity of Yuhuang bee honey. The current price has risen even higher. Zhou Ting maintained a stoic expression, lifted his teacup, and took a casual sip, appearing utterly indifferent. I only wish to know the price of the honey. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Ke finally responded. The procurement price for ordinary Yuhuangbi honey is 1 gold coin per gram for honey under 100 years, 50 gold coins for honey over 100 years. And for those over 1,000 years, it's best to send them to the auction house. He had deduced it. Zhou Ting marveled at the cunning of those who could establish and maintain a foothold in such a shop. However, regarding the price, seemingly perceiving Zhou Ting's hesitation, Ning Ke clarified, young guest, this is indeed the highest price. Of course, if it were royal jelly, that would be a different matter altogether. Zhou Ting shook his head, retrieving a glass vial that he placed on the table, containing a piece of white jade. Ning Ke's eyes flickered with excitement as he tentatively asked, might I? Please, Zhou Ting replied. Ning Ke promptly opened the vial, and a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing and invigorating. Pure as jade, fragrant and uplifting. It met all the criteria. Yet, the age. Zhou Ting reclined comfortably, crossing his legs, oblivious to how incongruous such a posture appeared for a child. He nonchalantly remarked, you may appraise it. Thank you. Ning Ke exited to procure a clean needle, gently extracting a small amount of honey, and with a single taste. He closed his eyes, intently experiencing the changes within. A minute later, he opened his eyes, a mix of joy and sorrow in his gaze. This is a century-old Yuhuangbi honey. Alas, it is not royal jelly. Zhou Ting sighed. I too desire royal jelly, yet I have no opportunity. Last night, a moonlight bear attacked the Yuhuangbi hive in the hunting forest, and I took advantage of the chaos to collect some honey. My strength is too feeble to venture deeper into the hive. Ning Ke slapped his thigh in regret, his face filled with disappointment for not being present at that moment. What a pity. In the next moment, he grasped the vial tightly, imploring, young friend, this honey is nearly 200 years old. I offer 60 gold coins per gram. Please, you must sell it to Ning's Trading Company. Zhou Ting felt a flicker of interest and cautiously probed, Ning's Trading Company, is it not Jiobao Soul Material? Ning Ke proudly explained, Jiobao Soul Material is merely one of the most ordinary stores under Ning's Trading Company. Such shops abound throughout the Tiando Empire. Ning's Trading Company is affiliated with the Qibao Glazed sect, one of the 3 upper sects, ensuring absolute credibility. The prices are also exceptionally fair. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Ting made his decision. Very well, however. Ning Ke quickly inquired, what conditions do you have? Please, speak freely. Zhou Ting smiled, reaching into his small pouch to produce another vial. Here is another bottle. Excellent. Ning Ke exclaimed joyfully, having secured a gift for his return to the sect. This year's task assessment has been exceeded. Channeling his soul power, a resplendent 7-layered tower materialized, sweeping over the 2 vials of honey. Ning Ke promptly reported the details. The nearly 200-year-old Yuhuangbi honey, of superior quality, weighs a total of 2 jin and 1 liang. 1,050 grams. Totaling gold coins. Is the young friend satisfied? Indeed. Selling 2 jin of honey for 60,000 gold coins was a remarkable achievement, though it paled in comparison to Tang San's 500 sets of hidden weapons fetching 5 million gold coins. Nonetheless, Zhou Ting felt content. This sum would significantly alleviate his financial predicament. He was acutely aware that the 3 silver coins he possessed were the result of much effort. While 10 copper coins a day seemed ample for a student, in reality, training and physical development required proper nutrition, and one could not skimp on food expenses. Otherwise, not only would the cultivation yield no results, but one might even end up ruining their own abilities. God knows how Tang San, in his childhood, often consumed plain kanji, yet managed to cultivate such profound inner strength and a robust physique. Chapter 24, Transactions at the entrance of the Nine Treasures Soul Material Shop. The plump Ning Ke held Zhou Ting's hand reluctantly, saying, take care, my young friend. You can find me at the headquarters in Tiando City in the future. The 2 burly men. Hiss. Zhou Ting could hardly bear the enthusiasm of the chubby man and quickly wriggled free, slipping into the crowd without uttering a word. With a series of twists and turns, leveraging his smaller stature, he soon vanished without a trace. What a tremendous profit this time. Turning around, Ning Ke could no longer contain his excitement. However, his elation was swiftly met with a disdainful gaze, igniting his anger. Zhou Ting, what kind of look is that? The receptionist, Zhou Ting, puffed out her chest with an air of superiority and remarked, Manager, you even deceived a child. Ning Ke, somewhat bewildered, inquired. What did I deceive him about? Zhou Tang's disdain only intensified. You claim to have made a great profit. But doesn't that mean the little friend suffered a significant loss? Realizing her point, Ning nonchalantly flicked a chestnut at Zhou Ting, who immediately recoiled, abandoning her earlier righteousness. Oh, uncle, if you hit me, I'll tell my mom. Unfazed by her threat, Ning retorted, you don't understand. The price I offered was already quite high. However, the century-old white jade honey is extremely rare. When presented to the sect, they will reward me handsomely. Oh, I see. Zhou Ting chuckled sheepishly, swiftly capitulating and scampering behind Ning to offer a massage. Uncle, I was wrong. After closing such a big deal, you must be tired. Let me help you relax. Now you know. Put in some effort. Zhou Ting, uncertain if he was being followed, successfully returned to the hotel. With a handsome profit in gold coins, he purchased some items and withdrew over 2,000 gold coins, leaving the remaining 50,000 on a convenient gold coin card. Furthermore, Ning had gifted him a preliminary VIP card from the Ning family, granting him preferential treatment at all establishments under the Ning business, with a discount of 2, a modest yet beneficial gesture. After organizing his belongings, Zhou Ting opened the window of his room on the second floor and scanned the surroundings, finding no suspicious individuals behind the hotel. It was time to leave. Lingering in such a chaotic marketplace, as depicted in novels from his past life, was unwise, no matter how cautious one might be. Summoning the Black Tower, he focused his thoughts, and a massive door swung open, releasing over 100 phantom jade emperor bees into the air. Go! The bees scattered into the sky, nearly invisible unless one concentrated intently. Perhaps due to their lineage from the queen bee and their unwavering loyalty to her, the Black Tower deemed them within the summoning range. Thus, Zhou Ting's first soul skill became the summoning of the bee swarm rather than the queen herself. However, whether it was the queen or the swarm, each phantom possessed but a single strike capability before dissipating, leaving the tower's core weakened for a day's recovery. If merely tasked with patrolling and surveillance, they could persist for several hours without issue. Additionally, the hive contained thousands of Jade Emperor bees, making them exceptional scouts. After closing the window quietly, Zhou Ting stealthily slid down the wall, donning a mask and remaining indifferent to his surroundings. 10 minutes later, he exited the small town and glanced back. Excellent. No one had followed. Entering the woods, he had barely traveled a mile when he was suddenly alerted by a rapid buzzing sound. The Jade Emperor bees were on alert. Zhou Ting halted, looking towards a large tree to his left, filled with confusion. How had they tracked me? Moments ago, the vigilant bees had signaled that 2 individuals had dashed from the side and positioned themselves ahead of him, lying in ambush. Kid, I didn't expect you to be quite perceptive. 2 burly middle-aged men emerged from behind the tree, their muscular forms imposing. Zhou Ting wondered just how powerful they were. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he inquired, May I ask why you are blocking my path? Hand over your money. If my brother and I are in a good mood, we might leave you with a complete corpse. I have no money. The younger of the 2 bandits shouted angrily. It's impossible. You just came from the soul material shop, and Ning the fatty was so eager to see you off. You must be a big spender. Not at all. Before Zhou Ting could further clarify, the bandit brothers exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Stop wasting time with him. Let us just attack. In the next instant, 2 beams of white light flashed, and 2 snarling wild dogs appeared behind them, baring their teeth ferociously. Realizing their martial spirits, Zhou Ting understood, dog noses indeed lived up to their reputation. Yet, upon noticing the soul rings at their feet, he almost lost his composure. Good heavens, 2 soul masters barely in their teens, sporting mere 10-year white soul rings, dared to rob him. Feeling a wave of shame wash over him, Zhou Ting unleashed his soul power, revealing hundreds of nearly invisible Jade Emperor bees that swiftly surrounded the 2 men. The woods echoed with their continuous screams. Half an hour later, a small boy wearing a mask of a chubby tiger emerged from the thicket, hastily making his way down the main road. Behind him lay 2 battered, pitifully mangled dogs, a grim testament to his encounter. The conclusion was stark. The Ning family truly honored their commitments. The following day, Zhou Ting gazed at the serene little village below the mountains, a smile creeping onto his lips. Holy Soul Village. I have returned. He removed the chubby tiger mask from his face, shaking the 9-layered black tower in his hand. Suddenly, a delightful little rabbit tumbled out. Caught off guard, Xiao Wu rolled once before. With remarkable reflexes, she flipped onto her feet, her eyes flashing red with indignation as she glared at Zhou Ting. Zhou Ting, how dare you throw me? I even helped you out. Zhou Ting chuckled awkwardly, feeling quite embarrassed. I'm sorry, it was my first time using it. And I didn't control the force well. Though he expressed regret, Xiao Wu suspected his actions were intentional, aimed at embarrassing her. Humph, she scoffed, her heart brimming with frustration. However, recalling how Zhou Ting had concealed her within the Black Tower to shield her from the title Douluo, she decided to forgive him this time. Thinking of this, she shyly said, "Thank you for your help this time." Zhou Ting waved his hand dismissively. "It was only right for me to assist you in the soul-hunting forest since you did it for me." However, feeling a bit more at ease, Xiao Wu lifted her head curiously and asked, "However, what?" Zhou Ting's expression turned serious as he replied, "Well, I don't know why you are avoiding the title Douluo. And I want to pry. I must warn you, although title Douluo are rare in small towns like Notting City, they are not unseen, and in larger cities, such as Tiando City, they are quite common." Xiao Wu fell silent, her expression growing complex. Unbeknownst to her, she had already become exposed in Tang Hao's gaze. The only reason he refrained from taking action was likely due to his wife, Ayin, being a transformed soul beast. Of course, it is also possible that he harbored other intentions. In any case, the little rabbit was not in a secure position. Zhou Ting stepped forward, raising his right hand hesitantly, then gently patted the ignorant rabbit on the shoulder, earnestly advising, "Be careful." After uttering these words, he descended the mountain without looking back. And only after he had exited Xiao Wu's line of sight did he feel a wave of anxiety as he patted his chest. That was close. He nearly succumbed to the impulse of tugging on the rabbit's ears. Fortunately, he managed to restrain himself and redirected his focus. Otherwise, he would surely have been pursued and beaten by the fierce rabbit. Chapter 25. Homecoming. Standing at the threshold of his home, Zhou Ting was about to push open the slightly ajar gate when he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Initially inclined to ignore it, he turned when a familiar, indifferent voice called out, "Zhou Ting, you're back." It was none other than that anxious lad, Tang San. As Zhou Ting turned to face the boy, who was scanning the surroundings with evident concern, he felt a wave of inexplicable relief wash over him. He smiled and replied, "Yes, I'm back." However, Tang San's heart raced with increasing anxiety as he noted the absence of someone he longed to see. With no time for pleasantries, he cut straight to the chase, asking, "Where's Xiao Wu?" His heart was troubled by the thought of his beloved secretly venturing far with another man for 5 or 6 days. How could he possibly find peace of mind? Ever since he learned of Zhou Ting's disappearance a few days ago, he had been tormented, his face growing increasingly pale. Thankfully, Zhou Ting had finally returned today. Everything would soon be resolved, returning to normalcy. "Xiao Wu, she's pondering something outside the village and will be back shortly," Zhou Ting replied. Yet Tang San could not discern any clarity from Zhou Ting's expression. His voice trembled slightly as he pressed on, "Oh, I see. Where have you and Xiao Wu been these past few days?" With a chuckle, Zhou Ting responded, "That's our little secret. Look, Xiao Wu is back." "A secret? Your secret?" Tang San stood there in a daze, his fists unconsciously clenching, making cracking sounds. Recognizing Tang San's troubled demeanor, Zhou Ting understood that the boy was spiraling into unwarranted speculation. Yet, the more one tried to explain, the more it would seem like a cover-up. So, Zhou Ting chose to say nothing and turned to head home. Frankly, he didn't wish to linger with Tang San a moment longer. On the summit of a small hill outside the village, vibrant colors burst forth, accompanied by the sweet melodies of birds. Tang San stood facing Xiao Wu, both hesitating to speak. Observing the usually lively girl's sudden silence filled him with a dull ache in his heart. "Xiao Wu, where have you been these past few days?" he inquired gently, suppressing his own heartache. Xiao Wu, still lost in thought, finally registered Tang San's words. "What did you say? I didn't hear you." Tang San, fighting the pain within, gazed tenderly at the girl who had first captured his heart and asked again. "I was asking, what have you been up to these past few days?" Xiao Wu replied casually. "I promised Zhou Ting I would help him obtain his first spirit ring." Tang San's heart sank, bitterness flooding through him. "Xiao Wu, have you begun to deceive yourself?" Yet, such a blatant falsehood was unfathomable. With Zhou Ting's innate first-level spirit power, it was impossible for him to progress from 1 to 10 in just 6 months. For Xiao Wu to deceive herself like this for Zhou Ting was utterly disheartening. Despair washed over Tang San, his face reflecting profound disappointment. Xiao Wu, preoccupied with Zhou Ting's last words of caution, felt something was amiss and began to speak. "Xiao San, you don't understand. That boy is truly peculiar." Having reached the end of his tether, Tang San asked coolly, "How so?" In that moment, he felt transported back to his former life as an assassin, his tone devoid of emotion. "You see, he has concealed his abilities so well that he is already cultivated to level 10. Xiao Wu exclaimed, a hint of regret crossing her face. But it was also my oversight. His nightly training sessions were only slightly less than ours, so it's not surprising he reached level 10 so quickly. Tang Xin found himself engulfed in doubt. Xiao Wu's unwavering conviction made him ponder whether her claims held truth. Did they not share a secret romance? A flicker of hope ignited within him. Xiao Wu, is what you say true? Feeling his skepticism, Xiao Wu retorted indignantly, Xiao San, how dare you doubt me? As their gazes locked, the fierce conviction in Xiao Wu's eyes convinced Tang San at once. She was not lying. A wave of relief washed over him, and a sincere smile broke across his face. However, upon seeing Xiao Wu's puffed cheeks, he quickly shifted the topic, exclaiming, Zhou Ting truly is an anomaly. Progressing from innate first-level spirit power to complete level 10 in just 6 months. Xiao Wu's anger dissipated as swiftly as it had arisen, and she continued, indeed. In his words, in this world, there are exceptions to every rule. He is that exception. Innate spirit power does not define his level of talent. Tang San nodded along, acknowledging the validity of her words, recognizing that Zhou Ting could not be judged by ordinary standards. Suddenly, he recalled his father's words, Zhou Ting is not from your world. Ah, that is something my teacher mentioned too. He pondered, reflecting on how they, as a trio, had collectively miscalculated. Fortunately, this revelation remained among themselves, sparing them from public humiliation. Tang Xin felt a wave of introspection, realizing, Father, teacher, we were all mistaken. He then looked at the now lively Xiao Wu and curiously asked, so, what spirit beast did he choose? How old is it? Xiao Wu's expression turned peculiar. It's a queen bee, nearly 200 years old. What? Tang San was taken aback. How can that be? Such a short lifespan for someone with such immense talent? Why would he choose such a weak spirit ring? Is Zhou Ting a fool? Unbeknownst to him, Tang San felt a lightness in his heart, his tone becoming unexpectedly buoyant. Xiao Wu, however, remained oblivious to this change, her expression growing increasingly strange. She recalled her 2 days spent within the Black Tower, witnessing its formidable might, and the harmony between the queen bee and the tower. Everything she had seen and heard affirmed that Zhou Ting's choice could not have been wrong. Yet, as Zhou Ting had instructed her to keep it a secret, she could only vaguely state, the queen bee is actually quite suitable for him. Tang San, resolutely recalling his teacher's theories, countered, impossible. The teacher said that a spirit master's first spirit ring should not exceed 423 years. Anything under 100 years is simply too low. The spirit skills would be weak, adversely affecting future cultivation. Moreover, according to my teacher's theory, a weapon spirit like the Black Tower should select spirit skills with solid characteristics, rather than the BS Stinger attack. This is of no benefit to the Black Tower itself. Tang Xin spoke with conviction, and had Xiao Wu not witnessed the Black Tower's wonders firsthand, she might have been swayed by his rationale. However, Zhou Ting's request for confidentiality weighed heavily on her, and the ever-honest Xiao Wu could not betray that trust. Ultimately, she felt a deep struggle within. Zhou Ting was right. There are exceptions to every rule, and he was that exception. Let us not dwell on that, she said. Changing the subject. Have you finished crafting the hidden weapons you mentioned? At the mention of hidden weapons, Tang San's face lit up with excitement. Yes, he produced an arm guard, eagerly detailing. This is a sleeve arrow, concealed within the sleeve, ready to launch silently and unexpectedly. Chapter 26. Still bound as siblings at the entrance of Shanghan village, Zhou Ting observed the interaction between Tang San and Xiao Wu, finding their dynamic rather peculiar. In the next moment, he cupped his chin with his right hand and circled around them, his eyes brimming with curiosity and mischief. While Tang San remained composed, Xiao Wu, feeling scrutinized, irately inquired, what are you staring at? Is there something between us that I am unaware of? Before Xiao Wu could respond, Tang San cheerfully interjected. Xiao Wu has agreed to be my sister, and I will protect her, so you must not bully her. Bully her? Who could possibly bully the fierce rabbit? Zhou Ting was left speechless, filled with a sense of melancholy. After all that had transpired, the two had reached this point, which was indeed a twisted fate. As for Tang San's claims of care and protection, Zhou Ting found them to be profoundly ironic. In the future, Tang San would undoubtedly realize that Xiao Wu had transformed from a soul beast, and that formidable soul Douluos and tidal Douluos would see through her true identity. Yet, he would still gallivant across the continent with her. Did he truly believe that a mere sentiment could render them invulnerable? He was just like his father, seemingly fearing that no one would notice the subtleties. One could ponder whether their unshakable confidence was admirable or simply a sign of their arrogance. There was also a slim chance that they had set their sights on a century-old soul ring, but that possibility was exceedingly remote. As for Tang Hao, he might indeed harbor such intentions towards Xiao Wu, wishing to replicate his own experiences for Tang San's benefit. However, his feelings for Yin were likely genuine. In any case, the fates of these two fathers and sons bore an uncanny resemblance. Indeed, the only lesson humanity has gleaned from history is that it never learns from its mistakes. Nonetheless, the bond formed between Xiao Wu and Tang San might prove beneficial. Otherwise, Tang Hao may not have been able to restrain himself. In truth, Zhou Ting's timing in taking Xiao Wu away was quite astute, as Tang Hao happened to be absent from Shenghan village. Otherwise, they would have found it challenging to depart. Noticing that time was of the essence, Tang San urged, "All right, let us set off." "Okay, let's go." After taking a few steps, Xiao Wu curiously asked Zhou Ting, tell me, since you are already a soul master, when do you plan to graduate?" Zhou Ting did not answer directly, instead posing a question in return. "What are your plans?" Tang San chimed in. "My teacher has instructed me to remain in Notting City for 6 years to study the knowledge of soul masters and build a solid foundation." The next moment, Tang San looked at Xiao Wu with anticipation and invited, "Xiao Wu, come along with me. My teacher is the foremost authority on martial soul theory in the continent. With his guidance, you will surely progress rapidly." The foremost authority on martial soul theory? Zhou Ting found it difficult to assess this teacher-student duo, as they both exhibited the same hubris and insufferable arrogance. Truly a perplexing sense of pride. Unconsciously, Xiao Wu glanced at Zhou Ting's face and immediately caught a fleeting expression of disdain upon his lips. At that moment, recalling Tang San's assessment of Zhou Ting, her desire to stay faltered significantly. "Let us discuss this later," Xiao Wu concluded, effectively bringing their conversation to a close. Their journey was uneventful, and within an hour, the trio arrived at Notting City. After becoming soul masters, their physical capabilities had greatly improved, and their soul power enhanced their stamina and recovery, significantly increasing their travel efficiency. In the teacher's dormitory, Yu Xiaojiang, after hearing his disciple's account, was astonished. "I never expected this unassuming lad to be so extraordinary." Tang San had previously informed him about Zhou Ting's matters. At that time, he shared the same sentiment as Tang Hao, believing that Zhou Ting and Tang San belonged to entirely different realms and did not warrant his attention. Little did he know, he had underestimated the situation. In truth, had it not been for Tang San being his ideal successor, he might have sought out Zhou Ting much sooner, though not as a disciple. Rather, he would have meticulously researched how Zhou Ting had managed to restore normalcy through martial soul awakening. This way, he would have discovered Zhou Ting's true talents and prevented the waste of such potential. Yu Xiaojiang sighed. "Alas, if only this child were not so short-sighted. I could have taken him as my disciple. But now, it is too late." Ever since Tang San had become his disciple, he had devoted all his focus to him. Even pausing his soul consolation, theoretical research, he needed to demonstrate to the world that his theories were valid through Tang San. He sought to prove that he, Master Yu Xiaojiang, was not a failure, nor a mere joke. He often quoted, "In this world, there are only useless soul masters, not useless martial souls." And he aimed to show that this was not an empty assertion. Ever since leaving Martial Soul City, no, since departing from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, he had sought to validate his worth. Unfortunately, after all these years, he had never succeeded. Only with Tang San did he glimpse genuine hope. Tang San hesitated before asking, "Master, what about the Queen Bee?" Without a moment's pause, Yu Xiaojiang replied, "The Queen's soul skill is unsuitable for you, and although it is a century-old soul ring, it has yet to reach 200 years and falls far short of the limits for soul masters." This child. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head in regret, firmly stating, "Little San, if you fail to master the soul master theories I've imparted and do not properly align each soul ring, you must not become complacent like Zhou Ting." Upon hearing his master's conclusion, Tang San felt an inexplicable sense of comfort and solemnly replied, "Yes, Master." Unbeknownst to Zhou Ting, the discussion between master and disciple unfolded without his awareness. Even if he had known, it would not have concerned him. He understood his martial soul best. Masters ultimately only summarize theories from paper when it comes to practical application. Even a mere title Douluo. No, a soul Douluo would surpass him. Zhou Ting's first soul skill, Summon Swarm. Hundreds of century-old Yuhuang bees and thousands of 10-year-old Yuhuang bees, though each possessed merely a single strike capability, were not something an average soul master of equal rank could withstand. Even the so-called King Tang San might find it challenging to endure this skill. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that the swarm was alive. As long as they lived, they could grow. Pure soul beasts required time to evolve into 10,000-year soul beasts. However, humans were different. A tidal Douluo could reach a level comparable to a 10,000-year soul beast in just a few decades. This illustrates the rapid growth rate of humanity. With the queen bee now in the Black Tower, as Zhou Ting practiced, he would also stimulate the swarm's training. Although their growth rate would be considerably slower, over the past month, they had visibly become stronger, on the verge of crossing the 200-year threshold. Consider the formidable power of the eternal bee swarms. The future holds great promise. Not to mention, the byproduct of these swarms, honey, could alleviate his financial predicaments. Thus, it is evident that the Jade Emperor Bee is the most suitable soul beast for the Black Tower. Chapter 27. Discussion. As the holiday at the academy was not yet entirely over, most students had yet to return to campus. Surprisingly, in the spacious dormitory, only Zhou Ting and Xiao Wu remained alone, as Tang San had gone to seek out his teacher. Should any jealous soul realize this, Zhou Ting might find himself in quite the predicament. Xiao Wu silently approached Zhou Ting's bedside and, observing his delicate features, gently urged him to awaken. Zhou Ting, wake up. What is it? Zhou Ting replied, bewildered, having just succumbed to a drowsy state after a long journey. Perhaps he should consider renting a place of his own. After all, he had the means. Having retained 100 gold coins for his family from the honey sales, he still possessed over 50,000. A fortune in a small city like Notting City. Or, he could even purchase a house outright. However, that thought was fleeting. Notting City, being a border town adjacent to the Douluo Empire, was relatively safe during these peaceful times. Yet, should war erupt, residing in St. Soul Village would be far more secure. Thus, he resolved not to buy a house or relocate. Noticing Zhou Ting's vacant stare, Xiao Wu felt a flicker of irritation at being ignored. However, considering her thoughts, she refrained from expressing her frustration and instead inquired, "What do you think of Xiao San's teacher?" "Not much," Zhou Ting replied. "But I am more curious why you still call him Xiao San after you've sworn brotherhood with him?" Xiao Wu raised her head defiantly, declaring, "Who am I but the queen of Notting Academy? How could I possibly call someone my brother? If my subordinates found out, I'd lose all my face." This logic was undeniably clear, rendering Zhou Ting speechless. Xiao Wu, not one to be easily fooled, realized that Zhou Ting was deliberately changing the subject because he did not wish to discuss it. Nevertheless, her desire to uncover his true thoughts persisted, so she pressed on. "You can't hide this from me. When Xiao San mentioned his master today, you seemed to have quite the opinion." Zhou Ting was taken aback. Impressive. This little rabbit, picking up on nuances so readily. With the conversation leading this way, he decided to be forthright. "As for whether the master's theories on martial souls are the best in the world, I cannot be certain. All I know is that he is only at the 29th rank, and many of his theories are derived from the records of past soul masters." With a raised eyebrow, Zhou Ting cast a meaningful glance at the half-open dormitory door and continued, "First, the authenticity of these records is debatable. Second, not everyone reveals their secrets truthfully. Most importantly, his theories have yet to be put into practice by himself. Of course, his theories regarding early-stage training hold merit, as these are not great secrets that the powerful and sex would conceal." Xiao Wu suddenly grasped his perspective. "So that is how you see it." The more she pondered, the more sense it made. A soul master stymied at the 29th rank could only speak theoretically about the experiences of those above the 30th rank. After some contemplation, Xiao Wu reached a resolution. After sharing so much, Zhou Ting found sleep elusive and decided to rise. "Xiao Wu, I'm going to take a stroll around the garden." "You?" Xiao Wu waved dismissively. Go ahead. Don't mind me." As Zhou Ting stepped outside, the sudden influx of light brightened the dormitory significantly. He paid it no mind, wandering through the spacious academy grounds. Though Notting Academy was merely a basic soul master institution, it stood as the only one in Notting City. Its unique status, coupled with the formidable strength of its faculty, commanded respect even from the city lord, who dared not offend the academy. Naturally, Notting Academy enjoyed a vast expanse of land within the city, even establishing several large gardens. Arriving at his usual workspace, Zhou Ting summoned the Black Tower. The first layer's door swung open, and swarms of honey bees emerged in orderly fashion. "Go forth, gather honey." While it may simply be ordinary honey, the production of common imperial honey is still feasible. In 2 months, the nearby plantations would flourish, allowing for honey collection without leaving the tower. Zhou Ting couldn't help but smile at the thought. He was grateful to Xiao Wu for her assistance over the past 2 days with the sewing. Otherwise, He would have had to manage it all himself, which would have been exhausting. Reclining in the cool shade beneath a tree, Zhou Ting rested his hands behind his head, relishing the solitude, even as he grumbled, "Those seeds are truly expensive." In truth, Ning Fatty had not taken advantage of him. After all, those were seeds of soul beasts, not mere ordinary plants. Moreover, the seeds of fruit-bearing soul plants held immense value, as their fruits were not only delectable but also beneficial for cultivation. Thus, various factions cultivated such gardens themselves. However, being soul beasts, even plant-type soul beasts had their own consciousness, making resource gathering quite challenging. Furthermore, were it not for the Nine Treasures soul material shop located outside the soul hunting forest, such commodities would hardly be available for sale. All in all, acquiring 10 acres of fruit trees for 10,000 gold coins was a remarkable bargain. Just as this chapter was about to conclude, Zhou Ting descended the stairs only to hear Xiao Wu call out toward the door, "Come in." With a creak, the dormitory door swung open, revealing a sullen-faced boy who entered, lowering his head to ask, "When did you notice me?" "Third brother, I noticed you the moment you returned," Xiao Wu replied, fully aware that third brother referred to Tang San. Earlier, when Tang San had approached the dormitory, he overheard Zhou Ting discussing his teacher and paused outside to listen. Little did he know he would hear some analysis that even he found difficult to refute. After all, Zhou Ting's assertions were entirely reasonable. Moreover, being from the Tang sect, he was acutely aware of the dangers of mere theoretical knowledge. Much of the mechanical skills he had secretly learned as an outer disciple were beyond the grasp of many inner elders, who possessed the written texts yet could not master them, let alone teach their disciples. But what about his own teacher? Tang Sin felt a twinge of frustration. He had contemplated confronting Zhou Ting to defend his teacher's honor. Yet, Zhou Ting's words were devoid of bias and did not cast any negative light. He could hardly silence Zhou Ting. Furthermore, prior to returning, he had not spoken highly of Zhou Ting in his discussions with his teacher. Ultimately, he remained silent and withdrew. Chapter 28. Xiao Wu's decision in the realm of mentorship. One day as a teacher equates to a lifetime as a father. Tang San, adept at casting aside all negativity, gazed earnestly at Xiao Wu, his expression tinged with apprehension as he inquired, "Xiao Wu, are you planning to leave Nodding City?" Recalling the earlier words of Zhou Ting, who had mentioned the heightened likelihood of encountering tidal Douluos in larger cities, along with the previous discussions, Xiao Wu ultimately resolved her inner conflict. "I have decided to remain at Nodding Academy with you." A radiant smile illuminated Tang San's face as he replied passionately, "Xiao Wu, I assure you, I will not disappoint you." Xiao Wu responded with a sweet smile, unknowingly placing great weight on Zhou Ting's words, a fact that neither sibling recognized at that moment. As dusk settled, Zhou Ting, not one to exploit the resources around him, refrained from sending the honey emperor out to gather nectar. Once he confirmed that all the worker bees had returned to the hive, he finally stowed away the black tower and ambled back to the dormitory. In a typical bee colony, the queen is solely responsible for laying eggs, while the worker bees handle all other tasks. The drones, on the other hand, are tasked with mating and safeguarding the hive and the queen. However, the honey emperor is a soul beast, distinctly different from ordinary bees, and even among soul beast bees. It stands apart. Inside the hive, the queen diligently worked alongside her workers to produce sweet honey. This was a necessity, due to the short lifespan of the worker bees and the inferior quality of the Academy's pollen. It was unlikely that ordinary honey could be produced without the queen's personal involvement. Without her efforts, it would be challenging to sustain even the hive itself. After the honey was crafted, the queen collapsed from exhaustion. Fortunately, the interior of the Black Tower was secure, eliminating any concerns about enemy attacks. As the time for daily training arrived, the three individuals in Dormitory 7 exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with unspoken tension, and the air crackled with anticipation. This was indeed the first time the trio trained together since Zhou Ting's breakthrough as a soul master, and they were all eager for the experience. Zhou Ting cleared his mind, and a vast net of energy erupted from his forehead, swiftly ensnaring a significant amount of energy, which he drew back into his consciousness. The Black Tower vibrated slightly as the soul power transformed into 4 portions. The largest share, constituting 60% of the total, flowed into his consciousness, enhancing his mental and soul power, which subsequently coursed through his body to fortify his physique. 10% of the soul power was directed to the 7th layer of the Black Tower, likely to maintain the state of the little old man. The remaining 30% was allocated to the 1st layer, where the queen received 20% of the soul power to distribute as she saw fit. thereby enhancing the longevity and strength of her hive. The last 10% nourished the tender sprouts scattered across the ground, promoting their growth. Thanks to Zhou Ting's soul power support, the 10 acres of the plantation had flourished significantly within just over a month. It was noteworthy that these were all soul beasts, which inherently have long growth cycles. However, at this moment, they were no longer the same. Xiao Wu had previously mentioned that the soul beast seeds planted in the first layer of the Black Tower had perished. This demise was not physical, but rather a spiritual one. Even if these seeds matured over 10 or 100,000 years, they would remain lifeless, devoid of any consciousness. This situation struck Zhou Ting as eerily familiar. It mirrored the celestial herbs found within the ice and fire yin-yang well. Thus, these fruit trees and grasses would never evolve into true soul beasts. Nevertheless, the fact that they could provide soul materials was already immensely satisfying for Zhou Ting. To be candid, Zhou Ting had developed a keen interest in the ice and fire yin-yang well, if only he could relocate it. However, he had heard that the well was somehow connected to divine dragons, making such a feat improbable. Moreover, with the poisoned Douluo Dugubo standing in the way, attempting to seize the ice and fire yin-yang well would be an arduous task. The training competition continued unabated. The three seemed to be in a silent contest, each refusing to yield to the other. Ultimately, they all collapsed onto their beds. Just before closing his eyes, Tang Sen murmured with contentment, "I was not the first to fall asleep." Xiao Wu wore a proud expression, while Zhou Ting's face was adorned with a smile. Time flowed like a river, and before one knew it, they had traversed countless miles. On the road from Nodding City to Holy Soul Village, the two boys and one girl engaged in light-hearted banter. "Didn't you say that if Uncle Tang wasn't around, the village wouldn't feel like home? Why did you come along?" Tang Sen glanced at the skipping Xiao Wu with a fond smile. "Xiao Wu enjoys being in Holy Soul Village," she replied, and indeed, despite her transformation into a human, she was still a soul beast at heart, naturally drawn to the beauty of nature. Yet, it seemed Tang Sen's heart was rather cold. After residing in the village for 6 years, he appeared to harbor no sentiment for it, showing no desire to return. Zhou Ting couldn't resist teasing him. "The master must feel quite lonely at the academy. Why don't you stay and keep him company?" A glint of purple light flickered in Tang San's eyes as he fixed a vigilant gaze upon Zhou Ting. "I have sworn to protect Xiao Wu and ensure she is not harmed by any ill-intentioned individuals." Zhou Ting smirked. "Just say it plainly. I'm the bad guy here." Tang San's eyes widened in indignation, while Zhou Ting shot back a defiant glare, and for a moment, the air crackled with tension. The spirited little rabbit ahead finally sensed something amiss behind her. "Why have you all stopped moving?" Confused, Xiao Wu shouted, "Hurry up! Why are you just standing there?" "It's nothing," they chorused, exchanging smiles as they quickly caught up, as if the earlier standoff had never occurred. Outside Holy Soul Village, the mountaintop where Tang San had always practiced remained lush and fragrant, resembling a paradise. It was here that he and Xiao Wu had formed their sibling bond. This time, they were still together, but now they were joined by an unwelcome third wheel. Tang San found him exceedingly bothersome. "Stare? You want to stare?" Zhou Ting retaliated, shooting a fierce glare at Tang San before turning away, choosing to ignore him. Tang San felt a sense of victory. His spirits lifted as he found Xiao Wu's playful demeanor enchanting. Zhou Ting cast a disdainful glance in his direction, thinking, "What a pig-like grin," reclining amidst the foliage. He closed his eyes, inhaling the fragrant air, which lifted his mood. Zhou Ting returned to the interior of the Black Tower. In the 7th layer, there remained only a single fireball technique card. The little old man, Anthony, had activated his passive ability just once, and despite Zhou Ting's attempts to provoke further activity, nothing else seemed to occur. Uncertain whether it was an annual occurrence or governed by another rule, he picked up the card, which radiated a brilliant light, and chuckled bitterly. "I've filled the soul power for a level 41 soul sect, yet I still lack a second card." Suppressing the urge to give one to Tang San, Zhou Ting exited the 7th layer and made his way to the 1st layer of the Black Tower. After months of diligent cultivation, the plantation was now well established and in full bloom. Chapter 29, as expected buzzing. Thousands of jade-like bees flitted among the foliage, their slender legs adorned with vibrant hues, visibly robust. The fruit trees sprawled across 10 acres appeared abundant. Yet they felt inadequate in the face of the swarm formed by countless jade bees. Even though Zhou Ting frequently nurtured these plants with his soul energy to produce honey, the yield barely sufficed. Consequently, Zhou Ting refrained from selling honey, and the bee colony ceased to expand. However, after 6 months of cultivation, the queen bee finally surpassed 200 years, reaching the milestone of 220, significantly enhancing the colony's strength. Zhou Ting, in such a beautiful place. You are actually sleeping? Xiao exclaimed incredulously, unable to resist playfully nudging him with her rabbit foot. Upon opening his eyes, Zhou Ting was met with the displeased expression of the little rabbit and the furious glare of Tang San. Yet, he remained unfazed. It is precisely because of this beauty that sleeping is so delightful. Zhou Ting chuckled. Tang San scoffed dismissively, while Xiao tilted her head in contemplation and found a spot nearby to lie down, closing her eyes. This is quite comfortable, she murmured before drifting off to sleep. Tang San, witnessing the two lying side by side, glared at Zhou Ting with fiery eyes, nearly exploding with frustration. Zhou Ting secretly reveled in the moment. How delightful to infuriate you. Of course, he mused, this might be the last time. With that thought, Zhou Ting quietly rose, surveying his surroundings and gazing down at the serene Shahan village not far away. I suppose I shall remain here for a month. Upon my next return, who knows how many years will have passed. Shahan village remained unchanged, peaceful and harmonious. Tinger, grandfather. Zhou Ting hurried forward, supporting the elderly man. Old Jack smiled gently, patting Zhou Ting's hand. Tinger, there's no need for your assistance. Did you not see that I have discarded my cane? Zhou Ting grinned mischievously. Grandfather, that cane must not be discarded. My father is rather fond of it. Old Jack instantly grasped the deeper meaning behind his grandson's words and burst into laughter, confidently declaring, haha, I am his father. If I wish to discipline him, he would dare not flee. Haha, that is only natural. By the way, Tinger, there are surprises awaiting you at home. What kind of surprises? You will find out upon your return. The grandfather and grandson shared hearty laughter as they departed hand in hand. Tang San observed the scene from a distance, feeling a twinge of envy. Father, where are you? Are you well? Xiao quickly noticed Tang San's unease and comforted him. Brother, you still have me as your sister. Yes. Tang San smiled, feeling warmth in his heart. Having a sister is truly wonderful. Upon returning home, Zhou Ting gazed in astonishment at his mother's belly. With an involuntary twitch of his mouth, he incredulously asked, Mother, you. Zhou gently caressed her belly, replying, I noticed something amiss in my body 2 months after you started school. Old Jack nodded in agreement, laughing as he added, Ting, the honey you brought back is truly remarkable. After a month of consuming it, this old man could discard his cane, and after half a year, I feel rejuvenated, with fewer gray hairs. As for your mother, her health was compromised during your birth. She had consulted soul masters who said it would be difficult for her to conceive again, yet now, she has been healed by the honey. Old Jack beamed with joy. Although he had more than one son and more than one grandson, Zhou Ting stood out among them, possessing the potential to become a soul master. With Zhou Ting as a precedent, the likelihood of Zhou Yu and his wife having another child with soul master aptitude became significantly higher. Zhou Ting could certainly empathize with his grandfather's delight. However, the old man might be disappointed. Zhou Ting was an exception. Yet, with old Jack in such high spirits, Zhou Ting chose not to dampen his enthusiasm. Since it is so effective, I will leave you a little extra this time. Old Jack quickly waved his hand, saying, No need. You require many resources for your own cultivation, and the family cannot assist you much. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Ting produced 5 jars of honey on the table. Grandfather, I have already bought these. I cannot return them, so please take them with you. No, your family. Old Jack protested, yet his hands betrayed his sincerity. Then I shall accept them. The old man slightly bent his back as he left his younger son's home. Zhou sighed as she watched him depart, saying, Tinger, you should not have given so much at once. Why not? Zhou Ting asked, feigning ignorance. Zhou glanced at her son, who seemed oblivious, and smiled wryly. Your uncle and aunt are also children of your grandfather. Zhou Ting shrugged, replying, as long as the old man is happy. Besides, I won't be sharing too much this time. Is there something more to it? Zhou inquired, intrigued. What do you mean? Grandfather should know my thoughts by now. You are keeping something from me. Zhou frowned. What thoughts? I wish to study abroad. Meanwhile, in the old Zhou residence, old Jack sat at the table, seemingly oblivious to the precious honey before him. He gazed out the window at the sky, lost in thought. Father. Old Jack finally lowered his gaze and saw the middle-aged woman beside him. Is that you, Lanner? Zhou Lan, his eldest daughter, had married into the neighboring village. The last time, the opportunity for Zhou Ting to be a work-study student had come from this village. Father, what were you thinking while looking outside? Zhou Lan asked, her gaze drifting to the honey jars with longing. Old Jack noticed his daughter's yearning expression, feeling a pang of bitterness, and replied gravely, Though I knew this day would come, I did not expect it to arrive so soon. Zhou Lan remained oblivious to her father's melancholy. Her heart solely focused on the honey. Old Jack sighed, shaking his head with a rueful smile, before handing her a jar, saying, "Take this one, and savor it." Zhou Lan initially rejoiced, but then expressed disappointment. "Father, only one jar? Isn't Tinger supposed to return every 6 months?" "Oh, you child." Old Jack gently tapped his daughter's head, saying, "Since you are aware, why did you not consider why Tingo has given so much this time?" Zhou Lan suddenly realized, analyzing, indeed. Last time he only gave 1 jar, and we haven't finished it yet. Why is he providing so much this time? Although the jade honey, aged over 100 years, was not royal jelly, it remained an extraordinarily valuable treasure for low-level soul masters. The Zhou family, being ordinary folk, would need to dilute such a precious substance multiple times to consume it. Though it was merely a pound, it would last more than 10 people for half a year. Nevertheless, this honey was truly a remarkable treasure. Thinking of her husband, who toiled relentlessly in the fields during his youth, ultimately compromising his health and rendering his constitution weaker than that of most. However, ever since he began consuming this honey, he now strides with remarkable vigor, rivaling even the vitality of young lads in their teens and 20s. Chapter 30, Farewell Gift. Tingo is about to leave Notting City. The next time he returns, who knows in which year that will be? Old Jack wore a grave expression. A wise elder. He instantly realized the significance when his little grandson produced 5 vials at once. However, Zhou Lan found it hard to accept. "Father, surely not. Tingo is studying at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Isn't he supposed to be there for 6 years?" Although Zhou Lan refrained from voicing her thoughts, Old Jack understood her unspoken concern. It hinted at the boy's lack of talent. Not only might he leave Notting City, but he might not even graduate from the Junior Soul Master Academy. Old Jack gently patted his daughter's head, reproaching her. "At your age, still so naive. How are you managing the household?" Zhou Lan immediately clung to her father's arm, playfully pouting. "Before you, I find it unnecessary to think. At home, I certainly have my own ways to keep everyone in line." Old Jack recognized his eldest daughter's nature and inquired, "Do you think the honey Tinger brought is precious?" Zhou Lan recalled their family's financial situation and felt her cheeks flush. "Precious? Is it valuable?" "Of course, it's valuable." "Then where did Tinger get the money?" "Of course, from the family." Zhou Lan finally grasped the implication. Indeed, where did Zhou Ting acquire the funds? While she was unaware of how much money her little brother's family had, she could guess. They were all country folk. How much could even the village chief save? Yet, this nephew, deemed lacking in talent, could produce such valuable treasures. But wasn't it said that Tingo had only a first-level innate soul power, the lowest of the low? Old Jack mused. Tinger once said, "There are exceptions to every rule. This child has aspirations, has potential." After a moment's pause, he melancholically instructed, "Tinger will soon be leaving. In a couple of days, you should gather the family for a reunion." "All right, father. Are you leaving the Notting Academy?" Zhou Yu and his wife exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting surprise, disappointment, and ultimately, acceptance. "Father knows. Notting City is too small to hold you." Ever since Zhou Ting produced 100 gold coins, they realized their son was extraordinary. Furthermore, upon discovering the efficacy of the honey, their understanding deepened. However, the couple believed this moment was still far off. Who could have anticipated? It had only been half a year. Zhou's mother's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Tinger, your father and I will not hinder you. Just come home often." "Okay." To Zhou Ting's surprise, his family did not press him further. Perhaps they had sensed this day coming long ago. After all, the path of a soul master and that of an ordinary person are destined to diverge completely. Since the day of awakening his martial soul, the family had embraced this realization. At the village entrance, after bidding farewell to his family, Zhou Ting was confronted by Xiaowu. "Must you leave?" Her tone was one of longing, unwilling to part. Zhou Ting felt a sense of warmth, akin to seeing a child who had just matured. Casting a glance at Tang San, who stood at a distance, Zhou Ting gently replied, "I am different from you. My path lies beyond." Xiaowu turned to glance at Tang San and suggested, "We can have the master guide you." Zhou Ting shook his head. "The master is not suited for me." Xiaowu recognized that Zhou Ting's resolve was unwavering, and her countenance fell. Zhou Ting smiled reassuringly. "You all will eventually leave Notting City. We will have opportunities again." But before he could finish, Xiaowu lowered her head, her voice trembling. "But if you leave, what will happen to my honey?" Zhou Ting's expression darkened. This little rabbit had squandered his earlier feelings of sentiment. Swiftly, He produced a wooden box and handed it to Xiao Wu. Here, this is enough for a year. Xiao Wu embraced the box of honey, her eyes sparkling as she licked her lips, inquiring, is there more? Suddenly realizing she had overstepped, her demeanor shifted to one of pitiful pleading. But the next time we meet, who knows when that will be? This pitiful display, however, could no longer deceive Zhou Ting, who had been caught once before. This time, he remained resolute, unyielding. The outside world is too ordinary. I have nothing extra here. Xiao Wu met Zhou Ting's unwavering gaze, realizing he spoke the truth. Very well. In an instant, all traces of her earlier sadness vanished. Zhou Ting shook his head helplessly and declared, I am leaving. Go on. His heart was conflicted. After all, they had been friends for a year, albeit he did not count Tang San among them. After walking a short distance, Zhou Ting heard Xiao Wu's call from behind. Wait, what is it? Zhou Ting turned, and Xiao Wu approached, pulling a pendant from her small pouch and placing it in his hand. Isn't this just an ordinary pebble? There are plenty of those by the creek outside the village. Zhou Ting remarked, puzzled. Is this your farewell gift? Although aware of Xiao Wu's modest means, he questioned the necessity of gifting him a stone from her hometown. Xiao Wu nodded solemnly, instructing, this is my gift to you. It must not be given to anyone else, nor stored in a soul guide. You must carry it with you at all times. Though Zhou Ting was perplexed, he could see her sincerity. He nodded in agreement and wore the seemingly ordinary pebble pendant around his neck. While the pebble itself was unremarkable, the cord was quite special, soft yet remarkably resilient. It seemed woven from some unique silk thread. Perhaps it could be used to craft a soul guide garment. Zhou Ting chose not to delve deeper into this. Turning away to wave goodbye, striding forward without looking back, Tang San, holding the wooden box, approached his sister, who stood staring in the direction Zhou Ting had departed, and remarked gloomily, why did you give him a pendant? How pitiful. Xiao Wu, not foolish, picked up on the underlying emotion in Tang San's words and playfully retorted. That was a farewell gift, brother. Do you want to drive me away? Tang San was left speechless, helpless against his sister's antics. His thoughts seething towards Zhou Ting as he vowed, it's all your fault. The next time we meet, I will certainly give you a good beating. Unbeknownst to him, Tang San was no longer the killer who would easily declare that someone was courting death. Xiao Wu giggled and took the wooden box from Tang San. Turning back towards the village, Tang San soon snapped back to reality and called out, Xiao Wu, wait for me. Zhou Ting remained oblivious to the discord he had inadvertently caused between the siblings behind him. Even if he were aware, he would likely find joy in the matter. After all, witnessing Tang San encounter setbacks is truly a delightful experience. Chapter 31. The Grand Soul Master. The Douluo Forest is an immense primeval woodland, characterized by its intricate terrain, which includes mountains, lakes, rivers, wetlands, and marshes. Spanning a vast area, it rivals the landmass of large kingdoms. The forest stretches across the territories of the two great empires, Heaven Do and Douluo. Due to the extensive boundary, it proves impossible to monitor completely, allowing soul masters from both empires to enter at will. The soul beasts within the forest possess formidable powers. The closer one ventures to the forest center, the more potent the beasts become. The outermost region of the Douluo Forest is inhabited by 10-year and 100-year soul beasts. Moving inward, one encounters congregations of 100-year and 1,000-year soul beasts, with occasional sightings of 10,000-year beasts. Further in lies the core area dominated by 10,000-year soul beasts, a realm that soul masters below the rank of title Douluo dare not enter. At the very heart of the forest resides the core zone known as the Star Lake. This area is home to the 100,000-year soul beasts, the Daming Tian Qingyo, and the Erming Titan Great Ape, alongside various other soul beasts with bloodlines of at least 50,000 years. This core region is a forbidden ground for humanity. However, it is not uncommon for 100,000-year soul beasts to wander to the outskirts occasionally. Overall, the forest is exceedingly perilous. Within the vast expanse of the Douluo Forest, a handsome youth in his teenage years is seated atop a giant rock. The boy appears merely 12 years of age, his face smeared with dirt, his garments tattered and stained with traces of blood. Suspended above him is a towering black tower, its height exceeding several meters, absorbing light as if it were a black hole. The first level of the tower features an open doorway, from which bees the size of volleyballs, resembling white jade, buzz in and out, creating a lively atmosphere. The second level's door is likewise ajar, revealing nothing but an invisible torrent cascading forth, swirling before coalescing once more and returning to the tower's second level. To the naked eye, these colorless energies seem to merely frolic about, devoid of any discernible change. Suddenly, the young man, Zhou Ting, opens his eyes, alert and listening intently. A wave of relief washes over him as he murmurs, "At last, I have escaped." He glances down to find the half of a plump tiger mask that has fallen before him, picking it up and brushing his fingers against its smooth edge, still feeling a twinge of fear. Zhou Ting had not anticipated that a mere bamboo could be so terrifying. Just moments ago, he had felt a chilling breeze on his face, a mere fraction away from having his skull cleaved. How could there be 10,000-year-soul beasts in an area known for thousand-year beasts? Could it be that bamboo lacks the ability to move? Shaking his head, he lifts his gaze toward his martial soul, the Black Tower, which now bears 2 soul rings, both yellow 100-year rings, nearly indistinguishable in depth. Had Master or Tang Xin been present, they would undoubtedly have exclaimed in shock, 600 years. 5 years have passed since he obtained his second soul ring, reaching the 21st level. Meanwhile, Xiaowu and the others must have surpassed levels 27 or 28, although he lags far behind them. Zhou Ting cannot help but smile upon observing the swirling colorless torrents departing and returning to the tower's second level. With their presence, he feels invincible below level 30. Yet, in the next moment, Zhou Ting's expression darkens as he mutters to himself, "However, this pace of cultivation is far too slow. Had I known, I would have sought out a wealthy benefactor in Heavendo City. Not only would I have had riches, but I could have also received guidance from titled Douluo level experts to assist me in acquiring soul rings." After venting some of his frustrations, Zhou Ting carelessly discards the half of the plump tiger mask. He then retrieves a small plump tiger mask from his bag. "Oh no, I'm out of stock." Over the past 5 years, he had mostly traversed the world adorned in masks. Unfortunately, his young age made him a target for bullies. It is far better to masquerade as a dwarf, concealing his true appearance behind the mask, which, despite its cuteness, projects an aura of coldness and unapproachability. In short, wearing it has significantly reduced encounters with rogues and thugs. Casting a glance at his bag, Zhou Ting pulls out a segment of bamboo, roughly the size of an adult's torso. "Is it really necessary to pursue me relentlessly over a few pieces of bamboo from your descendants? How petty." With a disdainful pout, Zhou Ting retrieves a carving knife, infusing it with his soul power. The blade glides effortlessly, cutting through the 1,000-year soul beast body with fluidity and grace, revealing his evident expertise. The original plump tiger, albeit a nascent soul guide, is not a true soul guide. After merely 2 years, Zhou Ting's face had grown too large to fit it. What was he to do? He couldn't possibly return to the market outside the hunting soul forest to buy more from that old man. Instead, he resolved to be self-sufficient. Although the initial products were somewhat unsightly, the excess materials he wasted had honed his skills. In a flurry, bamboo shavings filled the air, nearly blanketing the rock beneath him. After 30 minutes, a brand new azure plump tiger mask materialized in his hands. Excellent, still so adorable. As he infused it with soul power, the mask glimmered with a chilling light. This was a phenomenon Zhou Ting had never encountered before, akin to his inexperience with crafting masks from 1,000-year soul materials. Upon donning the mask, he felt the familiar sensation of its silky texture, devoid of any discomfort. Moreover, Zhou Ting, gripping the carving knife, thrust it against the mask. Clang! The knife shattered into fragments, prompting Zhou Ting to hastily withdraw his hand. With a swift whoosh, a slender azure needle shot forth from the mask, piercing through several trees before dissipating. The power of this attack exceeded that of a grand soul master. Could it be a soul guide? Delving into his mental energy, he discovered that the creation of a soul guide was not a simple endeavor. He noted that the energy within the mask had diminished, rendering the material slightly more fragile. This indicated that the mask could not endure for long. After another attempt, he realized he could unleash such a counterattack 3 or 4 more times, and it could only be triggered passively. Thus, Zhou Ting lost interest in the mask. Now, it was time to experiment with something far more significant. Zhou Ting's gaze shifted toward the 7th level, where he glimpsed the figure of the old man through the closed tower door. He uttered solemnly, "Summon the soul-devouring insect." With a tremor of the second soul ring, a colorless little insect materialized before Zhou Ting, yet he paid it no mind. His eyes fixed intently on the 7th level of the Black Tower. Chapter 32. The Entangled Maiden. A surge of uncontainable joy enveloped Zhou Ting as he realized he had gained another card in his hand. It turned out that the trigger occurred every 10 levels. "Once I depart from the starry forest, I shall return to recharge you." With a casual wave of his hand, the ethereal form of the soul insect queen soared back into the Black Tower, dissipating into nothingness. This technique, which Zhou Ting had painstakingly developed, maximized the preservation of energy. It was a necessary measure. The reason for his delayed breakthrough was not due to the elusive nature of the soul insects, but rather because he had only attained the pinnacle of level 20 a month prior. Over 5 years, he had ascended a mere 5 levels, an average of 1 level per year. Given his previously displayed talent, such stagnation was inexplicable. Yet, it had occurred nonetheless. Had his talent diminished? Had he grown complacent in his practice? Was there an issue with his meditation technique? None of these were true. On the contrary, with the refinement of his meditation, the amount of energy Zhou Ting could absorb daily had increased significantly. His cultivation speed should have accelerated. However, the consumption had risen as well. The energy allocated to the old man on the 7th level was trivial, but nurturing the soul plants and cultivating the swarm on the 1st level, raising the queen bee for 600 years, while the average lifespan of the bees was a century, it was no easy feat. In fact, Zhou Ting had not consumed royal jelly in these years solely to allow the swarm to thrive. Such reflections were tinged with sorrow. But now, all of that was in the past. Zhou Ting tore away the ragged strips clinging to him, revealing several fresh scars. He paid them no mind. With his soul power, such superficial injuries would heal completely in a couple of days. Just as he retrieved a new set of clothing from his bag, he heard a rapid buzzing sound. Someone was approaching. Zhou Ting immediately commanded, "Return to the nest." In an instant, the swarm of bees and insects surged forth, rushing into the tower's entrance. Above the black tower, the first 100-year soul ring flickered rapidly. Then, the tower promptly shrank, resting in the palm of his hand. "Miss, cease this futile struggle and return with me." The girl, akin to a spirit cat, pursed her lips and said nothing, instead leaping among the trees with increased speed. "Dear lady, why resist? I am a level 41 soul master, while you are merely a great soul master, with a difference of 2 realms. Even if your soul rings are perfectly matched, you cannot escape." The middle-aged man perched atop the treetops observed the girl darting below with growing urgency. "My dear lady, you truly present me with a formidable dilemma." He shook his head helplessly, and a massive dragonfly materialized behind him, with 4 pairs of wings unfurled. It glided gracefully through the forest. Upon hearing the familiar sound behind her, the girl did not turn back but gritted her teeth, accelerating further. "Why persist? Overexerting your soul power is detrimental to your health." The voice drew nearer. Bang! The girl gazed at the middle-aged man standing before her, her eyes reflecting a fleeting sense of despair, which quickly vanished. Her voice remained cold as she declared, "I will not return, miss. The orders given to me by the young lady." Behind the boulder, Zhou Ting was not in a state of undress as one might expect. His clothes had long been donned. He had no intention of intervening in the hostilities between the master and servant, preferring to observe quietly. However, everything changed the moment he laid eyes on the girl. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and atop her head, a pair of lively animal ears twitched, complemented by a cat's tail. Her skin was as pale as snow, and she possessed an unbelievably voluptuous figure for her age, with a pronounced cleavage. Her icy gaze was strikingly alluring. It was her. Feeling an uncomfortable sensation at the corner of his mouth, Zhou Ting awkwardly wiped it away. Then, with a righteous resolve, he thought, "No, as the saying goes, one must lend a hand when witnessing injustice." How could Zhou, the harbinger of justice, stand idly by? Zhou Ting's spirit energy surged into the black tower. Buzz! The sound resonated like a signal flare, triggering a chain reaction as countless buzzing sounds erupted from all directions. A triumphant smile spread across Zhou Ting's face. In the perilous starry forest, his first soul skill, the summon swarm, had never ceased. Just as he realized there was no escaping, he summoned the swarm to lay in ambush nearby, now perfectly timed for action. The middle-aged man, a level 41 soul master, was acutely aware of his encirclement by the swarm. "This is bad. It's the Jade Emperor bee." He surveyed the throng of bees surrounding him, his expression grave. Although he was a level 41 soul master, confronting a century-old soul beast was manageable. However, facing hundreds or thousands at once was an insurmountable challenge. With a regretful glance at the girl, he thought, "Miss, once I have dealt with most of them, I shall come for you. May you seek your own fortune." Just as he steeled himself, Zhou Ting suddenly emerged from behind the girl, grasping her wrist and pulling her away. "Let us go." A masked youth had appeared behind her, dragging her towards the swarm. The girl's eyes flashed with urgency as she struggled but could not break free. This time, it was the end. Then she witnessed a shocking scene. The swarm not only refrained from attacking her, but also parted to create a path. "Who are you?" Zhou Ting replied without looking back. "The one who saved you." The middle-aged man was equally astonished by this turn of events and immediately recognized the opportunity for escape. With a powerful flap of his four wings, he pursued Zhou Ting. Buzz! The Jade Emperor Bee's stinger. Swish, swish. Hundreds of Jade Emperor bees transformed into pure white needles, appearing around the middle-aged man in an instant. Such speed. He bellowed, first soul skill. Windstorm. Whoosh. The giant dragonfly's wings vanished, and 4 tornadoes appeared around his body, engulfing all the bee stings within. Truly, a soul master of his caliber. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Ting abandoned any thoughts of engaging in battle. Meanwhile, the now composed girl had freed herself from Zhou Ting's grasp and stood silently beside him. Lost in thought, Zhou Ting turned to her and said, "We must leave. The swarm cannot hold him off for long." Avoiding Zhou Ting's reach, the girl turned and walked away without hesitation. Zhou Ting awkwardly touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She really is cold. Were it not for, I wouldn't care about this big cat. 10 minutes later, 4th soul skill. Endless storm. The fierce winds howled, and all the Jade Emperor bees were swept away, crashing into trees and the ground. The encircled swarm was obliterated. However, the middle-aged man was not unscathed either. Plucking a bee stinger from his backside, his face a mix of shame and fury. "Boy, don't let me catch you." Meanwhile, Zhou Ting, having already made his escape, inhaled sharply, so swiftly resolved. Subsequently, a pang of concern arose within him. All of this represents energy. The reason he could summon such a multitude of Jade Emperor bees was not solely due to his own soul power. With his mere 21st rank Soul Master-S energy, summoning thousands of century-old soul beasts would undoubtedly deplete him entirely. In the art of summoning, Zhou Ting's soul power merely serves as a catalyst. The true sustenance of the swarm derives from the inherent soul power of the Jade Emperor bees themselves. Moreover, once their soul power is expended, it necessitates replenishment. As for the method of replenishment, it is simply to consume honey, allowing Zhou Ting to infuse his soul power and release it for them to absorb energy. In essence, it is rather troublesome. Chapter 33. Zhu Ting, the young girl, suddenly halted her steps, her right hand pressed against a gnarled ancient tree, her body swaying as though she were on the verge of collapsing. Alas no. Zhou Ting hastily moved closer, only to witness the girl sliding down to sit against the ancient tree. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes, and his outstretched hands retracted. The girl's pallid face bore no trace of color, and with a hint of frailty, she inquired, "What do you mean by no?" "I meant don't fall." Zhou Ting, undeterred by her indifferent gaze, seated himself on the ground opposite her, his curiosity evident as he scrutinized her. This proximity made the girl feel increasingly uncomfortable. She had never had a strange boy so close, and the audacity in his gaze was disconcerting. She instinctively recoiled, pressing herself against the tree, a flicker of pain dancing in her eyes. "Oh no, I'm exhausted." This was the consequence of forcibly overexerting her spiritual power moments earlier. The girl trembled slightly, biting her silver teeth, determined to conceal her weakness from others. Just then, she was horrified to see the masked boy inching closer, that infuriating smile growing nearer. What is he planning? If this continues, we will touch. No. Anger and embarrassment surged within her. As her vitality waned, she finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Alas, Zhou Ting was left speechless, instinctively extending his arms, only to find himself enveloped in a warm embrace. But in the next moment, his lips twitched in annoyance. Fine. All those novels were lies. Once he truly embraced her, he realized the reality was quite different. Though the girl possessed a remarkable figure, far from that of an 11-year-old. She had been fleeing for so long that her sweat had cycled from wet to dry and back again, the scent long removed from anything fragrant. Zhou Ting glanced over her back, finding no severe injuries. So, it was merely exhaustion? He sighed in relief, uncertain whether to feel grateful or disappointed. He summoned the Black Tower, his right hand reaching into the beehive. Initially, he intended to extract some ordinary honey, but upon noticing the girl's tightly knit brow, he felt a pang of sympathy. Consider it a favor. Withdrawing his hand, he commanded, "Bee Queen, provide some royal jelly." Buzz, a worker bee, the size of a volleyball, emerged, cradling a small pearl of white jelly. Zhou Ting gently pinched the girl's cheek until she relaxed, and the worker bee promptly deposited the royal jelly into her mouth. It melted upon contact. The royal jelly took effect, visibly easing the tension in her brow. It worked. Zhou Ting surveyed the surroundings. Although he hadn't yet seen the middle-aged man in pursuit, he remained vigilant. No, this place isn't safe enough. He looked down at the girl in his arms, deliberating briefly before gritting his teeth. "I'll indulge you once more." With that, Zhou Ting swept the girl into a princess carry and dashed away. In an unfamiliar room. Thud. The girl kicked away the weight atop her and, with a swift movement, sprang up, her claws poised to observe her surroundings warily. Where am I? Creak. Zhou Ting opened the door and stepped inside, glancing at the girl. Casually remarking, where else could it be but a hotel? The girl's mind finally rebooted, recalling the scene before her blackout, the masked boy attempting to take advantage of her, which ignited her fury. Looking down, she noticed her attire had been changed. Cold and indifferent as she was, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Her previously placid eyes now brimming with indignation. Like a nimble cat, she leapt up, claws aimed at Zhou Ting's head. Anticipating her move, Zhou Ting remained unperturbed, silently invoking second soul skill summon swarm. As her claws approached, he embraced her openly, welcoming her as if she were a long-lost friend. The girl hesitated, confused by his unusual response, and her claws veered slightly suddenly. Hundreds of invisible insects appeared around her, enveloping her in an instant. Thud. She found herself in a familiar embrace, reminiscent of a sensation experienced in a dream. At that moment, the girl was left dumbfounded. Where are my claws? Gazing down at the girl who had unwittingly fallen into his embrace, Zhou Ting wore a devilish smile. Ah, delightful. Such a charming way to repay a life-saving favor. I like this. The girl's alabaster face flushed crimson, her hands instinctively retreating to press against Zhou Ting's chest, but in the next moment, thud, she fell back into his arms, struggling to lift her head. Glaring at the masked boy's chin, and weakly asked, what did you do? She had awoken feeling invigorated, her body in a condition unparalleled since her escape. Yet, upon contact with those insects, her abundant spiritual power and stamina rapidly diminished, and upon restoration, it continued to dwindle. How could she, a dignified 27th level soul master, be subdued by a single move, left without the ability to resist? These insects are terrifying. Zhou Ting offered no reply, merely cradling her effortlessly in the same princess carry. My dear, he said, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The story grows even more thrilling. Placing the blushing girl upon the sofa, Zhou Ting waved his hand, summoning back the 100+ invisible soul-eating insects. As they departed, the girl felt her spiritual power and stamina gradually replenishing. Astonished, she thought, what a marvelous soul skill. How extraordinary these insects are, and the previous swarm too. Zhou Ting, seated leisurely opposite her, relished the rare sight before him while feigning ignorance. Care to introduce yourself? Who are you? Now composed, the girl realized that even at her peak, she could not defeat him, let alone in her current state. Zhou Ting. So it's really her. Indeed quite cold, though she revealed only her name. Zhou Ting was already well acquainted with her background. One name sufficed. Zhou Ting sensed something peculiar about the masked boy. His gaze bore a familiarity. Does he know me? Yet, we have never met. Feeling refreshed, she would have spoken sooner had she not been in perfect health, but even so, the embarrassment of being seen by a man left her feeling furious. Why am I here? What did you do to me? This big cat is mistaken. Zhou Ting chuckled. Why? Zhou Ting clenched her fists, her eyes gleaming with murderous intent as she glared at Zhou Ting. I carried you out of the Douluo forest and into this hotel. As for your attire, seeing the ire in Zhou Ting's eyes, Zhou Ting ceased his playful banter. Of course, it was the proprietress who arranged for you to take a bath and provided you with a change of clothes. Did you truly believe it was done for your sake? Chapter 34, witnessing in person having confirmed with the proprietress that she had not been fully exposed. Zhou Ting regained her usual composure, cold and aloof. Who are you? Why are you helping me? Zhou Ting's eyes twinkled mischievously as she replied, Me? I am, of course, a righteous champion dedicated to combating tyranny and aiding the weak. Zhou Ting, not easily deceived, suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and pressed on. What is your name? Zhou Ting, she said, casually removing the plump tiger mask from her face to reveal a delicate visage. Zhou Ting's eyes flickered with surprise. She appeared not much older than herself, yet her methods were exceedingly cunning. Zhou Ting poured a cup of tea for Zhou Ting, then served herself before inquiring. Who is pursuing you? Zhou Ting remained silent. Why are you in the Douluo forest? All right, it seemed the big cat was mute. Having not answered a single question, Zhou Ting sipped her tea to soothe her throat, continuing to admire the scenery before her, undeterred in her questioning. Where are you headed? Zhou Ting recalled the information she had obtained from her family, her gaze becoming somewhat perplexed as she murmured, Shrek Academy. Zhou Ting hailed from the Zhou family of the Douluo Empire, a lineage of considerable repute. During her solitary training over the past 5 years, Zhou Ting had heard numerous accounts of the Zhou family from various soul masters. In common parlance, they were regarded as the imperial family of the Star Luo Empire. Indeed, every empress of the Star Luo Empire had been a prodigious girl from the Zhou family, without exception. Moreover, Zhou Ting, possessing memories from her previous life, was aware of even more secrets. For instance, the Zhou family's martial soul, the Nether Spirit Cat, had a natural synergy with the Dai family's White Tiger martial soul. With a modicum of proficiency, they could execute a martial soul fusion technique. The Nether White Tiger, significantly enhancing combat capabilities and making it feasible to challenge opponents of higher ranks. Thus, the Dai family maintained a tradition of intermarriage with the Zhou family, even arranging engagements for their princes while they were still young. However, the struggle for the throne was notoriously brutal. Not to mention, the Dai family upheld a particularly cruel and peculiar rule, that each generation of princes would have only one victor, who would claim everything. The vanquished typically met their demise, while a select few fortunate ones were merely stripped of their soul power and exiled. Zhou Ting regarded such a family as rather typical. After all, descendants of repeated close-kin unions tend to exhibit certain eccentricities. Nonetheless, the Dai family, though obsessive and arrogant, had yet to descend into folly, which was already commendable. This could very well be attributed to their inherited White Tiger martial soul, as the White Tiger is a light-type martial soul, possessing some purifying qualities. At the entrance of the inn, Zhou Ting inquired of the resolute girl, "Is it absolutely necessary for you to go?" Zhu Zhuqing had now fully recovered, even advancing to a level of 28. She was merely 11 years old. This achievement was on par with that of Xiao Wu and Tang San, indicating Zhu Zhuqing's diligent training. Reflecting on the person Zhu Zhuqing sought, TSK, that individual truly deserved demise. Halting her steps, Zhu Zhuqing gazed upward at the sun, resolutely declaring, "I must go there." With that, the girl set forth once more, unwavering in her determination. Zhou Ting, arms crossed, stroked her chin as she watched the big cat vanish from sight, musing aloud, "Perhaps it is time to visit an old friend." Caressing the smooth, warm pebble pendant at her chest, Zhou Ting chuckled softly. "It has been 5 years. The little rabbit probably doesn't know how to berate me yet, considering I owe her so much honey." With that, she turned and walked in the opposite direction of the girl. At last, they had arrived in Soto City. The speaker was a charming young girl adorned with pink rabbit ears, her gait lively and exuberant. She suddenly complained to a plain young man beside her, "Brother, I wonder what the master is thinking. Clearly, several intermediate soul master academies are eager to admit us. Yet we are compelled to attend this obscure Shrek Academy." Tang San smiled indulgently, replying, "The teacher only requested my presence, but did not insist that you come along." Humph. Xiao Wu haughtily raised her chin, choosing to ignore her bothersome brother. She quickened her pace but soon turned back to say, "Brother, I'm tired. Let us find an inn to rest." "All right." Tang San hurried to catch up with Xiao Wu, only to notice her staring intently at a figure in the distance. He waved a hand in front of her face, puzzled. "Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Is there something about that person?" Xiao Wu tilted her head, recalling the individual in the plump tiger mask, murmuring, "That familiar aura." Though Tang San heard her, he remained perplexed. It was not appropriate to linger in the bustling street, so he took Xiao Wu into a nearby inn. Inside a modest inn, rounding the corner, Zhou Ting glanced back at Tang San and Xiao Wu, smiling as she softly mused, "It has been 5 years. Xiao Wu remains as adorable as ever, while Tang San." At this point, Zhou Ting's expression soured. Still so ordinary, so arrogant, humph, inexplicably arrogant. Scoffing disdainfully, Zhou Ting abruptly halted, buzzing. Her eyes lit up as she excitedly murmured to herself, "Ah, how fortunate, I need not intervene." At the Rose Hotel, an establishment lavishly adorned with suggestive decor, couples strolled in and out. At the front desk, a tall young man with golden hair and striking dual-colored eyes embraced a pair of twin sisters, declaring loudly amidst the envious gazes, "Bring me the key to my long-term reservation." "Ah, young master, we have only one room left." "Oh, that must be my reservation." "Long-term reservation?" This is not his first time doing this. Outside, the big cat, having not seen such a scene in days, wore a grim expression, her teeth clenched and her gaze icy. This young master Dai truly incited envy. Indeed, he always brought along the finest company, and each time, it was a different pair. Listening to the idle gossip around her, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes turned chillingly cold, nearly capable of freezing the air. She had previously fled the empire, escaped her family, and evaded rivalry precisely for this reason. How dare he? Suddenly, a hand emerged from behind Zhu Zhuqing, deftly grasping her wrist. Who? Zhou Ting turned around, retracting her claws, her eyes filled with confusion. You? Zhou Ting smiled, pulling her along. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Ting followed. Having walked a short distance, she finally shook off Zhou Ting's grip, asking, "Were you following me?" Zhou Ting shook her head, replying, "No. I came here to visit an old friend and happened to run into you." True and false. However, Zhou Ting was not in the mood to contemplate. The earlier scene had inflicted upon her an unbearable wound. Chapter 35, The Abilities of the Death Soul Insect. Zhou Ting gazed at the young girl, who wore a melancholic expression, and sighed inwardly, pondering the despicable nature of Daimubai. In truth, no matter what choices Daimubai made, they were defensible. Zhou Ting had once envisioned himself in Daimubai's predicament and understood that, without the advantages of being a transmigrator or possessing a unique talent, he might not fare any better. After all, Daimubai's elder brother was several years his senior, with superior talent and significantly higher cultivation. In such circumstances, what could he possibly use to compete? Was it merely stubbornness? However, Daimubai's silent departure, leaving Zhou Ting alone, was an action that, upon reflection, could be understood. Perhaps he believed that by leaving, he would be acknowledging his failure and thus protecting Zhou Ting from further targeting. Who could say? Nevertheless, this did not sway Zhou Ting's stance. As a staunch advocate of beauty, he aligned his principles with his aesthetic preferences. He had always stood firmly on the side of the large cat, unwavering in his support. From Zhou Ting's perspective, Daimubai appeared cowardly, a deserter who disregarded her well-being. Most importantly, since arriving here, Daimubai had succumbed to decadence, neglecting cultivation and indulging himself, perhaps as a means of relief from pressure. Yet, Zhou Ting found it unforgivable. Even in a world where soul masters and nobility lived in debauchery, she could not accept such a version of Daimubai. With a twinge of sympathy, Zhou Ting inquired, "Will you still go to Shrek Academy?" Zhou Ting remained resolute, but her gaze bore a hint of something different. Yes. This answer astounded Zhou Ting, leaving him momentarily speechless. When Zhou Ting witnessed Zhou Ting's typically nonchalant and somewhat reckless demeanor shift to such surprise, she couldn't help but chuckle, although the smile was fleeting. It was dazzling enough to leave Zhou Ting in awe. How beautiful, he thought. Zhou Ting looked at her savior, feeling an unusual urge to confide. Leaving home. I need a mentor and resources, otherwise, I cannot grow stronger quickly. Zhou Ting tentatively suggested, what if we went to Tiando City together? My identity is somewhat special. I fear no one would genuinely wish to teach me there. Zhou Ting fell silent, recognizing the complexity of the issue. After all, she was a member of the imperial family of another empire, even a candidate for the next empress, who would dare to nurture her sincerely. Suddenly, Zhou Ting recalled a wealthy individual and a sense of clarity washed over him. If he could persuade her, alongside Zhou Ting, to collaborate, it would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, he knew this would be a daunting task. He buried this audacious notion deep within and then said, in that case, I will accompany you to Shrek Academy in a couple of days. All right. For reasons unknown, Zhou Ting readily agreed. They checked into an inn. With 2 days left before school commenced, Zhou Ting had planned to take the large cat out for some leisure activities to strengthen their bond. However, the girl was utterly engrossed in her cultivation, scarcely leaving her room. Truly, her diligence was remarkable. Zhou Ting, who had been striving diligently, felt a pang of inadequacy. 2 days later, Zhou Ting concluded her training, her brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Something was amiss. Prior to fleeing her family, she had made strides towards level 27, yet was far from the brink of a breakthrough. Although she had progressed during her journey, it was implausible to achieve a breakthrough in a single attempt. Furthermore, the girl reached under her clothing, feeling a protrusion on her smooth abdomen, perplexed. What exactly did he administer to me? Upon awakening, my wounds had already scabbed over? The girl strained to recall the events following her unconsciousness, and suddenly, she sensed a peculiar sweetness. She remembered. He had fed her something that not only healed her injuries but also facilitated her advancement. Pondering fruitlessly, she resolved to head to Shrek Academy. After tidying herself, Zhou Ting stepped out of her room and found Zhou Ting already having breakfast in the lobby. Good morning, she greeted softly, taking a seat across from him as they shared their meal before setting off together. Ultimately, the girl could not resist inquiring, Are you planning to go to Tiando City? Zhou Ting nodded. Yes, I have matters to attend to there. Zhou Ting asked in surprise, Aren't you going to school? Zhou Ting replied smugly, I am extraordinarily gifted. Self-study suffices for me. Why attend a school? Just as Zhou Ting was about to retort, she suddenly recalled the 2 types of insects Zhou Ting had summoned. The swarm had thwarted a level 41 soul master, granting them ample time to escape. Meanwhile, the other insect swarm had effortlessly subdued her, a level 28 soul master, rendering her powerless. This fellow, Zhou Ting, was an absolute anomaly. Unlike anything she had encountered before, she had not seen such peculiarities in her family or even within the archives of the Douluo Empire. An absurd thought crossed her mind. Perhaps he truly did not require a mentor. Zhou Ting remained oblivious to her musings. Had he known, he would have undoubtedly felt embarrassed. His earlier proclamations were merely bluster. Zhou Ting possessed extensive knowledge of Douluo continent, even foreseeing many future events. Yet, he was not omniscient, for instance. He had yet to determine his next summoned beast. Reflecting on the past 5 years, he had devoted immense effort to cultivating the Jade Emperor Bee to secure the Death Soul insect, even sacrificing his own training. Otherwise, he would have been mad to have advanced the Jade Emperor Bee to 600 years so soon. Did he not realize that the higher the cultivation, the more efficient the training, and the faster the cultivation of the Jade Emperor Bee? However, how could he capture the Death Soul insect without nurturing the Jade Emperor Bee? Yet, once he acquired the Death Soul insect, everything would fall into place. The reason it was called the Death Soul insect, and not the soul-devouring insect, was significant. A solitary Death Soul insect could consume only a limited amount of soul power, and it was inherently reckless, often perishing from overindulgence. Soul Masters certainly wouldn't want to risk self-detonation without realizing it. Thus, few Soul Masters hunted them. However, Zhou Ting's ability to summon the phantoms of soul beasts alleviated such concerns. Moreover, the Death Soul insect possessed a greater advantage. Zhou Ting could permit it to absorb substantial external energy and subsequently expel it. While it may sound somewhat distasteful, that energy was truly delightful, enabling the soul beast in the Black Tower to gradually develop. Consequently, Zhou Ting could resume his normal training, liberating himself from burdens. This was the primary reason Zhou Ting had initially chosen the Death Soul insect, although he had merely speculated at that time, not yet certain. However, their ability to absorb the soul power and stamina of their adversaries alone merits his intervention. Chapter 36. Particularly poor at Shrek Academy, we only enroll monsters. Leave at once. Return my registration fee. According to the rules of Shrek Academy, the registration fee is non-refundable. If you refuse to refund it, we shall not leave today. Hearing the commotion from the registration office of Shrek Academy, Zhou Ting couldn't help but quicken his pace to witness the spectacle. His behavior of being an onlooker left Zhu Xuqin shaking her head helplessly, though her feet did not slow down. Little San, the Shrek Academy is quite special. Zhou Ting heard the familiar voice of Xiao Wu ahead and smirked, thinking, it is indeed special, particularly impoverished. Not only is it situated in a dilapidated village, but it also lacks essential facilities. Even the students' meals cannot be guaranteed. Furthermore, the principal has resorted to running a small shop, selling worthless items at exorbitant prices. Truly a shrewd merchant. Daimubai descended from the sky, immediately showcasing his prowess. The dazzling combination of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings left the crowd awestruck. A Millennium Soul Ring. He's a soul sovereign. Daimubai declared with great authority, the registration fee can be refunded. Just defeat me. The father and son, who had failed to register, could only leave in despair. Seeing this, Zhou Ting shook his head. This Shrek Academy is truly stingy. Zhu Xuqing looked at Zhou Ting curiously and asked, is this why you are reluctant to enroll? Zhou Ting surveyed the surroundings. It was merely an ordinary village, with nothing remarkable about the nearby trees and grass. There wasn't even a century-old tree. He shook his head, not deceiving her this time. This place is not suitable for my cultivation. Zhu Xuqing nodded in understanding and did not press further. Zhou Ting gazed at the line ahead, then at Shrek Academy. And an idea sparked in his mind. He left the queue and said to Zhu Xuqing, you queue here. I have matters to attend to. Zhu Xuqing merely nodded in response, her eyes fixed on the triumphant Daimubai, lost in thought. Zhou Ting, unperturbed, swiftly circumnavigated the line. The entrance to Shrek Academy was nothing but a dilapidated wooden frame, adorned with a sign that could use a renovation. Despite having soul emperors above level 60, including the elderly man at the entrance with a stick as a martial spirit, and even 2 soul saints above level 70, namely Principal Flinder and Vice Principal Zhao Wujin. The academy still operated in such dire poverty. It truly defies explanation. Zhou Ting paid no mind to the happenings at the registration office, having already wandered into a village. After a short stroll, the playground of Shrek appeared before him. He chuckled, who said one must join Shrek Academy to enter. In the next moment, Zhou Ting rushed to an elderly man basking in the sun and cheerfully inquired, good sir, may I ask you something? The old man, with white hair, scrutinized Zhou Ting's masked face and asked, "What is it?" "I wish to rent a room here for a while," Zhou Ting replied. The old man glanced at Zhou Ting, then at the Shrek Academy just a meter away, suddenly smiling and standing up with great enthusiasm. "Of course, you can. However, we only rent for a minimum of 3 months. "Oh, how much is it per month?" Zhou Ting asked. The old man ambled slowly, as if pondering the answer. Suddenly, a crafty glimmer sparkled in his eyes, and with a wrinkled smile, he extended a yellowed finger. 1 silver coin. Zhou Ting frowned, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. This price seemed exorbitant. Reflecting on Tang San's initial earnings at the blacksmith shop, which was only 1 silver coin for a month, he found it outrageous that this old man would dare charge him the same amount for a shabby room in the countryside. The smile on Zhou Ting's face vanished in an instant as he turned to leave, showing no reluctance. The old man stood there, momentarily stunned. This child. Why does he not follow the usual rules? At least negotiate a price. He watched helplessly as the opportunity slipped away. "Hey, young man, don't go. The price is negotiable," he called out, realizing that as a farmer, his income was extremely limited, and he could only save a few silver coins each year. Seeing Zhou Ting ignore him, the old man swiftly dashed forward, grabbing Zhou Ting's sleeve. "Young man, wait. The price is indeed negotiable. Besides, my house is the closest to Shrek Academy. You can see everything they do." Zhou Ting remained speechless, realizing the old man assumed he was there to learn from the academy. Nevertheless, it was precisely this prime location that piqued his interest. With a gentle flick of his wrist, Zhou Ting easily broke free from the old man's grasp. With an impassive expression, he demanded, "I will ask once more, how much?" The old man, frantically calculating in his mind, struggled to propose a reasonable price. After a minute, Zhou Ting's patience was wearing thin, and he turned to leave. Finally realizing the gravity of the situation, the old man hurriedly shouted, 3 months for 1 silver coin. Zhou Ting nodded without expression, retrieving a silver coin and tossing it to him. "I want the room on the 2nd floor by the window." "Certainly, no problem," the old man exclaimed, overjoyed at having secured the silver coin. That dilapidated room had been gathering dust, devoid of any value. Now, renting it out for a silver coin for 3 months to a masked individual was a tremendous profit. The old man gleefully stored the silver coin and shouted to the house behind him, "Wife, quickly clean the room on the 2nd floor by the window for our esteemed guest." "All right, I'm on it." Then, turning to Zhou Ting with a face full of goodwill, he asked, "Young man, would you like us to provide meals?" Zhou Ting waved his hand, declining, "No need. I will find my own meals." The old man felt a twinge of disappointment, but upon noticing Zhou Ting's luxurious attire, he quickly understood. Indeed, ordinary farmhouse fare would hardly suffice. "It is true. We don't have much meat," the old man admitted with a bitter smile. Suddenly, Zhou Ting spotted a familiar figure in the square with a bag and immediately instructed the old man, "Get me some hot water. I will need it when I return tonight." "Understood." Cooking at home, with an abundance of hot water, the elderly gentleman readily agreed, without even mentioning any additional charges. Chapter 37. Practical assessment. In this chapter, for individuals, 2 at level 29, 1 at level 28, and another at level 26, are granted exemption from the first 2 challenges, advancing directly to the final trial. With a smile gracing his lips, Dai Mubai leads Tang San and the others away from the second challenge. The admission criteria for Shrek Academy are exceedingly stringent, stipulating that candidates must be no older than 12 years and possess a soul power level exceeding 21. Once a candidate's soul power surpasses 25, they are automatically exempt from the 2nd and 3rd challenges, proceeding directly to the 4th and final stage, the practical assessment. Since its establishment 2 decades ago, Shrek Academy has admitted 42 students, of whom only 14 have successfully graduated. The remaining students either fell victim to soul beasts or failed to cultivate to level 41 before reaching the age of 20. It is rumored that among the successful graduates, the most distinguished has already ascended to the position of the youngest elder in the Spirit Hall, a figure of authority second only to the Pope. On the rooftop, Zhou Ting, who has been trailing from a distance, sneers at Dai Mubai's boastful claims. It is utterly absurd that an academy that exclusively admits geniuses cannot guarantee the graduation of most of its talented students, given Shrek's admission standards. The students who qualify would receive the finest resources at any other Soul Master Academy. Attaining level 41 by the age of 20 should be entirely feasible. How many talents have been squandered at Shrek Academy? Moreover, the assertion that the most exceptional graduate is the youngest elder of the Spirit Hall? Even if this person was a first-generation graduate, they would only be 32 years old this year. A 32-year-old elder of the Spirit Hall? Aren't elders typically titled Douluos? A title Douluo at 32 would have achieved this distinction even before Tang Hao. Ridiculous. Zhou Ting is left speechless. Such rumors are not propagated in this manner. Nevertheless, the term authority, particularly the title of elder, conjures thoughts of a certain individual, the master, Yu Shaojiang. Authority indeed, albeit theoretical. It seems that as the saying goes, 3 men can create a tiger. Stories morph as they are relayed. Dai Mubai escorts Tang San and the others to the backyard, where they encounter a muscular man seated confidently in a chair, arms crossed and eyes closed. Dai Mubai glances at the indifferent girl in black beside him, a bitter smile forming on his lips as he carefully approaches the robust man. Teacher Zhao, all 4 of them have been exempted from the first 2 challenges. The muscular man opens his eyes in surprise, for individuals have reached the final stage this year. Moments later, he steps before Tang San and, observing the unperturbed expressions of the 4 young souls, says with keen interest, "Very well. Today, I shall personally test the mettle of these little monsters." Dai Mubai is taken aback and hurriedly interjects, "Teacher Zhao, isn't it inappropriate for you to intervene?" "What is inappropriate? The dean is absent, and in this academy, I am the highest authority. My word is law. Do you have any objections?" The man glares, causing Dai Mubai to break into a cold sweat, too intimidated to retort. Satisfied, the muscular man nods and adds, "Mubai, inform them of my background. If even one of you can withstand my attack for the duration of a single incense stick, you shall all pass." Dai Mubai, with a wry smile, explains to Tang San and the others. Zhao Wuji, nicknamed the Unmoved King, is rumored to have escaped a siege by over a dozen Soul Emperors during his time as a Soul Emperor himself. Now, he stands as a formidable Soul Sage at level 76, renowned for his terrifying defensive capabilities, which earned him his moniker. Once Dai Mubai finishes relaying the information, Tang San and his companions huddle together to strategize. With the highest soul power level and support from Xiao Wu, Tang San naturally assumes the role of captain. They analyze the intelligence and formulate a tactical approach. The process proves tedious for Zhou Ting, who reclines leisurely on the rooftop, enjoying the gentle breeze. After the passage of a stick of incense, Zhao Wuji bellows, "We are ready. Since you are prepared, let us commence." His roar resonates powerfully, disrupting the tranquility. Zhou Ting, though irritated, keeps his eyes shut, his mind entering the first layer of the martial soul Black Tower. "Show me, Queen Bee." In Shrek Academy, in the grass, atop trees, on rooftops, and in the sky, numerous phantoms of the Jade Emperor Bee flutter simultaneously, their forms flickering in and out of existence. With a swish within the hive, a vivid battlefield materializes before Zhou Ting, offering a 360-degree view with 6 slightly ethereal figures resembling real people. Absent color, it could be described as a godly perspective. The battle commences. Zhao Wuji stands his ground, allowing the 4 soul masters to attack without employing any soul skills. Zhou Ting recalls an anime he once watched, his expression turning peculiar. Zhao Wuji's current arrogance will soon lead to his downfall, as he is struck by Tang San's hidden weapons and subsequently faces a blow from Xiao Haoyan. Following the assessment, he is even reduced to a near-death state by a titled Douluo-level guardian, perfectly illustrating the adage, "Strike the young and the elders will come." Suddenly, Zhou Ting's expression sharpens. Tang San truly possesses exceptional skill. In the arena, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Shiqing, enhanced by Ning Rongrong's dual power boost, have lifted Zhao Wuji off the ground, leaving him in a rather compromising position. As the dust settles, Zhao Wuji rises, his expression far from pleasant. Upon noticing Dai Mubai's stifling laughter nearby, his countenance darkens further. "Very well, I did not expect you 4 little ones to collaborate so effectively. However, now I shall get serious." With that, Zhao Wuji channels his soul power, a golden light enveloping him as a massive bear manifests behind him. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchange knowing glances, simultaneously launching their assault. "Blue silver bind," Zhou Ting exclaims, impressed by Tang San's audacity to attempt to restrain a level 76 soul sage with his first soul skill. With a mere flick of his hand, Zhao Wuji effortlessly shatters the enhanced blue silver grass. Tang San smirks, revealing a triumphant grin as Xiao Wu appears before Zhao Wuji, executing her soft skill, a whip kick. Zhao Wuji, brimming with confidence, casually deflects the kick, taunting, "Little child, your strength is too feeble." With a single wave, Xiao Wu is sent flying backward. Just as Zhao Wuji basks in his own triumph, Zhu Shiqing seizes the moment, appearing behind him to restrain one of his arms. Simultaneously, countless strands of blue-silver grass erupt from the ground, ensnaring Zhao Wuji securely. As for Zhu Shiqing, she has already escaped the blue-silver cage. He is lost? In response to Xiao Wu's inquiry, Tang San decisively shakes his head, his expression grave. Not at all. He merely utilized his soul power moments ago and has yet to employ his soul skills. Haha, quite insightful. Zhao Wujia's voice resonated with vigor, clearly in an excellent state. From the beginning until now, nearly half a stick of incense has passed, yet the combined efforts of the four great soul masters have failed to breach his defenses. The unmoving king, truly deserving of the title. Tang San and his companions each felt a pang of defeat within their hearts. This was the pride of a genius, now profoundly shaken. Chapter 38. Casual banter with a mighty roar. The colossal bear behind Zhao Wujia shattered the azure silver cage surrounding him. The toxic effects of the blue silver grass, along with its parasitic attributes, failed to pierce even Zhao Wujia's skin, rendering them utterly ineffective. Ah, little ones, it seems I must become serious, Zhao Wujia declared, his right foot crashing down as he surged forth at an astonishing speed towards Tang San and his companions. Indeed, speed was considered Zhao Wujia's weakness, but only when compared to other soul masters of the same rank. Faced with Tang San and his comrades, all of whom were in their 20s. Even with Ning Rongrong's 30 speed enhancement, they stood no chance. Boom. Not good, Teacher Zhao has become enraged. Dai Mubai watched anxiously as the black-clad girl stood defiantly before Zhao Wujia, feeling utterly helpless. In that moment, he was transported back to his days in the Star Luo Palace, where he was met with skepticism from all sides and had to endure relentless external pressures. Much of it stemmed from his own elder brother, but even more came from the factions aligned with him. In that palace, he saw no glimmer of hope, only oppression, powerlessness, and despair. At the age of 12, he fled to escape the confines of the Star Luo Empire. Although he continued his training, it felt more like a habit. He often found himself lost in the wilderness, unable to extricate himself from its embrace. Boom. Now utilizing his soul power, Zhao Wujia was unstoppable. Xiao Wu and Zhu Ting attempted to retaliate, only to be sent flying. Be careful. Tang San and Dai Mubai rushed forward simultaneously. Meanwhile, Zhou Ting, observing from a distance, wore a sinister smile as he muttered, wanting a hero to save the damsel in distress. Dream on. Take them down. At Zhou Ting's command, a swarm of dozens of football-sized jade emperor bees appeared behind the tumbling Xiao Wu and Zhu Ting, weaving themselves into a net. Buzz buzz. Xiao Wu landed heavily on the bee net, yet felt no recoil. What a perfect absorption of impact, she exclaimed, glancing back in shock. Jade emperor bees. Despite their enlarged size, she recognized them instantly. Recalling the familiar scent she had sensed on the streets just days prior, everything became clear. It was him. Not only Xiao Wu, but Tang San and Zhu Ting recognized them as well. Zhu Ting, dismissing the hands reaching for her, wore an impassive expression. Such an ungrateful woman. Dai Mubai's countenance darkened, his inner fury boiling. Zhu Ting shot him a glance, ignoring his ire as she mused bitterly on how laughable a prince so emotional could be. Zhao Wujia regarded the suddenly appearing jade emperor bees with a grave expression. He had been so engrossed in his play with these little ones that he had overlooked the presence of the bee swarm. Now, sensing their aura, goodness, the entire Shrek Academy was nearly enveloped by these peculiar bees. With a serious demeanor, Zhao Wujia inquired, "Do you recognize these bees?" Standing beside Xiao Wu, Tang San recalled his unpleasant childhood interactions with Zhou Ting, his expression darkening. He did not wish to utter that name, nor did he desire to encounter him again. Why was he here? Xiao Wu, however, was quite pleased, smiling as she said, "This is a soul skill from a friend of mine." Zhu Ting murmured. So he truly has friends here. Initially puzzled by Zhou Ting's intervention on Zhu Ting's behalf, Xiao Wu now understood. They were already acquainted. Unbeknownst to her, her instinctive first reaction had indeed been the correct one. In an instant, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light as she gazed at Zhu Ting. Feeling the unusual aura of the bee soul beasts, Zhao Wujia realized that even he would struggle to deal with hundreds of these bees. If they took to the skies, he might be powerless against them. With an odd expression, Zhao Wujia pressed, "A friend? Are you certain?" Both Zhu Ting and Xiao Wu nodded simultaneously, while Tang San and Dai Mubai turned pale. Zhao Wujia contemplated for a moment, glancing at the nearly extinguished incense on the ground. Whatever, one more person doesn't matter. You all, join in. Without further ado, Tang San and the others launched their assault. Dai Mubai fixed a hostile gaze on the swarm, his voice low and menacing. "Who are you? Why are you at Shrek Academy?" "Oh, someone is angry." Zhou Ting's interest peaked. The Jade Emperor bees, though incapable of speech, communicated nonetheless. Suddenly, the swarm moved, forming 4 large characters before Dai Mubai. None of your business. Boom. Dai Mubai's eyes blazed with fury. The malevolent fire ingrained in his genes ignited. The bee swarm aided Zhou Ting, who accepted the assistance with astonishing ease, even as she harbored disdain and loathing for herself. With extensive experience with women, he felt a strong intuition that a man stood behind the swarm. It was as if a vast pasture had appeared above his head. In a low, furious growl, Dai Mubai demanded, "Please leave. Shrek Academy does not welcome you." Zhou Ting's interest intensified, and more Jade Emperor bees joined the fray. "Oh, when did the head of Shrek Academy become you?" This time, Zhou Ting, fearing Dai Mubai might struggle with comprehension, even added punctuation for clarity. He was truly a benevolent man. Dai Mubai, infuriated, found himself powerless against Zhou Ting, who continued his mocking tirade. "Little Dai, I truly envy you. Surrounded by beautiful women every night." Such sincerity was undeniable. Dai Mubai, alarmed and guilt-ridden, glanced nervously at Zhou Ting, relieved to see her not paying attention. Simultaneously, he initiated an assault to drive the swarm away. Zhou Ting chuckled, continuing to inscribe words in the air. "You're anxious, but don't rush. Do you think your little escapades are unknown to others? Your reputation as Dai the Casanova has long spread throughout Soto City, even to the Balik Kingdom. You are quite famous." Understanding dawned on Dai Mubai. No wonder Zhou Ting had treated him with such disdain she had already known. Conflicted, he pondered, what to do now? In truth, he believed he had committed no grave error. He merely sought to vent his inner turmoil. After all, weren't nobles known for such behavior? Even his father had a harem. Yes, indeed. It is completely normal for men to have multiple wives, especially for someone of royal blood like myself. Expanding our lineage is our duty. The more he thought, the more confident and unburdened Dai Mubai felt, even banishing any lingering guilt from his mind. He had successfully reassured himself. Though Zhou Ting remained unaware of Dai Mubai's inner thoughts, he gleaned some insight from the prince's shifting expressions. Just as Zhou Ting was about to further disrupt his mental state, the battlefield underwent a sudden transformation. Xiao Wu unleashed her captivating gaze. But she had not anticipated what was to follow. The title of Zhao Wuji, the unmoving king of brightness, is not without merit. His physical defenses are formidable, complemented by an equally intimidating mental fortitude. His eyes emit a radiant golden light, which directly rebounds upon Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, observing her, caught by a swarm and rendered unconscious, Tang Sen bowed his head, engulfed in profound sorrow. Bang! Zhou Ting followed in Xiao Wu's footsteps, collapsing onto the beehive net. Unable to rise for the moment, Tang San, who had kept his head lowered, suddenly lifted it, casting a piercingly cold gaze at Zhao Wuji. His voice devoid of any emotion. "Teacher Zhao, I shall now unleash my full power. You must be cautious." With that, Tang San's hands transformed into a gleaming white, resembling jade, while a chilling aura enveloped his feet, rendering his intentions elusive. In an instant, he vanished. Clang, clang. Chapter 39. Unharmed under the augmentation of Ning Rongrong's 30 boost in strength and agility, Tang San darted around Zhao Wujia at an astonishing speed, his body nearly transforming into a streak of light. Simultaneously, his hands, resembling exquisite jade, appeared to manifest an array of delicate iron tools, elusive and hard to discern. In stark contrast, the ground beneath Zhao Wujia was littered with countless concealed weapons, steel needles, flying daggers, arrows. Within mere seconds, the ground was completely covered, impenetrable. Zhao Wujia, radiating a golden glow, stood firm and motionless, allowing Tang San to unleash his hidden weapons, yet his defenses remained unyielded. Observing the agile movements of Tang San, Zhao Wujia grinned and taunted, "Little monkey, exert a bit more effort. This mere force is insufficient even to tickle your grandfather." Silently, Tang San continued to assault various points on Zhao Wujia's body. Drawing from his past martial arts experiences, he understood that conventional hard techniques, like iron cloth shirt and golden bell shield, typically had a single vulnerable point. This critical weakness, he believed, must also apply to Zhao Wujia, the immovable king. However, he completely overlooked the fact that this world was fundamentally different. "Little monkey, where do you think you're running?" As Tang San suddenly appeared before him, Zhao Wujia was ecstatic, reaching out to grasp him, but found only emptiness. Indeed, he had failed to capture him. Irritated, Zhao Wujia glared at the elusive Tang San. Yet he begrudgingly praised, "What a peculiar self-created soul technique. But, do you truly believe the strength of a soul sage is so simplistic?" With that, Zhao Wujia prepared to attempt to seize the slippery little monkey. However, the incense on the ground was nearing its end. Of course, this had nothing to do with his inability to contend with Tang San's elusive maneuvers. As Zhao Wujia's soul technique was unleashed, Tang San was immediately subjected to overwhelming pressure from above, forcing him into a half-kneeling position, unable to rise. Zhao Wujia glanced back at the dwindling incense and chuckled. Little monkey, you won't be granted another chance this time. With his fourth and fifth soul techniques, Tang San, almost immobilized, suddenly caught a whiff of a sweet honey fragrance. Simultaneously, he felt a shiver run down his spine, as if a ferocious bear had set its sights upon him. Danger! Just as he realized this, an unparalleled force surged from behind him. Whoosh! To his astonishment, Tang San found himself hurtling toward Zhao Wujia. Should he deliver himself into Zhao Wujia's grasp, he would have no further opportunity. In this critical moment, memories of his recent gains in Soto City flooded Tang San's mind, and a hint of pity flickered in his gaze as he looked at Zhao Wujia. It seems I have no choice, Teacher Zhao. Fate is inescapable. Tang San's eyes narrowed, taking on a grave intensity. Zhao Wujia's defenses were astonishingly formidable. Even his new concealed weapons, designed to target hard techniques, required identification of a weak point. In that instant, Tang San's eyes transformed into a vivid purple, rivaling Zhao Wujia's golden orbs. Seeing this, Zhao Wujia could not help but admire. This little monkey possesses remarkable skills: jade hands, agile movements, ocular techniques, 3 self-created soul techniques, along with these peculiar weapons. I must have him. However, first, I need to discipline him. Otherwise, where would I place my old face? As Zhao Wujia became distracted, Tang San finally discerned the vulnerable aspect of Zhao Wujia's protective soul power. Now's my chance. Whoosh! 4 or 5 needles, finer than a hair, sliced through the air, propelled by gravity, and forcefully penetrated Zhao Wujia's body. Zhao Wujia, feeling the long-forgotten sting throughout his body, was instantly alarmed. A mere 29th level soul master had managed to breach his defenses. Astonishing, utterly astonishing. Ouch! The pain is unbearable. His arms and chest throbbed with discomfort. Furthermore, Zhao Wujia sensed that the agony was spreading towards his heart. Should it reach there, the consequences would be dire. He could no longer afford to focus on Tang San, and immediately mobilized his soul power to seal off the afflicted areas. A moment later, he raised his head and saw Tang San's infuriating face not far away, exclaiming with seething anger, "Little monkey, you are asking for it." At that moment, Ning Rongrong stood up and declared, "Stop. The incense has burned out." Zhao Wujia turned his head stiffly. Indeed, the incense had dwindled to its base. But would he simply accept this silent defeat? Just then, a slender figure emerged from the direction of the training ground, witnessing the chaos and lamenting. What? What have you done? The newcomer, heartbroken and furious, cried out. Ah, Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia chuckled awkwardly. Haraha. Why has Flender shown up now? Zhou Ting, who had been observing from the sidelines, was taken aback. He had anticipated witnessing Tang San wielding the Haoyan hammer against Zhao Wujia. However, it seemed illogical that an unadorned Haoyan hammer could inflict such devastation upon Zhao Wujia. Even if Zhao Wujia underestimated Tang San, such an outcome would be improbable. Initially, Zhou Ting had planned to see if there was any trickery involved in this hammer strike, perhaps someone meddling behind the scenes. Yet, it appeared that nothing had transpired. A poor review. The next moment, upon grasping the situation, Flender's eyes lit up. My dear students, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to unfold. This year, four little prodigies had successfully passed the entrance examination. And all under Zhao Wujia's guidance. What a remarkable achievement. Tang San and Xiao were familiar to him. He had previously encountered them and deduced their identities as disciples of Xiao Gang. The other two were no ordinary talents either. However, upon gazing at the two injured girls suspended in midair, Flender shot a fierce glare at Zhao Wujia and bellowed, Oscar, come here. Whoosh. At the summons of the dean. Oscar promptly responded, Dean, you called for me? Flender glanced at his bearded disciple, endured his irritation, and finally couldn't help but admonish, you really should shave that beard off. Oscar sheepishly scratched his head, lowering his gaze submissively. Yes. Now, they are injured. Prepare a few sausages for them. Upon hearing the mention of sausages, Oscar perked up, eagerly announcing, Teacher, 5 copper coins each. How dare you ask the teacher for money? Flender said with a half-smile, half-serious tone. Little Oscar, are you certain? Oscar's smile faltered, and he grimaced, but teacher, students need to eat too. Flender retorted with a cold laugh, aren't you capable of making sausages? Oscar was rendered speechless. Flinder, growing impatient, urged, "Stop stalling." "All right," Oscar conceded. Oscar responded faintly, his hand poised for action, yet his gaze inadvertently shifted towards the injured individuals. Ultimately, his eyes fixated intently on Ning Rongrong. Crafting sausages was a failure. What was he thinking? Oscar snapped back to reality, resumed his task, and softly recited the incantation. "I possess a root." Suddenly, a crisp voice, laced with disdain, rang out. "Wait, I want to eat that." Chapter 40 Reunion. Xiaowu, you're awake. How's your injury? Tang San, momentarily forgetting his own wounds, rushed to Xiaowu's side, his face filled with concern. Xiaowu managed a weak smile and replied, "Xiao San, I'm fine." With that, she retrieved a small glass vial from her waist pouch and handed it to Tang San, her expression filled with empathy. "You're hurt too. You should take this." Tang San immediately declined, uncorking the vial and bringing it to Xiaowu's lips. "No, Xiaowu. This is the last one. You should have it." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ting gasped, a terrible premonition creeping into her heart. The next moment, Xiaowu, with a bright smile, gazed at the swarm of jade emperor bees in the sky and reassured, "Don't worry, someone will provide for me." "Xiao San, please take it." Tang San recalled the wooden box Zhou Ting had entrusted to Xiaowu before leaving, and everything clicked into place. His emotions were a tangle as he held the vial. What once seemed sweet now felt difficult to swallow. Unbeknownst to Xiaowu, who thought Tang San was merely worried about her, she was deeply touched and forcefully pushed the honey into his mouth. As Tang San consumed the Jade Emperor honey, his complexion began to regain its color, prompting Xiaowu to turn her gaze toward the bees above, gently asking, "Zhou Ting, is that right?" Meanwhile, Zhou Ting, lying lifeless on a nearby rooftop, opened her eyes in resignation. Simultaneously, more Jade Emperor bees emerged, enveloping Xiaowu and Zhu Qing, lifting them into the air. In a swift motion, Xiaowu and Zhu Qing reached Zhou Ting's rooftop in less than a minute. Upon seeing the plump tiger mask on Zhou Ting's face, Xiaowu was taken aback. "It's been 5 years, and you're still wearing a mask." Despite feeling weak, Xiaowu appeared exuberant, her eyes sparkling. Zhou Ting removed her mask, revealing a delicate face. Though not striking, it was certainly more appealing than Tang San's. Xiaowu studied her intently before playfully revealing her canines and accusing, "Why did you turn and walk away when you saw me on the street a few days ago?" Zhou Ting glanced at Zhu Qing and replied, "I went to prevent someone from doing something foolish." With that, she retrieved a glass vial from her bag. She had come prepared to meet the little rabbit and had naturally prepared the promised items long ago. Using a small spoon, she scooped a dollop of white jade and placed it into the mouth of the overly energetic little rabbit. The familiar sweet aroma finally coaxed the little rabbit to close its mouth, offering Zhou Ting an appreciative glance before concentrating on its refinement. Observing this, Zhou Ting approached Zhu Qing and exchanged spoons. However, after casting a glance at the people on the playground, she spoke pointedly to Zhu Qing. "Tell me, was it really necessary to fight to the death over an entrance exam? Was it worth it?" Zhu Qing did not respond, but naturally opened her red lips to consume the white jade offered to her. It melted in her mouth, the familiar taste reminiscent of what Zhou Ting had fed her while she was unconscious. At that moment, neither Zhou Ting nor Zhu Qing noticed that Dai Mubai's face had turned green, his eyes blazing with fury. As the honey settled in her stomach, Zhu Qing felt a warm energy radiating from her abdomen, spreading throughout her body. "Meditate," Zhou Ting prompted, and Zhu Qing complied immediately. In that instant, the soul power surged within both Xiaowu and Zhu Qing, their complexions visibly brightening as their injuries began to mend. Gazing at the few individuals on the playground who were observing them curiously, Zhou Ting casually greeted the unassuming Tang San. "Long time no see, Tang San." Tang San leaped to Xiaowu's side, relieved to see her improving, and turned to Zhou Ting with a complex expression. "Yes, long time no see. What brings you here?" Zhou Ting gestured toward Zhu Qing, saying, "I came to find her." Tang San glanced between Zhou Ting and Zhu Qing, his eyes suddenly lighting up with joy and a hint of ambiguity, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. His demeanor towards Zhou Ting became unusually amiable, a broad smile gracing his face. "Well," Dai Bai also soared up, standing not far from Zhu Qing, his expression stormy. "What do you mean by well?" he exclaimed. "These two must have some hidden agenda." Tang San was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the inappropriate relationship among the three. At that moment, everyone's gaze shifted between Zhou Ting, Zhu Qing, and Dai Bai, their expressions laden with intrigue and ambiguity. Tang San, however, felt conflicted. given his close friendship with Zhou Ting. He naturally wished for Dai Mubai's success and Zhou Ting's liberation from her troubles. After all, Zhu Qing, with her wild spirit, was not easily tamed. Yet, casting a glance at Xiaowu, he thought, Zhou Ting, you must succeed. For no other reason than for Xiaowu and me, you cannot fail. Rest assured. Xiaowu and I will do everything we can to support you. Tang San's eyes brimmed with encouragement. Zhou Ting saw through his thoughts, but chose not to comment. A soft, comfortable moan escaped Xiaowu as she opened her eyes. The next moment, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Her face flushing as she covered her mouth and glared at Zhou Ting. It's all your fault for embarrassing me. Zhou Ting, speechless, wondered. Is helping you now a fault? Thanks to the nurturing effects of the honey, Xiaowu regained much of her vigor. She sprang to her feet and bounded over to Zhou Ting, just as she had in their childhood, patting Zhou Ting's shoulder. The difference this time was that she had to stand on her tiptoes slightly. This only heightened her displeasure as she pouted, You despicable fellow. You disappeared for 5 years without a word, and I nearly thought you had perished somewhere. Zhou Ting, recalling his 5 years of living as a wild man, chuckled wryly. I spent most of my time in the starry forest, where it was not convenient, and there was no one to deliver messages for me. Xiaowu remembered the beehive on the first level of the Black Tower and the queen bee, reluctantly accepting his explanation. The next moment, Xiaowu's hands cracked as she teasingly asked, Didn't you say you came to find Zhu Qing? Zhu Qing's ears twitched slightly, her cheeks warming. Meanwhile, Zhou Ting, observing Xiaowu's impending transformation into a violent rabbit, hastily clarified, I also came to see you. Tang San and Xiaowu exchanged glances and chorused. How did you know we would come here? I just arrived from home, he replied. The two nodded in acceptance of this explanation. At this moment, as Zhou Ting and the others finished reminiscing, Dean Flander finally interjected, Zhou Ting, are you enrolling as well? To command over 100-century-old soul beasts with a single soul skill, what an anomaly. Flander's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Zhou Ting, as if he had spotted something he had long desired. Zhou Ting shook her head, stating, My martial soul is not suited for crowded places. To think. You would refuse me? While others are weeping and pleading to gain admission, this young man surprisingly declines. Flander's expression is somewhat rigid. He finds it hard to believe. Before Zhou Ting can elucidate, Xiaowu intervenes to clarify, stating that indeed, this young man's martial soul is rather unique, making the Soul Beast Forest the most suitable environment for him. Chapter 41. Let us duel in the realm of specialization. The healing properties of Yu Huang honey significantly pale in comparison to Oscar's sausage. After all, honey is not a genuine medicinal remedy. Rather, it serves as a nourishing supplement, aiding in cultivation, its most vital attribute. Nevertheless, in contrast to Oscar's rather nauseating spells, Xiaowu and Zhu Qing still preferred the sweetness of honey. Zhou Ting glanced at the two level 29 soul masters beside him, confusion etched on his face. Xiaowu, why are you only at level 29? Xiaowu understood the underlying question. Despite the abundance of honey he had provided, their cultivation speed had not noticeably accelerated. She sighed and explained, It was Master who advised us to solidify our foundation. Thus, we are utilizing honey to refine our soul power and strengthen our physical abilities. With a gentle push of her foot, a stone embedded itself deeply into the sturdy gravel path. This physical strength surpassed even Zhou Ting's by a small margin. At that moment, only Zhou Ting, Xiaowu, Tang San, and Zhu Qing remained on the playground. Flinder had long since departed with the injured Zhao Wujin, and Tang San had extracted the golden needle from Zhao Wujin's body. Additionally, Flinder had dragged away Dai Mubai, whose hair had turned a peculiar shade of green. As for the new student Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, she had been escorted to the girls' dormitory by Oscar. Dai Mubai, what is going on between you and that girl in black? In the dean's office, Flinder regarded his troubled student with a serious expression, feeling an immense headache brewing. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth and replied, I have a betrothal with Qing. What? Zhao Wujin, who had been watching from the sidelines, exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you are betrothed, how could you leave her alone? Flinder's brow furrowed as he shared Zhao Wujin's protectiveness. But he remained more composed. Although Dai Mubai was a student, Zhou Ting had rejected his invitation. Nonetheless, Zhou Ting was friends with Tang San and Xiaowu. And who were Tang San and Xiaowu? They were part of the legendary Golden Iron Triangle, his closest allies, friends, and rivals, disciples of Master Yu Xiaojiang. They were his juniors, and now they were his students as well. It was imperative to handle this rationally. As Zhao Wujin prepared to drag Dai Mubai away to confront Zhou Ting, Flinder interjected loudly. Enough. Faced with Flinder's anger, Zhao Wujin sheepishly returned to his seat. Flinder understood Zhao Wujin's character all too well and chose not to comment further. Turning his attention back to his still downcast student, Flinder's expression softened slightly. Now tell me, what is truly going on between you two? Since Zhou Ting is your fiancée, why is she so close to Zhou Ting? Dai Mubai recalled the past, struggling to voice his thoughts. His pride forbade him from admitting to his cowardly retreat. As he remained silent, Zhao Wujin suddenly connected the dots. Being straightforward, he blurted out, Dai Mubai, is it possible that the girl is upset because she knows about your past actions? By the end of his statement, Zhao Wujin had surprisingly chosen a more tactful approach. However, Flinder, seated at the head of the table, could only sigh and rub his forehead. He questioned himself for keeping this character in the academy as a teacher. This straightforward individual was not only blunt in speech but also heavy-handed in action. Initially tasked with merely supervising the examination without needing to intervene physically, he had instead engaged in fierce combat, leading to damage that required repairs to the academy's premises. All of this incurred costs that were not easily earned through his business endeavors outside. On the other side, upon hearing Zhao Wujin's words, Dai Mubai lowered his head even further. He felt a wave of self-reproach wash over him, ultimately failing to convince himself. Flinder recognized this reaction and understood the deeper reasons behind it, aware of some of Dai Mubai's family circumstances. If scrutinized closely, Dai Mubai had no justification. He was in the wrong towards Zhou Ting. Yet, Flinder had an inherent tendency to protect his students, complicating matters further. Alas, Dai Mubai, matters of the heart are not easily governed by the academy. You must navigate them on your own. Zhao Wujin nodded in agreement, affirming that he could not assist in seizing a woman for him. Although Shrek Academy was indeed a school of monsters, it was certainly not a den of thieves. Dai Mubai lifted his head, determination and complexity mingling in his gaze. I understand, Dean. Flinder smiled and nodded in reassurance. Dai Mubai, although Zhou Ting possesses some peculiar traits, he is merely a level 21 soul master. You have no reason to fear. Moreover, Shrek Academy will always stand behind you. Thank you, Dean. Dai Mubai expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Meanwhile, Zhou Ting had already been pulled away by a certain envious individual. After the siblings departed, Zhou Ting finally spoke up. You gave me this honey before, didn't you? Indeed. The confirmation ignited excitement within Zhou Ting. She had finally deduced that her previous breakthrough was due to the honey. This time, the honey not only healed her injury significantly but also allowed her recently attained level 28 soul power to improve further. Even with some of it consumed for healing, the efficacy of this honey is astonishing. Suddenly, a name flashed through Zhou Ting's mind. Yu Huang honey? She recalled having tasted it in her childhood, although its flavor was not as exquisite as the present one. The passage of time had dulled her recollection. Since Zhou Ting had already surmised the truth, Zhou Ting saw no reason to conceal it any longer, for he could not avoid using his first soul skill, which would inevitably reveal his identity. Indeed, it is Yu Huang honey. A glimmer of excitement shone in Zhou Ting's eyes. She was well aware of her own talents. Although reaching level 27 through self-cultivation at the age of 11 was commendable, it was not indicative of exceptional talent, but rather the fruits of hard work and perseverance. While others cultivated, she too was diligently training. While others played with friends, she remained committed to her practice. Whenever she felt overwhelmed, she turned to practical training to strengthen her body. She could not afford to be idle for even a moment. It was through this unwavering dedication that she achieved her current success. However, the disparity in innate talent became increasingly apparent as time passed. Presently, a metaphorical sword hung over her head, one that could descend at any moment. In the face of life and death crises, failure to grow stronger equated to death. Just as Zhou Ting was about to speak, Dai Mubai arrived, his expression grim as he regarded her and Zhou Ting with a menacing intensity. Zhou Ting, let us duel. Chapter 42. Maintenance, ensuring fairness. A duel. Dai Mubai actually sought a duel with him. Zhou Ting rubbed his ear, his expression a mixture of incredulity and curiosity. Are you certain? His reaction seemed rather peculiar. Dai Mubai's expression faltered momentarily, yet he was indifferent now. He cast a deep glance at Zhou Ting before fixing his gaze intently on Zhou Ting. Yes, I am certain. The intensity of his demeanor would lead one to believe that a profound enmity existed between him and Zhou Ting. The vendetta of a father's murder. The betrayal of a wife. There indeed was a grudge concerning a wife, which epitomizes irreconcilable hatred. Zhou Ting finally grasped the situation. His emotions complex as he inquired, is it a regular duel or one to the death? Observing Zhou Ting's nonchalant attitude, Daimubai sneered, to the death. No way. Before Zhou Ting could utter a word, Zhou Ting hurriedly stepped forward to intercede. A pang shot through Daimubai's heart as he looked at Zhou Ting. His eyes brimming with murderous intent. This feline-like creature was merely pouring oil onto the flames, Zhou Ting silently lamented. Zhou Ting, unaware of Zhou Ting's thoughts, recognized the potency of his soul skills but still doubted Zhou Ting's ability to defeat Daimubai. Soul masters were not the same as ordinary soul practitioners. A top-tier soul sovereign like Daimubai would easily overpower even a soul master dispatched by his family to retrieve him. Ultimately, Zhou Ting's level fell short, and he was at a disadvantage. Zhou Ting unhesitatingly positioned herself in front of Zhou Ting, confronting Daimubai with reproach. You, a 15-year-old soul sovereign, dare to challenge a 12-year-old soul master? How shameless. Daimubai, confronted by his fiancée's merciless rebuke, felt both guilty and enraged. How could his fiancée chastise him for another man? Had she truly come to loathe him? His pride lay shattered. A tempestuous rage ignited within him. Today, Zhou Ting must perish. His gaze, piercing through Zhou Ting, fixed coldly on Zhou Ting as he mockingly taunted. What's wrong? Only hiding behind a woman. Too afraid to face me? Oh, resorting to emotional provocation now? Just as Zhou Ting was about to agree. No. Daimubai, what are you planning? With an urgent shout, Xiaowu dashed over, positioning herself beside Zhou Ting, both unwaveringly glaring at Daimubai. Behind Zhou Ting, Tang San shook his head helplessly, slowly stepping into the arena's center. This damn world. I should have taken Xiaowu away. Alas, there were no pills of regret in this world. Moreover, he truly could not intervene in Xiaowu's stubborn resolve. After all, with Zhou Ting's unexpected involvement, Xiaowu retained much of the assertiveness characteristic of the head girl at Notting Academy, not merely acting as a sister. Tang San, do you intend to oppose me? Daimubai dismissed Zhou Ting, Xiaowu, and Zhou Ting with disdain. However, the addition of Tang San, after his recent battle with Zhao Wujin, he was keenly aware that he could not withstand another confrontation. Contemplating this, Daimubai's expression darkened significantly. Tang San, feeling bitter, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. His expression filled with helplessness. He had promised to protect Xiao Wu, ensuring no harm would come to her. He could not go back on his word. At that moment, Xiao Wu's loud outcry caught the attention of others in the academy. The academy was not large. The beardless Oscar, Ning Rongrong resting in the dormitory, and Ma Hongjun, heartbroken from a recent romance, all arrived at the scene to witness the standoff, promptly aligning themselves behind Daimubai without a word. After 3 years of camaraderie, the moniker Boss Dai was well-earned. Ning Rongrong, observing the tense confrontation, appeared exceedingly excited. Despite her seemingly obedient demeanor since her arrival, she had been spoiled by her father and numerous elders in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Her true nature was unruly, thriving in chaos. A true little demoness who had tormented countless individuals. Of course, her inherently good nature meant she would not go too far. After all, who would dare underestimate the elders of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Such a charged atmosphere was a novel experience for Ning Rongrong. It was simply too entertaining. However, compared to the arrogant Daimubai, the lecherous Oscar, and the insipid Ma Hongjun, she found herself more inclined to support Xiaowu and Zhou Ting. With a slip of her foot, she moved to stand beside Xiaowu, silently cheering for a brawl to ensue. At that moment, Flender, observing from the shadows, was utterly exasperated. The original trio of students in the newly admitted quartet were on the verge of a brawl. A group fight, no less. How could running a Soul Master Academy prove so arduous? After 20 years, Shrek Academy seemed to decline with each passing year. Perhaps it would be better to just shut down. Flender, disheartened, turned to see Zhao Wujin standing nearby, thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding drama. This fool. Flender was infuriated. While he had saved Zhao Wujin initially, keeping him on as a teacher was undoubtedly a mistake. What a calamity he had brought upon himself. Zhou Ting, having discerned the two observers through the perspective of the Jade Emperor B, chuckled and called out to the concealed figures in the small building, directors. Are you not going to say anything? Before Flender could respond, Zhao Wujin had already leapt from the window. Flender was immediately alarmed. No. Don't. But it was too late. Zhao Wujin's voice boomed. Mubai's decision is the decision of Shrek. Flender felt utterly despondent. There was no turning back now. Dreams. Farewell. Zhao Wujin's endorsement bolstered Dai Mubai and his companion's confidence. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Zhou Ting's expressions turned grave. They were on unfamiliar territory, and the opposing side had more than one soul sage backing them. Zhou Ting pushed aside the two girls in front of him, flashing a confident smile at them before stating, a duel is acceptable. Dai Mubai, sneering in disdain, regarded Zhou Ting's apparent weakness with contempt. To the death is also permissible. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai finally regarded Zhou Ting seriously. Yet, Zhou Ting did not even glance at him. Instead, he faced Flinder and Zhao Wujin, declaring, "But how can you ensure that you will not interfere and disrupt the duel?" Flinder and Zhao Wujin exchanged perplexed glances. A 21-level Soul Master. Concerned about a 37-level Soul Sovereign's potential interference? Such confidence was remarkable. Flinder had intended to safeguard Zhou Ting's life, but such arrogance made that increasingly difficult. With a serious demeanor, Flinder asserted, "We guarantee fairness and will not allow anyone to interfere." Chapter 43, Suppression having received a somewhat unreliable guarantee. Zhou Ting turned to face Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, confidently declaring, "Trust me." Such formidable confidence. Both Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu felt this assurance and chose to believe him. They exchanged glances and silently took a step back. Tang San remained beside Xiao Wu, his expression inscrutable, leaving others unaware of his thoughts. Ning Rongrong's eyes darted around, casting a gaze at Zhou Ting that was laden with unspoken meanings. Zhou Ting then turned to confront Dai Mubai, stating, "Let the battle commence." "All right." Dai Mubai's voice was tinged with palpable excitement, prompting the others to instinctively retreat to the edge of the playground, allowing the battleground to be solely occupied by Zhou Ting and Dai Mubai. "Today shall mark your demise." Zhou Ting retorted with ease, his demeanor unfazed. "Next year on this day will be your memorial." Dai Mubai dismissed Zhou Ting's taunts and solemnly proclaimed his title, Dai Mubai. Level 37 Soul Master, Martial Spirit White Tiger. Behind him, a towering 10-meter-tall white tiger rose, its fierce eyes fixated on Zhou Ting, emanating an overwhelming aura. This fierce presence was truly befitting of a soul sovereign. Realizing that a lower level equates to a disadvantage, Zhou Ting's expression turned serious as he announced, "Zhou Ting. Level 21, Martial Spirit Black Tower." Following the customary procedure, Dai Mubai could no longer contain his impatience. He crouched slightly and then leaped towards Zhou Ting with lightning speed, covering the mere dozen meters between them in an instant. With the Black Tower in hand, Zhou Ting coldly declared, 10,000 needles piercing heart. Buzzing. Instantly, hundreds of volleyball-sized jade emperor bees emerged around him, transforming into a flurry of white jade needles aimed at Dai Mubai's heart. At that moment, Dai Mubai's hands morphed into claw-like forms, targeting Zhou Ting's head. Just as he was about to seize it, the first white jade needle pierced towards his heart. First soul skill, White Tiger's Protective Barrier. Even while airborne, Dai Mubai was undeterred in unleashing his protective soul skill. Clang. Zhou Ting took a slight step back, evading the attack. However, Dai Mubai, still airborne, could not dodge and was struck by a needle. In the next instant, over 100 white jade needles transformed into a fine line, consecutively targeting Dai Mubai's heart. The first needle was effortlessly deflected, posing no threat. After all, his first soul skill stemmed from a powerful soul beast over 400 years old. Moreover, his first soul skill benefited from the prowess of a soul sovereign at level 37. Then, the second needle posed little challenge. The third needle was slightly more taxing. When the fourth approached, Dai Mubai's protective golden light flickered, and upon seeing the multitude of remaining white jade needles, his expression shifted dramatically. Dai Mubai was acutely aware that he could no longer afford to be on the defensive. Taking a deep breath, he roared, third soul skill. White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. Roar. Dai Mubai's muscles swelled, his golden aura intensifying, significantly boosting his defensive capabilities. A dozen white jade needles shattered effortlessly. Zhao Wujia, witnessing this scene, was both astonished and alarmed. How could this be? Why has Mubai activated his third soul skill so early? Flinder adjusted his glasses. Unlike Zhao Wujia, he recognized the deeper implications. That kid Zhou Ting's soul skills are rather extraordinary. Mubai's first soul skill cannot withstand this relentless assault. Zhao Wujia gasped. Are you implying Mubai might lose? He had been pondering the disparity in levels but was suddenly reminded of his own defeat by a monkey who was 5 ranks lower than him. Although he had been careless and held back, a loss is still a loss. Flinder shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. Impossible. Mubai possesses a millennium-old third soul ring, with a 16-level gap between them. How could he possibly lose? Reassured, the two elderly men appeared confident. While the lively Ning Rongrong had learned from Zhu Zhuqing about her entanglements with Dai Mubai, it is said that women's friendships are peculiar. Though they had only met less than a day ago, the three had already bonded intimately, hand in hand, discussing such private matters. Had it not been for Zhou Ting's life and death battle, they would have been laughing heartily. Xiao Wu, filled with righteous indignation, glared at Dai Mubai with disdain. Then turned to Tang San, shaking her small fist in warning. Tang San, do not emulate him. Otherwise, I shall certainly smash your head. Tang San silently nodded, his heart lamenting. Ah, my beloved Xiao Wu, that wretched Zhou Ting. Ever since your return, Xiao Wu has changed. Once, Tang San and Xiao Wu were each other's sole companions, but with Zhou Ting's unexpected interference, that exclusivity vanished. Feeling the rapid depletion of his soul power, Dai Mubai grew anxious. This could not continue. He inhaled deeply, fists meeting at his chest. Second soul skill, White Tiger's radiant wave. Golden light surged towards Zhou Ting. Zhou Ting took a deep breath, the black tower trembling in response. Thousands of Jade Emperor Bee phantoms materialized, each radiating white light. As the white light flashed, a wall of white needles appeared before Zhou Ting. In an instant, the golden light collided with the needle wall. Clang, clang. Flender, renowned for his keen eyesight, observed the peculiar white light enveloping Dai Mubai and exclaimed, "This is bad. Mubai is in danger." Startled, Dai Mubai quickly assessed his surroundings, finally noticing the white light concealed by his own golden aura. What is this? Though perplexed, he understood it was undoubtedly related to Zhou Ting, for the colors of the light bore a striking resemblance to those of the bees. This was troubling. In a direct confrontation, the two were evenly matched. However, in the subtle contest, he was slightly at a disadvantage. This was not right at all. A mere level 21 Great Soul Master compelled a Soul Sovereign to utilize all three of his soul skills. Now, an unknown soul skill from his opponent had even encircled him. How terrifying was that? Meanwhile, Xiao Wu glared angrily at Flender, scolding, "How shameless. Engaging in a life and death duel, yet you remind him from the sidelines. Truly, a treacherous merchant." Flender awkwardly averted his gaze from Xiao Wu. His earlier warning had indeed been out of line, violating the rules. Zhou Ting was unfazed. His left hand clenched as countless white points of light surged towards the golden-shrouded Dai Mubai. Crack. The sound of countless tiny crunches echoed as Dai Mubai stood stiffly in place. His protective golden light was being devoured. Pop, pop. The white points of light continued to explode, yet they pressed forward unrelentingly, overwhelming the golden light entirely. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, and the others were filled with astonishment. Flander's expression turned grave, devoid of the previous ease. Zhao Wujie also sensed something amiss and spoke softly, "Flander, observe." Chapter 44, the so-called Fairness Roar. The roar of a tiger and the cry of a dragon reverberated as golden light erupted, akin to the rising sun breaking through all barriers. Zhao Wujie looked at his proudly standing student, Dai Mubai, filled with immense joy. "Mubai, splendid work. Well done, Big Dai." Unlike Zhao Wujie and his companions, Flender discerned the gravity of the situation. Dai Mubai had expended nearly all of his soul power to unleash this strike. With his body enveloped in golden light, the white tiger lunged at the unsuspecting Zhou Ting. But was Zhou truly unprepared? In the next moment, 100 Jade Emperor bees emerged. The faint buzzing resonated in Dai Mubai's ears, deafening. A flicker of terror flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes, causing his body to stiffen momentarily. Yet, the next instant, gritting his teeth, he charged forward with unwavering focus. Zhou Ting regarded him with admiration. There was still some spirit. At the edge of the arena, Tang San's eyes gleamed with violet light, his hands resembling white jade, flickering with golden glimmers. Flender's expression grew grave, his legs slightly bent, ready to spring into action. When, Dai Mubai barely managed to block one white jade needle. The golden light shattered as a second needle pierced his chest. With a cry, the four-eyed owl flapped its wings, slicing through the sky. Simultaneously, Xiao San sprang into action. "Teacher." Without hesitation, Tang San unleashed the golden light. Clink, clink. 97 white jade needles were knocked down by the two. Dai Mubai was sent flying as if he were a burlap sack. "I've lost." Dai Mubai's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Zhao Wujie's combat intuition was remarkable. The moment Dai Mubai's protective golden light shattered, he rushed forward. However, speed was not his forte, yet he managed to catch Dai Mubai just in time, preventing further injury. Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San in disbelief, as if seeing him for the first time. "Xiao San, why did you help him? This is a duel, a fair fight to the death." Tang San had prepared ample justification in his mind, but when he met Xiao Wu's scrutinizing gaze, the words failed to escape his lips. Master Yu Xiaojiang approached slowly, stating, "I instructed Xiao San to intervene. Dai Mubai cannot perish. I do this for Zhou Ting's sake." Xiao Wu, unable to comprehend, turned to Yu Xiaojiang and pressed, "Why?" The master glanced at his silent disciple and patiently explained, Regardless of how one may view him, Dai Mubai is a prince of the Star Luo Empire. While internal conflicts within the royal family may be inconsequential, if any outsider were to take his life, it would mean enmity with the Star Luo Empire, resulting in relentless pursuit and certain death with no hope of rescue. It was a valid point, yet Xiaowu could not accept it. She turned away without uttering a word. Meanwhile, Zhou Ting faced off against Flinder, a bemused smile playing on his lips. Is this the fairness promised by your Shrek Academy? Flinder's face flushed with shame, leaving him speechless. Not just him, but Zhao Wujia, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun also found themselves at a loss for words. Certainly, they would not regret saving Dai Mubai. This was the ethos of Shrek Academy, where protecting one's own was paramount. As for principles, strength alone dictated them. Zhou Ting shook his head, not at all surprised. He was acutely aware of Shrek Academy's nature, and this scene had long been anticipated. His silence did not prevent others from speaking. Ning Rongrong, with indignation, muttered, "What utter shamelessness! Not only does one use their might to bully the weak, but they also initiate a life-and-death battle only to disrupt the rules themselves." Zhao Wujie could not bear such scornful mockery, his eyes wide as saucers. At first glance, Ning Rongrong was startled, but who was she? The princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, a defiant sorceress. Would she fear a mere soul sage? In the next moment, Ning Rongrong exuded an aura of defiance, meeting Zhao Wujie's glare head-on. Zhao Wujie felt helpless, knowing her identity and weight. A mere glare was his limit. If it came to blows, who would perish? The atmosphere grew tense. Yu Xiaojing observed his embarrassed old friend and stepped forward, addressing Zhou Ting earnestly. "Zhou Ting, I have underestimated you for too long. Your martial soul is anything but simple, as unique as the 9-heart sea star. The choice of the Jade Emperor Bee as your first soul ring and the Death Soul Insect as your second were both wise decisions. Given time, you shall surely carve out a place among the continent's foremost powerhouses." Yu Xiaojing's eyes brimmed with admiration. He had misjudged Zhou Ting thrice. The first time, upon learning of Zhou Ting's martial soul awakening and the curing of his affliction, he remarked that Zhou Ting and Tang San were worlds apart. The second, upon discovering his choice of a nearly 200-year-old Jade Emperor Bee as a soul ring, he deemed it unwise and short-sighted, a self-sabotage of his future. The third, after Zhou Ting departed from Notting Academy, he labeled him as arrogant and unaware of his limitations. Little did he know, 5 years later, despite Zhou Ting being merely at the 21st rank, his 2 formidable soul skills could even suppress a fully equipped soul sovereign. Reflecting on this, Yu Xiaojing felt a twinge of remorse, yet he believed he had not erred. Zhou Ting remained oblivious to his thoughts, frowning and asking, "Master, what exactly do you wish to convey? Please be direct." Yu Xiaojing, with a gentle demeanor, replied, "Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement is far from over. Zhou Ting, you are aware of Dai Mubai's identity. You cannot kill him, or you will face relentless pursuit from the Star Luo Empire, leaving you with no future. Is this a threat?" Zhou Ting clenched his left hand, remaining silent. Yu Xiaojing continued to persuade. "It is better to resolve enmity than to perpetuate it. You are still young, and cultivation should be your foremost priority. I can guide you, helping you find suitable soul beasts." Flinder, witnessing his old friend's words, was filled with admiration. Truly, the wisdom of the golden iron triangle shines through. Every word is reasoned and convincing. "Ha!" Zhou Ting laughed, unable to contain himself. Yu Xiaojing fell silent. Tang Xin detected the mockery in Zhou Ting's laughter directed at his teacher. He immediately clenched his fists, his gaze icy. Once a teacher, always a father. Once Zhou Ting had laughed enough, he remarked, "Ha! Master, you've mistaken your target. It was Dai Mubai who proposed the duel." Zhou Ting's implication was clear. The animosity did not originate from him. The crux of the issue lay with Dai Mubai. Yu Xiaojing's expression stiffened. Having witnessed the entire affair, he was well aware. Yet he unconsciously overlooked it. After all, familiarity breeds bias. Moreover, Zhou Ting's overwhelming victory was truly astonishing. Zhou Ting, shaking his head in amusement, stated, "I am indifferent. But you must address matters with Dai Mubai. Otherwise, should there be a next time?" Zhou Ting paused, retracting his harsh words with a self-deprecating smile. "Oh, I misspoke. He has the support of formidable elders like you. If necessary, we can rescue him once, twice, thrice," with a seemingly despondent shake of his head. Zhou Ting walked out with a downcast expression. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances and, in unison, followed suit. Tang Xin hesitated for a long while, his feet feeling as heavy as lead, rendering him immobile, ultimately choosing to remain by Master S' side. Yu Xiaojiang patted his disciple S' shoulder. Reflecting on the passage of 6 years, the once small child had now grown taller than himself. A flicker of inexplicable light appeared in his eyes as he offered consolation. Xiao-san, it's all right. Xiao will come to understand. Tang-san, feeling dejected, nodded and managed to squeeze out a single word from his throat. Chapter 45. Hasty farewell. Zhou Ting released her tightly clenched left hand, a fleeting glimmer of red light unnoticed by anyone, in the small grove outside the village. She regarded Ning Rongrong with an expression that was peculiar, as if questioning her presence. The little witch, sensitive to such gazes, retorted indignantly, "This grove is yours. Why can't I come here?" Seeing this, Xiaowu quickly grasped Ning Rongrong's hand and glared at Zhou Ting, asserting, "Rongrong is our dear sister. You shall not bully her." Zhou Ting, observing the three girls forming an implicit alliance, could only respond with resignation, "Say what you will." Xiaowu had intended to retaliate further, but the recent actions of Tang-san lingered in her thoughts. After all, they were sworn siblings. "I'm sorry about Tang-san earlier," Zhou Ting interjected, waving her hand dismissively. "Tang-san is Tang-san. You are you. This is between him and me." Her words implied that the day's events were far from over. Xiaowu found herself caught in a dilemma. If a conflict arose between the two, whom should she support? Zhu Zhuqing approached Zhou Ting. Her eyes filled with sincerity as she expressed, "I apologize." Zhou Ting, bemused, replied, "It's not your fault." She sighed, "I never imagined a prince could be so easily agitated. I merely provoked him with a few words, and they were all true. He dares to act, but lacks the courage to face the consequences." Indeed. Zhu Zhuqing's icy gaze mirrored her disdain for Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong added, "Exactly. What a coward." Though she was a mischievous little witch, she had also studied the virtues expected of an heir. Dai Mubai's arrogance and self-righteousness were traits unbecoming of someone in a position of power. However, considering his upbringing, it was hardly surprising. He had never received proper training. As Xiaowu listened, her mind drifted back to Tang-san's involvement in the life and death duel. And she spoke with irritation, "Let's not discuss him anymore. Zhou Ting, where are you planning to go next?" Zhou Ting was aware that she had nearly harmed Dai Mubai, and that lingering near Shrek Academy was unwise. Her gaze shifted to her primary objective for coming here, Zhu Zhuqing. Noticing this, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong exchanged knowing glances at Zhu Zhuqing, their expressions teasing. Zhu Zhuqing's typically stoic face flushed slightly as she finally said, "I wish to transfer to another Soul Master Academy. The resources at Shrek are lacking, and the teachers and students are rather peculiar." Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, "Absolutely. Not to mention Dai Mubai, that Oscar has a lewd gaze, and Ma Hongjun constantly stares at us with those lustful eyes. I came here because of Shrek's reputation, but who knew it would be like this? I'm preparing to return home." Xiao Wu fell silent, beginning to question, why did the master bring us here? In truth, their discomfort stemmed from not having fully integrated into the academy. Had this incident occurred later, their perspective on Shrek would likely have shifted. After all, Shrek had a motto, "A soul master who fears trouble is a mediocre talent." They certainly lived by that creed, as evidenced by Ma Hongjuan's antics, teasing a stranger and brazenly engaging in brawls, even going so far as to strike another's teacher in defense of his comrades. Such behavior was only tolerated in a place as isolated as Shrek. Otherwise, they would have faced dire consequences. Zhou Ting perceived Xiao Wu's inner turmoil and hesitance, prompting her to say, "Xiao Wu, you should remain at Shrek Academy." Xiao Wu's eyes flickered with conflict, and she hesitated to respond. "Wait a moment," Zhou Ting said. Removing a cloth pouch from her waist, she extracted a piece of bamboo and, with a smoothness akin to slicing tofu, began carving with a knife. Bamboo shavings flew, and soon a small figure resembling a girl appeared in her hands, complete with pink rabbit ears and rosy eyes, exquisitely crafted and utterly adorable. Xiao Wu gasped, murmuring, "This is how I looked when I was younger." Zhou Ting, stroking the smooth pebble at her chest, handed her the bamboo carving, saying, "Indeed. This is a farewell gift for you. Do you like it?" "I love it," Xiao Wu replied with delight. Zhou Ting then retrieved a wooden box from the pouch and, with a deliberate thud, declared, "Inside is honey. Be sure to inspect it closely." The tone suggested deeper implications. Xiao Wu's heart stirred, and she returned a knowing glance, inquiring, "Where are you going?" "Tiando City, Xiao Wu. We shall meet again if fate allows." Ning Rongrong chimed in, bidding farewell. "Xiao Wu, I must return to the sect as well. Farewell." "All right, goodbye." Xiao Wu watched the three depart, cradling the bamboo carving against her chest, lost in thought. A sigh escaped her lips a moment later. Alas, how did it come to this? Once on the main road, Zhou Ting halted, looking at Ning Rongrong and saying, I would like to ask you for a favor. Curiosity sparked in Ning Rongrong's eyes as she queried, What kind of favor? I have matters to attend to, Zhou. Ning Rongrong, quick-witted as ever, immediately grasped the situation. She embraced Zhou Ting's shoulders, smiling, It's simple. My home is near Tiando City, and Zhou Ting can conveniently accompany me back. Zhou Ting hesitated slightly. However, Zhou Ting removed the cloth pouch from her waist and handed it to her, saying, We can discuss other matters once I reach Tiando City. Zhou Ting regarded Zhou Ting thoughtfully before agreeing. Very well, let us go. Ning Rongrong took Zhou Ting by the hand, leading her towards Suatua City, turning back to call out to Zhou Ting, Once you arrive in Tiando City, you can find me at the Ning Family Commerce. I understand. As she watched the two depart, Zhou Ting cast a final glance at Shrek Academy, her expression inscrutable. I just rented a room, and now I cannot stay. What a waste of a silver coin. With that, Zhou Ting turned resolutely and strode into the wilderness. The wind began to stir. The wild grass swayed freely, engaging in a chaotic dance. Meanwhile, in the office of Shrek Academy's principal, Flinder entered with a furrowed brow. Even the sight of his long-lost friend, Yu Xiaojiang, could not alleviate his concern. Xiaojiang, I apologize for the troubles at the academy, Flinder lamented. Yu Xiaojiang. His demeanor calm as ever, did not respond directly, but inquired, How is Mubai? Flinder slumped into a chair, a bitter smile gracing his lips. After consuming Xiao Ao's sausages, his body has mostly recovered, but this defeat has struck a heavy blow to his spirit. Indeed, he continued. To be thoroughly dominated by a child 3 years his junior and 16 ranks lower is disheartening. Had it not been for our mentor's intervention, he would have perished. It's no wonder he feels despondent. Moreover, Dai Mubai remains an exceedingly proud individual. Ever since regaining consciousness, he has kept his head bowed in silence. Devoid of his former confidence and poise, Flander is deeply concerned. Should this student continue to brood, he may well face ruin. By the way, Xiaojiang, do you possess any effective solutions? In times of extremity, one must resort to extraordinary measures. Yu Xiaojiang confidently addressed his disciple, Tang San. San, provoke him, the more intense, the better. Yes, master, came the response. Flander hesitated, questioning, Xiaojiang, is this truly advisable? Yu Xiaojiang shot him a glance. Your concern is merely causing confusion. Chapter 46. The fireball technique vanquishes the enemy. The wind howled, and the cries of spirits echoed. Zhou Ting donned his chubby tiger mask once more, standing at the cave's entrance, gazing out at the chaotic wilderness. The night was dark, and the wind was fierce. What a splendid moment. He suddenly fixed his gaze on an ancient tree and, with a smile that was not quite a smile, inquired, Friend behind the tree, do you not agree? Bang! A metal rod descended from the heavens, landing squarely before him, shattering the hard rock at the cave's mouth. The golden dragon on the rod opened its massive jaws and roared skyward. An invisible pressure surged outward, with Zhou Ting bearing the brunt. Boom! The reverberation echoed in his ears, yet Zhou Ting remained unfazed, exclaiming, It's you. A lean, white-haired elder stood at the cave's mouth, raising a hand gently, causing the dragon-patterned rod to rise from the ground. You recognize me? Li Yusong, the wielder of the dragon-patterned rod and the one presiding over the first challenge of Shrek Academy's entrance examination. Zhou Ting, disinterested in responding, continued his inquiry. Did you follow me to seek vengeance for Dai Mubai? Observing the calm demeanor of the youth before him, Li Yusong's eyes glimmered with admiration. To defeat Dai Mubai against all odds, and remain unperturbed even when confronted by a soul emperor, such talent and composure, if given enough time, you would undoubtedly secure a place among the continent's elite. As he spoke, a look of regret slowly crept into his gaze. Alas, Zhou Ting, oblivious to his lament, suddenly realized, you came for Shrek Academy. At this, Li Yusong's admiration for Zhou Ting deepened. Indeed, Shrek Academy only recruits monsters. How splendid it would be if you could remain there. However, his expression abruptly turned frigid, akin to eternal ice, chilling to the bone. Regrettably, you have made a grave error in judgment. The dean saved me in my time of need. The academy is my home, my sole sanctuary. I shall not permit anyone to threaten it. No one shall escape my wrath. An unparalleled killing intent surged forward. In that moment, Zhou Ting sensed the elder's indomitable resolve. This battle was inevitable. Li Yusong pointed his long rod, and the dragon at its tip unleashed a silent roar. Summon your martial soul, and I shall allow you to strike first. Fear not, I shall grant you a dignified demise. With that, Li Yusong stamped his right foot. White, yellow, purple, purple, purple. Black. Li Yusong, a formidable level 63 assault-type soul master. Zhou Ting raised his hand, and the black tower suddenly expanded, capturing Li Yusong's attention. Just then, a flash of red light flickered in Zhou Ting's left hand. What is that? Li Yusong pondered, only to witness a fireball swelling from small to large, hurtling towards him with incredible speed. A fireball? Such a powerful energy fluctuation. I cannot withstand it. Being struck would mean death. Realizing this, Li Yusong could not afford to ponder how a 21st level soul master could possess such a threat to a level 63 soul emperor's life. He could only think of evasion. Whoosh. He leapt from his position, 6 soul rings blazing to life as the dragon pattern rod smashed down toward the ground. Boom. The tremendous recoil sent him soaring into the air. In a critical moment, he soared above the fireball. A smile broke across Li Yusong's wrinkled face. He had evaded it. Puff. A searing heat enveloped him from behind. No. In an instant, the scorching warmth dissipated, and Li Yusong vanished completely. Nothing a fireball technique cannot resolve. Even a soul emperor is not exempt. After all, Li Yusong had been intent on stacking his attacks. Zhou Ting watched the drifting ashes with a mix of emotions. Though they were both soul emperors, the differences were stark. The commotion just now was significant. He could not linger here. Zhou Ting turned and departed, swiftly arriving at the other side of the mountain. As he crossed the small hill, a stout man clad in a hood appeared at the cave's entrance. He lifted the tattered hood, revealing a face brimming with unkempt hair and disarray. He sniffed the air, detecting the acrid scent of charred remains and the lingering aroma of flesh. This is. His expression shifted dramatically. Who has perished? Is it Zhou Ting? Impossible. That soul emperor wielded a staff. The fireball could not possibly be his doing. The one who died must be that soul emperor. But who struck him down? Confounded, he followed his instincts, lightly stamping his foot to reach the other side of the mountain. An hour later, the stout man stood atop the mountain, his eyes filled with bewilderment. The deceased must surely be Shrek's soul emperor. Yet, how did Zhou Ting accomplish this? Not only did he kill, but he also vanished without a trace. In the next moment, he gazed towards the direction of Shrek Academy, his expression complex. Xiao San, do not worry. Your father will watch over you. Tang Hao felt an unusual pang of regret within. In truth, he should have intervened long ago. Regardless of which side he aided, it would have been the wisest choice. Assisting Zhou Ting would forge a bond, potentially mending the rift between him and Tang San. Supporting Shrek Academy, with his title as a Douluo, would ensure that no matter Zhou Ting's hidden trump cards, he could effortlessly suppress him. Yet, he was unaware of Zhou Ting's capacity to slay a soul emperor and chose the worst course of action, to remain a bystander. Little Master. There is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The subsequent segments are even more thrilling. One misstep leads to another. At Shrek Academy, the girls' dormitory, the once lively trio was now reduced to just Xiao Wu. Upon learning that Xiao Wu had gone to the girls' dormitory, Tang San abandoned his teacher's task. He stood at the door, observing Xiao Wu tidying her bed, and excitedly asked, Xiao Wu, you did not go with him? As soon as the words left his mouth, Tang San regretted them, berating himself for asking such a foolish question. In that moment, he wished to slap himself. Xiao Wu shot him a glance before turning back to her chores. Tang San stood at the door, feeling stiff and unsure of where to place his hands and feet. Ultimately, the bond forged over 6 years of companionship as siblings weighed heavily on her heart. Xiao Wu, unable to bear it any longer, set aside her task and finally met Tang San's gaze, saying, Did you think I was unaware? You were already prepared to act. If you waited for the master to call, it would have been too late. Seeing his intentions exposed under Xiao Wu's scrutinizing gaze, Tang San felt a wave of shame. Xiao Wu did not expect his reply and continued, Today was your first encounter with Dai Mubai, yet you chose to disrupt the duel's rules to aid him. Tang San replied hoarsely, We are classmates. Xiao Wu calmly retorted, And Zhou Ting is not? You both grew up in the same village and were classmates at Notting Academy for a year, yet that pales in comparison to your first meeting with Dai Mubai? Tang San fell silent. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's expression turned desolate as she inquired, Will you treat other girls the same way in the future? This question left Tang San momentarily speechless, his heart racing as he hastily replied, I absolutely will not, Xiao Wu. I have sworn to always protect you and ensure you suffer no harm. Xiao Wu gazed intently into Tang San's eyes, reading no hint of insincerity, only unwavering resolve. At last, a smile graced Xiao Wu's face as she declared, I believe in you. Tang San exhaled in relief, just about to step inside when Xiao Wu playfully pushed him back out. What? Do you wish to peek into the girls' dormitory as well? Hurry, hurry. Tang Xin chuckled awkwardly, staring at the closed door with a foolish grin. Chapter 47. Message. At this moment, the vast dormitory was left with only Xiao Wu, who glanced around and suddenly felt a pang of loneliness. Ultimately, there was no turning back. Hearing the footsteps of Tang San departing outside, Xiao Wu retrieved a wooden box from her waist pouch. Zhou Ting had mentioned earlier that it contained the Yu Huang honey meant for her. Lifting the lid of the box, she discovered a dozen glass bottles filled with white jade. Although she had already discerned the limited quantity through its weight, she still pouted, muttering to herself in dissatisfaction. How infuriating. After 5 years, he only leaves me this much. Yet, it remained uncertain whether her grievance stemmed solely from the scant amount of honey. With a shake of the wooden box, all the glass bottles flew out. In a swift motion, her delicate white hands left behind a blur, and in an instant, all the glass bottles vanished from sight. Gazing at the empty wooden box, Xiao Wu tapped and pressed here and there, as if searching for something. After a thorough inspection, she frowned and muttered, "This doesn't make sense. If he said that, there must be something amiss with this box." But there is nothing at all. She recalled Zhou Ting's previous actions. A sudden realization struck her. Finding the spot where Zhou Ting had tapped, she gently caressed it. The wooden board was uneven. This is nothing unusual. At that moment, the image of Zhou Ting carving something for her flashed in her mind, and inspiration struck. The next moment, she carefully traced the lid of the box, feeling the raised spots with meticulous attention. A smile crept upon her lips, brimming with pride. Haha, Xiao Wu is a genius. How could such a minor issue stump me? Silently, she whispered to herself, "Xiao Wu, what follows is of utmost importance. You must not disclose it to anyone." She pursed her lips, somewhat dismissive. What could be so crucial that it must remain a secret? Her small hands continued to explore. Over these past 5 years, I unexpectedly learned some news. Tang San's father, Tang Hao, is highly likely to be the titled Douluo, titled Haoyan. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Her small hands instinctively recoiled from the box lid. At that moment, her body was covered in goosebumps, drenched in cold sweat. She was unwilling to believe it. However, considering Tang San's extraordinary talents and various peculiar abilities, she fell into silence. How could an ordinary child from a small mountain village possess such remarkable skills? Take Zhou Ting, a prodigy from the same humble background. His strength was entirely due to his unique martial soul traits. Tang San, however, was entirely different. Although he had developed the blue-silver grass to an extraordinary level, much of it relied on his bizarre self-created soul techniques. How could a 6-year-old child possibly invent such things? Thus, it seemed entirely reasonable that his father, Tang Hao, was indeed the Haoyan Douluo. The next moment, her expression reflected a sense of survival, and she patted the Navi little dumpling beside her, exclaiming, "Thank goodness he left long ago." With this thought, she felt both curious and fearful about the information that followed. Ultimately, after a fierce internal struggle, she bravely extended her small hand. During my time at Notting Academy, I once saw Tang Hao's figure through the Yu Huang honey. He had always remained in the shadows, watching over Tang San. Xiao Wu's heart trembled, her face paling dramatically. Have I exposed myself? Various gruesome and bloody images surged in her mind. Skinning and dismemberment, barbecuing. Her fingers unconsciously traced the subsequent content. Tang Hao is quite unique. There are secret rumors that his wife, Ayin, who is also Tang San's mother, transformed from a soul beast. However, due to their constant travels, their true identity was exposed, and the entire family was hunted by the spirit hall. Eventually, a fierce battle erupted, the specifics of which remain unknown. A glimmer of hope rose in Xiao Wu's heart as she continued reading. Yet, there were reports that the Pope of the Spirit Hall suffered fatal injuries in that battle, while Tang Hao ascended to title Douluo through a 100,000-year soul ring. In the end, he was wanted by the Spirit Hall. Xiao Wu's mind, previously in a daze, finally began to function, murmuring to herself, "It must be a sacrifice. It has to be a sacrifice. There is no other possibility." Thus, he harbored compassion? Was that why he spared me? As she contemplated a horrifying possibility, Xiao Wu felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, curling up and trembling uncontrollably. After a long while, she finally regained her composure, looking at the lid of the box as if it were a lifeline. Is there more? She continued reading. I know you are concerned about title Douluo, so I'm sharing this information with you. Additionally, I am. As she continued to read, Xiao Wu gradually calmed down. The message concluded with a note, read and then burn. Xiao Wu caressed the lid of the box, running her hands over it once more. A surge of soul power flowed through her, and the lid instantly became flat and smooth. Such craftsmanship. Truly a master carpenter. Silently, she took out a slender white string, akin to the material of Zhou Ting's pebbles, threading it through a rabbit ear, creating a small Xiaowu-style pendant. She hung the pendant around her neck, securing it close to her. With a complex expression, Xiaowu murmured, "Did he? No?" This he remained ambiguous, leaving her in contemplation. In the East Palace of the Heaven-Do city, Zhou Ting stood atop a high vantage point, surveying the entire imperial palace. His eyes filled with the joy of success. At last, the day has arrived. Shilong stood beside him, equally elated, stating, "Your Highness, all loose ends have been dealt with." Zhou Ting looked down at the Soul Master team patrolling the East Palace, a wave of immense confidence swelling within him. "Excellent. At this point, no one can thwart our plans. Indeed, Your Highness, everything is settled." As he spoke, Shilong hesitated for a moment, savoring the rare moment of ease. Zhou Ting quietly relished the freedom of being atop the imperial city and asked, "Uncle Shi, please feel free to speak your mind." "Yes, Your Highness. The first prince and the third prince are dead, yet the fourth prince, Zhou Ting gazed up at the moon and the sky, murmuring, "In truth, I had no intention of killing them, but they obstructed my path." The Emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire, the Snow Knight Emperor, was aging and had intentions of establishing a crown prince. The first prince, being the eldest, held the greatest advantage, garnering substantial support from officials, while the third prince, known for his valor, had the backing of the military. Without eliminating them, Zhou Ting could never ascend to power. With a sigh, Zhou Ting lamented, "If only I were a bit older, I could easily replace the first prince. There are no ifs in this world," and he recalled a long time ago, the child who followed closely behind him. As for Zhou, should he also perish, I would become the sole survivor, and everyone would suspect me. Shilong, feeling an unease, continued, "But now, there are still those who harbor doubts, aren't there? But that's of no consequence. Time will fade all memories." Zhou Ting wished to shift the topic, saying, "Uncle Shi, those who have aided me must not be left disheartened. Rest assured, Your Highness, everyone, including their relatives, has been settled near the Soul Land City, receiving the utmost care and hospitality. This is splendid." Chapter 48. Time will tell. In the Grand Hall of the Spirit Hall, a powerful female voice echoed, tinged with an almost imperceptible worry. Seated upon the exalted throne was a captivatingly mature woman, exuding an unparalleled aura of nobility that commanded respect and deterred direct gaze. This woman was Pope Bibi Dong, the master of the continent's foremost power, the Spirit Hall. In the center of the hall stood a delicate-looking man, who raised his azure finger and replied with a smile, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. The plan has been executed flawlessly, and all participants have safely withdrawn, ensuring there is no exposure." His voice was charming, revealing him to be Zhu Guo, one of the Spirit Hall's titled Douluo, whose true name is Yu Guan. After a day spent addressing various matters, Bibi Dong, fatigued, closed her eyes for a brief respite, shaking her head slightly. "Whether it be evidence or witnesses, these are of little consequence. It is the suspicion that proves most perilous." Zhu Guo instantly comprehended her meaning and remarked, "After their demise, the greatest beneficiary is Your Highness, making you the prime suspect. However, as long as Shui Lang remains alive, it should not. Do not harbor any illusions," Bibi Dong interjected. "The life or death of Shui Lang is utterly inconsequential." Zhu Guo grasped the implication in Bibi Dong's words. Zhou Ting, as the primary beneficiary, was naturally the focus of suspicion. Her situation was indeed precarious. "Your Majesty, what shall we do?" Zhu Guo inquired. Bibi Dong abruptly opened her eyes and commanded, "Relay the message to the Elder Hall. Let that old fossil deal with the headache himself." The esteemed great priest of the Spirit Hall, the formidable Douluo, was referred to dismissively as that old fossil by Bibi Dong, a title he would never dare to accept without respect. Zhu Guo, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, bowed respectfully in response, "Yes, I shall attend to it immediately." With a wave of her hand, Bibi Dong closed her eyes once more, feigning slumber. The Grand Hall, brightly lit yet eerily silent, was filled only with the faint sound of breathing. In the past 6 months, Tiando City had experienced a series of significant events. Firstly, the 2 princes of the Snow Knight Emperor succumbed to poison simultaneously during a banquet within the palace. Secondly, the Snow Knight Emperor, grieving the loss of his sons, suffered greatly, both physically and mentally. Thirdly, Zhou Ting became the disciple of Ning Fingxi, receiving robust support from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Lastly, Zhou Ting was proclaimed the Crown Prince. In just over half a year, Tiando City was tumultuous and rife with upheaval. Fortunately, after 6 months, the storm had finally settled. The nighttime curfew was subsequently lifted. In the late hours of the night, within the imperial chamber of the Snow Knight Emperor, an elderly man lay bedridden, his face marked by fatigue. "Brother, have you uncovered anything after all this time?" he inquired, with a tone of disappointment. Before him, an old man with white hair bowed his head in shame, stammering, "Your Majesty." The elderly ruler of the Tiando Empire waved his hand wearily. "I prefer you call me brother." The Prince of Snow Star lifted his gaze, meeting the familiar, gentle eyes of his brother. Memories flooded back. This was how his brother had always looked at him in their youth. Tears welled in the eyes of the Prince of Snow Star as he emotionally called out, "Brother." The Snow Knight Emperor smiled with contentment. Having just endured the pain of losing a child, he was acutely aware of the importance of familial bonds. There is no need for shame. That Soul Master was exceedingly enigmatic. It is no surprise that we could not identify him. The Prince of Snow Star wore a bitter expression as he remarked, "Brother, while we cannot pinpoint who is responsible, there are only a few forces capable of poisoning within the heavily guarded palace, the Spirit Hall, the Xingluo Empire, the three great sects." Listening to the names his brother listed, the Snow Knight Emperor interrupted with a sigh of resignation. "We cannot rule out those rogue Soul Masters with vendettas against the royal family." The Prince of Snow Star understood this all too well. However, if that were the case, it would be even less likely to uncover the truth. The Snow Knight Emperor pondered for a moment, a sense of defeat washing over him as he declared, "In that case, let us cease our inquiries." The Prince of Snow Star gasped in disbelief. "Brother?" The Snow Knight Emperor sat upright, his eyes wide open, emanating an aura of authority without anger. "There exists no eternal secret in this world. Time will reveal the truth." The Prince of Snow Star, looking into his brother's profound gaze, suddenly comprehended. "I understand, brother." Satisfied, the Snow Knight Emperor continued, "From this day forth, you must pay special attention to your two nephews. They must not encounter any further misfortune." "Yes." The Prince of Snow Star affirmed resolutely, vowing to protect his nephews. Yet, he hesitated, casting a glance at the Snow Knight Emperor, as if struggling to voice his thoughts. "Brother, speak freely," the Snow Knight Emperor encouraged. The Prince of Snow Star steeled himself and finally said, "Hehe has been acting increasingly strangely. It is as though he has transformed into a different person." The Snow Knight Emperor furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding, "Do not be overly concerned. He has become Ning Fengji's disciple and has been named Crown Prince. Such changes are to be expected, just as I did in my youth." The Prince of Snow Star fell silent. Yet he sensed something amiss with his historically distant nephew. In truth, long ago, he shared a bond with this nephew that was not unlike that with the other princes. They were once quite close. However, at some point, the distance between them grew, and their encounters devolved into mere polite exchanges. "It is time to return." Observing his exhausted brother, the Prince of Snow Star felt a surge of compassion. "Very well, brother," he replied, bowing as he departed, silently vowing, "I will keep a vigilant watch over this matter." He resolved to ensure Xuelang's safety. Meanwhile, a weary Zhou Ting approached the gates of Tiando City, only to find them closed for the night. "At last, I have arrived." Removing his fat tiger mask, Zhou Ting recalled that fateful night. During that evening, Tang Hao searched the mountains 3 times. This was merely what he had witnessed. The number of times unseen was undoubtedly countless. In any case, he had successfully altered Zhou Ting's intention of hiding for just a night, resulting in a full week of concealment before he emerged from a narrow crevice. Throughout those 7 days, he had remained within the Black Tower, surviving solely on honey and fruit. Only when he was certain that Tang Hao had ceased his pursuit did he hasten to Tiando City. Contemplating this, Zhou Ting found himself gritting his teeth in resentment. "Tang-san, Tang Hao, I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine." However, he merely vented his frustrations. Against this extraordinarily gifted father-son duo, he felt utterly powerless. Yet, recalling his own clever machinations brought forth an evil grin. "Hehe, Tang-san, I hope you will appreciate the gift I have left for you." Chapter 49. Encounter how utterly boring. Gurgling. "Ha." The girl reclining on the lounge chair comfortably placed her empty cup down, only to hear a loud clap. "Ah. Who dares to strike me?" Ning Rongrong, this little enchantress, turned to see the face of the person behind her and immediately wilted, swallowing back the name that nearly escaped her lips. How uncomfortable. In the next moment, the little witch humbly wrapped her arms around the visitor's arm, pouting adorably. "Father, what brings you here?" Before her father could respond, Ning Rongrong continued, "You said this morning that you were quite busy and couldn't spare time to accompany me today, right?" With that, she placed her hands on her hips and accused him with righteous indignation. "So, father, you actually lied." How impudent, Ning Fengji thought. as he lightly tapped his daughter's head, reproaching her. The crown prince has matters to attend to and cannot come. Hence, I find myself free. Ning Rongrong clutched her head and wailed, "Ah, father, you hit me again." Ning Fingji gazed at his dramatic daughter, feeling speechless. How much force did he use? Did she not know that it couldn't possibly hurt? Just look at your friends, how diligent and hard-working they are in their training, while you lie here sipping juice. Ning Fingji wore an expression of disappointment. In the simulated environment, Zhou Ting transformed into a spirit cat, darting through the intricate and ever-changing forest. Various unforeseen events, such as soul beasts, occasionally arose, yet Zhou Ting remained agile and swift as lightning. In response to her father's scolding, Ning Rongrong obediently lowered her head in acknowledgement. Naturally, her little mouth would not concede defeat, as she retorted, but training alone is simply too tedious. She found it hard to settle down, let alone sit still. In truth, the past few days had been quite enjoyable, with Zhou Ting accompanying her, allowing her to exceed her daily soul power training goals. A father knows his daughter well. Ning Fingji understood his daughter's nature. However, he also recognized the necessity of not overly pampering her. Previously, when she ran away from home, he deliberately refrained from bringing her back, hoping she would gain some experience outside. Yet, within a few days, she returned. Presenting a valid reason, she did not wish to enter an untrustworthy academy that flouted rules. Although Ning Fingji had reservations about Shrek Academy's practices, he could comprehend the situation. After all, it was a common occurrence in this world for the strong to bully the weak. Nonetheless, as a father, allowing his beloved daughter to study in such an academy was an entirely different matter. After pondering, Ning Fingji stated, "You may choose not to attend Shrek Academy, but you must enroll in the Heaven Do Royal Academy." Ning Rongrong vehemently protested, pouting, "I don't want to." "You must." This time, Ning Fingji was resolute. "I will arrange for you and your friend to have appropriate identities. You two will be perfect companions." Ning Rongrong realized she could not evade this fate and lamented, "Very well, but I have one more request." With a soft thud, he pushed open the window and stretched leisurely towards the morning sun. What a wonderful day it is. Staying in a hotel is so comfortable. After entering the city yesterday, he promptly found a hotel to stay in and then slept for an entire day and night. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment filled with strangers. Having roamed alone for 5 years, such situations had become commonplace, yet Zhou Ting still felt a tinge of loneliness. Thus, he was eager to whisk away the big cat and had taken action. Where should I go? What the heck? Did I just speak it into existence? Ning Rongrong, Zhou Ting. Down on the street, the reluctant Ning Rongrong was linked arm in arm with the smiling Zhou Ting, who was still grumbling about something. With keen hearing, Zhou Ting immediately looked up upon hearing her name, her large eyes sparkling as a charming smile graced her lips. "You're here." "I'm here." Ning Rongrong finally lifted her head, bouncing on her feet. "Zhou Ting, hurry down. I have good news for you." Zhou Ting glanced at Ning Rongrong's toes, then at Zhou Ting, but could see nothing. Truly, an exquisite beauty. He was utterly thrilled. Zhou Ting surveyed the empty room and decided to leap out of the window. "Where are you two headed?" Ning Rongrong wore a frown as she replied, "It's my father insisting that I attend the Heaven Do Royal Academy." Why is she so resistant? Zhou Ting found it hard to understand. Furthermore, why did she wish to attend Shrek Academy before? Was it merely to distance herself from home? Zhou Ting, observing her best friend's distressed expression, held back laughter to provide comfort. "Rongrong, didn't you find training alone boring? There are so many people at the academy who can keep you company." Zhou Ting's attempt at consolation only backfired. Ning Rongrong's little face scrunched up, resembling a bitter melon. "You don't understand, do you? The admission requirement for Heaven Do Royal Academy is nobility. So what about nobility?" Zhou Ting saw no issue with that. Ning Rongrong sighed, "Alas, this is not the Douluo Empire, where martial prowess is paramount. Our Heaven Do Empire's nobility. How can I put it? Most students in the academy do not excel in studies or training, yet they are adept at forming cliques and bullying the weak. The situation in the academy has become quite chaotic. It was only after the arrival of 3 committee members that things improved somewhat, but not by much." Zhou Ting was somewhat puzzled. In the Douluo Empire, from the royals to the smallest viscounts, everyone aims to grow stronger through training. After all, the nobility thrives on martial strength. A lazy attitude like that of the Heaven Do Empire would likely face disdain nationwide. No wonder there are so few strong individuals from the Heaven Do Empire. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect is a sect and does not count. Zhou Ting posed a thought-provoking question. How has such a nobility managed to survive in the Heaven Do Empire? Ning Rongrong was at a loss for words. Zhou Ting casually remarked, because of the spirit hall. The two girls turned to look at him, partially understanding. Zhou Ting continued to explain, the spirit hall is too powerful. Neither empire can protect itself when faced alone. They can only unite to stand against the spirit hall. Thus, regardless of any superficial disagreements, the two empires will not engage in significant conflict. All right, enough of that. Aren't you two heading to the academy? Ning Rongrong cheerfully stated. No, it should be us. Zhou Ting caught the implication in her words and asked in surprise, could it be that I am included? Ning Rongrong confidently nodded, proclaiming, indeed. Zhu Qing intends to forge an identity, and fortuitously, one has been crafted for you as well. However what? Ning Rongrong inquired. A hint of shyness in her tone. However, it does not bear your true name. Zhou Ting replied with a smile, her happiness seemingly amplified. This is even better. It spares us potential troubles in the future. It is truly a case of finding a treasure without the need for arduous searching. Zhou Ting was in dire need of extensive knowledge regarding soul beasts, and lo and behold, the library of the Tiando Empire had conveniently presented itself. I must sincerely thank you for this. Ning Rongrong expressed her joy, adding, you need not worry about the identity issue. All the slots are filled by nobles from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, ensuring that no matter who investigates, our identities will remain concealed. However, shouldn't you express your gratitude towards me? Ning Rongrong gazed at Zhu Qing's slender waist, licking her lips, embodying a playful and mischievous spirit. Chapter 50, The Sudden Assassination Here. Take this back, Zhu Qing said as she unfastened the cloth pouch from her waist and handed it over. Zhou Ting gently pushed her hand back. I have a soul guide device. You should keep this. Zhu Qing gazed into Zhou Ting's sincere eyes, confirming he spoke the truth, and her heart warmed. Unlike her family, which was driven solely by self-interest, she still declined. There are so many inside. Zhou Ting joked, this is my investment. Just ensure you provide me with some returns in the future. Feeling the genuine concern absent from her family, Zhu Qing was deeply moved. For the first time, she realized how right Dai Mubai had been to flee the Star Luo Empire. She too had made the same choice. However, the fact that Dai Mubai had shown indifference to her well-being was a grave, unforgivable mistake. Enough of you two. Pretend I'm not here. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at the back and forth between them, snatching the pouch and reattaching it to Zhu Qing's waist. Standing tall, she cast a slightly envious glance at the two towering figures before continuing, now, tell me, how will you thank me? Zhou Ting understood her implication and replied playfully, well, I am rather impoverished and can only offer. Ning Rongrong immediately sensed what Zhou Ting was about to say, and, fearing the worst, ducked behind Zhu Qing. Don't you dare say anything silly. If you're looking for someone, go find your Zhu Qing. Don't involve me. As the crowd gathered, Zhou Ting smiled and produced a bottle of honey, stating with satisfaction, I can only repay you with this royal honey. You rascal, you did this on purpose. Ning Rongrong re-emerged, snatching the bottle with a fierce glare at Zhou Ting. Humph, you're just like those guys from Shrek. None of you are good people. Observing the playful banter, Zhu Qing smiled softly, experiencing a long-lost sense of relaxation and warmth. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ning Rongrong took Zhu Qing by the arm and said, Qing, this guy is just after your beauty. We won't play with him anymore. Zhou Ting, still grinning, followed them leisurely until they reached the vicinity of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. At the academy's entrance, a throng had gathered. The once arrogant noble offspring now stood obediently behind the dean and faculty, appearing exceedingly solemn. The onlookers, however, buzzed with curiosity. What is happening? Is a significant figure arriving? You don't know? The Crown Prince is coming to inspect the academy. The Crown Prince, no wonder. That explains it. Speaking of our Crown Prince, he is truly fortunate. 2 brothers perished at a banquet 6 months ago, and the title fell into his lap. As this topic arose, someone remarked meaningfully, was it really a stroke of luck? Instantly, those close to him pulled him aside, admonishing, don't speak foolishly. This is a taboo, just keep it to yourself. The sound of approaching hosts grew louder, silencing the crowd. Zhou Ting and his companions found themselves on the outskirts, arriving too late to enter. However, Zhou Ting was inwardly troubled. The timing doesn't align. Shouldn't Shueqing's brothers have died long ago? What has transpired in the interim? He recalled their first meeting 5 years ago in the soul-hunting forest. Why had she gone there? Was it for a soul ring? That seemed implausible. The soul-hunting forest lay just outside Heaven Do City. Could it be? Zhou Ting's expression shifted as he murmured, could it be that my presence allowed them to survive longer? Suddenly, the Crown Prince's carriage halted, and Shueqing had dismounted gracefully. Greetings, Your Highness. The esteemed students lined up, bowing in unison under the guidance of the 3 committee members. Xueqinghe wore a warm, approachable smile, quickly saying, "No need for formalities." Whoosh! A vibrant green arrow shot from the crowd, aimed directly at Xueqinghe's chest, catching him off guard. So fast. In a split second. Xueqinghe dodged sideways. Clang! The arrow narrowly missed him, leaving a few drops of blood, a peculiar blend of gold and green. At that moment, the crowd finally reacted. Erupting in panic. An assassin! Protect the prince! The gathering descended into chaos. The chief committee member, Mengxinji, instinctively shouted to the students behind him, "Protect yourselves." After exchanging glances with his colleagues, 2 of them rushed into the fray while one stayed close to Xueqinghe, on high alert. Kill! Xueqinghe leaped from the carriage. Still dazed by the shocking turn of events. How could someone dare to assassinate the new crown prince? Before he could ponder further, a chilling, sinister force surged within him, overwhelming even the divine energy emanating from his 6-winged angel martial spirit. This poison? Xueqinghe recognized it, his face paling. The spirit hall has traitors. And where is Uncle Shi? Why didn't Hehe intervene immediately? Why has Hehe shown himself yet? His mind was in turmoil. The assassins numbered merely 3. Their strength lacking, they were subdued swiftly, 2 dead and 1 wounded. Xueqinghe, overwhelmed with questions, staggered before the remaining assassin, demanding, "Who are you? Why attempt to kill me?" The assassin's eyes radiated deep-seated hatred, as if they bore a grudge that transcended life and death. Xueqinghe questioned himself. He certainly had no such enemies. It was that he hadn't wronged anyone, but those individuals were all dead, without exception. Seeing the green blood trickling from Xueqinghe's arm, the assassin laughed maniacally. "Haha, Your Highness, I have avenged you." Suddenly, the assassin's body stiffened, his form darkening. He had succumbed to the poison. Xueqinghe felt dizzy, his body swaying unsteadily. Mengxinji rushed forward to support him, concern etched on his face. "Your Highness, how do you fare?" Xueqinghe's lips had turned green. Mengxinji, recognizing the familiar scene, broke into a cold sweat. "This is bad. The crown prince has been poisoned. Quickly, summon healing soul masters." He then seized the arm of Bai Baoshan, another committee member, his lips trembling but no sound escaping. The stout Bai Baoshan paused in shock. Then, drenched in sweat, discreetly left the academy. The assassination unfolded unexpectedly and concluded just as swiftly. Zhou Ting and his companions were left in a state of bewilderment. Realizing that even if they had reacted, it would have been of little consequence. What can 3 young and inexperienced individuals accomplish? Observing the ailing Xueqinghe, who was being assisted into the gilded carriage, Ning Rongrong hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. After all, he is a disciple of her father. Beside the carriage, Mengxinji was in a foul mood. He recognized the poison that afflicted Xueqinghe as the very same that had claimed the lives of the 2 princes. The implications of this revelation were chilling. His gaze fell upon Ning Rongrong, scrutinizing her. "Young lady, this is not a place for you." Ning Rongrong did not engage in idle chatter. She revealed her martial spirit, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower. This was more compelling than any form of identification. "You are from the 7 Treasure Glazed sect, are you not, Ning Rongrong?" Mengxinji inquired. Ning Rongrong nodded affirmatively, stating, "Yes. I possess something that can aid the crown prince in countering the poison." "Very well." Chapter 51. The Rabbit's Dilemma. Within the carriage, Xueqinghe lay silently. His complexion pale and his once golden hair now dulled to a gray. The enchantment of the soul bone was astonishing, for it could perfectly manifest even the state of poisoning. Zhou Ting marveled internally. This soul bone enabled Qian Rinxue to masquerade as Xueqinghe, altering her body, gender, and even her martial spirit. Such formidable power explained why every soul bone incited fierce competition among countless soul masters. Under the watchful gaze of the dreaming deity, Ning Rongrong retrieved the honey she had just acquired. This is a century-old Jade Emperor honey. Although it cannot detoxify, it can enhance His Highness's resistance. The dreaming deity's face lit up with joy, yet he extended his hand, requesting to inspect it. Ning Rongrong, without hesitation, handed it over. As the dreaming deity opened the lid, he remarked, "It is not that I doubt you. It is merely, in such circumstances, it is prudent." Understanding the necessity of caution, Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. The dreaming deity inhaled gently, the unique fragrance wafting into his nostrils, stirring a deep hunger within him. It was the aroma of Jade Emperor honey, though he had never tasted it. He had once been fortunate enough to encounter a Jade Emperor hive in the Stardow forest during his youth. The scent was unmistakable, still vivid after decades. Despite preliminarily confirming the honey's authenticity, he remained vigilant and sampled a small amount. His soul power surged, and he felt a slight enhancement in his physical condition. While he could not assert with absolute certainty that it was indeed Jade Emperor honey, he was certain of its substantial benefits to the human body, entirely devoid of harm. This affirmation sufficed. With utmost care, the dreaming deity fed the honey to Zhou Ting. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in the Bala Kingdom, an incident related to honey transpired at Shrek Academy. Mubai, come drink some water. Master Yu Xiaojang, expressionless, scooped a bowl of water and handed it to the panting Dai Mubai. His strategy had succeeded. The proud evil-eye white tiger could hardly withstand provocation. And under Tang San's encouragement, he had regained his vigor. However, Dai Mubai had grown increasingly somber, obsessively training day after day, neglecting even his beloved inquiries into Lu. Not far off, Tang San and Xiao Wu arrived late. Dai Mubai gulped down the last of the water, feeling revitalized, and prepared to continue his weight-bearing run. Yu Xiaojang frowned and promptly intervened. Mubai, moderation is key. Today should suffice. Dai Mubai attempted to persist, but Tang San grasped his arm firmly. Dai Lada. If your body fails, how will you seek vengeance? Dai Mubai fell silent, refraining from further protest. Yu Xiaojang and Tang San exchanged knowing smiles, unaware of the complex emotions flickering in Xiao Wu's eyes. Was it truly appropriate to discuss revenge while consuming another's provisions? Yu Xiaojang filled 2 more bowls with water. And Tang San, displaying keen awareness, first offered one to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, hurry and drink. Once you finish, rest well. Xiao Wu smiled sweetly. But the sweetness of the water brought a bitter pang to her heart. As the water flowed into her, revitalizing her parched body, a surge of new strength coursed through her, illuminating her entire being. The harmony of her soul power erupted, sensing the intense fluctuations emanating from Xiao Wu. Tang San was elated. Wonderful. His excitement mirrored the newfound energy surging within him. Yu Xiaojang's typically stern countenance betrayed an unmistakable joy. Excellent. Xiao San has also broken through. Next, they would journey to the Douluo forest. Just then, the rotund Ma Hongjin arrived, pulling Oscar along. Although Yu Xiaojang was exceedingly pleased, he did not overlook them. To his astonishment, after a single bowl of water, Oscar too experienced a breakthrough. Wonderful. 3 joyful tidings. Flinders suddenly appeared at the door, observing the trio of breakthroughs and commending Yu Xiaojang. Xiaogang, you truly possess a remarkable talent. Yu Xiaojang humbly replied. It is their own hard work. 3 had advanced, 3 were joyous, while 1 remained, staring vacantly, uncertain if it was joy, envy, or perhaps even jealousy. Flinder. We must head to the Douluo forest. Flinder nodded gravely. Indeed, it is time, but this time, Xiaogang, we all must go. Yu Xiaojang frowned. Is that necessary? The children require training, and they have only just broken through to the 30th level. Either you or Zhao Wujin can lead the way. It is sufficient. Flinder glanced at the dazed Dai Mubai, sighed, and said, Xiaogang, have you forgotten? Li Yusong has gone missing. In an instant. Yu Xiaojang grasped the underlying meaning of his friend's words. Li Yusong, a formidable assault-type battle spirit master, was now inexplicably absent. If he had been killed, it indicated the presence of a powerful enemy lurking in the shadows. This meant that leading with either Zhao Wujin or himself was insufficiently safe. The safety of the students must be ensured. Realizing this, Yu Xiaojang regarded his hopeful students with a grave expression. You are correct. We must indeed take more individuals this time. Xiao was the first to exhibit signs of breakthrough and also the first to awaken. Yet, she displayed little excitement. Her expression remarkably subdued. That night, with the moon shining bright and stars sparse, Xiao stood alone at the window of the girls' dormitory, gazing at the starry sky. An overwhelming sense of solitude enveloped her. During this period, she had grown immensely. Tang San, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of sympathy and a touch of guilt. It is I who have failed to care for Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, hearing the sound. Xiao Wu looked down and smiled lightly. Xiao San, you've come. Her tone was gentle, yet Tang San felt an unparalleled sense of alienation. In truth, ever since Zhou Ting's incident, he had sensed the growing distance between himself and Xiao Wu. Reflecting on the past, he fervently wished that Zhou Ting did not exist. He could even lower his expectations further. How wonderful it would be if Zhou Ting had never awakened her martial spirit. Alas, Xiao Wu, living alone must feel quite lonely, right? Rest assured, it will not be for long. The teacher said that after our expedition to the Douluo forest, we will go to Heaven-Do City, where there is Heaven-Do City. Xiao Wu's feelings were complex, a mixture of anticipation and dread. She recalled every word from Zhou Ting's message, memorizing each detail. However, each time she reflected, she began to doubt whether Zhou Ting knew her true identity. This suspicion deepened with time. By today, she had nearly convinced herself of this certainty. Thus, she feared going to Heaven-Do City, just as she feared remaining close to Tangsan. And then there was Yu Xiaojiang. During the day, the refreshment that individuals consume after their exercise is far from mere water. It is honey water. Indeed, it is the exquisite Yu Huang honey. Initially, Xiao merely shared some with Tangsan. However, after persuasion from Yu Xiaojiang, the Yu Huang honey unintentionally transformed into a resource of the academy, with each individual allotted a share. Consequently, no matter how much regret Xiao felt within, it proved futile. She increasingly realized the terrifying nature of humanity. It was time to make a choice. Chapter 52. Divergent Thoughts in the City of Tiando. After concluding his morning duties, the Snow Knight Emperor was preparing to take a brief respite when he received alarming news about the assassination of the Crown Prince. His immediate reaction was disbelief. Despite lacking any concrete evidence and outwardly expressing skepticism regarding Xueqing's involvement in the poisoning of his other two sons, he harbored deep-seated doubts. The struggle for the throne had always been ruthless and bloody throughout history. Fratricide was not uncommon, though he wished to avert such a grim reality. He could not shake the feeling that a ruthless successor could be advantageous, at least ensuring the survival of the Tiando Empire, perhaps even allowing it to flourish further. However, with the Crown Prince now attacked, and reports from the Dream God Machine indicating that the poison was identical to that which had afflicted the previous princes, he pondered, could Xueqing truly be uninvolved? Just half a year ago, he had lost two exceptional sons, and now it seemed another was on the brink of death. How much hatred must their enemies harbor toward the royal family? Struggling to maintain his composure, the Snow Knight Emperor was engulfed by profound sorrow. Previously, upon discovering the poisoning of his two sons, he had summoned all the soul masters in Tiando City capable of antidotes, yet their efforts had proven fruitless. Even the renowned poison Douluo, was unable to provide a solution. This meant that the poison was indeed insurmountable, and the Crown Prince was as good as dead. Consequently, the throne would inevitably pass to his youngest son. As he thought of his youngest son, Xuebing, the Snow Knight Emperor's expression shifted dramatically, and he turned to the shadows behind him, inquiring, "Where is Xuebing?" A voice, aged and frail, emerged from the darkness, replying, "At the Royal Academy." The Snow Knight Emperor's eyes widened in alarm, demanding, "Where was Qinghao attacked?" The messenger's eyes flickered with fear as he answered, "At the entrance of the academy." The Snow Knight Emperor shuddered, nearly collapsing. Was it possible that there were also plans to assassinate Xuebing? Realizing the gravity of this possibility, he hastily commanded, "Dark Spirit, dispatch someone. No, you must go yourself to locate Xuebing and ensure his safety." "Yes." A shadow darted from the hall, swiftly disappearing into the gloom. The Snow Knight Emperor turned to the messenger, who appeared hesitant, and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Your Majesty, one of the assassins was captured alive, and before his demise. He claimed to be avenging a certain prince." The Snow Knight Emperor felt darkness cloud his vision, not merely due to the news itself, but because it heralded a monumental conspiracy in motion. It was well known that the loyal subordinates of the poison princes wielded the very poison meant for their master's alleged murderer. Thus, one could only wonder who provided them with this lethal toxin. Meanwhile, at the prince's residence in the back garden, the Prince of Snowstar, having been relieved of his duties investigating the poisoning incident, was enjoying a rare moment of leisure, sipping tea and listening to melodies while appreciating the beauty around him. "Your Highness, something terrible has occurred." The pleasant atmosphere shattered as the Prince of Snowstar scowled, his voice harsh. "What could possibly be wrong?" "I am perfectly well." The attendant, realizing his blunder, looked terrified as he replied, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince has been assassinated and poisoned. It is said that the assassin was a loyalist of the deceased prince, and the Crown Prince now lies unconscious, teetering on the brink of death." "What?" The Prince of Snowstar sprang to his feet, disbelief etched across his face. Though a flicker of delight danced in his eyes, could this problematic nephew finally be meeting his end? In an instant, he regained his composure, adopting a grave expression. "What poison has afflicted the Crown Prince? Quickly summon all soul masters capable of creating antidotes." The attendant hesitated, his complexion revealing his discomfort. It is said to be identical to the poison that afflicted the late prince." "What? Impossible." The disbelief echoed not only in the Prince of Snowstar's mind but throughout all present. The source of the poison posed a monumental question. The prince sensed an intricate web of conspiracy enveloping the royal family. The Tiando Empire was in grave peril. Could it really not be him? In the next moment, the Prince of Snowstar recalled his brother's last son, Xuebing. "No, Xuebing cannot be harmed. Qiuzhe, at your command. Quickly proceed to the villa adjacent to the academy and find Xuebing to ensure his safety." "Yes," Qiuzhe affirmed, ready to depart. The Prince of Snowstar, however, was still restless. No, wait. Bring all the guards from the palace, we shall go together. His urgency was palpable. He was eager to safeguard Shuebing, motivated not only by his brother's request, but also by the need to stabilize the empire. The palace gates swung open, and 100 riders surged forth, galloping wildly down the streets, causing chaos in their wake. Outsiders, having risen from the ground, grumbled in dissatisfaction. What manner of people dare to ride through the imperial capital streets? Do not speak so. That is His Majesty's own brother. Something significant must have occurred. In the academy, where the crowd was dense and the atmosphere chaotic, the crown prince's carriage began its journey homeward. Ning Rongrong followed closely, accompanied by Zhou Ting and Zhou Ting, who were begrudgingly keeping her company. To be honest, it was not loyalty that bound them. It was merely Ning Rongrong's reluctance to venture alone, insisting on their company. As the carriage approached the palace entrance, they encountered an elderly man, frail and sorrowful, supported by a servant. Your Highness, the driver of the dream god machine said, filled with remorse. The Snow Knight Emperor waved a hand dismissively, turning to his son. Upon seeing Zhou Ting and the others, he paused momentarily, while the dream god machine hurriedly clarified, Your Majesty, this is Ning Rongrong, the daughter of Ning Fingxi from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Thankfully, she possessed a vial of century-old jade emperor honey which has delayed the onset of the poison. The Snow Knight Emperor nodded, gently touching his son's head and exhaling a stream of soul power. His mind raced with conflicting thoughts. Indeed, it was that peculiar poison. Should he resort to? Ultimately, he sighed and instructed, take the crown prince back to the Eastern Palace and summon all physicians. Yes, Your Majesty. Though the Snow Knight Emperor bore the weight of numerous calamities and appeared aged, he was still the sovereign of a nation, exuding an unparalleled majesty. This aura of authority rendered even the typically vivacious Ning Rongrong hesitant to act recklessly. As they watched the departure, Zhou Ting exhaled in relief. At that moment, he noticed something peculiar. A patch of green grass had entered the palace, prompting him to muse, green hair. Suddenly, Zhu Ting tugged at Zhou Ting's sleeve, silently urging him to look aside. Zhou Ting turned, discovering Ning Rongrong with a pained expression fixed upon him. Her desires were transparent, and Zhou Ting instantly comprehended. She had given her honey to the dream god machine and now sought more. Another vial? Perhaps even a bit more? He pondered, it is not out of the question. But Ning Rongrong, feeling shy and flustered, discreetly hid behind Ning Rongrong, peering out as she declared, You shall not think for a moment that I would ever sell myself. Zhou Ting, with a hint of disdain, curled her lips and chuckled softly. Chapter 53. The Eye of Ice and Fire. The audacious Zhou Ting. How dare you underestimate me? Zhou Ting laughed heartily as she sprinted away, leaving Ning Rongrong clawing in vain, unable to catch up. Don't run. Ha. Why would I stop? Zhu Ting leisurely followed behind, amused by her 2 eternally childish companions. This feeling is truly delightful. At the entrance of the Tiando Royal Soul Master Academy, a grave assassination attempt on the prince unfolded. Not only was enrollment halted, but the academy itself was temporarily sealed. Although classes continued, who could possibly concentrate on their studies under such circumstances? The winds of turmoil swept through Tiando City, leaving the situation shrouded in uncertainty. The disciple Shui Qinghe lay poisoned in near death, while Ning Fingxi entered the royal palace accompanied by 2 titled Douluo, simultaneously escorting Ning Rongrong back to her sect, with Zhu Ting following suit. However, Zhou Ting did not accompany them. Naturally, she did not remain in Tiando City either. Instead, she gazed towards the palace, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. It seemed she would not be returning home for quite some time. Before Zhou Ting's eyes, a verdant image materialized. The Sunset Forest, located in the heart of the Tiando Empire and near Tiando City, was significantly smaller than the Star Do Great Forest. Although it housed a considerable number of soul beasts, few possessed a cultivation age exceeding 10,000 years. This forest served as the primary source of soul rings for the soul masters of Tiando City. Little ones, go forth and locate the area shrouded in poisonous fog. Buzzing. Thousands of ethereal jade emperor bees ventured into the forest, dispersing and vanishing from sight in an instant. The swarm conducted a thorough search. This exemplified the superiority of summoning skills. Each jade emperor bee was a living creature with its own consciousness, capable of performing tasks beyond the reach of inanimate objects. However, Zhou Ting did not communicate directly with them. It was not that she couldn't, but rather, she shouldn't. 1 or 2 posed no issue, but with increased numbers, her mind struggled to process the overwhelming information. Thus, she typically manipulated the swarm indirectly through the queen bee. Time slipped away unnoticed, and night fell. Buzzing. The queen bee joyfully sent a message, and Zhou Ting's spirit soared. We found it. The queen indicated that several little creatures had discovered an area enveloped in fog. Upon entry, energy bodies would quickly perish, succumbing to a state of dormancy. Half an hour later, Zhou Ting arrived, her eyes sparkling as she beheld the poisonous mist. Akin to gazing upon an unparalleled beauty filled with desire and greed. This was the poisoned Douluo's medicinal garden, the Eye of Ice and Fire. Countless eons ago, the Water Dragon King and Fire Dragon King, two of the 9 great dragon kings of the divine realm, perished simultaneously. Their intertwined bodies fell into the sunset forest, buried beneath the Eye of Ice and Fire, thus creating this wondrous phenomenon that nourished all living things. This unique location accelerated plant growth tenfold. However, the environment proved too harsh for ordinary plants to endure. Only those exceptional medicinal herbs could withstand such power. In the mundane world, these were commonly referred to as celestial herbs. Our protagonist, Tang San, upon defeating the granddaughter of Douluo, Douluo, and dispelling her martial soul's poison, found himself captured by the vengeful Douluo when he arrived at the Tiando Royal Academy. Yet, unexpectedly, Tang San discerned that the Douluo family was deeply afflicted by martial soul toxins. Ultimately, leveraging his knowledge of poisons, he proposed a solution to force the toxins into the soul bones. Douluo successfully resolved the poisoning issue and, as one of the rewards, allowed Tang San to take useful medicinal herbs. Consequently, Tang San excavated all the celestial herbs, leaving Douluo infuriated. It was these celestial herbs that enabled the Shrek 7 monsters to collectively achieve a leap in talent, surpassing their peers. However, now, the Shrek 7 monsters no longer existed, and Tang San could no longer access this treasure trove of celestial herbs. Zhou Ting smiled confidently. The black tower emerged, and the second soul ring shimmered incessantly. A colorless little worm tentatively ventured into the poisonous fog, inhaling deeply. The little worm turned green, yet, around its body, a small area remained untouched by the poison. After 10 seconds, the soul-devouring worm exploded in death. However, it left behind a vast expanse of untainted ground. Success. Donning a mask, Zhou Ting chuckled with satisfaction. The Jade Emperor bees may not enter, but that doesn't mean the soul-devouring worm cannot. Even if it's a poison crafted by a tidal Douluo, it is merely a fusion of soul power and toxins. In the next moment, a swarm of soul-devouring worms appeared, draping Zhou Ting in an emperor's new clothes. Under the night sky, a peculiar spring emanated a mysterious glow. The same spring water bore 2 distinct colors, reminiscent of Taiji, one side milky white, the other blood red, sharply contrasting. Surrounding the spring, countless rare and bizarre herbs flourished, each more extraordinary than the last. Not far from the spring, at the entrance of a wooden cabin, a young girl idly played with her green hair. "Grandpa, how could you not take me out?" At the thought of this, the girl felt a surge of anger. Ever since the poisoning incident 6 months ago, her grandfather had changed. First, he forbade her from leaving Tiando City, and later, he frequently brought her here, never allowing her to leave easily. The girl was none other than Douluo's granddaughter, Douluo. Tianhing, I. Suddenly, she noticed the poisonous mist surrounding the medicinal garden pulsating. Little Master. This chapter continues on the next page. Please click to read further. The story becomes even more exciting. This felt distinctly different from her grandfather's usual returns. Although she thought this, she knew that aside from her grandfather, no one could intrude here. Douluo blinked her large eyes and joyfully ran over, calling out, "Grandpa." Zhou Ting's vision cleared, and before he could examine the scene closely, he heard the word Grandpa. He looked at the girl who called him that with a peculiar expression and chuckled in response. "Ah, my dear granddaughter." Extending his hand, he intended to stroke the now-dazed girl. Douluo immediately recoiled, her face a mask of vigilance as she regarded the masked man before her, demanding, "Who are you? Why have you trespassed into my medicinal garden?" Zhou Ting smiled and inquired, "You claim this is your home, but what proof do you have?" "What proof?" Douluo's mind momentarily froze. Zhou Ting, with a mischievous glint, continued, "Do you have a property deed? A land contract? A decree from the Snow Knight Emperor?" Douluo was left utterly bewildered by the questions. The Sunset Forest was accessible to all soul masters of the Tiando Empire. How could there be property deeds or land contracts? As for the imperial decree, her grandfather would likely refuse it even if it were offered. She longed to retort but found herself at a loss for words, her frustration nearly bringing her to tears. Observing her predicament, Zhou Ting felt a pang of guilt for teasing the young girl and continued with a mocking tone. No way, you all don't possess any proof, do you? This is pure thievery under the guise of territorial claims." Chapter 54, Vanished. Who dares to call me a thief? Douluo seethed with rage. As the sole granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo, she had never endured such indignity, nor was there anyone bold enough to subject her to it. Yet the masked scoundrel before her had the audacity to mock both her and her grandfather, an egregious affront that demanded retribution. In her mind, he must die. Behind Du Guiyan loomed a massive serpent, its cold, merciless eyes fixed on Zhou Ting. The plumbum serpent's venom. In an instant, a plume of violet mist erupted from the serpent's maw, surging towards Zhou Ting. Amused, Zhou Ting shook his head and chided, "My dear granddaughter, allow me to impart a lesson today. One must ascertain their opponent's capabilities before engaging in battle." Feeling the scorn dripping from Zhou Ting's words, Du Guiyan's fury escalated. "You little thief, you seek death." But the next moment, she stood aghast as her poisonous mist dissipated inexplicably before even reaching the thief before her. This was utterly astounding. Zhou Ting did not rush to retaliate. He seemed genuinely immersed in his role as a grandfather, earnestly instructing Du Guiyan, "My dear granddaughter, I emerged from the very poison mist you conjured. Do you truly believe your feeble toxins could surpass this?" It was only then that Du Guiyan grasped the gravity of her situation. Her heart plummeted. After indulging in his roleplay, Zhou Ting commanded the Soul Eater bug to take action, abandoning verbal instruction. Indeed, Zhou Ting relished the moment, not out of concern for any old toxins rearing their heads. With the energy within him depleted, his body felt as though it had endured a grueling marathon, leaving him utterly fatigued. Du Guiyan collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Even her voice silenced. Yet her eyes remained active, and the intent to harm could not be concealed. Zhou Ting knelt before her, locking gazes and offering a gentle smile. "Fear not, my dear granddaughter. I shall merely collect a few items and take my leave. You may rest peacefully." In terror, Du Guiyan shut her eyes, surrendering to a deep slumber. How dull. Though a foreign soul sect member, her lack of combat experience was evident, and with her grandfather's poison mist dispelled, her mental fortitude had crumbled. Dealing with such a soul sect was utterly uninspiring. Zhou Ting rose, surveying the field of celestial herbs, his lips curving into an involuntary smile. At dawn, a thunderous roar resonated from the heart of the falling sun forest, startling countless soul beasts. "You little thief, I, Du Guiyan, shall not rest until I find you. Do not let me catch you." As Zhou Ting stepped beyond the forest, he quietly removed the pudgy tiger mask from his face and lamented, "My good friend, I am truly sorry. It is time for us to part ways." The menacing voice from behind echoed once more, "I shall subject you to every conceivable torment, rendering you helpless in life and death." Zhou Ting shuddered, hastily stowing the mask within the black tower. No, it was truly a farewell. In truth, Zhou Ting could comprehend Du Guiyan's fury. He had not intended for any of this. Recalling the events of the previous night, Zhou Ting felt quite wronged. He was a victim too. Upon arriving at the spring, poised to harvest the celestial herbs, the ice and fire two-element eye began to boil. It was entirely normal for the magma-like waters representing fire to bubble, yet the waters symbolizing ice boiling as well was decidedly unnatural. Just as Zhou Ting was lost in thought, the ground trembled violently. Despite exerting all his soul power, it proved futile, and he swiftly succumbed to unconsciousness. Unaware of what transpired next, upon regaining consciousness, his first sensation was the weight on his chest, believing a tree had fallen upon him. He opened his eyes to find the sunlight blinding. Glancing down, he discovered a snow-white branch resting atop him. "My dear granddaughter's sleeping posture is quite ungraceful." Zhou Ting effortlessly shifted the branch, only to realize something was amiss. Sunlight. From where did it come? Under the shroud of poison mist. How could there be sunlight? Surveying his surroundings, Zhou Ting was utterly astonished. Gone were the poison mists, the celestial herbs, and the ice and fire two-element eye. Before him loomed a desolate mountain, devoid of any vegetation. And atop the mountain, a wooden cabin. Zhou Ting was befuddled, utterly at a loss for what had transpired. However, he knew one thing. If Du Guiyan were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly meet his end. Thus, Zhou Ting transported his granddaughter to the wooden cabin, disregarding the lost celestial herbs, and made his swift escape. Fortunately, he fled quickly, otherwise, he would have already been apprehended by Du Guiyan, and the consequences would have been utterly dire. Exiting the falling sun forest, Zhou Ting did not head towards Tiando City, but instead made his way directly to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. At this moment, he was more eager to unravel the mystery of what had occurred the previous night. Why had a treasure trove simply vanished? However, he needed to reach the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School swiftly, to seal his lips. If the two young ladies were to divulge the existence of his pudgy tiger mask, the repercussions would be catastrophic. Though Du Guo's direct combat strength was lacking, that was only in comparison to title Douluo. Moreover, his mastery of poison was unrivaled on the continent, save for Tang San. In short, for Du Guo to deal with a small fry like Zhou Ting would be akin to child's play. Alas, what a misfortune. Not only had he lost the chance to enjoy the delicacies, but he had also invited trouble upon himself. This was truly a loss of epic proportions. Zhou Ting entered the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, his spirit deflated, prompting Ning Rongrong to regard him with curiosity. Oh dear, has the big bad guy suffered a setback? Waving his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies, Zhou Ting replied with disdain, "Do not speak to me. I am in no mood." He then settled into a reclining chair. Ning Rongrong glared at him indignantly. "This is my chair. Am I not allowed to sit for a moment?" Such stinginess. Casting a disdainful eye at the recalcitrant figure, Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes and plopped down on another chair, her curiosity piqued. "So what were you up to this time?" Zhou Ting closed his eyes and sighed. "I stirred up a hornet's nest." Ning Rongrong scoffed. "Humph, if you don't want to share, then keep your secrets. Who cares?" Zhou Ting chuckled ruefully. He was not joking. He had indeed provoked a hornet's nest. Initially, he had merely intended to gather a few celestial herbs, leaving the roots intact. After all, one could not simply relocate the ice and fire two-element I without considering sustainability. Yet, as fate would have it, plans often go awry. Sighing, Zhou Ting shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it further. "Allow me to tell you something." Ultimately, Zhou Ting succeeded in sealing the mouth of the little demoness after offering a pound of imperial honey as a price. As for Zhu Qing, the aloof feline remained tight-lipped, leaving no cause for concern. Chapter 55. Soul Beast Eggs in the Guest Room of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Zhou Ting, as a distinguished guest and the little princess of the sect, enjoyed the finest accommodations. The expansive suite, spanning over 100 square meters, boasted a complete array of furnishings, including a living area and a master bedroom with a king-sized bed, spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 3 or 4 individuals. On this solitary night, Zhou Ting lay in the grand bed, teeth clenched in frustration. It was all due to that detestable little sorceress who had whisked away the majestic feline. In truth, even if Zhu Qing had not taken it away, they would have had no chance to play together. Nonetheless, during this lonesome evening, engaging in discussions about life and aspirations would have sufficed. She would settle the score with her later. For now, it was prudent to ascertain whether her martial soul was functioning properly. Ever since awakening, she had sensed an unsettling disquiet. Upon her return, anxiety had overshadowed her thoughts, leaving no room for examination. As her consciousness descended into the first layer of the Black Tower, her gaze swept over the plantation filled with buzzing bees, hives, and various plant-based soul beasts. All appeared normal. Just as she was about to ascend to the second layer, a sound echoed, gurgling from a spring. Despite the Black Tower housing an underground fountain, its water flowed at a lethargic pace, never producing such a commotion. Could it be the ice and fire duality eye? A wave of joy surged within her heart. Zhou Ting hurriedly glanced over, only to find herself disdainfully extracting a foolish male bee from the water. Remarkably, this dimwit had nearly drowned. Tossing it into the hive, she instructed the queen bee, "From now on, let it only engage in battle." She had no desire for future royal bees to be such fools. The queen bee, observing the drenched male, flapped her wings in a frenzy of shared disdain. Unwilling to relent, Zhou Ting conducted another inspection of the spring, which remained disappointingly ordinary, albeit with a slightly higher concentration of soul power, thanks to the deceased soul insects. Shaking her head in disappointment, she ascended to the second layer, where an emptiness prevailed. Save for a single insect nest housing over 20,000 deceased soul insects, there was nothing amiss here. The third layer was a void. On the 7th layer, the old man Anthony remained unchanged, with nothing on the table except a book on meditation. Zhou Ting pondered when she would finally reach level 70. The thought filled her with bitterness. With so many celestial herbs to aid her, her potential for a qualitative leap in strength was immense. Yet now, the celestial herbs, and even the ice and fire duality I had vanished, leaving her dreams in shambles. She could only wonder which deity was responsible, Azura? Sea God? Fate God? Such musings proved futile. Zhou Ting focused on the present. Terrifyingly, according to the protagonist's law, Tang San's fortuitous encounters would likely remain unscathed. He might still discover the relocated ice and fire duality eye, or worse, It could be delivered directly to him, or even a new treasure. Tang San, as the protagonist, exhibited an alarming rate of growth and strength. Indeed, it was remarkable. At 6 years old, he possessed innate full soul power. By 12, he had entered Shrek Academy at level 29. At 22, he surpassed 60 levels, and by 25, he ascended to godhood. 19 years of cultivation culminating in divinity was unparalleled. A singular phenomenon. Among his two greatest fortuitous encounters were the ice and fire duality, I, and the sea god's divine test. Oh, and the city of slaughter. Zhou Ting had aimed to seize the ice and fire duality I, but to her dismay, she had failed at the first attempt. Even more disheartening was her realization that acquiring the vast sea cover might also prove exceedingly challenging. Deeply melancholic, Zhou Ting unconsciously stepped into the 8th layer of the Black Tower, her gaze wandering indifferently. As expected, this layer too was a void, devoid of any substance. Since she was there, she might as well take a glance at the 9th layer. In the next moment, Zhou Ting found herself utterly astonished as she gazed down at the mountain peak, unable to fathom what her eyes beheld. Was it the ice and fire duality I? The entire 9th layer resembled a miniature volcano. The crater brimmed with half-searing red magma and half-icy white water. Surely, this could not be anything other than the ice and fire duality I. Yet, where were the celestial herbs? Zhou Ting scanned her surroundings, her consciousness brushing over every inch of land, but found not a single blade of grass, let alone celestial herbs. Disappointment washed over her. As she collected her thoughts, she sensed that the energy in the 9th layer was thin and lacked the unique energy field characteristic of the ice and fire duality I. In other words, Zhou Ting scooped up a handful of magma with one hand and a handful of ice water with the other, examining them closely, only to be met with despair. She forced a bitter smile. This was not the ice and fire duality I, merely pure magma, pure ice water. Furrowing her brow, she found herself at a loss. The Black Tower was her martial soul, a sanctuary for soul beasts. Wait, soul beasts? Delving her mind deeper into the volcano, she realized that this was her own martial soul. No matter how hot or cold, it could not harm her. At the base of the volcano, the magma and ice water remained distinctly separate, coexisting in tranquility. On the smooth stone platform below, a collection of orbs stood in a stable array, some red, some white, and others a mix of red and white. Upon her first glance, Zhou Ting had assumed they were mere ordinary stone beads. Yet, as her consciousness brushed against the orbs, she was utterly taken aback. These were not mere stones. They were clearly tiny lives. These were soul beasts, unhatched soul beast eggs. Could it be stone beings? Magma stone beings, ice snow stone beings? Zhou Ting felt a throb in her head. Her martial soul, the Black Tower, had been invaded by soul beasts, overtaken. Though the origins of these stone eggs were undoubtedly extraordinary, their potential might be remarkable. However, the 9th soul ring she desired required at least 100,000 years of cultivation. Yet these stone eggs had not yet hatched. This implied they were not even 10-year-old soul beasts. The challenge of nurturing them to 100,000 years was too daunting for Zhou Ting to articulate. She felt as though she wished to die. Yet, the thought of abandoning these evidently extraordinary soul beasts tugged at her heartstrings. After all, even a fool could discern that these soul beasts were connected to the Ice and Fire Dragon King beneath the Ice and Fire Duality I, in the Douluo continent. Achieving godhood at level 100. After becoming a god, one would attain the rank of Tier 3 gods, then Tier 2, Tier 1, followed by God Kings, and ultimately the Supreme God King. The two divine titles Tang San later acquired. The Sea God was merely a Tier 1 god, while the Azura God was one of the 5 God Kings. Before his fall, the Ice and Fire Dragon King was a formidable entity of God King caliber. Thus, the soul beasts birthed here were of utmost rarity, potentially linked to attaining divinity. This made it all the more imperative not to give up. After all, Zhou Ting was not Tang San. Divine titles would not simply present themselves. Even more tragically, just as the Ice and Fire duality I seemed within her grasp, it had slipped away, and divine titles appeared to be beyond her reach. Chapter 56. Training. How did they come to be here? What is the truth of the matter? Zhou Ting ultimately relinquished his inquiry, realizing that his current level was too low. His consciousness detached from his martial soul, leaving only a faint sigh echoing atop the volcano. Even a glimmer of the secrets of a deity would be a substantial gain. One must look forward in life. Zhou Ting successfully convinced himself. shedding any psychological burdens, and enjoyed a restful night's sleep. Knock, knock, knock. Hey, you sloth. Get up. Zhou Ting has already gone to train, and you are still lazing about. Ning Rongrong's mild taunts were hardly worth noting. Zhou Ting nonchalantly opened his door, greeting the morning sun with a leisurely stretch before inquiring, how long does she train each day? Recalling Zhou Ting's performance, the usually proud Ning Rongrong wore a face of admiration as she exclaimed, at least 7 hours. This answer was unexpected yet entirely reasonable. Zhou Ting was not particularly gifted, especially when compared to the other 6. Ultimately, her present achievements were largely attributed to hard work and perseverance. Although her training accelerated her progress, it severely drained her physical potential, posing great risks to her health. Had it not been for subsequent celestial herbs that replenished her deficiencies and enhanced her innate abilities, her future accomplishments would be limited. However, this does not imply that Zhou Ting lacked foresight. Given her circumstances, if she could not rapidly grow stronger, death awaited her. Is potential more valuable than life? Certainly, unless one encounters other fortuitous events, such as the imperial honey. In comparison to celestial herbs, the effects of a century-old imperial honey, or even royal jelly aged over 600 years, fall significantly short. Nevertheless, imperial honey offers gentle effects, devoid of side effects and resistance. Unlike celestial herbs that can only be consumed in limited quantities, honey can be consumed indefinitely. One might say, when quality is insufficient, quantity must compensate. Cough, cough. If a soul master were to consume it for 100 years, the accumulated effects could indeed reach the level of celestial herbs. When calculated thus, the cost-effectiveness of imperial honey appears rather unimpressive. However, the imperial bees on the first level of the Black Tower are capable of growth. Previously, Zhou Ting had nurtured them for 5 years, allowing them to mature for 500 years. Now, if he wished, he could enable them to surpass 1,000 years in just 1 year. At that point, the effects of imperial honey would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. Yet, it was unnecessary. This was Zhou Ting's golden age of strength development. He could not afford to squander a year for that. Moreover, if he could break through to level 30 and reach the Soul Master realm, it would be far simpler to cultivate the bee colony then. Not to mention the subsequent realms of Soul Ancestor and Soul King. Thus, Zhou Ting presently had no intention of nurturing the soul beasts within the Black Tower. Of course, they were maturing on their own. At Zhou Ting's side, the soul eater worms consistently provided protection, absorbing external energy, which was transformed by the Black Tower to sustain the life within. Without the burden of these energy-consuming entities, Zhou Ting's training finally fell into a proper rhythm. In the months since leaving Shrek Academy, he had progressed from level 21 to level 25. This remarkable advancement was entirely due to the exceptional royal jelly he possessed. Standing outside the simulated environment, Zhou Ting observed the agile figure moving through the forest, marveling at her speed. If he had not prepared in advance, he would have truly been unable to defend against her attacks. Not to mention, he would have struggled to even ascertain her position with his eyes. Of course, Zhou Ting had trained in the universal meditation technique of mages. His physical strength was not his strong suit. His mental prowess was. Although the universal meditation technique did not record spells, the rudimentary operation of projecting one's spiritual energy was within his capabilities. Zhou Ting was working exceedingly hard. In comparison to her, Zhou Ting felt like a sloth, and Ning Rongrong could not help but feel a tinge of shame. Zhou Ting cast her a sidelong glance and teased, "Oh, how peculiar. The illustrious young lady of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong, has realized she is as lazy as a pig." Laziness, she acknowledged. However, to liken a beautiful girl to a pig was intolerable. Ning Rongrong's anger surged within her. "Zhou Ting, you are courting death." Zhou Ting, unfazed, continued to mock her with a chuckle. "Haha." Ning Rongrong, in a fit of rage, prepared to claw at that detestable face. Zhou Ting swiftly retreated, evading her wrath while casting her a disdainful glance. "With those spindly arms and legs, do you really think you can hit me? Truly a delusion." Ning Rongrong was infuriated. Throughout her life, she had never endured such humiliation. "Ah, Zhou Ting, you scoundrel. You stop right there." Zhou Ting turned to flee, yet a bitter smile crept upon his lips. Sometimes, being overly sensitive is not a virtue. At this very moment, he distinctly felt 2 gazes fixed upon him, one filled with encouragement, the other brimming with malice. Zhou Ting lamented inwardly, "I did not choose this." At the forest's edge, Zhou Ting alternated between running and pausing, incessantly teasing Ning Rongrong's fragile nerves. Their playful banter continued. and before they knew it, they had chased each other for an entire morning. When Zhou Ting emerged from the forest, she found her equally drenched and fatigued best friend. In the next moment, she glanced at Zhou Ting, who appeared relaxed beside Ning Rongrong. She then seated herself beside Ning Rongrong, inquiring with concern, "Rongrong, what happened?" Zhou Ting exuded helplessness. He had never encountered a girl quite so naive. The provocation tactic, she had always fallen for it, never seeing through it. What left him even more speechless was that this girl knew how to amplify her soul skills yet remained unaware that once her soul power and stamina were depleted, she could consume a bit of honey to hasten her recovery. Puffing, Ning Rongrong leaned on Zhou Ting's shoulder and shot Zhou Ting a disdainful glare, asking, "Are you cursing me for being foolish in your heart?" To which Zhou Ting quickly denied, "How could that be?" Ning Rongrong consumed a small piece of honey and soon regained her strength, declaring triumphantly, "Humph, you think I didn't know? You are deliberately provoking me to chase you." Ning Rongrong's gaze seemed to see through everything. "You think I don't know my father is forcing you to do this?" With that, she turned to the nearby pavilion, asking, "Isn't that right, father?" From within the pavilion, a handsome middle-aged man emerged, his demeanor still exuding charm, smiling as he replied, "You are correct. It was indeed my doing." Ning Rongrong shot her father an exasperated glare, then cast a fierce look at Zhou Ting, saying, "Humph, you are all no good people." Zhou Ting felt helpless. He did not want this. Ning Fingji, with a serious expression, asked, "Rongrong, do you wish to become a true soul master?" Ning Rongrong responded resolutely, "Of course, but I am a support soul master. Does that matter?" Ning Fengji's face lost its smile, becoming grave as he stated, "Support soul masters are the most dangerous. They are the primary targets of all enemies and the most perilous. If you aspire to become a true soul master, you must possess the strength of self-preservation." Chapter 57. The dying Xue Qinghe in the depths of the royal palace of Tiandou City, within a concealed chamber. The Snow Knight Emperor gazed solemnly at the prince lying on the sickbed, his expression steeped in sorrow. His eyes reflected hesitation, turmoil, and anguish. Suddenly, from the shadows emerged an elderly figure who bowed respectfully and addressed him, "Your Majesty." With a bitter self-mockery, the Snow Knight Emperor lamented, "How ironic it is that a sovereign of a nation cannot even protect his own son. I feel utterly powerless, as if I have grown old." The elder, seemingly unfazed by his words, maintained a stoic demeanor and remained silent. "Why do I even share this with you?" The emperor pondered aloud before inquiring, "What is their reaction?" Like a wooden statue, the elder recounted in a calm manner, "They are discussing the matter of the assassin." The Snow Knight Emperor, uninterested in this topic, waved his hand dismissively and pressed for more details. "Did they laugh?" "They did." The elder's emotionless words struck the emperor like a heavy blow. The prince had been attacked and poisoned, teetering on the brink of death. Instead of mourning, they were laughing. Such is the nature of royal kinship, truly ironic. The emperor felt a deep sense of discomfort. After a moment, he regained his composure and asked, "Is this assassination connected to them?" "There is no evidence." The elder's succinct reply left the emperor torn between sorrow and relief. This is the essence of royalty. Shaking his head in desolation, he turned his gaze towards the prince, who clung to the thread of life, and took a deep breath. "Continue surveillance. Ensure their safety." "Yes." At this moment, the Snow Knight Emperor resolved firmly. "Also, prepare the ritual." Upon hearing the mention of the ritual, the elder, who had been as emotionless as a machine, finally displayed a different reaction, urgently exclaiming, "Your Majesty, you must not." Feeling the frailty of his own body and the deep-seated exhaustion within his soul, the emperor's imperial aura surged forth. "There is nothing that cannot be done. This is an order." Yes, under the emperor's imposing authority, none dared to defy his command. Gently stroking his son's silvery hair, he murmured, "Last time, I could not save you. This time, I shall not abandon you, Qinghe." With that, the Snow Knight Emperor turned and strode away. The chamber fell silent, leaving only Xue Qinghe, motionless and alone. Suddenly, with a swish, a broad figure appeared at his bedside. In the royal prince's courtyard, Xuebing could hardly conceal his joy. He was finally, on the verge of liberation, among his brothers. He had been the first to sense that something was amiss with Xue Qinghe, although the impersonator performed convincingly. The subtle nuances that children perceive, those ineffable feelings, were the true standards by which they recognized one another. Once he vaguely sensed the discrepancy, Xuebing adopted a low profile. Guided by Uncle Xue Xing to feign ignorance, indulge in debauchery, and await death. In the eyes of his three brothers, he posed no threat, until he inadvertently let slip a comment that caught the attention of his eldest and third brothers. The long-standing rivalry among the three brothers erupted into an all-out confrontation. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, the assassination occurred. Both elder brothers fell victim to poison. Thus, Xuebeng firmly believed it was the poison orchestrated by the false Xueqinghe. He felt a lingering guilt for some time. Yet now, the impersonator too had been poisoned, casting a cloud of confusion over the matter. Uncle, do you think this assassination could be self-directed? Facing his closest nephew, Prince Xuexing removed his facade and chuckled lightly. It cannot be a ruse. He is currently teetering on the edge of death, at risk of succumbing to the poison at any moment. Besides, he is already the crown prince. There is no need for such perilous risks. What the uncle said was true. Prince Xuexing, observing his nephew who was nearing unconsciousness, earnestly advised, "Be cautious. Do not allow outsiders to witness your condition." Xuebing, overwhelmed with joy, retorted carelessly, "But uncle is not an outsider." Upon hearing this, Prince Xuexing beamed with delight but still cautioned, "Banger, it is imperative to remain vigilant. This assassination indicates a force targeting the royal family. The palace is unsafe, so refrain from leaving." Xuebing pursed his lips, lowering his head, his voice subdued. "I understand, uncle." Seeing his unwilling demeanor, Prince Xuexing chuckled reassuringly. "We have endured many trials. Just hold on a little longer. Your elder brother will send skilled protectors soon. And you need not worry then. I must return to the residence. Take care." Xuebeng nodded obediently and promised, "Uncle, you need not worry. Also, remember that we are in a special period. It is better to speak and act less, and under no circumstances should you make mistakes. The palace is not an absolute sanctuary." "I understand, uncle." Xuebing responded earnestly, clearly absorbing the advice. Prince Xuexing's eyes glinted with satisfaction as he turned and strode towards the hall's exit. Today, the sun shone brilliantly. Dear Lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading for more excitement. Thus, the crown prince remained on the brink of death. Ning Rongrong expressed disbelief. Is it truly so? The crown prince of the Tiando Empire, the heir apparent to the emperor? In less than half a year, after two princes were poisoned, is the crown prince to meet the same fate? Ning Fingji sighed with regret. Indeed, Qinghe has been poisoned to the marrow. His life hangs by a thread. Thankfully, thanks to the jade emperor honey provided by our young friend, he has not perished yet. Zhou Ting felt cornered and chose silence. Realizing that Ning Fingji was an astute tactician with countless schemes. One misstep, and he would be led by the nose. To avoid being a pawn, Zhou Ting resolved to remain silent. Moreover, Xueqinghe would not perish. While others may be unaware, Zhou Ting certainly was not. According to the information gleaned from Ning Fingji, this poison was identical to the previous one. The last time, the poisoning of the princes was a means to eliminate rivals. This poison originated from the Spirit Hall. Thus the current assassination must surely bear their mark. And how could the Spirit Hall poison their own young master? One must remember that the impersonator of Xueqinghe was none other than Qian Renxue, the daughter of the current Pope Bibi Dong and the former Pope Qian Xuanji, a granddaughter of the formidable Qian Douluo, known as the Invincible in the Sky, and the revered 99th level limit Douluo. In essence, even without external aid, she could not perish. However, what Zhou Ting could not comprehend was the motive behind the Spirit Hall's actions. If the poison remained untreated, Xueqinghe's identity would be lost forever. Should someone be dispatched to administer an antidote, Xueqinghe would not only fail to vindicate himself but would, in fact, further entrench the suspicion of having poisoned the prince. After all, on the previous occasion, both princes met their demise through poison. How is it that you alone emerged unscathed? What could be the ulterior motive of the Spirit Hall in this endeavor? This truly presents a perplexing conundrum. Chapter 58. Entrustment. Ning Fingji cast a sidelong glance at the silent Zhou Ting, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, before turning to his beloved daughter. Rongrong. Ning Rongrong wiped the sweat from her brow, her expression one of displeasure. All right, I know. Humph, always urging. With that, the petite princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, with a pouting face, hesitated as she directed her soul power into the golden bracelet on her right hand. In an instant, her height of 1.6 meters diminished to a mere 1.58 meters. At this moment, Ning Rongrong appeared to be burdened by an immense weight, hunched over as she took each arduous step. Despite this, Ning Fengji remained dissatisfied and admonished her, "Rongrong, stand up straight." Reluctantly, Ning Rongrong complied and straightened her posture. Zhou Ting admired the gravity-adjusting golden bracelet on her wrist, marveling at its effectiveness. Indeed, soul-guided devices are the premier driving force of the Douluo continent. His thoughts then drifted to Tangsan, recalling the hidden weapons and mechanisms he so proudly possessed, and he scoffed dismissively. Hidden weapons. I wouldn't accept them even if offered for free. Stealing a glance at Ning Fingji across from him, Zhou Ting felt an unsettling urge to flee. Young Zhou. Please hold on. A cold sweat broke out on Zhou Ting's back, yet he felt grateful. Thankfully, it was not a fellow cultivator asking him to stay. He was still young, with much life to live, and he had no desire to encounter calamity. Zhou Ting turned stiffly, facing Ning Fingji, the cunning old fox, and inquired. Uncle Ning, is there something you wish to discuss? Ning Fingji wore a beaming smile, exuding warmth and approachability. Yet, to Zhou Ting, it felt akin to a weasel wishing a hen well. Despite believing himself to possess extraordinary talent, he recognized it was unwarranted for a sect leader to address him as young relative. After all, he was merely an ordinary friend of the man's daughter, if he could even be called that. Moreover, Zhou Ting lacked the deep connections and formidable power that would earn Ning Fingji's respect. Although the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's martial spirit could only reach a little over level 70 due to the absence of 2 layers, its auxiliary skills were terrifyingly potent. Strength, speed, soul power, defense, and attack. At most, someone like Ning Fingji, a 7-ring soul sage, could enhance each by 80. Even that was with the martial spirit's shortcomings. Legend had it that the Ning family's ancestral martial spirit was the Nine Treasures Glazed Pagoda, which could normally cultivate to the rank of title Douluo, with enhancements of 100 truly fearsome. Regrettably, the Nine Treasures Glazed Pagoda had become inexplicably incomplete, leaving only 7 layers. Nevertheless, the Seven Treasure Glazed Pagoda remained the foremost auxiliary martial spirit on the continent. In fact, it could also appraise treasures, ensuring the Ning family never lacked for wealth. Combined, these factors attracted 2 title Douluo to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. In essence, in the presence of Ning Fingji, Zhou Ting was inconsequential. With a gentle tone, Ning Fingji praised him. I have heard that my young relative ventured alone into the soul-hunting forest at the tender age of 6. What great courage. Zhou Ting recalled Ning Ku, the owner of the Nine Treasures Soul Materials shop, where he had once traded 2 pounds of honey for over 60,000 gold coins. To this day, he still had a substantial amount remaining. The purchasing power of gold coins remained remarkably robust. As for venturing alone into the soul-hunting forest, that was a misrepresentation. He had merely been accompanied by Xiaowu for protection. However, there was no need to clarify that. Zhou Ting, wearing a puzzled expression, queried. Uncle Ning, what do you mean? Ning Fengji replied with a gentle smile. I merely wish to know more about you. Zhou Ting, sitting down once more, met his gaze, discarding his previous caution. Know me? Why would you want to do that? You, Ning Fengji, are no great beauty. Ning Fengji did not find this response surprising, as his investigation suggested Zhou Ting had embarked on his own adventures at the age of 7. Amassing considerable experiences over the past 5 years, which had shaped him into his current self. I simply wish to entrust my daughter to you. Zhou Ting's jaw dropped, his eyes wide with shock. He was genuinely taken aback. Entrust? Was it the kind of entrustment he was thinking of? Should he call him father-in-law on the spot? Upon reflection, Ning Rongrong did indeed have many admirable qualities. Not only was she beautiful, but she also possessed considerable talent and was quite wealthy. Aside from her slight nutritional deficiency and somewhat proud demeanor, she was quite appealing. Marrying her would not be a loss. As Zhou Ting wrestled with whether to address Ning Fengji as father-in-law, the latter offered a rueful smile and explained. After these past few days together, I trust you have noticed that Rongrong lacks perseverance. Were it not for your encouragement, she would have long since given up and would not be training so diligently. Zhou Ting began to grasp the implication of his future father-in-law's words. Realizing he had misinterpreted his intentions, while sighing in relief, he felt an unexpected pang of disappointment. Fortunately, Ning Fengji was oblivious to Zhou Ting's thoughts concerning his daughter. Otherwise, there would surely be dire consequences. I wish for you to continue training with Rongrong. Zhou Ting hesitated. Ning Fengji inquired with a smile, what concerns do you have? Young relative? Zhou Ting glanced at a nearby hill, troubled. I fear someone may object. Ning Fengji paused before reassuring him. Rest assured, this is for Rongrong's benefit. Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu will only be grateful to you, not cause you any trouble. Very well. With that, their conversation concluded, and Zhou Ting joined the training group. Suddenly, a white-haired man appeared beside Ning Fengji, standing tall and straight as if he were a sword drawn from its sheath. Just gazing at him was enough to cause discomfort to the eyes. Fengji, this young man is no ordinary individual. Ning Fengji recalled Zhou Ting's performance and agreed. Indeed. He is remarkable. He even discovered your presence alongside Uncle Gu in the Imperial Palace, within a secret chamber. Your Majesty. Ah, you have arrived. Is the ceremony prepared? At this moment, the Snow Knight Emperor had shed his daytime regalia, dressed in plain attire, resembling an ordinary noble elder. His demeanor gentle and devoid of any sharp edges. He exhibited none of the anxiety that often precedes significant undertakings. After a moment's hesitation, the old man suddenly knelt on one knee and spoke, "Your Majesty, I have served you for decades and cannot bear to see you." The Snow Knight Emperor waved his hand, interrupting him. "I know what you wish to convey. However, I am aware of my own circumstances. Since ascending the throne, I have neglected my cultivation, making no progress." His expression was complex, filled with resentment, regret, reluctance, and nostalgia. "The last time, I failed to save them. I have been tormented by remorse ever since." The old man hurriedly consoled him. "Your Majesty, you cannot blame yourself. You were unable to save both princes simultaneously. Moreover, the Tiando Empire cannot be without you. I am all too aware of my own condition. I know I cannot hold on much longer." The Snow Knight Emperor chuckled nonchalantly, as if he were not speaking of himself. "Were there no alternative, I might find solace in that, but I do have a solution. If rescue is not rendered, Chong-Er possesses a profound cunning and remarkable patience, indeed a promising talent. Yet, he is simply too young." Chapter 59. Summoning. I have made up my mind. The Snow Knight Emperor was acutely aware that his younger son, Avalanche, was quite close to Snow Star. Such a relationship was manageable at present. However, should Avalanche ascend to the throne, even though he was his own brother, the Emperor could not feel at ease. As for Qinghe, although he was backed solely by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, that support was formidable enough. After all, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was the most steadfast ally of the Heavendo Empire. Was there truly any need to worry about a coup? The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School held no interest in the throne. Their focus lay on cultivation and discovering ways to mend their martial spirit's deficiencies. Understanding the Emperor's resolute intentions, the elder ceased further persuasion and retrieved various soul beast materials from his storage soul guide: fiery red feathers, azure fish skin, fish bones, each laid meticulously beside Snow Qinghe. These materials naturally emanated a dual radiance of red and blue, rich with the essence of both water and fire soul powers. A mysterious aura began to permeate the secret chamber. As the preparations for the ritual commenced, the Snow Knight Emperor departed the chamber, hastening toward the palace's treasure vault. The ritual required one paramount treasure, without which it could not proceed. It was a palm-sized, pyramid-shaped sapphire, within which a resplendent nebula swirled. A gentle shake revealed the celestial dance of stars, both beautiful and enigmatic. The Snow Knight Emperor grasped the gemstone, his expression complex. The vast sea universe shield, a national treasure of the Heavendo Empire. Though classified as a national treasure, its true function had eluded all emperors throughout history. They only knew that the vast sea universe shield was impervious to blades and fire. Even the esteemed title Douluo could not harm it, rendering it a rare gem. However, it was not entirely without utility. Since the royal family acquired it, they discovered it was particularly sensitive to 2 types of soul power: water and fire. Materials derived from oceanic soul beasts elicited a notable reaction. Consequently, the royal family developed a unique technique. Yet, it was ultimately shelved. The royal ancestors initially envisioned utilizing the vast sea universe shield to preserve the full cultivation of a dying royal expert, passing it down to future emperors, much like the evil emperor's relic in the DT Ing Shuin Xiaoling Zhuin. However, predictably, they all failed. The vast sea universe shield welcomed all foreign soul powers, be it water or the Heavendo royal family's light soul power. Yet, when they attempted to extract anything, regardless of how they stimulated it with fire soul power, it proved futile. After countless failures, someone finally discovered another factor: vitality. In the palace above the secret chamber, the Snow Knight Emperor held the blue pyramid aloft. "Lord Ning, Sword Douluo, you have arrived," he remarked, glancing at Ning Fingji and the trio who had accompanied him to return Qinghe last time, offering a friendly smile. Ning Fingji, with a solemn countenance, inquired, "Your Majesty, is it about Qinghe?" It was understandable that he felt distressed. He had only taken on this disciple a few months ago, and now he faced such dire circumstances. It was indeed ironic. Moreover, the disciple of the illustrious lord of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had been poisoned. Such news would surely provoke ridicule. The Snow Knight Emperor shook his head. "Qinghe is unharmed. Snow Star and Avalanche have yet to arrive. Once they are here, I shall explain. Lord Ning, please." Shortly after everyone settled, Avalanche, residing in the palace, arrived. Under the current circumstances, he was initially elated to be summoned by the Snow Knight Emperor. Perhaps Snow Qinghe was on the brink of death? Perhaps his father intended to affirm his position? However, upon seeing Ning Fingxi and the others, he realized matters were not as simple as he had envisioned. Father, the Snow Knight Emperor, with an impassive expression, gestured for him to find a seat. To his right sat Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, Ning Rongrong, Zhou Ting, and the curious Zhou Ting. The left side remained completely vacant. Avalanche, feeling the pressure, reluctantly took the third seat on the left. The first seat belonged to Crown Prince Snow Qinghe, a position no one could contest, while the second seat was reserved for Prince Snowstar. As Avalanche sat, he cautiously observed the Snow Knight Emperor's demeanor. Even after taking his place, the Emperor remained expressionless. Avalanche's heart raced, filled with unease. Why was there no reaction from his father? Just then, Prince Snowstar arrived. Brother, Your Majesty. The Snow Knight Emperor smiled and nodded. Please, have a seat. Snowstar took his place directly in the second chair, leaving the first seat for Snow Qinghe. Zhou Ting quietly observed everyone in the hall, particularly fixating on the Snow Knight Emperor's countenance. What exactly was the Snow Knight Emperor scheming? And what were the intentions of the Spirit Hall? In truth, Zhou Ting's presence was entirely due to Ning Rongrong's insistence. Without her relentless persuasion, he would have had no opportunity to enter the Heaven Do Palace. The Snow Knight Emperor's gaze swept across the assembly, lingering for an extra moment on Prince Snowstar before he gravely declared, I have summoned you here for a singular purpose. The royal family possesses a secret that may unravel the poison afflicting Qinghe. An antidote? And a royal secret? Why was I not informed? Prince Snowstar's face was a blend of astonishment and confusion. Your Majesty? He pondered why, if an antidote existed, it had not been used to save his nephew and 3 other cousins. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the story becomes even more captivating. Furthermore, why summon so many people? Ning Fingji, ever the astute strategist, remained composed, rationally observing the blue gemstone in the Emperor's hand. Your Majesty, is the solution you speak of related to the national treasure, the vast sea universe shield? The Snow Knight Emperor nodded, his expression one of admiration. Indeed, Lord Ning, you possess remarkable insight. Although the royal family has yet to uncover the true purpose of the vast sea universe shield, we have discerned certain effects. Ning Fingji furrowed his brow, feeling that the Emperor's reaction was amiss. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired, May I ask, Your Majesty, what is the cost of saving him? The Snow Knight Emperor chuckled softly, not immediately responding, but turning his gaze to Prince Snowstar, he smiled and asked, Brother, are you willing to join me in saving Qinghe? At that moment, all eyes in the room converged on Prince Snowstar. An unprecedented wave of anxiety surged within him. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he perceived the Snow Knight Emperor not as his brother, but as a predatory beast, fixated on its prey. Something was amiss. Profoundly so. What was his brother truly scheming? Even if he secretly wished for Snow Qinghe's demise, and even if he felt inclined to refuse, he could not. For as of now, Snow Qinghe was not only his nephew, but also the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, the rightful heir. Should he declare not to save him, the consequences would be dire. With a heart heavy with bitterness, Prince Snowstar forced a smile and replied, Brother, as long as there is a way to save Qinghe, I am willing to try any method. Chapter 60. Brother, let's go together thus. Splendid. The smile on the face of the Snow Knight Emperor was radiant. However, Prince Snowstar, observing his delighted brother, felt his clothes drenched in cold sweat, clinging tightly to his back. None present were fools. Even the most innocent Zhou Ting had grown up amidst the harrowing struggles of life and death. The Emperor's demeanor was amiss, and everyone could perceive it. The so-called royal secret was likely not of a benevolent nature. The fate of Prince Snowstar was worrisome. Naturally, Snow Avalanche could discern that his royal uncle was in peril. Yet, he could not comprehend why his father would act in such a manner. The Snow Knight Emperor cast a deep gaze at Snow Avalanche, solemnly calling out, Avalanche, your son is here. I shall employ secret arts alongside your royal uncle. Should we succeed, all shall be well. But if we fail, you must bear the responsibility. A flicker of joy crossed Snow Avalanche's eyes. Yet his face was marred with profound sorrow as he anxiously replied, Father, you must succeed. Nothing must happen to you. The Snow Knight Emperor nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to Ning Fingxi. Lord Ning, what commands does His Majesty have? After a moment's contemplation, the Snow Knight Emperor simply implored, I beseech you, uphold our covenant. Ning Fingxi responded with unwavering certainty, the alliance between the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the royal family is eternally binding. Satisfied, the Snow Knight Emperor took his brother's hand, and the 2 aged men walked hand in hand into the secret chamber. Click. The chamber was locked. With no one else present, Prince Snowstar finally revealed his true emotions, staring at the Snow Knight Emperor with confusion and fear, questioning, why? The Snow Knight Emperor approached the edge of the Snow-Clear River, placing the Hehe Qian Kuan shield upon Snow-Clear River's forehead, retorting, did you not foresee this? Resigned, Prince Snowstar, looking dejected, asked, must it be this way? The Snow Knight Emperor, with a gentle demeanor, inquired, brother, is it not good to walk with your elder brother? Prince Snowstar's lips twitched in disbelief. We are blood brothers, not sworn brothers. Is it truly right to ask me to die with you? Why was I unaware of any royal secrets? Prince Snowstar was perplexed. He initially thought the Snow Knight Emperor was deceiving him. However, upon seeing the myriad materials within the chamber, he realized that the secret arts might indeed exist. The Snow Knight Emperor regarded Prince Snowstar as one would a simpleton, explaining, the term unspoken secret refers to the mysteries passed down through generations of emperors. Not becoming emperor is my fault, then. Prince Snowstar expressed his grievances. Casting a glance at the elderly figure shrouded in darkness, he despairingly asked, what is the cost of the secret arts? The Snow Knight Emperor answered evasively, we are old. The empire must be entrusted to the youth. Though he had anticipated this answer, it still left a bitter taste in Prince Snowstar's heart. The Snow Knight Emperor did not allow his brother to speak further, grasping his hand. At that moment, two equally aged, wrinkled hands pressed upon the Hehe Qian Kuan shield. Light, a sacred, golden radiance emanated. Drawing the soul power from the surrounding materials, channeling it into the Hehe Qian Kuan shield. The Snow Knight Emperor felt the ebbing of his life, his body gradually weakening. Sensing that death lay ahead, he smiled, nonchalantly asking, brother, do you know why both our family and the Xingluo royal family possess light-type martial souls? Prince Snowstar was too engulfed in despair to care about such inquiries, venting his frustration. What is this unspoken secret? In high spirits, the Snow Knight Emperor explained. As if addressing a petulant younger sibling, indeed. According to the Imperial secret records, all of this is connected to the Spirit Hall and the God of Angels. Prince Snowstar was taken aback, incredulity etched on his face. Is there truly a God of Angels? What kind of gaze is that? The Snow Knight Emperor withdrew his look of disbelief, replying, if there were not, how could the Spirit Hall be the foremost power on the continent? Without the legacy of the God of Angels, how could each generation of the 1,000 families produce unparalleled powerhouses? The current grand offering of the Spirit Hall, Douluo, is a level 99 limit Douluo, known as the man closest to God. Is the Spirit Hall truly that formidable? Prince Snowstar gasped, feeling the sting of shame for his previous ignorance. In that moment, he began to understand why his brother, the Snow Knight Emperor, insisted on sharing this fate with him. Understanding, what a ridiculous notion. He truly did not wish to die. As life force rapidly drained, his once beautiful silver hair began to wither, losing its luster, becoming dry and pale. At this moment, both brothers bore faces etched with deep lines, their skin reflecting the same weariness. They were nearing the end of their lives. Struggling to lift his eyelids, Prince Snowstar gazed at the still snow-clear river, feebly stating, brother, this secret art seems ineffective. Have you been deceived? Perhaps. Just then, an unparalleled force emanated from the Hehe Qian Kuan shield. The Snow Knight Emperor exclaimed in excitement, it has begun. Buzz. Blue smoke erupted, enveloping the entire chamber. It was as if one stood amidst a blue galaxy, surrounded by countless magnificent and mysterious stars, captivating all who beheld it. How beautiful! A satisfied sigh echoed through the chamber. Boom. In the main hall. What is that noise? Sword Douluo Chen Xian swiftly appeared at the chamber's entrance. Sensing an unfathomably powerful water attribute soul power. Suddenly, Chen Xian's expression shifted dramatically, fear etched across his face. No, this is not soul power. Absolutely not. Could it be? With a flick of his wrist, a 2-meter-long giant sword manifested before him, its tip aimed directly at the chamber's entrance. Seeing this, Snow Avalanche's countenance changed, and after a brief moment of hesitation, he stepped forward to intervene. Your Majesty, please be patient. Chen Xian frowned, disliking the aura of this young man. It lacked purity. Ning Fengji pondered for a moment before stating, Sword Uncle. The two exchanged glances, and Chen Xian ultimately retracted his martial soul. Meanwhile, at the end of the room, Zhou Ting's eyes glimmered with an unusual light. In his unseen consciousness, a 9-tiered black tower shimmered with pearlescent light. Zhou Ting closed his eyes, his consciousness entering the 9th tier of the black tower, where he beheld the source of illumination. The icy water in the volcanic crater, originally pearlescent, now exhibited a faint blue hue, as if stimulated by some force. Moreover, even the magma appeared agitated, bubbling as if boiling. His gaze continued downward. 108 soul beast eggs swayed within the water, seemingly alive. Could it be? They are about to hatch. At that moment, Zhou Ting felt akin to a nervous new father, his heart filled with anxiety, trepidation, and anticipation. Of course, there was also a profound sense of bewilderment. At a loss, bewildered and directionless. Chapter 61. Has the poison been cured? Master, it has been a long time. The voice was both familiar and foreign. Zhou Ting opened her eyes to see Hehe standing at the entrance of the secret chamber. Has the poison been cured? He appeared just as he had 5 years prior, though his demeanor was notably more mature. His complexion was rosy, and his golden hair was short and sprightly, presenting an image that hardly resembled someone who had just been cured of poison. Shui Bian looked at her elder brother with a fleeting expression of disappointment that vanished almost instantly. With a face full of concern, he asked, "Father, where are Uncle Wang and the others?" Hehe's countenance darkened with sorrow. "They sacrificed themselves to save me. They are gone." This revelation was painfully clear to Shui Bian. It meant their deaths. Overcome with grief, Shui Bian cried out, "Father, Uncle Wang." Whether it was sheer dramatics or genuine emotion, he stumbled into the secret chamber. Hehe recalled the events he had just learned, his expression complex, a lingering pain etched in his heart. At a tender age, his father, Qian Xuanji, had perished. And that woman she gave birth but did not nurture. How he yearned for paternal and maternal love, yet it remained forever out of reach. This time, however, she felt a semblance of paternal love from the enemy, the Snow Knight Emperor, a warmth she had never experienced before. If only his father were still alive. In truth, the Snow Knight Emperor's life-for-a-life exchange had been futile. The ritual had failed. Though she was conscious, she was powerless. Ultimately, it was the antidote delivered covertly that saved her. Ning Feng looked quizzically at his lively disciple, his gaze probing. Hehe, perceptive as always, recognized his master's doubt and extended his hand, saying candidly, "Master, I too am uncertain of my current condition. I must ask you to examine me." "Very well." Ning Feng did not feign reluctance and readily assented. His soul power penetrating into the body of his young disciple, suffused with golden holy light. Gone was the poison that had plagued him on the day of the assassination. Indeed, the poison was gone, remarkably so. It was astonishing that such a potent poison could be dispelled by a secret technique. What kind of technique could this be? Hehe bitterly tugged at the corners of his mouth. "I would prefer that my father and the others had not resorted to such techniques. It is a life-for-a-life exchange. Utilizing their soul power and vitality to activate the vast sea universe shield, cleansing all aberrant states. The conditions for its use are stringent, and the failure rate is alarmingly high. My success this time is truly a stroke of luck." "Is that so?" Ning Feng pondered. Hehe bowed deeply to Ning Feng and retrieved a decree from his storage soul guide, beseeching, "Master, I need your assistance in maintaining the stability of the empire. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School bears an inescapable responsibility. A nation cannot be without a sovereign for a single day." The ceremony for Hehe's ascension to the throne was held the day after. This was the late emperor's will. The ceremony was to be simple. As was his funeral, he had long prepared 2 succession decrees, both kept within his storage soul guide. Regardless of the outcome, either he or Shui Bian would possess one of the decrees naming different heirs. At that time, they need only present one and destroy the other. Having ascended to the coveted throne, Hehe suddenly realized he was not as joyous as he had envisioned. After years of scheming, even slowing his cultivation for this very chair, he now found it all rather bland. Hehe was perplexed by this feeling. "Your Highness, oh no, I should say Your Majesty." Hehe looked expressionlessly at Shilong, who was bowing, and coldly questioned, "Why were you not present on the day of the assassination?" Shilong's face bore a bitter smile as he defended himself. "I had to obey the Grand Offering's orders, and with Elder Jean Crocodile present, I thought there would be no incidents. Who would have known the Grand Offering had such a plan?" Hehe's expression softened slightly as he inquired with curiosity, "But what about my grandfather? Did that woman intervene?" "That woman." Shilong was fully aware of the discord between his young master and her mother, responding calmly. "Her Holiness the Pope reported all your matters to the Grand Offering and then refrained from further involvement." The Grand Offering said Shilong regretted speaking too freely. Hehe remained silent, his expression severe as he fixed his gaze upon him. With no choice, Shilong divulged everything in a straightforward manner. Once the Grand Offering learned of the situation, he deemed your plan too troublesome and decided to act swiftly. Upon hearing this, Hehe's emotions grew complicated. His grandfather's actions were indeed ruthless. It was only fitting for the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall's Judgment Hall, known for his unyielding nature, to eliminate all foes. He must have been aware of the secrets of the Tiando royal family. hence reaching out to the remnants of the deceased prince's faction and providing them with the same poison to assassinate me, ultimately forcing him to employ the secret technique. But what if he hadn't? Shilong replied confidently he would have had no choice but to use it. Once the plan reaches this stage, it is beyond his control. It is merely a matter of being proactive or reactive. Zhou Ting has suddenly understood. No wonder he had summoned Elder Gene Crocodile. At this moment, all of Qian Daoliu's plans unfolded before him. The plan was not complex. In fact, it could be described as shockingly simple and brutal. The key point was sheer domination. Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. Regardless of what the Snow Knight Emperor chose. He had to follow Qian Daoliu's intentions. Grandfather, you have left me feeling quite unaccomplished. Do you not realize this? Shilong, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words. Far away in the spirit city, within the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong reclined with her long, snowy legs crossed, quietly savoring her solitude. Suddenly, Zhu Douluo hurried in, his face unable to conceal his elation. Your Holiness, we have succeeded. Zhu Douluo marveled. Your Holiness foresaw it all. The grand offerings plan has been executed flawlessly. Bibi Dong's face held little joy. Instead, she was filled with resentment. Humph, that old fool, his methods remain as domineering as ever. Zhu Douluo trembled, not wishing to hear such words, yet feeling trapped. Bibi Dong seized her scepter and strode purposefully toward the door, instructing. You shall take a team to the Tiando Empire, secretly seeking the loyalists of the remaining princes to guide them. Zhu Ting trembled with excitement, exclaiming, Your Holiness is wise and mighty. I am in awe. A hint of a smile graced Bibi Dong's lips as she waved her hand. Go forth. Let the Tiando Empire become even more lively. Before her eyes, a vision of a truly unified empire seemed to materialize. She was determined to cleanse the world of its filth and sins. Chapter 62. Recognized Rongrong. Who is she? Zhou Ting has gazed towards Zhu Ting was somewhat peculiar. Ning Rongrong noticed this and felt a jolt of alarm. Subtly, she positioned herself in front of Zhu Ting and declared, Zhu Ting is my dear friend. As a woman herself, Zhou Ting could certainly perceive the wariness in Ning Rongrong's eyes, which suggested that she was somewhat possessive of Zhu Ting. This amused Zhou Ting, who could not help but chuckle. Although Zhu Ting's figure was enviable, Zhou Ting was secure in her own sexual orientation. With a hearty laugh, Zhou Ting explained, Haha, Rongrong, you misunderstand me. I was merely admiring the familiarity of your friend's storage bag. Ning Rongrong had witnessed the origins of the storage bag on Zhu Ting firsthand when Zhou Ting had handed it over to her on that occasion. She cast a discreet glance at the silent Zhou Ting, choosing not to comment further. Zhou Ting continued with a light-hearted tone, 5 years ago, while preparing a gift for my father's birthday at a soul-hunting forest near the border, I encountered a talented young boy. Before parting, I gifted him a storage bag as a parting gift. Nearby, Zhou Ting listened intently, his lips twitching. A gift, you say? That sounds far more delightful than it actually was. It was merely an apology to him. Zhou Ting thought to himself, bemused by the situation. Ning Rongrong interjected. I recall that during the late emperor's birthday banquet, you, along with the first and third princes, presented treasures without distinction. Zhou Ting nodded, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she glanced at Zhou Ting and remarked, that year, I had intended to procure the honey from the century-old jade emperor bee. Had I succeeded, I would have undoubtedly outshone the rest. Regrettably, I arrived too late. The hive was empty. However, I did encounter an interesting young lad nearby. By the way, I heard from the dreaming divine machine that you, Rongrong, obtained a jar of jade emperor honey, which left me quite relieved. Wasn't that a coincidence? Zhou Ting. Zhou Ting's voice was sweet, yet Zhou Ting felt a chill run down his spine, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had assumed Zhou Ting had forgotten about him, only to discover she had thoroughly investigated his identity to settle old scores. With his cover blown, he decided to drop the pretense and asked candidly, Ahem, it has been a while, Brother Zhou. But when did you realize my presence? Zhou Ting smiled enigmatically. Do you harbor misconceptions regarding our intelligence system in the Tiando Empire? Aside from your 5-year stay at the outskirts of the Stardo Forest, we are privy to everything else. Nonsense. This cannot solely be the capability of the Tiando Empire. The Spirit Hall must have played a role, Zhou Ting retorted, though he dared not argue further, offering a sheepish smile. What brings you here this time, Brother Zhou? Zhou Ting, devoid of any imperial pretense, sighed dramatically. Alas, it is disheartening. Someone has held my token, yet has not visited me in 5 long years. Zhou Ting grimaced, scrambling for an excuse. Ahem. I simply felt too shy to trouble you. Shui Qinghe cast a glance at the two girls who were watching her with suspicion before addressing Zhou Ting. There will be an auction tomorrow. I shall leave you an invitation. With that, she left without hesitation. Zhou Ting stared at the gilded invitation on the table, feeling utterly dazed. Such confidence. She believed he would not decline her offer. Yet, Shui Qinghe had every reason to be confident, for she was now the emperor of Tiandou. The mighty Qinghe, and Zhou Ting, still resided within her empire. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing suddenly sat across from him, their eyes fixated on him with curiosity. What is going on? Faced with their inquisitive gazes, Zhou Ting sighed and explained, while it was referred to as a gift. It was more accurately an apology and an investment. Ning Rongrong's curiosity piqued, and she pressed, elaborate. Though Zhu Xing remained silent, her eager eyes conveyed a similar sentiment. Zhou Ting forced a smile. At that time, Shui Qinghe did not go alone. She was accompanied by a formidable guardian. After I collected some corpses of Jade Emperor bees, that guardian insisted on inspecting my hiding place. He instinctively withheld details regarding Xiaowu. In the end, Shui Qinghe gifted me a token and a storage bag. Ning Rongrong's mind raced with revelations. She mentioned the hive was empty. Does that relate to you? After all, Uncle Ninka did mention that you sold 2 pounds of honey while wearing a mask. Recalling that incident, Ning Rongrong felt nostalgic. She adored the flavor of Jade Emperor honey, and due to her father's affection, most of that honey had ended up in her own stomach, significantly accelerating her cultivation speed post-level 10. However, she had grown complacent afterward. Previously, they had been unaware of Zhou Ting's true identity, waiting for his return. Little did they realize they had succumbed to the irresistible purchasing power of gold coins. After all, Zhou Ting was not one to indulge in lavish luxuries. He was content with enough funds for his needs and lacked any strong desire for profit. All right. You guessed correctly. When I went to obtain my first spirit ring, I sought the Jade Emperor Bee Queen. And you can surmise what transpired next. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating tale. Now I understand. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing exchanged knowing glances, recalling the exasperated Shui Qinghe from that time, and they both chuckled. Wait. Ning Rongrong suddenly exclaimed, her expression one of shock as she turned to Zhou Ting. Zhou Ting looked puzzled, surveying himself for any apparent flaws. Zhu Xing curiously asked, Rongrong, what is wrong? Ning Rongrong, astonished, directed her gaze at Zhou Ting. You acquired your first spirit ring at 6 years old, indicating remarkable talent, even surpassing mine. Yet why were you only at the 21st rank last time we met at Shrek Academy? Zhou Ting cast an envious glance at her. I am not like you. I come from a family and sect that provided guidance. I am merely an ordinary person who emerged from a small mountain village without any masters to mentor me or any forces to assist me. I had to seek and tame suitable soul beasts myself, which consumed a considerable amount of time. Ning Rongrong felt perplexed at this revelation. Back then, you must have noticed his intent to recruit you. Why did you not come to Tiandou City? Zhou Ting had considered this many times, but ultimately abandoned the idea. Tiandou City was far from peaceful, and aligning himself with Shui Qinghe would only exacerbate the instability. The Avalanche and Prince Xuexing were not to be taken lightly. His arrival in Tiandou City would surely make him a target, hindering his ability to cultivate in peace and keep his secrets safe. This was still under the assumption that the first and third princes were indeed alive. Had he known their fates, he would have been even less inclined to come. Chapter 63. The transaction, the auction, after all, did not materialize. It was not that Zhou Ting lacked the desire to attend, but rather, at the Tiandou Royal Academy, within the boys' dormitory, Zhou Ting and Zhu Xing's enrollment proceeded smoothly, bolstered by the endorsement of the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile School, without any chaotic interruptions. Moreover, this place was finally devoid of the co-ed living arrangements characteristic of the Junior Soul Master Academies, providing a sense of freedom. Sharing a dormitory with unrelated females was indeed rather inconvenient. For instance, during the sweltering summer, he often yearned for a cooler environment. Yet, just as Zhou Ting was gearing up to depart for the auction, Shui Qinghe unexpectedly appeared before him. Zhou Ting felt a twinge of suspicion. Was he concerned that I may not go? Why else would he come to my dormitory to intercept me? Shui Qinghe scrutinized Zhou Ting with an astonished gaze. This unabashed scrutiny was something Zhou Ting could no longer endure, and he awkwardly inquired, Ahem, shouldn't he the emperor be rather busy? The implication of his words being, you seem rather idle. Shui Qinghe caught on to the underlying message but paid it no mind, teasingly retorting, TSK. Someone is audacious enough to have committed a significant good deed. I simply had to come and pay my respects. Zhou Ting's heart skipped a beat. An unsettling sense of alarm washed over him. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of ignorance, feigning confusion. What good deed? So blatant was Zhou Ting's act that had Xue Qinghe not received precise information, he would have found it hard to believe Zhou Ting was the perpetrator. Heh, how much do you underestimate the title Douluo's influence? You have completely uprooted someone's medicinal garden. Zhou Ting remained outwardly composed, yet internally he gasped in shock. How had he been exposed? As for how his actions had become known? If not for Xue Qinghe leveraging the power of the spirit hall to dig into Zhou Ting's information, he would never have discovered the truth. After all, someone had an undying fondness for the fat tiger mask. Xue Qinghe leisurely took a seat, adopting a relaxed demeanor as he continued. Zhou Ting displayed just the right amount of bewilderment and retorted, Brother Xue, I do not comprehend what you were saying. At this juncture, this lad still feigned ignorance. What a splendid actor. Xue Qinghe chuckled, shaking his head, grateful he had come himself. Had it been his grandfather, there would have been no room for such trivialities. Denial would simply lead to a beating, and if one beating was sufficient, there would be two. If it became tiresome, a final, fatal strike. It was only due to certain reasons that his grandfather could not leave the spirit hall. Otherwise, there would be no need for any covert plans. All of this was because of that woman. It was she who had brought him here. Reflecting on that woman dampened Xue Qinghe's enthusiasm for further banter with Zhou Ting. He straightened his posture, speaking with gravity. Zhou Ting, do not underestimate the power of the title Douluo. What you have done cannot remain concealed forever. Exposure is merely a matter of time. Zhou Ting felt a bitter pang within. He had been entirely branded as the culprit. Yet, he was innocent, more wrong than Douluo. He had taken nothing, yet had been unjustly blamed. Had he known? Recalling the 9th level of the Black Tower, he still intended to go. Brother Xue, what exactly are your intentions? Xue Qinghe, with a smile, replied, I can assist you. Zhou Ting was overjoyed, expressing his gratitude profusely. That would be splendid. Thank you. Brother Xue. Xue Qinghe rolled his eyes. He had never encountered anyone so shameless. To think, he would attempt to conclude this favor with merely a thank you. No wonder it had taken 5 years for him to arrive at Tiando City. Furthermore, he might not even have intended to seek Zhou Ting out. Having come to this realization, Xue Qinghe was burdened with a simmering resentment he could not vent. He couldn't help but chide. Do you still wish to pull off a heist without any cost? Faced with the impossibility of benefiting for free, Zhou Ting finally revealed his true self, asking earnestly, what is it that you desire? I fail to understand. You are the emperor of Tiando, and I am but a minor figure. What could I possibly offer you? Xue Qinghe laughed lightly. Finally, you drop the pretense? At present, you indeed possess little value, but with your extraordinary talent, given sufficient time, you could be invaluable. To think he was being measured by his worth. Zhou Ting felt discontent. Moreover, Xue Qinghe had nearly unearthed his entire secret. However, Zhou Ting remained silent, allowing Xue Qinghe to elaborate. In the future, I aim to accomplish something grand, necessitating all available strength to assist. Is it dangerous? Xue Qinghe's expression grew strange as he pondered. It should not be overly perilous, and at least, your life will not be at stake. With this, Zhou Ting began to grasp the situation, casting a sympathetic glance at the orphaned girl before him. Truly, she was a pitiful child, having been deprived of parental love since her youth. In the next moment, Zhou Ting stared blankly at Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe felt as if Zhou Ting was contemplating something inappropriate, yet he had no proof. Moreover, he found himself experiencing an unsettling sensation of being seen through. This was not normal. Xue Qinghe, disliking this feeling immensely, inquired with a harsh tone, what are you staring at? Zhou Ting hastily withdrew his focus, forcing himself to compose. Ahem, I wasn't looking at anything. I was merely contemplating that your current bargaining chips are insufficient. What a greedy boy. Xue Qinghe remained silent for a moment before stating, I will erase your traces, and your soul master identification will also be amended. The chapter has yet to conclude. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Feigning shock, Zhou Ting exclaimed, you have influence over the spirit hall? Xue Qinghe, exuding confidence, replied, that is not for you to worry about. Simply confirm whether you agree. All right, I agree. Xue Qinghe nodded in satisfaction, finally seizing the opportunity to voice his lingering curiosity. Was Du Gubo's medicinal garden truly that exceptional, leading you to completely empty it? And you managed to accomplish this in just one night. At this moment, Xue Qinghe regarded Zhou Ting as though he were an unparalleled thief. Zhou Ting recalled the fleeing ice and fire yin-yang eyes, along with the celestial herbs, and felt a surge of grief and indignation. If I were to assert that it wasn't my doing, would you believe me? Xueqing shot Zhou Ting a sidelong glance. I would have to be quite foolish to believe you. If it were not your doing, why would you seek a transaction with me? Fine. If you are unwilling to elaborate, then so be it. For the next few days, you would do well to exercise caution and refrain from taking action. I shall take my leave. As he watched Xueqing depart, Zhou Ting felt a profound sense of unease. If he was not mistaken, Xueqing, who was none other than Qianren Xue, sought to prove herself. She aimed to make the woman who abandoned her feel regret. Yet, Zhou Ting understood the backstory. Her mother, Bibi Dong, had not willingly given birth to her. The fact that she had not been aborted was already a testament to Bibi Dong's unexpected maternal instincts. How could one demand too much from her? If Bibi Dong had truly kept her by her side, it would have served as a constant reminder of the painful past she wished to forget. Thus, it was quite fortunate that she was merely entrusted to her grandfather's care and not killed. Qian Xuanji truly wrought a great calamity. Zhou Ting. In contrast to the mother-daughter duo of Bai Bai Dong and Qianren Xue, sighed contemplatively. Like mother, like daughter, they exhibit the same obstinacy and stubbornness. Zhou Ting recalled the scene he had just witnessed, golden yet not to be trifled with. The most crucial aspect is that he is still young and must prioritize his cultivation. Zhou Ting summoned the Black Tower, his expression darkening. In that moment, he had unwittingly showcased his second soul skill before Du Guyan. It seems the soul-devouring insect must be employed sparingly. Qianren Xue, with merely a cursory glance, surmised that it was I who had acted, reminding me not to underestimate anyone. In comparison to me, they simply lack the memories of the future, regarding wisdom and strategy. I hold no distinct advantage. Chapter 64, Enemies Abound. Upon reflection, Zhou Ting suddenly realized that he was beset by numerous troubles. Due to the ice and fire duality eyes, he had offended both Du Gubo and Du Guyan. Furthermore, he had created an unquenchable enmity with Dai Mubai over the matter of a stolen wife. This was a grudge that demanded resolution, one way or another. Inadvertently, he had also antagonized the entirety of Shrek Academy. Then there was the matter of a certain thunderous revelation. The death of Li Yusong loomed ominously, waiting to erupt, and once it did, he would find himself in mortal conflict with most of Shrek's members. Additionally, there was the impending avalanche of resentment brewing within Xueqing's court. He could sense the hostility in the eyes of Ning Rongrong and the others during the coronation ceremony. They were filled with hatred. Ning Rongrong had offered a bottle of honey to help Xueqing through his tribulations. But what he was unaware of was that even without her assistance, Xueqing would not have perished. Regardless, fortune was not on his side at this moment, and he had no chance of ascending to the throne. He had misdirected his animosity. Alas, this was a truth he could not articulate. His list of enemies had only grown. In summary, Zhou Ting found himself in a perilous predicament. Moreover, Tang Hao, although not specifically targeting him, brought an unsettling anxiety whenever they crossed paths. If this situation escalated further, with Tang San and the Haotian sect involved, it seemed he was destined to have enemies all over the world. In the next moment, Zhou Ting's face radiated innocence as he murmured, "Who would have thought that I, a well-behaved child, would accrue such a multitude of grievances? This world is indeed ailing. After all, he could not possibly be at fault." It was akin to those famous sayings that contradict one another. For instance, a rabbit does not eat the grass near its burrow. Yet the one closest to the water gets the first catch. Or details determine success or failure, yet those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. These are mere excuses, crafted to pursue a sense of self-justification. One must admit, humanity's capacity for self-deception is truly formidable. As for whether Xiaowu had seen his message. Indeed, Xiaowu had seen the message and was quite startled. In the Stardow Forest, at the temporary camp of Shrek Academy, she approached gracefully under the moonlight, resembling a celestial being. Yet, Tang San did not desire such an ethereal figure. He longed for a lively, cheerful, and adorable younger sister. How had circumstances spiraled to such a state? In a fleeting moment, Tang San pinpointed the culprit, or rather the scapegoat, Zhou Ting. It was all Zhou Ting's fault. That wretched fellow had sealed his own fate. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Tang San's eyes as he vowed coldly, "The next time we meet, it shall be your end." Regaining his composure as Xiaowu arrived before him, he smiled and inquired, "Xiaowu, what troubles you?" Xiaowu, unaware of Tang San's peculiar demeanor, furrowed her brow, burdened with her own thoughts. She settled on the opposite side of the campfire, their gazes meeting across the flickering flames, casting her face in an unfamiliar light. Her eyes glowed intensely as she fixated on Tang San's slightly purplish irises. Brother, what soul skill have you cultivated for your eyes? Tang San, puzzled, noted that Xiaowu had never shown interest in such self-created soul skills before. After all, in her words, as long as I possess agility, that suffices. However, Tang San believed she was simply being lazy. Not only did she avoid creating her own soul skills, she even slacked on her soul power cultivation. Naturally, these thoughts remained unspoken. Though rabbits are herbivorous, they can be fiercely aggressive when provoked. Ever since Zhou Ting had appeared and then vanished from Shrek, she had indeed become more diligent. He recalled the last time. It was when Zhou Ting had not yet left, and the three of them trained together. Tang San shook his head, dispelling the ill omen of recalling that detestable figure. He knew he must not dwell on it, lest his murderous intent resurface. Regardless, Xiaowu must not discover his thoughts. With confusion in his heart, Tang San began to explain in detail. This soul skill of mine is called the Purple Extreme Magic Eye. You have seen me practice it, each day at dawn. I absorb a wisp of purple energy to strengthen my vision. The Purple Extreme Magic Eye consists of 4 levels. The first level is named Overview. As he spoke, he demonstrated, his eyes emanating a faint purple glow. This state enhances visual acuity and broadens my field of vision, allowing me to observe targets from multiple angles. The second level is called Subtlety. At this point, Tang San's eyes were entirely enveloped in purple energy, appearing exceedingly peculiar. This is my current state, enabling me to perceive minute changes in objects, significantly enhancing my combat capabilities. As for the third level, it is known as Mustard Seed. The fourth is Vastness. Upon reaching this point, Tang San let out a wry smile. I am currently stuck at the peak of the second level, unable to break through. He recalled the next stage of the Purple Extreme Magic Eye with a sense of yearning. I have only seen it described in texts. Reaching the third level, Mustard Seed, allows one to see through all illusions. As for the highest level, Vastness, it enables the cultivation of the heart eye, allowing one to perceive all without the need for physical sight, rendering one impervious to deception. Tang San sighed, realizing that during his time at Tang Sect, no one had ever mastered the highest realm of the Purple Extreme Magic Eye. Yet, since he had arrived in this wondrous world, he was determined to accomplish this feat. What a marvelous self-created soul skill, Xiaowu exclaimed. Yet her mood grew even more despondent. Previously, she had been too naive, never contemplating the origins of such a formidable soul skill. In this regard, Zhou Ting offered a relatively reasonable explanation. He had a remarkable father. Of course, in truth, these soul skills had nothing to do with Tang Hao. However, would Tang San dare to reveal the true origins of his soul skills? He would not. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Tang Hao listened intently to their conversation, his heart trembling. He pondered a pressing question. Where had all of Tang San's extraordinary self-created soul skills originated? Tang Hao mused, despite his neglect due to the death of his wife. He had certainly kept an eye on Tang San's growth. How could a child, entirely ignorant of the soul master realm, possibly create such soul skills? Tang Hao was confident that these skills did not exist in Holy Spirit Village. Furthermore, as he reflected on everything about his son, he was struck by a startling realization. Tang San had never cried, except for when he was first born. A surge of inexplicable emotion welled up within Tang Hao, but in an instant, he seemed to dismiss all these questions, laughing nonchalantly. My son, Tang San, is deserving of all his excellence, regardless of how remarkable it may be. Everything is settled. Simultaneously, from the void, a voice of indifference echoed. Unreachable by soul masters. The predetermined trajectory of fate is shifted. Who is it? Chapter 65. Analysis by Yu Xiaojiang. The conversation continued as Tang San engaged in a brief internal struggle before inquiring, Xiaowu, are you interested in learning? I can teach you, but initially indifferent to the prospect of mastering the Purple Extreme Magic Eyes, Xiaowu's curiosity was piqued by Tang San's hesitant but what? She asked. Tang San, with utmost seriousness, declared, I have decided to establish a sect, to be named Tang Sect, and I would like you to join. Let me think about it. Xiaowu replied before darting away, her previously ethereal demeanor replaced by a lively spirit, much to Tang San's delight. Had Zhou Ting been present, he would surely have confronted Tang San, for the latter had shamelessly appropriated the secrets of the Tang Sect, now daring to proclaim himself its legitimate heir and even aspired to establish his own. Such audacity was indeed remarkable. As night enveloped the camp, the ample preparations made due to the large number of people ensured that everyone had their own personal space. After the day's training, Dai Mubai sat quietly on a blanket, gazing through the tent's openings, lost in thought. The memory of his crushing defeat at the hands of his rival lingered, an event that transpired a month prior. Although Tang San's encouragement had rekindled his spirit, and with Yu Xiaojiang's guidance, he had leveled up, the haunting recollection of that loss resurfaced during the stillness of midnight, leaving him restless. He vividly recalled that even at the climax of the battle, Zhou Ting remained unflappable, his expression devoid of panic. Perhaps he had yet to unleash his full potential. This thought haunted Dai Mubai repeatedly, and facing the image of his nemesis, he felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Even if he were to confront Zhou Ting again, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. "Mubai, are you asleep?" Dai Mubai concealed his despondency and replied with a blank expression. "No. Come in, Dean. Let's talk." Flinder, perceiving his student's inner turmoil, sighed softly and said, "I won't enter. You come out, and we can all have a discussion." Dai Mubai parted the curtain and stepped outside with a composed demeanor. Flinder looked at him, filled with sorrow. Once a spirited and self-assured student, he had now become a brooding figure. "My teaching has truly failed, Dean." Flinder pulled himself from his emotional reverie and urged, "Follow me. Let's collectively analyze Zhou Ting." At the mere mention of the name, Dai Mubai's expression flickered, and though he maintained his composure, Flinder sensed that his student had revived. However, Flinder's concern overshadowed his relief. "Xiaojiang, is your approach truly wise? Let us not provoke him excessively." By the fire, the group gathered: Yu Xiaojiang, Flinder, Zhao Wujia, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, all tacitly agreeing not to summon Xiaowil. With everyone present, Flinder prompted, "Tang San, you and Zhou Ting were classmates at the Junior Soul Master Academy. Share your insights about him." Tang San, always obedient to his master, began with a complex expression as he recounted, "Zhou Ting is, quite frankly, an anomaly. Understanding a person deeply enables one to conquer them." Dai Mubai's eyes sparkled with anticipation, mirrored by Oscar's own thoughts of the beautiful Ning Rongrong, who had withdrawn from their circle, attributing her departure to Zhou Ting. Soon, Tang San concluded his account, stating, "This fellow's situation is decidedly unusual, particularly regarding his soul abilities, which are exceedingly peculiar." Yu Xiaojiang nodded in agreement. "What Tang San says is accurate. I must confess, I have underestimated him on 3 or 4 occasions. His talent cannot be gauged by innate soul power alone. I suspect his apparent foolishness stems from an unknown ailment. While the awakening of his martial soul may have cured his illness, the depletion of his soul power remains substantial, thus yielding a low measurement of innate soul power." The group nodded in collective agreement, acknowledging Yu Xiaojiang's astute observation. The 4 young ones gazed at him with admiration, including Flinder and Zhao Wujia, who were equally impressed. Although Yu Xiaojiang should have felt elated, a hint of bitterness flickered in his eyes as he shook his head. "This isn't everything. I once misjudged him, believing his talent to be limited. Had I known, I would have insisted on taking him as a disciple." Unbeknownst to Yu Xiaojiang, Zhou Ting was not even inclined to accept such an offer. Yu Xiaojiang continued his exposition. "His martial soul manifests as a black tower, a tool martial soul with 9 levels. Specific characteristics he has not disclosed to anyone." He cast a glance at Tang San, disappointment evident in his gaze. He had previously tasked Tang San with gathering information, but alas, Zhou Ting had remained tight-lipped. However, according to Tang San, Xiaowu should possess knowledge of it, though she was a rabbit of her word. Thus, he could only analyze the situation as it stood. "Based on his 2 soul abilities, I have deduced a few things." Dai Mubai, filled with excitement, eagerly grasped Yu Xiaojiang's arm and inquired, "What are they?" "Mubai, do not be rude." Flinder's hand landed on Dai Mubai's shoulder, bringing him back to reality. Embarrassed, Dai Mubai released his grip and apologized, "Master, forgive my impatience." Yu Xiaojiang's hand trembled slightly, though he concealed it as he continued. "Zhou Ting's first soul ability summons a swarm of jade emperor bees. His second soul ability summons a swarm of soul-eating insects. The similarities between the 2 are striking. From my analysis, his soul abilities derive from the leaders of these 2 species. Yet, the soul abilities obtained by slaying the Jade Emperor Bee Queen and the soul-eating insect queen were not summoning abilities. These findings are well documented, and this is his area of expertise." Yu Xiaojiang's confidence radiated as he concluded, "Thus, I hypothesize that the characteristic of his martial soul, the Black Tower, is summoning, akin to the 9-hearted begonia." The crowd's understanding deepened, the fog of confusion lifting as they exchanged looks of enlightenment, bathed in their adoration. Yu Xiaojiang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Though his soul master rank paled in comparison to Dai Mubai's, his intellect allowed him to triumph. Let the world witness the power of a master's wisdom. With renewed confidence, he pressed on with his analysis through previous battles. I have discerned a critical weakness in Zhou Ting. What weakness? Dai Mubai's excitement surged as the crux of the discussion approached. Though this time he refrained from seizing Yu Xiaojiang's arm. Yu Xiaojiang's heart swelled with satisfaction, relishing the feeling of being in demand. It was an exquisite sensation. In that moment, Yu Xiaojiang's impression of Dai Mubai improved immensely. Chapter 66. The mysterious pit forest. A confident smile adorned Yu Xiaojiang's face, his tone almost condescending. Although Zhou Ting possessed a formidable martial soul, heralding a new school of thought, he had never received a formal education. Zhou Ting's choices left him feeling conflicted. There was a tinge of regret, but predominantly, envy. How splendid it would be to possess such talent. Ultimately, these emotions morphed into a profound disdain. He could not fathom the power of knowledge, had undergone 5 years of wasted potential without proper guidance. And his frail physique only compounded his shortcomings. Zhou Ting, however, was unyielding. I may appear slim in clothes, but beneath lies muscle. Of course, Zhou Ting was not present to defend himself. Yu Xiaojiang expressed his lament, as if a prodigious talent had been squandered. Furthermore, despite the marvel of his soul abilities, the lack of synergy posed a significant issue. He had neglected the aspect of defense, leaving himself vulnerable to close-range attacks. Zhou Ting would have retorted, "Are you polite? As a level 29 novice, I could easily defeat you with a single soul skill, without even exerting my full strength. How dare you boast here?" It was indeed unfortunate that Zhou Ting was absent. Had he been there, he would have certainly taken the initiative, for he had no desire to endure the stench of a pig, utterly revolting. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's analysis, Dai Mubai's eyes brightened, as he caught a glimmer of victory for the first time. Tang-san, like the others, gazed at Yu Xiaojiang with admiration. Though he couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt, hadn't the master said something similar in previous encounters? Mubai, trained diligently, defeating Zhou Ting should not be difficult. Yes, master, I shall strive earnestly. After a bowl of rich chicken soup, Dai Mubai felt rejuvenated, regaining his confidence. If only he could hasten his pace. Victory would be within reach. Meanwhile, in a nearby tent, the seemingly slumbering Xiao Wu opened her eyes, a hint of helplessness in her gaze. Though the master had spoken extensively, his words merely skimmed the surface. As the key contributor to Zhou Ting's acquisition of his first soul ring, Xiao Wu was the one who understood the unique characteristics of the Black Tower best. Other soul rings were static, yet Zhou Ting's were alive, capable of growth. Xiao Wu hesitated to dwell on this, though she was not oblivious. Clearly, compared to 5 years prior, the strength of the Jade Emperor be summoned by Zhou Ting had evolved significantly, far surpassing the pace of natural growth. It was evident that the Queen Bee's development had been augmented by Zhou Ting. Such a formidable martial soul trait made her doubt Dai Mubai's chances of success. The master? Shaking her head, Xiao Wu cleared her mind, unconsciously caressing the bamboo carving at her chest, the smooth texture bringing warmth to her heart. She hoped for everything to unfold smoothly. The next morning, the group rose early. Their purpose in the Stardow Forest was to hunt soul beasts and acquire soul rings. This was no place for leisure. Thus, Xiao Wu's lazy slumber was no more. Clear everything to prevent any unexpected incidents. Once Yu Xiaojiang issued the command, the 5 immediately complied, packing up the tent and burying the remnants of the fire. This was not only to prevent a forest fire, but also to avoid attracting the attention of soul beasts. Yu Xiaojiang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, side by side with Flander. We must expedite our efforts to secure soul rings for San, Wu, and Oscar. Flander, puzzled, questioned, "But Xiaojiang, are we in a rush?" After a moment's hesitation, Yu Xiaojiang resolutely declared, "I plan to take them to participate in the Advanced Soul Master Competition." Without further thought, Flander blurted out, "That's impossible. Setting aside the issue of insufficient manpower, Shrek does not meet the competition's requirements." Yu Xiaojiang was well aware of these concerns. However, he had compelling reasons to participate. If he could not allow these students to shine before others, how could he validate his achievements in wisdom? Moreover, this was for the children's benefit, considering their future. With this in mind, Yu Xiaojiang spoke with renewed conviction. "These issues can be easily resolved, provided you are willing to let go." Flander finally grasped his intent. With disbelief, he stared at his best friend and rival, his face pale as he asked, "You intended this even before coming to Shrek, didn't you?" Yu Xiaojiang met his gaze resolutely, betraying no guilt. "Indeed, my disciples and your students possess extraordinary talents. We cannot allow selfishness to hinder their progress." His words struck a heavy chord with Flander. It is often said that those who wound you most deeply are the ones closest to you. Though pained, Flander recognized the truth in Yu Xiaojiang's assertion. He had even contemplated disbanding Shrek Academy, as its financial lifeline had long since severed, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Despite this, he persisted, unwilling to abandon hope. These children were his beacon. Yet, to hear such a cruel notion from his friend was disheartening. Seeing Flander still wavering, Yu Xiaojiang continued to persuade him. Flander. The training conditions at Shrek Academy are abysmal. There is no simulated training environment, no medicinal baths, and no special resources. Yu Xiaojiang's reproach weighed heavily on Flander's heart. He was not unaware of these shortcomings. He merely believed in his students' potential. Yet, talent alone would not suffice. Flander. Their talents require better cultivation, and Shrek lacks the means. Suppressing his anguish, Flander appeared dejected. Very well, I will defer to your judgment. In that moment, Flander seemed to shrink, his eyes clouded. Yu Xiaojiang, satisfied, patted Flander's shoulder, offering reassurance. As long as we remain, Shrek shall have the opportunity for resurgence. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Douluo forest, 3 figures clad in thick attire ventured into the woods. Though their faces were obscured, their curvaceous forms revealed the leader to be a mature, alluring woman. She exuded an aura of undeniable power, the kind that commands attention effortlessly. Their path converged with Shrek's. A fateful intersection. If Zhou Ting were to witness the situation within, he would surely be devastated. Standing atop a cliff, Flander gazed down with a look of utter bewilderment. Yu Xiaojiang, unfamiliar with the area, inquired, "Is there an issue here, Flander?" "Indeed, there is a significant problem. I recall that 5 years ago, this was a forest. Now," he trailed off. "Legend has it that a millennium ago, a meteor struck, creating this bottomless pit. But what is the source of this mist?" Below, a dense fog obscured everything. Flander reached out, attempting to grasp a tendril of the black mist. Yet Tang Xin quickly intervened, exclaiming, "No, Dean. The mist is toxic, highly poisonous." Flander extended his hand, hesitating momentarily before continuing into the mist. A swirling mass of black fog coiled above his palm. "Haha, Tang Xin has quite the keen eye," Flander thought to himself, feeling a pang of trepidation. Had it not been for Tang Xin's timely reminder, he would undoubtedly have paid dearly for his carelessness. He turned to Dai Mubai and the others, imparting a serious lesson. "You should learn from Tang Xin. This is a forbidden area of the continent, the Douluo forest, where danger lurks at every corner. One must exercise utmost caution, and then some." "Indeed, Dean," Yu Xiaojiang chuckled lightly. After all, they had been friends for decades. And he knew Flander's disposition well enough to discern his unease, though he chose not to address it directly. Chapter 67. The Capriciousness of Fate. Meanwhile, the 3 individuals concealing their identities arrived at the opposite side of the abyss. It is said that the dense fog surrounding this deep pit suddenly materialized a few days prior, and someone had witnessed a peculiar stream of light. After listening to the report from her subordinate, the woman inquired with keen interest, "Oh, is it true that the herb imbued with the essence of celestial herbs was discovered here?" As if sensing the woman's skepticism, the subordinate replied earnestly, "Indeed. My martial spirit is the celestial mushroom of the heavenly chrysanthemum, which is particularly attuned to the aura of celestial herbs. There can be no mistake. Moreover, the moment I arrived, I sensed a greater abundance of celestial herb essence." The subordinate was particularly exhilarated, for these celestial herbs represented the culmination of his life's pursuits. And now, at last, he would behold them with his own eyes. The woman nodded slightly, murmuring to herself, ancient texts record that during the distant and wild era, the Douluo continent brimmed with energy, powerful humans and soul beasts were abundant, and even ascending to godhood at level 100 was not overly difficult. At this point, a hint of melancholy clouded her expression. In those times, celestial herbs, while not ubiquitous, were certainly plentiful. Yet, following the cataclysmic divine wars and the emergence of evil soul masters, the energy diminished drastically, making the quest for level 100 godhood exceedingly arduous. The woman sighed in solitude, while her 2 subordinates dared not echo her sentiments. In truth, since the sea god's arduous ascent to divinity, the path to godhood had become singular. Beyond the realms of Douluo, in the boundless void, an indescribable entity observed the unfolding events within the Douluo forest. Its gaze lingering longest upon Tang Xin. Fate has shifted once more. Who orchestrates this design? This time, its tone bore a hint of astonishment unlike the previous indifference. Sea god, Shura god, Rakshasa god, angel god? Yet, the mightiest among them, the Shura god king, could not elude the gaze of fate. Could it be? As a certain possibility dawned upon it, A tremor coursed through its divine heart, casting its sight beyond immeasurable distances. Void, all is void. But in the next moment, its eyes were filled with a kaleidoscope of colors. Ah! The mysterious and formidable deity let out a cry, summoning all its strength to maintain composure. The pain was unbearable. With eyes tightly shut, it directed its thoughts toward the Douluo plain, as if conversing with itself or explaining to another. May fortune favor you. In a flash, it seemed to dissolve, merging into the infinite void. Just as it was about to depart, a sigh resonated in its ears. Alas! Those who toy with fate shall ultimately be toyed with by fate. As if the words bore the weight of reality. An overwhelming and terrifying will began to invade its consciousness, its spirit, its divine position. Beyond the unreachable world, a gaze swept across the Douluo continent, leaving behind a soft murmur. Intriguing, truly intriguing. Two unknown variables, two uncharted realms. The enigma of fate. As the words faded, it was as though countless beasts roared. And in an instant, the void beyond the realm regained its tranquility. What is happening? Tang Hao rubbed his temples, his brow furrowed, his expression one of profound agony. He felt as if his head were being cleaved by an axe. Why this sudden, unheralded headache? The injuries from the explosion had not yet healed, yet they had not flared up either. Tang Hao was at a loss. After a brief moment, the headache finally subsided. He could not comprehend how a renowned titled Douluo could be so oblivious to his own body. In the next instant, he instinctively glanced at his son, Xiao San, and a flood of previously unconsidered questions surged forth. Where did all of Xiao San's formidable and mysterious soul skills originate? The innocent, naive gaze at birth, followed by the weak, vigilant eyes after escaping peril. He did not seem like a child. Since that time, Xiao San had not shed a single tear, and he was far too mature for his age. He did not resemble a child at all. At that moment, the mist that had shrouded his mind dissipated, leaving him with clarity beyond measure. Tang Hao clenched his fists in disbelief, reflecting on the past 12 years with astonishment. Ain, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, I shall save you. But, how did I become like this? Ain, I am sorry. Boom. Tang Hao's aura surged, his disheveled hair rising without wind, unleashing an overwhelming pressure. So powerful. The woman lifted her hood, revealing a fair, radiant visage. Following her, the subordinate unveiled his identity as the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yueguan. At that moment, a flicker of shock crossed his eyes, and he solemnly remarked, Your Majesty, this aura is Tang Hao. Without a doubt, it is Tang Hao. Back in the day, I followed the previous. The woman's expression turned icy. The chrysanthemum Douluo felt a chill, realizing he had inadvertently touched upon the taboo of the woman, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, and fell silent. Bibi Dong gazed toward the source of the aura, murmuring with a complex tone, Tang Hao. In truth, she owed gratitude to Tang Hao. Had he not severely wounded Qinshuanji, she would not have succeeded in her ambush and avenging her grievances. It was this sense of gratitude that led her to refrain from declaring a vendetta against Tang Hao after assuming the role of Pope. Nor had she pursued a warrant for his arrest. Yet, as a fellow genius, she wished to test the mettle of this so-called youngest titled Douluo of a century. After some contemplation, she ultimately decided to withdraw. It is not yet the time. Furthermore, Tang Hao was not her enemy. They were. The time for revelation had not yet arrived. Bibi Dong extended her hand, and a spider leg emerged from her back, piercing directly into the toxic mist. The next moment, the spider leg snapped. Bibi Dong's smile vanished, her brow furrowing. What a domineering poison. Even my spider queen cannot withstand it. If she had not severed her leg to survive, her martial spirit would likely have been poisoned. What is truly happening down there? On the other side, Tang San, after thorough examination, wore an equally grave expression. Teacher, this poison is too domineering. It is a concoction of countless toxins, unsolvable and cannot be resolved with our current means. Yu Xiaojiang did not feel disheartened. After all, it was merely an unknown territory, and such places were not uncommon on the Douluo continent. So we cannot enter? Tang San shook his head, stating, Not at all. As long as one possesses sufficient rank, one can shield oneself with soul power and venture inside. At that moment, all eyes converged upon Flinder, the highest ranked among them. Flinder felt a pang of anxiety and cleared his throat. Ahem. Well, Wuji is known as the unmoving king. He should be able to withstand it. The blame shifted, and Zhao Wuji found himself unwittingly caught in the crossfire. No, I just tried. I cannot endure it either. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang resolutely made a decision. In that case, we shall depart from here, for obtaining the soul rings is of utmost importance. Chapter 68. The disappearance of deities. The toxicity is diminishing. Bibi Dong, like Tang San, possesses dual martial souls. However, unlike Tang San, both of her martial souls are spiders, the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor. They are both sovereigns of the Demon Spider clan, possessing exceedingly high quality. In truth, had it not been for the multitude of external aids Tang San had, along with various divine beings who defy the rules to assist him, he would not stand a chance against Bibi Dong in the future. Returning to the topic of martial souls, the Death Spider Emperor, as a top-tier beast martial soul, possesses highly toxic characteristics and is extremely sensitive to toxins. Bibi Dong carefully sensed the changes in the poisonous mist and analyzed, at the current rate of decay, in about a month, the tidal Douluo will be able to safely enter the mist. Having said this, Bibi Dong turned and left without hesitation. Zhou Douluo hurriedly followed, glancing back occasionally with a gaze full of nostalgia. Little treasures, we shall meet again in a month. As for another figure, they remained silent throughout, like a shadow that could not speak. Indeed, after that silhouette vanished into the boundless void, not only Tang Hao underwent changes on the Douluo continent. Many humans and even spirit beasts across the continent experienced subtle shifts in their mindsets. Consequently, the entire Douluo realm began to transform in unforeseen ways. On Sea God Island, before the colossal statue of the sea god, stood a stunning woman whose beauty rivaled that of Bibi Dong. Graceful and encompassing, she exuded an air of profound tolerance. She is Poseidon, the High Priestess, a rank 99 limit Douluo, renowned as the invincible one upon the seas and the earthly representative of the sea god. With her priestly staff in hand, Poseidon gazed at the dim statue, her deep blue eyes filled with uncertainty, murmuring, "O sea god, have you abandoned your people?" As the high priestess, she was the one closest to the sea god and one of the few closest to the divine realm. Yet, just moments ago, she had inexplicably lost contact with the sea god, an occurrence that had never happened before. Simultaneously, her body began to undergo extraordinary changes. Coincidentally, within the spirit hall, the angel temple, once illuminated by divine light, the angel statue now stood devoid of any sacred radiance. This bizarre transformation elicited a flicker of panic on the usually domineering face of Qian Douluo. The divine inheritance has been severed. The Qian family had maintained control over the spirit hall not merely due to their divine-level martial soul, the six-winged angel, but primarily because of the divine inheritance of the angel god. Even if they could not ascend to godhood, they could rely on the divine examination for a safety net. Nurturing a limit Douluo. This was the foundation of the Qian family, but now, suddenly, a look of joy surfaced on his face as he murmured, "I see." The chasm. Simultaneously, within the city of slaughter, the air thick with blood, chaos, and slaughter abruptly cleared, leaving only a nauseating stench. Everyone awakened, only to become even more chaotic, the fighting growing increasingly brutal. The king of slaughter, sword in hand, looked around in bewilderment before suddenly bursting out of the city of slaughter, direction unknown. Shortly after, Bibi Dong returned to the Pope's secret chamber, shocked to discover the inheritance site of the Rakshasa god was empty. The inheritance space was pristine, devoid of any trace of divine power. A sound emerged from within her. As Bibi Dong tightened her grip on the Pope's staff, realizing her soul power had ascended to an unprecedented level. "I can now unleash my full soul power, but the divine position is gone." Even Bibi Dong, known for her resilience, was momentarily flustered, her eyes vacant and hands at a loss. Yet, in the next moment, she regained her composure. What does a mere divine position signify? My accomplishments are not solely derived from the Rakshasa god. If the Rakshasa god is no longer an option, I shall seek another divine position. It is time to visit the angel temple. As she contemplated a certain possibility, a delightful smile graced Bibi Dong's exquisite face. If it is indeed as I suspect, things shall become intriguing. However, she dreaded the thought of encountering that old man from the Qian family. At this moment, the entire Douluo realm was devoid of deities. Everything was poised to evolve in an unknown direction, while Zhou Ting remained unaware. In the garden, Zhou Ting, astonished, inquired, "What did you say about the celestial herb?" Ning Rongrong, believing Zhou Ting did not grasp the significance of the celestial herb, elaborated, "Initially, like you, I was oblivious to what it was. It was only after perusing ancient texts of our sect that I discovered celestial herbs are truly remarkable." Ning Rongrong spoke with growing enthusiasm. Do you know? There are numerous varieties of celestial herbs. Some can enhance cultivation, others can cultivate unique physiques and talents, and some can even strengthen martial souls. The more she spoke, the more exhilarated she became. It is said that many celestial herbs appear in the Douluo forest. Surely, there are those that can enhance martial souls. In that case, our 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda can return to its prime, replicating the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda of our forebear. At that point, I could break through the shackles of the 80 rank and perhaps even attain the title Douluo. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ting was equally thrilled, recognizing this as an opportunity to grow stronger. Only Zhou Ting appeared perplexed. This doesn't add up. Previously, he heard Ning Rongrong mention that the celestial herbs in the deep pit forest had only recently appeared, and that seasoned experts had verified the diversity of the celestial herbs within. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to unfold. The timeline aligns, the quantity of celestial herbs corresponds, and the outer poisonous mist matches as well. Zhou Ting was 99 certain that this treasure trove was the eye of ice and fire. Yet, this was the exclusive opportunity of the protagonist, Tang San. Earlier, Zhou Ting had attempted to seize it prematurely, only managing to scrape up some scraps. Now, however, it had become common knowledge, rendering it no longer an exclusive opportunity for the protagonist. Heh, I didn't obtain it, yet he cannot monopolize it either. How wonderfully peculiar the world is. Zhou Ting reined in his smile and turned to Ning Rongrong, asking, Rongrong, how did you come to learn of this news? Ning Rongrong's eyes darted, her gaze flickering. Well, in any case, this news is definitely true. Zhou Ting refrained from pressing further and simply queried, what are your plans for entering? Ning Rongrong sighed in relief, stating nonchalantly, Grandpa's sword and Grandpa Bone are both titled Douluo, and with my father's support, we can bring a group inside. Zhou Ting, eager to grow stronger, wished to join in the search for celestial herbs, but hesitated, contemplating her identity. Zhou Ting noticed this and offered her a reassuring glance. Continuing to question Ning Rongrong, this news is likely not known only to the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, correct? Ning Rongrong nodded gravely. The news initially spread from the Spirit Hall. All 7 sects and 2 empires are probably aware of it. Of course, this information is assuredly accurate, as we have sent people to verify it. Zhou Ting murmured to himself, it seems the Douluo forest is about to become quite lively. Chapter 69. A Misunderstanding. Master Ning. Observing the exceedingly formal and polite Zhou Ting, Ning Fingji admonished him with a reproachful tone, you should call me uncle. Zhou Ting, feeling helpless, reluctantly complied, Uncle Ning, I have a request to make of you. Ning Fingji responded with a knowing smile. You wish to accompany me to the Douluo forest, do you not? Zhou Ting, having long anticipated that his intentions would not escape the notice of these crafty elders, openly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Uncle Ning, both Zhou Ting and I wish to experience it for ourselves. Very well, I shall grant your request. We shall enter the immortal herb garden together. Ning Fingji readily agreed, leaving Zhou Ting, who had prepared for significant expenditures, feeling rather unaccustomed. Even upon returning to school, he remained puzzled as to why Ning Fingji had so swiftly acquiesced. Jian Daochenshin was equally baffled. Fingji, with the 3 of us joining forces, we cannot accommodate many. Why do you agree so easily? Ning Fingji cheerfully interjected, Jian Shu. You are questioning why I have so readily agreed without any conditions, correct? Chen nodded, noting that Ning Fengji's demeanor starkly contrasted with his usual astuteness. With a profound look, Ning Fengji remarked, do you not perceive that this lad's 9-tiered black tower martial soul complements our 7-treasure glazed tile school remarkably? Contemplating a certain possibility, Chen eyes widened in disbelief as he vehemently objected, no, absolutely not. We cannot allow that insufferable boy to benefit. Indeed, it seemed, the affinity of generations. Ning Fingji's expression faltered, his lips twitching slightly as he helplessly replied, even if it does not come to fruition, he is still an extraordinarily talented individual. And investing early to foster goodwill is advantageous. Chen had to concede this point. After all, Zhou Ting could stand alone against an army. This was merely the present. Should he truly cultivate to the level of a title Douluo, it was unfathomable how formidable he would become. Perhaps, Zhou Ting alone could vanquish an entire nation. If paired with the 7-treasure glazed tile school, it would be like adding wings to a tiger, elevating the school to unprecedented heights. Of course, despite this, Chen still opposed Ning Fingji's perspective. Moreover, he was confident in his ability to defeat Zhou Ting. For the 9-tiered Black Tower martial soul did not significantly enhance his own abilities. Even summoning countless minions would not withstand the assault of the 7-killing sword. After all, the 7-killing sword could be ranked alongside the Haotian hammer as one of the world's most formidable weapon martial souls. Hey, stop right there. At the entrance of the Tiando Royal Academy, Zhou Ting, deep in thought and oblivious to his surroundings, continued onward. Suddenly, a shadow loomed before him. He looked up in bewilderment, only to be met with an unexpected face. Zhou Ting's heart raced, but he betrayed no emotion on the surface. Even taking the time to glance around, he soon spotted 2 familiar figures, 2 mischievous girls, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Zhou Ting signaled them with a glance. Come here. The 2 girls, seated on a bench, simultaneously shook their heads in perfect synchrony, even pulling out sunflower seeds. Zhou Ting, feeling exasperated, turned to face the girl glaring at him, attempting to lighten the mood. Oh, does this senior have something to discuss with me? This girl was a familiar face to Zhou Ting, having shared a bed with him previously. Du Guyan, looking at Zhou Ting's pretense of ignorance, gritted her teeth and said, are you claiming not to know me? Zhou Ting's gaze remained innocent and bewildered as he replied, oh, I recently enrolled and truly do not know your esteemed name. Du Guyan was infuriated, her cold smile betraying her ire. Is that so? It seems I shall have to summon my grandfather to help you recall. Such a lack of martial ethics. This childish dispute, and she was invoking parental intervention. Zhou Ting was equally incredulous. Had she truly recognized him? Impossible. Yet, he maintained his facade of ignorance. Senior, you are only adding to my confusion. I do not even know your grandfather. This infuriating approach was uncannily similar. Du Guyan's conviction grew stronger, and she sarcastically retorted, Ha! You little thief truly won't shed tears until you see the coffin. You have recognized me. Zhou Ting was at a loss. Despite wearing a mask and having not used any soul skills recently, how had Du Guyan discerned his identity? Seeing Zhou Ting fall silent, Du Guyan took the opportunity to gloat. What's wrong? No longer pretending? Realizing he could no longer maintain his ruse, Zhou Ting sighed and asked, How did you recognize me? Du Guyan lifted her pale face, her pride swelling. In the eyes of the biphosphor snake, everyone has a unique temperature. Cursing inwardly, Zhou Ting lamented his oversight regarding the snake's infrared perception. Du Guyan seized Zhou Ting by his collar, her voice laced with feigned authority. Tell me, what happened to my medicinal garden? Such a vast garden could not have been moved in mere hours, especially the unique ice fire spring, which was beyond human capability to relocate. Moreover, that night, although she had fainted, she sensed someone had swiftly settled beside her, lingering for a long time, even. At this thought, her cheeks flushed. Of course, Zhou Ting believed. She was merely upset. Meanwhile, Du Guyan's friends, engrossed in the unfolding drama, rushed over to intervene, each taking one side to restrain her. Sister, let us discuss this calmly. Though he may be a bit troublesome, he does not deserve death. Listening to Ning Rongrong's defense, Zhou Ting's expression darkened. If it were not for Ning Fengji's request, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to provoke Ning Rongrong. Not only would he gain nothing, but he also sensed 2 distinct yet subtle auras of hostility surrounding him, which was utterly terrifying. Come, sister, let us sit over there and talk. After much effort, Ning Rongrong managed to pacify Du Guyan, and the 4 of them found a quieter spot to converse. This sister, who might you be? And what exactly did he do? I am Du Guyan. Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing. The 3 girls fixed their gazes on Zhou Ting, their meaning abundantly clear. Zhou Ting weakly introduced himself. I am Zhou Ting. Humph. Du Guyan retorted angrily. A week ago, this detestable fellow intruded upon my medicinal garden. Zhou Ting muttered defensively. Intruded is a strong word. Your place lacks property deeds or land certificates. Du Guyan's eyes blazed with fury. Zhou Ting instantly fell silent. Du Guyan continued her tirade. This scoundrel even knocked me unconscious. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's expressions shifted dramatically, their gazes towards Zhou Ting sharp as knives. Truly, a scoundrel. How could Zhou Ting endure such slander? She hastily defended herself, exclaiming, I have done no wrong, I swear. Indeed, she had committed no misdeed. Yet, there was no time. Just as she was about to pluck a couple of blades of grass, she was rendered unconscious by a sudden shock. Chapter 70. The revelation. Zhou Ting's earnest demeanor was unmistakably genuine. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing felt an inexplicable sense of relief, glancing at the indignant Du Guyan. Frustrated by Zhou Ting's persistent denial, Du Guyan erupted in anger, accusing her, You little thief, how dare you act innocent? Thief. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged knowing looks. realizing that the misdeeds attributed to Zhou Ting were far more serious than they had initially understood. A smile unconsciously graced their faces. Ning Rongrong shot Zhou Ting a glare and reassured, "Sister Yin, there's no need to rush. Speak slowly. We shall ensure justice is served, impartial to personal connections." Ning Rongrong's words had a calming effect, and Dugu Yan's expression softened as she continued. "The next morning, I awoke to find my family's medicinal garden missing, along with the spring that nourished it." Ning Rongrong and Zhu Ting turned incredulously towards Zhou Ting, who felt increasingly uncomfortable under their scrutiny. Although he had intended to act, he had ultimately failed. He truly felt utterly wronged. Under the intense gaze of the trio, Zhou Ting nervously attempted to defend himself. "Ahem. If I were to claim this has nothing to do with me, would you believe it?" The three ladies rolled their eyes in unison. Even Dugu Yan, along with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Ting, found it hard to believe him. In fact, Ning Rongrong even teased, "Little Zhou, why not just confess?" Zhu Ting chuckled at the sight of her dear friend mimicking her father's words. Zhou Ting, too pressed for time to engage with her banter, sighed. "Although I did not touch your medicinal garden." Before Dugu Yin could interrupt, he continued, "I do know where your medicinal garden is located." This reasoning left Dugu Yin momentarily bewildered, yet that did not deter her disbelief. "Oh really? You still dare to be obstinate?" Zhou Ting raised his hands, attempting to quell Dugu Yan's fury, while desperately signaling Zhu Ting to assist in calming her down. As for Ning Rongrong, he thought it best to avoid her wrath. Zhu Ting grasped Dugu Yan's arm, suggesting, "Sister Yin, why not allow him to explain? If there are any discrepancies, we shall confront him together." Zhou Ting grimaced at the absurdity of the situation, lamenting the transformation of his once affectionate companions into something akin to little witches. Was this truly the consequence of being close to those of dubious character? Seeing Zhou Ting's silence, Ning Rongrong gave his arm a firm slap, impatiently urging, "Stop dawdling and speak." Returning to reality, Zhou Ting spoke softly. "That night, after incapacitating you, I approached the spring to gather herbs. However, upon touching it, the entire mountain trembled, and I too was swiftly knocked unconscious." Dugu Yin, despite her skepticism, recalled the tremors she had felt. When I regained consciousness, she instinctively glanced at Dugu Yin, their eyes meeting in an awkward exchange before they both averted their gazes. When I awoke, the poisonous mist surrounding the garden had dissipated. The herbs were gone, and the spring had vanished. This cannot be. The explanation seemed too fantastical. Even a titled Douluo would struggle to achieve such a feat. Zhu Ting could not help but glare at Zhou Ting, questioning, "Then how is it that you know where the medicinal garden is gone?" Zhou Ting turned to Ning Rongrong, stating, "You were the one who informed me of its whereabouts." Ning Rongrong was initially puzzled, followed by a wave of uncertainty. Zhou Ting, not one to leave things ambiguous, confidently asked Dugu Yin, "The environment of the medicinal garden must be naturally formed, correct?" Dugu Yin nodded. "Most of the herbs were not cultivated by your grandfather, but were originally present there?" "Precisely." Zhou Ting's gaze shifted to Dugu Yin, filled with a profound sympathy as he bluntly remarked, "In truth, your grandfather's discernment leaves much to be desired." Dugu Yin felt her fists clench with the urge to strike. Ning Rongrong, sensing her friend's frustration, delivered a swift punch to Zhou Ting, admonishing, "Speak properly." Zhou Ting winced, helplessly exclaiming, "The garden does not contain ordinary herbs. Most are celestial herbs." At the mention of celestial herbs, Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in astonishment as she turned to Zhou Ting, exclaiming, "What? You mean celestial herbs? Are you suggesting that the celestial herb garden that suddenly appeared in the Stardow forest was originally my sister Yan's medicinal garden?" Zhou Ting wished to pat Ning Rongrong's head in affirmation and encouragement, though he refrained, wary of the potential wrath of two overly concerned grandfathers nearby. Indeed, the timing aligned perfectly, and the abundance of celestial herbs corroborated her claims. Even the surrounding poisonous mist matched, indicating that upon arriving in the Stardow forest, the garden had absorbed other toxins, thereby increasing its potency. Is that so? This revelation was nothing short of astonishing. Observing the enthusiastic exchange among the other three, Dugu Yin felt an unsettling sense of discrimination. A profound ignorance weighed upon her, and she suddenly felt inadequate, realizing she had no knowledge of what celestial herbs were. "What are these celestial herbs you speak of?" Ning Rongrong hastily recounted her previous explanation. Dugu Yin listened in wide-eyed disbelief, helplessly asking Zhou Ting, "So, my grandfather and I possess a treasure trove without even realizing it? That is precisely why I mentioned that your grandfather's discernment is lacking." Ning Rongrong and Zhou Ting looked at the despondent Douluo Yin with sympathy, casting fierce glares at Zhou Ting. Zhou Ting conceded, all right, I shall refrain from further comments. Ning Rongrong suddenly perceived a key point, scrutinizing Zhou Ting with suspicion. So, you already knew about the celestial herbs? Indeed. Ning Rongrong recalled her earlier boastful remarks. Feeling a wave of shame wash over her, indignantly questioning, then why did you let me prattle on so much? Zhou Ting grinned. Zhou Ting was already aware. So it saved me the effort of explaining. Ning Rongrong found herself at a loss for words. Zhou Ting chuckled, her smile radiant. Zhou Ting's gaze lingered on her, igniting a blush in the young lady, prompting her to quickly adopt a serious demeanor and comfort the remorseful Douluo Yin. Suppressing her frustration, Ning Rongrong inquired, how did you come to know about celestial herbs? Even my father and his peers discovered information from ancient texts gathering dust in the sect. Zhou Ting nonchalantly replied, during my travels 5 years ago, I stumbled upon them in a cave. Ah, but that is of little consequence. He swiftly diverted the conversation, emphasizing, what truly matters is that there are indeed celestial herbs you urgently need. Ning Rongrong, clearly intrigued, exclaimed, are you saying? I encountered a magnificent Kirin tulip, which, when consumed, can absorb the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the radiance of the sun and moon. It belongs to the same category of treasures as your martial spirit, complementing it and holding great potential to remedy its flaws. Ning Rongrong could hardly contain her excitement and was about to seek out her father to share the delightful news. Suddenly, she halted, a serious expression crossing her face as she quietly inquired, what if you succeed? Zhou Ting understood her unspoken question and replied with utmost candor. The Qilua tulip will undoubtedly be yours. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness, her gaze betraying a sense of bashfulness. The atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. However, the oblivious Zhou Ting, unaware of the underlying sentiment, mistakenly assumed her disbelief and blurted out, each person can only handle a limited amount of celestial herbs. Consuming more would be a waste. The words struck Ning Rongrong, leaving her with a pang in her chest, as if her spirit were faltering. With a huff, she delivered a swift kick, leaving Zhou Ting bewildered. Chapter 71. The Gathering of Supreme Forces. Zhou Ting, you truly are a scoundrel. Ning Rongrong, in a fit of indignation, turned away and stormed off, not entirely sure what had provoked her ire. Despite her fury, she felt compelled to share this monumental news with her father and the others, so they could devise a plan without delay lest they miss an opportune moment. At that moment, Douluo Yin finally regained her composure and inquired of Zhou Ting. Where is the medicinal garden? Zhou Ting had long harbored ulterior motives and was now ready to divulge his knowledge. I only know it is located in the Stardow Forest, but I am unaware of the precise location. However, you might consider asking your grandfather to confer with the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Zhongzhu. This was precisely why Zhou Ting had been forthright with his information. To be candid, among the various powers of the continent, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was hardly in a position of strength. With 2 titled Douluos and the support of Ning Fengzhi, they appeared formidable. Yet once Ning Fengzhi became the target, it was common knowledge across the continent that the primary objective in battle was to eliminate the support soul masters first. Thus, Ning Fengzhi would undoubtedly be aimed at. When that time came, the 2 titled Douluos from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would be preoccupied with safeguarding him, which would severely diminish their overall combat effectiveness. The addition of a principled poison Douluo would alter the circumstances significantly. Moreover, within the shrouded unknown of the toxic mist, the poison Douluo's role would be invaluable. Douluo Yin, now fully aware of the situation, rose to depart in search of her grandfather. Yet, just as she took a few steps away, she turned back to Zhou Ting and softly remarked, I will only tell my grandfather that I was attacked by a person wearing a tiger mask. I did not see anything else. With that, she turned and left. That girl. Could it be that she has developed feelings for me? Zhou Ting felt a strange sensation stir within him. And what of you, Tianheng? Zhou Ting approached Zhou Ting, her voice low and contemplative. Is there something else that transpired between you two? Oh no, I've given myself away. Zhou Ting's expression faltered, and though he hesitated to speak, the earnestness in her gaze compelled him to confess, ahem, well, her sleeping posture was quite unbecoming. Zhou Ting paused in silence for a moment before suddenly realizing what Zhou Ting meant, and she couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, her smile radiant and captivating. Zhou Ting found himself entranced, unable to tear his gaze away. The sheer intensity of his stare left Zhou Ting, a young girl, feeling flustered, her cheeks coloring as she swiftly changed the subject. Thank you. Why the sudden gratitude? Zhou Ting asked, puzzled. Zhu Ting replied earnestly. I am on the verge of breaking through to level 30. This is largely due to the restorative properties of honey, which have helped me recover from my prior overexertion. Perfect. While we are en route to the Douluo forest, we can seek out a suitable soul beast. Zhu Ting regarded Zhou Ting thoughtfully for a while. A smile gracing her lips as she gently acquiesced. All right. I shall go practice now. In the blink of an eye. The joyous company of 3 women and 1 man dissipated, leaving Zhou Ting alone. It is time for me to strive harder. Soon. Zhou Ting's figure vanished into the depths of the academy library, enveloped by an endless sea of books. Given his innate talent, coupled with the minute assistance from the Queen Bee's royal jelly, reaching level 30 within a month would still be somewhat challenging. To be frank, it was utterly implausible for him to ascend 4 levels from 26 to 30 within such a limited time frame. Nonetheless, Zhou Ting remained unperturbed. He had yet to finalize his next target for summoning. As time slipped away, impervious to human will, a month later. At the entrance of the Douluo forest sinkhole, the toxic mist still enveloped the area, its potency neither diminishing nor waning, having stabilized remarkably. At this juncture, the great forces assembled included the Spirit Hall, the upper 3 sects, Hehe sect, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The lower 4 sects, White Tiger sect, Wind Sword sect, Elephant Armor sect, and Fire Leopard sect. 4 major single attribute families: strength, agility, control, and destruction. Additionally, various experts and promising young talents from the 2 great empires mingled among the various sections. Zhou Ting even spotted Xue Bing among the crowd. As for why so many factions gathered in one place despite the vastness of the sinkhole, it was simply due to the differing concentrations of toxic mist surrounding the area. After a month, the toxicity had notably diminished only in the direction facing away from the forest, making it the safest spot. Standing within the ranks of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Zhou Ting regarded the surrounding powers with suspicion. The Spirit Hall's methods were indeed quite brazen. The leak of information was far too severe. His gaze drifted toward the Spirit Hall and was immediately drawn to a woman at the center of the throng. Elegant and noble, time had left her untouched, or rather, it had imbued her with an aura of maturity, an irresistible charm that captivated countless eyes. Bibi Dong, wielding her scepter, stood nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by the multitude of scrutinizing gazes. Suddenly, she noticed the gaze of a small figure within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's ranks. Her brow furrowed slightly. What is this boy thinking? Zhou Ting felt as though he were being scrutinized by a predatory beast and instinctively retreated behind the sword Douluo. There was no escaping the piercing gaze that invoked memories of a formidable presence. Tang Hao, though different, both were equally terrifying. In any case, Ning Fengji, a mere soul sage, would be utterly defenseless against such scrutiny. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong subtly turned her head and addressed the delicate figure beside her, the Zhu Douluo. Little lord. That boy behind Ning Fengji, could it be Zhou Ting? The intelligence from the Tiando city was the purview of the Zhu Douluo. Although Bibi Dong remained silent, she was acutely aware of the heightened interest surrounding Qian Rinxue and her companions. She was even fully informed about the dealings between Qian Rinxue and Zhou Ting. While Qian Rinxue desired secrecy, Bibi Dong was the Pope. Indeed, it is he. This boy is peculiar. There was another strange individual in his village. Back in the day. Oh, alongside him awakened a boy named Tang San, who possessed innate full soul power. Yet his martial spirit was merely the ordinary blue-silver grass. Bibi Dong's interest piqued, and she inquired, who was his father? The Zhu Douluo had the answer. Chuckling. As it happens, Tang San's father was an ordinary blacksmith, sharing the same name as Hao Yin Douluo. Tang San is undoubtedly a twin martial spirit. Thus, Tang Hao is indeed real. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Bibi Dong felt the unfathomable power within her like an ocean, and a confident smile graced her lips. Within the Haotian sect's ranks, Tang Hao, Tang San, and Yu Xiaojiang were unmistakably present. One could only wonder what transpired among them. Yu Xiaojiang cast a complex glance toward Bibi Dong. She remains as beautiful as ever. Yet, at that moment, his heart ached as if being twisted. Once, it had been a magnificent love story, his first love. He had waited an entire night, only to be stood up. He departed from Soul Master City, a solitary figure lost in despair, wandering aimlessly. Zhou Ting. Upon hearing that familiar voice, her mood instantly soured. Turning her head, she was met with the sight of a mundane, indifferent, and irksome face. Tang San. In truth, their relationship had already teetered on the brink of open hostility, merely a thin veil away from rupture. Moreover, who was this fellow putting on such a sour expression for? In light of this, Zhou Ting certainly had no intention of offering him any warmth, coldly inquiring, "What do you want?" A glint of menace flickered in Tang San's eyes. Yet he refrained from exploding in anger. Instead, he retrieved an empty glass vial from his belt and handed it to Zhou Ting, stating, "Xiao Wu asked me to give you this. You will understand." Zhou Ting refrained from asking the foolish question of why Xiao Wu did not come herself. It was essential to note that this place was a gathering of dozens of titled Douluos and hundreds of soul Douluos. The moment Xiao Wu made an appearance, it would be the perfect occasion to serve up spicy rabbit heads as a formal feast. Chapter 72. The intent of Xiao Wu. Tang San was in a rather dismal mood. He couldn't fathom why Xiao Wu instructed him to hand the glass vial over to Zhou Ting. What secrets could possibly warrant concealing from his brother? Moreover, why was Xiao Wu reaching out to Zhou Ting at all? Overall, Tang San's spirits were low, and he even contemplated eliminating Zhou Ting outright. However, surveying his surroundings, he noted that at least a dozen titled Douluo were openly present, with an unknown number lurking in the shadows. It was not yet the opportune moment. He needed to exercise caution. Having stated his piece, Tang San offered Zhou Ting no chance to respond and turned away. Is this brat threatening me? Zhou Ting thought. This is undeniably a threat. He clenched the glass vial, feeling utterly perplexed. Had he truly offended this assassin in any way? Not far behind Zhou Ting, Jian Douluo appeared, a knowing smirk on his face. Little fellow, have you been trying to woo someone else's girlfriend again? That old man had no filter. Zhou Ting glared at the irritatingly handsome middle-aged face, wishing he could tear it to shreds. Unfortunately, he was no match for him. Zhou Ting, with a serious demeanor, retorted, "That is not the case. Do not presume that just because you are a titled Douluo, you can slander my reputation." Chun Xian, suddenly intrigued, mocked, "Oh, but didn't you previously assert that reputation is worth no more than a copper coin?" Zhou Ting realized he had indeed uttered such words before and fell silent. Ning Rongrong then appeared, grinning mischievously as she chimed in, "Grandpa Jian, you misspoke this time. This isn't someone else's girlfriend, but rather a sister." Chun Xian's expression shifted to one of understanding. No wonder that lad harbors such intense killing intent towards you. As the master of the 7 killing sword, his sensitivity to murderous aura was unparalleled on the continent. Though he would never claim to be the best with the presence of the killing god domain as a potential cheat, Zhou Ting felt a sudden enlightenment regarding Jian Douluo's implications and bowed deeply in gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance." Chun Xian smiled as he turned to leave. "Ah, the youth is indeed teachable." Zhou Ting inspected the glass vial Xiao Wu had given him. It appeared quite ordinary, merely a container for honey. It was clear that had anything amiss been present, Tang San's purple extreme magic, I would have detected it. Thus, it was more prudent to let Tang San convey messages directly. So, what was this little rabbit really implying? After storing the glass vial away, Zhou Ting reflected on his memories of Xiao Wu. "My name is Xiao Wu, the dance of life." But he had not heard that self-introduction. Then came the recollections of their shared year, their adventures in the soul-hunting forest, the queen bee. Suddenly, an idea struck him regarding the vial. Could it be that she intended? But what purpose would that serve? Zhou Ting's eyes widened in disbelief. This little rabbit has such audacity? He mused. Regardless, he resolved to track her down first. As he slipped towards the rear of the temporary camp, he observed the overcast sky and murmured, "The weather is about to change." With a thought, he dispatched thousands of young emperor bees to scatter. Go forth and seek out the nearby hives. Through his recent training, he had discovered a new method of summoning soul skills. By controlling the energy input to the emperor bees, he could manipulate the age of their illusory forms. While this had no bearing on combat, it proved immensely useful in other areas. For instance, reconnaissance, be it against soul beasts or even human soul masters. Few would pay heed to the presence of common soul beasts under 100 years old. Moreover, it could aid in concealing one's own soul skills, or even allow for growth. "What are you doing?" A sudden voice from behind startled Zhou Ting. He turned, his expression serious. "Duguyan, do you know that scaring someone can be fatal?" "Haha, if it were someone else, I might believe that, but you?" TSK, Duguyan replied, her expression laden with meaning as she cast a glance toward her grandfather's direction. "Great, another person here to threaten me." Zhou Ting felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead as he asked helplessly, "What do you want?" Duguyan finally adopted a serious demeanor, asking, "What was the soul skill you used against me last time?" "That was a soul beast I summoned, known as the Soul Eater Bug, which drains the enemy's soul power and vitality," Zhou Ting explained. Douluo extended a delicate hand, her pale skin contrasting sharply with her striking green nails. And with an eager gaze, she requested, "Summon a soul eater bug for me to absorb my internal energy." Zhou Ting was baffled. The first thought crossing his mind being, is she a masochist? As images of Douluo's situation flashed through his mind, he suddenly exclaimed, "You want my soul eater bug to absorb the toxins within you?" The greatest secret unveiled, Douluo's face was one of astonishment. "How did you know?" Though he could not divulge the truth, Zhou Ting smiled and countered, "Can you sense your own soul skills?" Such a rudimentary question left Douluo feeling insulted. "Of course I can. ISNT that common knowledge." Zhou Ting shrugged, "That is precisely it. When the soul eater bug consumed your soul power, I detected toxins akin to poisonous miasma." Now it made sense. Douluo felt a pang of embarrassment, but quickly remembered Zhou Ting's misdeeds and thought, "I am the victim here. If anyone should be ashamed, it's him." She straightened her posture defiantly and retorted, "You sure talk a lot." Zhou Ting was left speechless. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and stroking his chin, he proposed, "How about this? I'll teach you a method to completely resolve your and your grandfather's poisoning issues, in exchange for letting bygones be bygones regarding our previous encounters." Douluo hesitated for only a moment before her expression turned resolute. "All right, but it must truly work." She had no choice but to agree. Due to the nature of the biphosphorus snake martial spirit, her family had lost countless lives. Her father, mother, grandmother. Even she herself had suffered greatly from the toxins. If a true solution were found, the past grievances would pale in comparison to the greater good. Zhou Ting had anticipated her response, yet he knew that just Douluo's consent was insufficient. What if Douluo refused to play fair? "You should discuss this with your grandfather. It's not something I can verify on just your word." Zhou Ting's suggestion was subtle, but Douluo was no fool. She quickly grasped his intent. She shot him an exasperated glare and ground her teeth in frustration. "Fine, just you wait." Zhou Ting could only rub his forehead in exasperation, a bittersweet expression on his face. "I have been quite subtle." On the other side, Douluo leaned closer to Douluo, whispering something in his ear. Soon, Zhou Ting found herself under the intense gaze befitting a titled Douluo. The emotions in his eyes shifted from murderous intent to anger, then to confusion, and finally to astonishment. The transformation in Douluo's expression allowed Zhou Ting to breathe a sigh of relief. "It seems I have succeeded." Chapter 73. The reunion of two invincible soul masters. The reaction of Douluo signified that everything was progressing favorably, and Zhou Ting's mood gradually settled. He suddenly realized, why should I feel guilty? The Douluo family should be thanking him instead. Had it not been for him, Tang Xin would have taken all the rare herbs from the medicinal garden without leaving a single one for them. In any case, whether it was Douluo or Douluo, they had gained nothing but a method to detoxify. However, the situation had now changed. Although the medicinal garden was no longer in Douluo's possession, he had gained the opportunity to acquire the rare herbs. The nuances of gain and loss in this scenario were indeed hard to articulate. With this thought, Zhou Ting straightened his back, lifted his chin confidently. Suddenly, a slightly darkened palm landed heavily on Zhou Ting's shoulder. "You have quite a bit of nerve, young man." The voice was deep and menacing. Zhou Ting shrank back, his face twisting into a smile more ghastly than tears, and he forced out a laugh. "Cough. Your Excellency is joking. I merely stumbled in by mistake." It was not intentional. Douluo remained noncommittal. He considered pursuing the matter but noticed his granddaughter, who was nervously observing him from the side. He glanced at Zhou Ting's somewhat handsome face, reluctantly withdrew his hand, and said, "I have heard that you possess a method to cure the poison afflicting our family. Let me make it clear beforehand. Do not mention anything harmful to our cultivation or martial souls." Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Zhou Ting confidently replied, "Certainly not. You can expel the poison from your body into the soul bone." He divulged the method without reservation. Douluo felt a stir within. He currently possessed a 10,000-year-old soul bone. Focusing his mind, he forced a stream of toxins out, which flowed into the Medusa Queen's soul bone. Feeling somewhat relieved, he exclaimed, "Your method is indeed effective." The look in Douluo's eyes softened considerably as he gazed at Zhou Ting with gratitude. Douluo regarded Zhou Ting with bright, eager eyes and gently tugged at her grandfather's sleeve. Observing his extroverted granddaughter, Douluo felt a complex mix of emotions but ultimately addressed Zhou Ting. "Since your method is effective, let bygones be bygones." Such magnanimity from the old man. Douluo waved his hand dismissively, a look of disdain on his face. "Spare me the flattery. I am not fond of such talk." With that, he pulled his somewhat reluctant granddaughter back to their tent. Now that he was aware of the method, Zhou Ting mused to himself that the sooner the detoxification occurred, the better. Phew, one trouble resolved, he thought. Now, let me count. There are still Shrek, Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang, and possibly Hao Yin Clan, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Zhou Ting felt a pang of bitterness as he realized he was contributing to the warming of the Douluo continent. Why does it seem like the more I count, the more there is? As for the avalanche, he dismissed it as an ordinary prince, lacking the strength to pose a real threat. Moreover, he noted, one must exercise caution in the poison mist. Speaking of which, the Snow Knight Emperor was indeed ruthless. Upon learning that his brother, Prince Xuexing, was siding with his younger son, he quickly realized that if his second son, Xuexing, were cured and successfully ascended to the throne, Prince Xuexing and Avalanche would become an exceedingly unstable factor. Therefore, with Prince Xuexing dead, Avalanche would no longer pose a threat to Xuexing. If Xuexing remained uncured, Avalanche would still be insignificant and, given his past absurdity, Prince Xuexing would undoubtedly grow powerful. In short, the existence of Prince Xuexing was a grave error. Boom. Rain was imminent. Crack. Another thunderclap echoed as everyone rushed back to their respective tents. Suddenly, someone pointed to the sky, exclaiming, "Look, there are people in the sky." Crack. The dark clouds were finally shattered by successive lightning strikes, illuminating the heavens and earth. Two figures stood effortlessly in midair, confronting each other amidst the flashes. Suddenly, one figure unfurled 3 pairs of golden wings, radiating a pure golden light, as if descending from the heavens like an angel. The other figure extended a pair of bat-like wings, adorned with horns atop his head, wielding a blood-red longsword, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. The demon's blood-red eyes fixed coldly on the angel across from him, uttering, "Qian Daolu, you actually dared to step out of the divine hall." Qian Daolu, initially perplexed, realized the source of the danger he felt was someone he did not recognize. However, it soon dawned on him. So it is you, Tangchen. Years ago, he had faced Tangchen in battle, narrowly losing by a single move. Ultimately vowing never to step foot on the peak where the Haotian clan resided as long as Tangchen was alive. He never expected to see him again. Qian Daolu wore a gentle expression, akin to that of an old friend, yet his words bore a cruel edge. Tangchen, in your current state, I fear. Your days are numbered. Tang Chen's gaze shifted, one eye filled with cold indifference and cruelty, while the other remained calm, tinged with a hint of anger. It was as if another being resided within him. Such an uncanny situation even startled the experienced Qian Daolu. What is within your body? At that moment, Tang Chun unleashed boundless soul power, enveloped in a mist of blood, and in an instant, his eyes settled into tranquility. It has nothing to do with you, he declared coldly. Qian Daolu fell silent, feeling a twinge of sadness within. The once unparalleled and domineering figure, now reduced to such a pitiable state. In the past, their relationship was intricate, intertwined with conflicts of power and unspoken personal sentiments. Were they political rivals? Romantic adversaries? Competitors? Friends? It was truly impossible to define. After gazing deeply at Tangchen, Qian Daolu spoke with a complicated tone. The world has changed. If you wish to ascend to divinity, there remains only one path. Without waiting for Tang Chen's response, he turned and descended into the Wuhuan Hall encampment. Tang Chen soon departed as well. The time for watching the spectacle had come to an end. Zhou Ting remained in his small tent, extending his hand to let the rain patter against it, creating a rhythmic sound. With nothing else to do, he decided to cultivate. Zhou Ting lay down to sleep, completely uninterested in the discussions taking place in the larger tent nearby. Due to the overwhelming number of titled Douluos present, entering the heavenly pit was no simple matter. All major factions needed to discuss a set of regulations, a framework that everyone could accept. Otherwise, should conflict arise, it could potentially shake the continent. Of course, Zhou Ting was unconcerned with such matters. As he breathed in and out, he unknowingly entered a state of profound tranquility, his breathing rhythm subtly altering. Zhou Ting felt as though he had transformed into a blade of grass, seamlessly merging with the forest around him, nourished by the rich soil, refreshed by the gentle rain, and supported by his companions. In this moment, he experienced an unparalleled sense of security and tranquility. The grass, trees, and the vastness of nature coexisted harmoniously with his being. In a daze, Zhou Ting grasped the profound essence of universal meditation techniques. The practice of natural meditation truly lived up to its esteemed reputation. Chapter 74. The true essence of meditation. The rain pattered incessantly upon the blades of grass, which swayed resiliently, yet steadfastly stood tall. Regardless of the tempest, I remained unwavering. Zhou Ting was completely immersed in this state, unable to extricate himself. Unbeknownst to him, his body was undergoing a peculiar transformation as strands of extraordinary energy converged from all directions, distinct from the energy he typically captured during his cultivation. This energy danced into his body and then playfully leaped out, akin to mischievous sprites. The first to undergo change was Zhou Ting's physique. As the vast energy dormant within his cells was stirred, this energy, derived from the undigested essence of the Heavenly Emperor's honey, was now fully activated. It gradually permeated every cell in his body, from head to toe and inside out, without exception. His skin, flesh, organs, nerves, brain, fascia, bones, and marrow all radiated an exuberant vitality. This was no ordinary enhancement, it was a qualitative leap, a transcendence of the very essence of life. The energy surrounding Zhou Ting multiplied, reveling in its newfound exuberance, even lingering longer than anticipated. Moments later, Zhou Ting's sea of consciousness began to tremble. Yet he remained lost in this extraordinary state, savoring the unparalleled beauty it offered. Suddenly, a surge of special energy flooded into his sea of consciousness. The once tranquil waters of his mind became tumultuous, unleashing towering waves. Countless external energies entered this ocean of soul power, merging with the waters. Oblivious, Zhou Ting instinctively extended his spiritual force to immerse himself within. Everything else was left to unfold naturally. A cataclysmic tsunami was born. The black tower of his martial soul quivered within the waters, and the gates of the first, second, seventh, and ninth levels opened just a crack. Rainbows, black holes, flames, and fiery ice successively emerged, cascading into the ocean below. Energy, akin to oil, flowed down from the tower and joined the revelry. The entire sea of consciousness brimmed with energy, leaving no void. A dazzling array of colors intertwined. In that moment, the sea of consciousness resembled a vibrant dance hall, dizzying in its splendor. However, all of this remained confined within the realms of his mind. The black energy from the tower fully integrated into the barriers of his sea of consciousness, or rather, into every aspect of it. And Zhou Ting remained utterly unaware of it all. With a sigh, he awoke from a deeply restorative slumber. The rain had ceased. Upon lifting the tent flap, he was greeted by a resplendent rainbow. What a splendid omen! A beautiful future beckons me, he exclaimed. The buzzing of the queen bee reached his ears, accompanied by a surge of spiritual energy. Zhou Ting gazed toward the sun, murmuring to himself, "I've found it." Yet, he felt no urgency. First, he wished to observe the fruits of his recent cultivation. Internal vision. In an instant, his perspective shifted. How is this possible? He gasped in astonishment. Before him, every inch of his skin absorbed the unique energy from the surroundings. Each cell breathed in and exhaled this extraordinary energy, evolving toward a superior state. The process of automatic evolution had commenced. He discerned that his body now harbored boundless vitality. With determination, Zhou Ting took a carving knife and made a gentle incision. A white line appeared on his left arm. What? This skin cannot be breached even by such a sharp knife. Zhou Ting grinned widely. If that were the case, he must press on with greater resolve. Channeling his soul power, he made another incision, which drew forth a line of blood. In the blink of an eye, the special energy surged forth, and his left arm was restored to its pristine condition, not a drop of blood spilled. Excellent. Truly wonderful. Zhou Ting could hardly contain his joy. Natural meditation method. I underestimated you. Within the sea of consciousness, Zhou Ting was astonished to realize that perhaps it was time for a change of name. Even the term consciousness world seemed more fitting than sea of consciousness. Mountains, rivers, and lakes. This was indeed a world unto itself. Everything one could desire, save for living beings, was present. Wait, living beings. Zhou Ting's mind stirred, directing his gaze toward the center of this world, where the towering black tower stood majestically. The door opened. The first level of the black tower swung wide, revealing a clumsy male bee, quivering as it extended a tiny foot. Out it came. In it went. Out again. And again. After repeating this 3 times, amidst Zhou Ting and the queen bee's exasperation, the male bee finally emerged unscathed. Zhou Ting and the queen bee reached a consensus. It must never be allowed to mate. Absolutely not. With the male bee's entrance, Zhou Ting sensed an inexplicable change within his consciousness world. Yet, this change was so subtle that it remained undetectable for the moment. Come forth, he commanded. Thousands of obedient bees flew out in an orderly fashion, including the queen. At this moment, the 600-year soul ring encasing the first level of the black tower remained steadfast. showing no signs of alteration despite the queen's departure. I found it, Zhou Ting exclaimed with delight. With the addition of the heavenly emperor bees, his consciousness world became even more fortified. In the future, when confronted by formidable opponents from the spiritual realm, Zhou Ting would find it considerably easier. Little Master. There's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The 2nd level, open. The 7th level, open. The 9th level, open. However, only the 2nd level's deceased soul insects emerged. Zhou Ting felt no disappointment. This was entirely within expectations. The gains from this experience were monumental. Although his soul power level remained at 27, the strength of his physique, soul power, and spiritual energy had all been significantly enhanced. Clenching his fist, Zhou Ting radiated confidence. I am stronger now. Yet when he considered his combat prowess, he sighed. Well, having strength without a means to wield it is rather futile. Unlike Tang San, he lacked innate martial abilities, rendering him a treasure trove unable to be utilized. Exiting the tent, he basked in the rainbow's glow. Suddenly, several piercing gazes fell upon him. His joyous mood was instantly shattered. One gaze, filled with hatred and malice, caught his attention. Without needing to look, he knew it was Dai Mubai. Turning to confirm, he found it true. Zhou Ting smirked disdainfully in return, igniting Dai Mubai's fury, his chest heaving with indignation. The pride within him throbbed painfully, and he could no longer endure it. Just as he took a swift step forward, a hand as white as jade grasped him. In Dai Mubai's eyes, a raging inferno of fury churned ominously. Tang San, you? He growled. Unfazed, Tang San replied firmly, Dai Mubai, maintain your composure. This is not the place to resolve our differences. With a sense of helplessness, Dai Mubai came to a halt, casting a glance towards Zhou Ting, only to find that he had chosen to disregard him. Frustration welled up within Dai Mubai, causing his breaths to grow heavier. The air was tinged with a subtle, sweet metallic scent. His face turned a shade of ashen, and he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Suppressing his emotions, he turned and called out, Xiaoao. Bring me a recovery potion. Tang San shook his head in resignation, remarking, Boss Dai, your temper is rather small. It's easy to speak when one is not in the thick of it. In the next moment, Tang San's gaze flickered towards Zhou Ting, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. Zhou Ting, however, was preoccupied, seeking the source of other gazes directed his way. Why would the spirit hall be interested in me? Zhou Ting found himself perplexed. He had little to no interactions with the spirit hall and had even abstained from participating in their ranking assessments to conceal his talents. Consequently, he had not received any Soul Master subsidies. Reflecting on it, the subsidies were not insignificant. A Soul Master earned 1 gold coin per month, while a Great Soul Master received 3. The more Zhou Ting pondered, the more he felt a pang of regret. Chapter 75, Re-entry in the Grand Tent of the Spirit Hall encampment. The atmosphere was stark and sparse, occupied by only 2 individuals. How astute is the perception of little Shui, her keen gaze did not go unnoticed. Qiandala withdrew his spiritual power, revealing black pupils encircled by a faint golden halo, exuding an air of sanctity and mystery. Why deliberately leak information? Qiandoliu's presence alone commanded respect. Mere mortals would find it unbearable, and even the most seasoned titled Douluo would struggle against the oppressive aura he emanated. Bibi Dong, with a slight smirk, spoke with an air of composure. Your arrival suggests that the angel family has irrevocably severed ties with the angel god. Struck at the core of his thoughts, Qiandalu remained unperturbed. His gaze tranquil as he replied nonchalantly, Did you not personally investigate and confirm this? Bibi Dong's expression hardened, her aura intensifying, thickening the atmosphere in the tent. In that moment, the vigilant titled Douluo stationed outside instinctively expanded their defensive perimeter. What transpired between Qiandalu and Bibi Dong, and the words exchanged, remained shrouded in secrecy. However, upon departing the tent, Qiandalu's cryptic remark, "The youth is formidable," sparked endless speculation. The following morning, after a day of deliberations, the esteemed figures returned, and the results were revealed. Upon seeing Ning Fengxi's return, Ning Rongrong rushed forward, clinging to her father's arm, her voice laced with urgency. "Father, how did the discussions go?" Ning Fengxi furrowed his brow, surveying the young ones in the tent. Why does Zhou Ting seem so troubled? This fleeting thought vanished almost instantly. He gently ruffled his daughter's hair and sighed. There are too many experts here, with tangled relationships, leading to chaos and discord. We couldn't devise a satisfactory plan. Alas. The Spirit Hall. Ning Fengxi shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further, and shifted the topic. However, We have preliminarily agreed that until we truly enter the celestial herb garden, we shall not engage in conflict. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong and the others eagerly rubbed their fists, brimming with enthusiasm. Only Zhou Ting, faced with Zhu Zhuqing's concerned gaze, managed a forced smile. Then, little Wu, what exactly do you intend to do? In the realm of consciousness, on the second level of the Black Tower, the void was desolate, illuminated solely by the nest of the death soul insects, enveloped in profound silence. Yet, an unexpected visitor had arrived, Xiao Wu. When confronted with Zhou Ting's question, Xiao Wu chose not to respond, but instead curiously poked at the death soul insect, her expression quickly turning to disappointment. Is this really where the death soul insects reside? After her musings, she retreated to the first level of the Black Tower. The garden, sprawling over 20 acres, was suffused with alluring fragrances. Ah, this place is still the most pleasing to the eye, Xiao Wu remarked nostalgically. I was the one who planted the first batch of seeds. Zhou Ting understood her reluctance to answer. Yet, this question burned within him, demanding clarity. Let us speak candidly, Xiao Wu. I am already aware of your true identity. What is there that cannot be disclosed? Xiao Wu's hand hesitated, finally meeting Zhou Ting's serious gaze. If you wish to kill me for a soul ring, I am within your martial spirit, and I can be taken at any moment. Zhou Ting sighed, rubbing his forehead, feeling a slight headache. You know full well my martial spirit is unique. Such actions are unnecessary. Xiao Wu raised her pitifully innocent face, exuding an air of vulnerability. Come now. Just because it's unnecessary doesn't mean it can't happen. 100,000-year soul ring, surely you cannot be indifferent to that. What was this little rabbit thinking? Zhou Ting felt overwhelmed. Exhaling deeply. Sigh, I cannot argue with you. If you choose not to speak, then so be it. Xiao Wu finally adopted a serious demeanor, asking earnestly. Have you ever considered confining me? Zhou Ting did not hide his thoughts, boldly admitting, indeed, I have. However, I later dismissed the idea. Xiao Wu was taken aback. She had assumed Zhou Ting would deny it. Why? Because I realized that the age of the soul ring is not my primary concern. It is the racial characteristics that matter. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in understanding. You require unique soul beast species like the Jade Emperor Bee and the Death Soul insect. But the soft-bone charm rabbit is also viable. What a preposterous notion, promoting oneself. Zhou Ting regarded Xiao Wu with skepticism. Do you even hear what you are saying? This time, Xiao Wu was unusually earnest. I speak the truth. The soft-bone charm rabbit not only possesses exquisite agility, but also instant teleportation and an invincible form. She seemed to have a valid point. Both were indeed life-saving skills. Moreover, let us not forget another advantage. The reproductive capabilities of rabbits are astonishing. While an individual may not compare to a queen bee, a bee colony has but one queen, whereas a rabbit population can be vast. In summary, in a contest of fertility, rabbits may not fall short against bees. Zhou Ting found himself swayed, eyeing Xiao Wu with newfound intrigue. Sensing the shift, Xiao Wu, fiercely defensive, questioned, What are you looking at me like that for? Stop staring. Clearing his throat, Zhou Ting inquired once more, What exactly are you trying to convey? Standing tall, Xiao Wu declared. Do not say that Xiao Wu Jie does not care for you. In the starred Dou Great Forest, there happens to be a group of 1,000-year soft-bone charm rabbits that could perfectly meet your needs. Zhou Ting finally grasped Xiao Wu's intentions, left momentarily speechless. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he blurted out, could it be that? Xiao Wu, filled with indignation, leaped up as if to strike. But Zhou Ting was not present. Puffing with irritation, she retorted, Humph, do not think such nonsense. That is my youngest brother. At this, she sat on the grass, hugging her knees, resting her head upon them, her pink rabbit ears drooping. Our soft-bone charm rabbit clan does not hold a high status in the starred Dou Great Forest. We are often preyed upon by carnivorous soul beasts. Her tone grew somber, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. When my mother was alive, as 100,000-year soul beast, she protected many soft-bone charm rabbits. Yet, she fell to the hands of human soul masters. I reached 100,000 years under my mother's protection. But I chose to transform and leave the Star Dou Great Forest. Now, my clan, recalling her experiences since returning. Xiao Wu's once vibrant eyes now glimmered with a veil of sorrow. Zhou Ting, serious and unsparing, stated the harsh truth. You must understand, should anything happen to me, they too shall not escape unscathed. Xiao Wu lifted her head, her expression resolute as she asked, Just tell me if you agree or disagree. Since Xiao Wu did not seem to care, Zhou Ting resolved his hesitation. Very well, I agree. In an instant, the mist in Xiao Wu's eyes dissipated, revealing a beaming smile. Hehe, although the survival rate is low, the sheer quantity more than compensates for it. It truly is my youngest brother. Chapter 76. The transformation of living beings. As Zhou Ting regained consciousness, he realized he had failed to inquire why Xiao Wu had chosen to enter the immortal herb garden. It was crucial to note that the impending conflict within the garden would be dominated by the title Douluo, and her mere presence would inevitably unveil her true identity. At that moment, actions such as capturing, hunting for rings, or even skinning and extracting bones would merely be commonplace. How could she dare to do such a thing? Alas, this world still harbors individuals unafraid of death. Moreover, it was utterly absurd that Zhou Ting had been so easily deceived by a mere rabbit. With a resigned shake of his head, he chuckled bitterly. Having brought her along, he could not simply cast her aside now. It was quite astonishing that she trusted him so deeply. Contemplating this, Zhou Ting felt a whirlwind of emotions. In both of his worlds, this was the first time someone had placed such faith in him. Thus, he resolved, he could not let her out. They set forth, with sword Douluo, bone Douluo, and poison Douluo forming a protective triangle around Ning Fingxi, Ning Rongrong, Zhou Ting, Zhu Qing, and Du Guyan. Indeed, they had only brought 4 juniors along not due to insufficient capability, but because the environment within was far too intricate. They needed to guard against the pervasive toxic mists, the unknown poisonous beasts, and the potential presence of others entering simultaneously. Though they had reached a consensus, such agreements often serve merely as conventions meant to be broken. Whoosh. In the camp of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, Zhu Douluo, and Ghost Douluo, accompanied by Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin. In the Hao insect camp, Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, and Tang San. Like dumplings being dropped, various factions leapt into the fray, maintaining a considerable distance between them. Just as everyone descended into the toxic fog, a storm raged in the distant Holy Soul village, a rare and unprecedented tempest. Boom! A colossal bolt of lightning struck the small hill adjacent to the village, which was none other than Tang San's home. This bolt of lightning cleaved open a portal, suspended in midair, flickering in and out of visibility. In an instant, the lightning vanished, and darkness enveloped the world once more, with only the wind and rain remaining. Elder Jack stood on the second floor of his home, bewildered, before the lightning completely dissipated. He had glimpsed several white-haired elders wearing masks, their features obscured. They stepped through the portal, standing atop Tang Hao's roof, surveying the world before them. How strange. Elder Jack shook his head, doubting his own perception. Surely, it was just a trick of the light. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Elder Jack turned to see a ghostly figure standing motionless at the entrance, his face a mask of horror. Simultaneously, ghostly figures flitted through Holy Soul Village, transforming the once tranquil village into a realm of spectral terror. The world was shrouded in darkness. As ghostly shadows flitted about, Tang San retreated swiftly, positioning himself behind his father. The reality of the immortal herb garden, alongside the return of his grandfather Tangchen, for various reasons. The father and son duo had unexpectedly succeeded in returning to their family. Acknowledging the existence of a family and so many relatives took Tang San quite some time to accept this surprise. Subsequently, they found themselves embroiled in the battle for the immortal herb. Tang Hao wielded the Haotian hammer, crackling with electricity, the toxic fog unable to approach. Little San, watch closely, he declared. The Haotian hammer was raised high, seemingly supported by divine forces, and came crashing down. Boom. The ground erupted, creating a massive pit. As 6 dark poisonous needles hovered before Tang Hao, vanishing into nothingness. In the face of the formidable and enigmatic poison scorpion, Tang Hao unleashed the family's secret technique, the chaotic cloak hammer method, obliterating it with a single strike, leaving himself unscathed. Tang San's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding, as if he glimpsed a profound truth, yet it remained shrouded in obscurity, causing him to momentarily freeze. Tang Hao's eyes flickered with complex emotions before he turned to pat his son's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Little San, do not rush for results. When the time is right, everything will come to fruition naturally. I understand. Tang Hao nodded approvingly, surveying their surroundings. The toxic fog enveloped everything, obscuring vision and direction. Unbeknownst to them, they had also become separated from their sect members. This fog could suppress their spiritual forces. Tang San's eyes transformed into a deep violet. Yet he still could not penetrate the mist. Let us press on, the father and son declared, resolute in their determination. Meanwhile, Zhou Ting grasped Zhu Qing's hand. Traversing the darkness alone, their group had also become scattered. What should we do? Zhu Qing looked anxiously at Zhou Ting, her composure slipping away. As a sensitive attack-type soul master, she excelled in offense but lacked in defense and had no detoxification abilities. Though Zhou Ting's soul-devouring beak could consume the toxic fog, it seemed inexhaustible, replenishing itself rapidly with no escape in sight. Zhou Ting extended his hand, sensing the direction of the wind. In a moment of urgency, he decided to act. Whether to comfort Zhu Qing or merely to provide an excuse, Zhou Ting scooped her up in a familiar princess carry. She did not protest. Looking down, he admired her beauty, fair yet flushed. Running. This was all Zhou Ting could do. Behind them, the toxic fog churned relentlessly, with a colossal creature stirring within. Roar. A ferocious beast bellowed, causing the ground to tremble. This was no ordinary creature. Previously, they had encountered a 100-foot-long serpent, possessing immense strength and venomous fangs capable of corroding anything they touched. Reflecting on this, Zhou Ting suddenly realized the enormity of the pit. Could it possibly accommodate such a terrifying serpent? The answer was yes. Yet, they had encountered more than just the serpent. Countless poisonous beasts, both large and small, with spider-like legs resembling bamboo and flying insects akin to grains of sand. Was all of this merely an illusion? With a flicker of thought, the world of consciousness trembled. Like a stone dropped into a pond, ripples spread across the surface, driving the water outward in all directions. The waves crashed against the shore. Boom. The sound resonated like a grand bell, deafening in its clarity. Within the dense fog, a young man cradling a stunning beauty suddenly opened his eyes, joy illuminating his expression. At last, he was awake. Scanning his surroundings, the toxic mist remained a predatory beast, lurking hungrily. Zhou Ting knew he owed his survival to the soul-devouring insect. Without it, he surely would have perished today. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his skill, replacing the remaining soul-devouring insects with their corporeal forms. Zhou Ting felt a surge of gratitude. Had he not developed the habit of carrying the soul-devouring insect's essence with him, he would have undoubtedly met his demise here. Looking down at the girl in his arms, why did it feel so flat? Ignoring the evident features, he focused on her face and was taken aback once more. Ning, Rongrong? How could this be? He distinctly remembered fleeing with Zhu Qing. But now, why had it changed? The mental energy compressed and compressed again, until finally, a slender needle abruptly materialized in reality, piercing directly into Ning Rongrong's forehead. The pain. Ning Rongrong awoke, her hand instinctively reaching to touch her brow. A tiny droplet? Bringing her hand before her eyes, she realized it was not water, but unmistakably blood. It was then that Ning Rongrong noticed the insufferable individual before her. He had never shown her any leniency. Looking up, she suddenly recognized the gravity of her predicament, realizing that this detestable person was holding her in his embrace. Where are my father? And the others? Zhou Ting helplessly spread his hands and explained, we fell into a trap, ensnared by an illusion, and became separated. Ning Rongrong reflected on the past events, feeling an overwhelming sense of dissonance. Yet her primary emotion was one of confusion. Grandfather Jian, Grandfather Gu, and the poisoned Douluo, why were the three Douluos involved? Zhou Ting, too, could not elucidate the reasons. Though the current situation provided a sense of security, Ning Rongrong still felt uncomfortable. When had they grown so close? Put me down. How long do you intend to take advantage of me? Who would cherish such a thing? Zhou Ting disdainfully cast a glance at the unremarkable expanse before them. What is that look? In a fit of anger, Ning Rongrong puffed out her chest. Humph. What are you staring at? I will surely surpass Zhu Qing in the future. Hehe. Zhou Ting chose not to comment, refraining from further teasing her. The toxic mist before them was more potent and terrifying than before. Without the strength of a tidal Douluo, it would be impossible to escape unscathed. Yet, the soul power contained within was not greater than before, which was precisely why the Death Soul insect was barely able to shield them. Chapter 77. Entering the Celestial Herb Garden, Anger 999. Such a profound humiliation was unprecedented for Ning Rongrong. She lowered her head, her white shoes strikingly visible. But in comparison to her close friend Zhu Qing, they paled in significance. Ning Rongrong felt a wave of despondency wash over her, leading her to surrender. Since those poisonous beasts were mere illusions, she decided to seek out her father and the others. They had been lost in this illusion for far too long, their sense of direction utterly confounded. As Zhou Ting spoke, he casually waved his hand, and a dozen soul-eating insects darted forth, scattering in all directions. Ning Rongrong, aware of his intentions, feigned ignorance. What are you doing? Scouting, he replied succinctly, leaving no room for further elaboration. The soul-eating insects shot forth like arrows released from a bow, disappearing into the fog wall in the blink of an eye. 3 breaths later, Zhou Ting furrowed his brow. Astonishment etched on his face. What's wrong? Ning Rongrong asked anxiously. They're all dead, and none were poisoned. Some were burned, others frozen. Their demise was alarmingly swift. They barely had time to react, let alone absorb the attacking energy. Zhou Ting suspected that even if they had realized the danger, they would not have survived more than 2 breaths. The aura of soul power was simply terrifying, not only in its vast numbers but also in its sheer, dreadful quality far beyond that of earthly soul power. Could it be? They have truly come to life? Zhou Ting delved into the depths of his consciousness. Reaching the 9th level of the Black Tower, gazing down into the volcanic crater, he observed fire dragons and ice dragons pursuing each other, akin to tireless children blissfully engaged in a game, fully aware they could never catch one another. Suddenly, 108 soul beast eggs were disturbed again. Tiny shards of eggshell swirling in the chaotic dance of the dragons. Abruptly, the eggshell fragments could no longer withstand the onslaught of water, grinding into fine powder, melding into the very essence of the 2 dragons, becoming indistinguishable from them. Those fragments were but a minute fraction of the whole soul beast eggshell. Zhou Ting realized the stimulation was insufficient. Upon opening his eyes, he spotted Ning Rongrong stealthily approaching. What is it? Ning Rongrong gazed at the diminishing safe zone. Her face flushed with urgency. Your insects are ineffective. A third of them have already perished. As a sheltered young lady suddenly confronted with peril, her reaction was entirely understandable. Zhou Ting comprehended her distress and casually summoned more soul-eating insects to replenish their ranks. Do not fret, there are plenty of insects. Even if we were to starve or thirst here, the insects would remain abundant. What a powerful soul technique. Ning Rongrong recalled her father's subtle warning. Her gaze wavering with conflict and anticipation, her youthful heart in turmoil. So what should we do now? Should we retreat or delve deeper? Is that even a question? Zhou Ting replied. Since we are already lost, whether we retreat or advance is not for us to decide. Let us proceed forward and see what unfolds. Meanwhile, those ensnared in the illusion began to awaken one by one. Numerous renowned titled Douluos, who once commanded respect in the outside world, were also roused from their stupor. They soon realized that this place was not a paradise they could enter at will, but rather a forbidden land capable of entombing many formidable warriors. The sky in all directions were suffused with poisonous mist, while the ground remained distinctly marked. Upon this revelation, Zhou Ting smiled. Rongrong, take a look at the ground. Ning Rongrong crouched down, inspecting it closely but finding nothing extraordinary, just weeds and tree roots. Zhou Ting raised his hand and struck a nearby small tree, causing a straight trunk to emerge. Indeed, what a delightful tool for a man. He mused to himself before concealing his thoughts from the perplexed Ning Rongrong. The trunk lay flat, one end suspended in the air. The ground was uneven. Though subtle, it was undeniably a sinkhole. Ning Rongrong was nearly elated to the point of jumping in joy, feeling as though she were trapped in a small dark room surrounded by poisonous mist. Nearly driven to madness. Which direction shall we take? Forward. They had hardly ventured far when an illusionary attack struck, scattering the group. If they pressed deeper, it would only be the 2 of them, a perilous situation indeed. Ning Rongrong struggled to comprehend, her face betraying her confusion. Zhou Ting remained remarkably calm, fully aware of the pros and cons. Does the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School have enemies? That question seemed foolish, prompting Ning Rongrong to roll her eyes at Zhou Ting. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School had always been benevolent to others, but jealousy could not be avoided. Zhou Ting pointed to a high ground with a mischievous grin. Going back makes it easier to encounter titled Douluos. Ning Rongrong felt a chill run down her spine. It would be one thing to encounter a friendly titled Douluo of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. It would be another to confront an adversarial one, such as those from the Spirit Hall. Killing here would go unnoticed by the heavens or the earth. Even if her elders sought to find them, it would be impossible. Hurry, let's go. This time, it was her turn to feel anxious, grasping Zhou Ting's hand as they dashed downward. In truth, the lower ground was also unsafe, not to mention the sudden attacks of ice and fire, which appeared without warning, making defense impossible. Fortune finally favored them. With a stamp, they broke through the clouds and glimpsed the sunlight, the rain clearing to reveal a rainbow. After a long and treacherous journey, they finally emerged into clarity. The poisonous mist formed a natural bowl overhead, obscuring the sky. Within the celestial herb garden, the mist hung thickly, flames flickered, and bizarre herbs vied for attention in a stunning display. The scene both hazy and breathtakingly beautiful. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following is even more thrilling. In the face of such beauty, Ning Rongrong forgot her fatigue and fear from the journey. Rubbing her eyes, Zhou Ting strained to recall. It was identical yet elusive. It was an unresolvable enigma. If that were the case, let them consider it as though they had never been here. The poisonous mist could obscure vision, erode flesh, soul power, and even mental strength. Yet here, there was no poisonous mist. The fierce beasts were unleashed, sweeping through the entire herb garden without impediment. Nearby, the Eye of Ice and Fire. An unusual flower caught Zhou Ting's attention. This flower, with roots and leaves resembling a wisteria curtain, bore a resplendent golden tulip at its peak, emanating an opulent fragrance. The Qilua tulip. Zhou Ting grasped Ning Rongrong's delicate hand and hurried towards the spring, pointing at the Qilua tulip with urgency. This is the Qilua tulip. Consuming it allows one to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, the radiance of the sun and moon. The Qilua tulip cannot be ingested directly. The proper method is to gently inhale its stamen, gradually drawing its essence into the body. Then, through meditation, one can allow the medicinal effects to permeate through their limbs, achieving maximum efficacy. Ning Rongrong was aware of all this, seeing the hope to remedy the flaws of her martial soul before her. It was impossible to claim she felt no desire. Yet, there was only one Qilua tulip, while the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School had many martial souls. Was it selfish? Or, the young girl's heart waged an internal battle, ensnared in endless struggle. Do not hesitate. If Uncle Ning and the others were to enter first, everything would be manageable. If it were anyone else, we would be unable to protect ourselves if we do not consume it. Ning Rongrong suddenly regained her senses. Plucking a flower, her delicate, rosy lips parted slightly, and the fragrance in the air grew even more intoxicating. Chapter 78. Division Shattering the Void. The ebony 9-tiered pagoda arrived in this vibrant world, as if piercing through a fragile membrane. The entrance of the first tier of the Black Tower swung open, revealing the intricately complex yet surprisingly coherent passages within, akin to a beehive. Collecting nectar was the primary duty of the worker bees, their movements gentle and adept. The herbs in the celestial herb garden not only showed no aversion but rather welcomed the bees with joy, exhibiting an instinctual response devoid of sentience. Zhou Ting hastened to the side of the ice and fire duality, where he beheld 2 extraordinary celestial herbs flanking either side. On the side of the extreme cold ice spring grew the 8-pointed profound ice grass, a supreme ice attribute herb that also harbored a lethal poison, a chilling toxin of terrifying potency. In contrast, the fierce fire apricot blossom, embodying the ultimate fire attribute, similarly contained a devastating fire poison capable of incinerating all. Consuming either alone would surely lead to demise, yet together, they could counteract one another, merging ice and fire to yield life-giving essence, rejuvenating the soul and fundamentally transforming one's being. Most importantly, this combination could grant a physique impervious to both water and fire. This was the second choice of the protagonist, Tang San, who also consumed a herb known as the Autumn Water Revealing to cultivate the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. Ultimately, he broke through to the second level of the Purple Extreme Demon Eye, penetrating into the third level of the Mustard Seed Realm, allowing him to discern all obscurities. It was then that he unveiled the true form of Xiaowu's spirit beast. Tang San became aware of everything yet remained arrogantly convinced that the Heartbreak Red could obscure all anomalies. However, unexpected events soon unfolded. Everything had changed. Nothing remained the same. And Xiaowu would encounter different fortunes as well. Time was of the essence. Zhou Ting pointed with both hands, activating his first soul skill. Hundreds of illusory jade emperor bees surged forth, transforming into delicate needles of condensed soul power that pierced the ground. If there was poison, he would take the soil along with it. Successfully acquiring the 2 herbs, he soon heard footsteps approaching swiftly. So fast, pairs of long legs stepped through the threshold of the Black Tower above Zhou Ting, each exuding an alluring fragrance that made one's mouth water. Restraining his greed, Zhou Ting strode to Ning Rongrong's side, casting a vigilant gaze towards the source of the sound. The rhythmic clacking of high heels approached, definitely a woman. Zhou Ting was uncertain if it was merely a psychological phenomenon or if the other party possessed extraordinary power. But his heart began to synchronize with the cadence of the footsteps, inducing a sensation of fatigue that was profoundly uncomfortable. With a resounding thud, a magnificent and authoritative scepter struck the ground, capturing Zhou Ting's attention. Her hands were delicate as tender shoots, her skin as smooth as congealed fat. Such exquisite hands. A fleeting moment of admiration was swiftly replaced by a bitter smile. To his surprise, the first to enter was none other than her, Bibi Dong. Upon reflection, it was not entirely unexpected. Without considering combat prowess, Bibi Dong was the most accomplished among them, belonging to the pinnacle of power. The other 2 formidable figures, Tangchen and Qian Douluo, remained shrouded in mystery. Whether they had entered or not was still unknown. In the presence of Bibi Dong, Zhou Ting dared not act rashly. Proceeding with utmost caution, striding with grace, a faint smile graced her lips, as if nothing could disturb her serene state. Her perfect form radiated a mature allure, exuding an aura of regal authority that held a dangerously captivating charm. Zhou Ting had prepared himself, yet facing such an unparalleled beauty still left him momentarily dazed. Truly magnificent. As if she had heard his silent admiration, Bibi Dong looked at the boy before her with surprise. Although he stood at a height of 1.70 meters with a somewhat mature demeanor, his youthful visage betrayed his true age. The glimmer in his eyes was unexpected, revealing depths one would not anticipate in such a young child. Bibi Dong's smile became notably more genuine. Master. Behind Bibi Dong stood an ordinary-looking girl, Hulaina, who would later be crowned the saintess. Compared to Bibi Dong, even Hulaina paled in comparison to the pair of twins, Daimubai and his counterpart. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover her beauty lay in her understated charm, an inexplicable allure that drew the eye. Suddenly, Bibi Dong turned her gaze, piercing through layers of obstacles to spot two figures racing toward her. Nana, the 8-petal immortal orchid. Indeed, the spirit hall was the continent's foremost power, with profound depth. Should Bibi Dong desire, information regarding the celestial herbs would be at her disposal in an instant. Both master and disciple were acutely aware of the precautions necessary when consuming celestial herbs, and they would not err. Bibi Dong surveyed the area, her gaze settling on a particular herb, its petals as white as snow, each adorned with droplets of blood. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the blood droplets to sway, creating an otherworldly spectacle. Heartbreak red. Bibi Dong's expression shifted, reflecting a complex array of emotions as memories flooded her mind. A drop of heart's blood floated from her lips as her delicate hand reached out tentatively. It was empty. A hint of bitterness flickered in her phoenix-like eyes, followed by deep contemplation. Ultimately, it was no longer her singular possession. Suddenly, two more figures entered the scene, Tang Hao and his son Tang San. Little San. Seek a herb suitable for you. A purple aura enveloped Tang San's eyes as he surveyed the celestial herbs in the garden, pausing momentarily at the sight of two large pits near the ice and fire duality. He then approached the autumn water revealing dew, ready to cultivate the purple extreme demon eye. The humiliation of the secret chamber, coupled with years of her papal life, had forged Bibi Dong's mind into an unyielding fortress. In mere moments, she regained her composure, adopting an attitude of serene indifference. Tang Hao, I've heard much about you. Gripping the Haotian hammer with confidence, Tang Hao stood undaunted before the enigmatic Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, are you seeking revenge? Revenge? How laughable. The enmity between Qian Xuanji and her could not be washed away even with the waters of an entire realm. Bibi Dong scoffed coldly. Suddenly, several more individuals arrived. Rong, Ning Fingji and Sword Douluo rushed in, prompting Zhou Ting to exhale in relief. The presence of these two unparalleled powerhouses, especially Tang Hao, created an immense pressure that Zhou Ting struggled to comprehend. The Haotian hammer and Haotian clan's profound mysteries were unfathomable. How is Rong? Ning Fingji inquired anxiously, while Sword Douluo observed with keen attention, grasping Ning Fengji's arm and turning to Zhou Ting. Has Rong consumed it? Yes, she should be nearing completion. Good, excellent. Sword Douluo's gaze reflected approval, and for the first time, he thought, this lad is quite commendable. Ning Fengji, realizing Zhou Ting was safeguarding his daughter, felt an increased fondness for him, thinking perhaps he should lend more support. Suddenly, Ning Rong opened her eyes, catching sight of her father's expectant expression. In disbelief, she blinked, confirming her father's presence. Wonderful. Father, you finally came. My dear daughter, how do you fare? Ning Fengji was filled with urgency, for it pertained to the great undertaking of the sect's inheritance, allowing no room for negligence. Ning Rong sensed the soul power within her, brimming to the point of overflow, alongside the 9-tiered pagoda within her sea of consciousness, and solemnly nodded. Good. With a resounding shout from Ning Fengji, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from all directions. Others had arrived. These were the celestial herbs, sitting upon a mountain of treasures, yet failing to utilize them. The nearsighted Douluo was the first to act, his aim clear, with the intelligence shared by the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. The celestial herbs were located in areas he was most familiar with, granting him the swiftest speed. In less than 3 breaths, the water fairy's jade skin had already found a master. Ning Fengji finally regained his composure from the overwhelming surprise, recalling that in order to protect his daughter, Zhou Ting had yet to secure anything. Which one do you desire? He inquired, just as the famed herbs found their respective owners. Zhou Ting immediately pointed to a particular Lingji mushroom, But before she could speak, a pristine skeletal hand emerged, claiming the Lingji for itself. In the blink of an eye, the celestial herb garden was entirely emptied. Regardless of whether they were celestial herbs or other precious medicinal plants, they were swiftly divided among the crowd. Everyone exchanged glances, and the atmosphere turned strangely tense. A storm was brewing, and the winds were rising. Chapter 79. Escape. Knock, knock. Zhou Ting, come out. Shouting, hurry up. Xiao Shouzi. Xiao cupped her hands to amplify her voice, growing increasingly restless as the girl imprisoned within the tower continued to stir, causing Zhou Ting a headache. With a sigh of resignation, Zhou Ting thought it best to hear her out. What do you want? Finally emerging from her silence, Zhou Ting revealed herself, prompting Xiao to nearly leap with joy. She displayed no awareness of her precarious situation, confidently presenting her demands. I want. The moment she spoke, Zhou Ting felt her heart race, sensing impending trouble, and quickly cut her off. If you wish to come out, then think again. Why so paranoid? Xiao scoffed, dismissing his fears. It's dangerous out there, and I'm not foolish. I simply want you to leave that honey jar here. Zhou Ting was perplexed by her intentions, yet compared to releasing her, relinquishing a mere jar seemed inconsequential. He shrank behind the sword Douluo, pressing the jar into the ground with his foot. The atmosphere grew tense. Some gained while others lost. It is not the scarcity that troubles one, but the inequity. Despite being seasoned and shrewd, the turmoil within him was unmistakably displayed on his face. Those eager to escape with the fruit naturally had their rivals. Suddenly, a noise disrupted the charged atmosphere of the herb garden. Countless gazes turned toward the source of the disturbance, the eye of ice and fire. A startled exclamation broke the silence. The celestial herbs. Unbeknownst to all, the once pockmarked garden had returned to its former glory, lush and vibrant with peculiar flora, astonishing everyone present. This occurrence was exceedingly strange, utterly bizarre. Even the continent's most elite warriors, with their illustrious decades of experience, had never witnessed such a spectacle. Each individual employed various means, physical strength, soul skills, and mental prowess, yet they all arrived at the same conclusion. Faces turned grave, many retreated to the poisonous mist barrier. The celestial herbs are indeed real. This revelation was terrifying, and the once dominant figures could no longer maintain their composure. Illusion. They were ensnared by an illusion. The critical question remained. When were they ensnared? The implications of this answer, whatever it may be, were chilling. It indicated that a power not of this world had infiltrated the herb garden, ensnaring over 20 titled Douluo without their awareness, a truly terrifying notion. At that moment, Zhou Ting's expression shifted. Familiar with the narrative, he knew well the origins of the Eye of Ice and Fire, a rare sanctuary forged from the dragon pearls of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings of the Divine Realm, a place scarcely found between the realms of gods and mortals. But, an illusion? Did the Ice and Fire Dragon King possess such a skill? A chain reaction? Retreat. Those with clarity of mind made the same choice. The celestial herbs lay tantalizingly close, a chance to alter their fates within reach, yet they were compelled to retreat. Zhu Ting was unwilling. The fate of her family could not allow her to forfeit a single opportunity for strength. A powerful hand grasped hers, and turning in confusion, she met the unwavering gaze of the young man. Let us go. Inexplicably compelled, Zhu Ting followed the boy's lead, plunging into the poisonous mist. Looking back in melancholy, some advanced rather than retreated, elated and completely oblivious to the strange environment. In the face of such immense temptation, how many could maintain their composure? Zhou Ting believed he could not. Yet when it came to gains, he had already emerged as the foremost of this expedition. At the 9th level of the Black Tower, within a volcanic crater, 2 extraordinary celestial herbs took root in the magma. Their red and white divine light swirling within the icy spring, while beneath them, 108 soul beast eggs quivered with increasing intensity. This, however, was not Zhou Ting's greatest harvest. His gaze shifted to the 1st level of the Black Tower, to the hive. The worker bees had filled the queen's chamber with powder gathered from the celestial herb garden, and astonishingly, this precious powder had not been transported away to be made into honey. The room was suffused with a fragrant, almost overwhelming aroma, with the queen buried within. Yes, the queen had ceased all activity, resembling a silkworm in slumber, poised for evolution, stepping toward a new future. Zhou Ting sensed that upon awakening, the queen would bestow unimaginable benefits upon him. The future was uncertain, yet it was promising. This thought alleviated the gloom in his heart. The Eye of Ice and Fire was unfathomably deep. A unique energy enveloping a sphere of ice and fire divine power surged from the depths of the water. With a resounding clap, mist billowed, creating an ethereal atmosphere akin to a celestial palace. Before the celestial chrysanthemum, Daimubai was entranced. The first celestial chrysanthemum had been taken by chrysanthemum Douluo, but he was determined to claim the second, impervious to the objections of Tang San and Ma Hongjun. The resentment of a stolen wife, such a profound humiliation, demanded retribution. Zhou Ting, wait for me. Consumed by desire, hatred clouded his judgment. He remained oblivious to the changes around him, lost in his delusions. On the other side of the wall, the poisonous mist and white fog were distinctly separate, neither encroaching upon the other. The celestial energy infiltrated the mundane world, pervading every nook and cranny. The herb garden fell utterly silent, leaving behind a pockmarked expanse and white silkworms, waiting and biding their time. Emerging from their cocoons, they would soar through the skies. A month later, under the bright sun, the roadside grasses appeared exceptionally charming and vibrant. On a narrow path, a dashing young man gazed at the girl beside him with immense satisfaction. The girl looked up at the young man, quickly lowering her gaze, then lifting it again, only to lower it once more. Like a startled rabbit, she was anxious and hesitant. The once aloof girl now seemed intriguing. There is no need to be nervous. Shahun village is just an ordinary village. There are no man-eating tigers within. Zhou Ting's words did little to soothe Zhou Ting, who remained tense and apprehensive. Seeing his words had no effect, he couldn't help but tease her. Besides, every bride must eventually meet her in-laws. Stop joking. Zhou Ting blushed with embarrassment, fervently defending herself. This is merely a visit to a friend's house. This declaration, she likely couldn't even convince herself. Her attempts to cover her ears and ignore the truth were downright adorable, and Zhou Ting burst into laughter. Haha. Humph. Zhou Ting dashed ahead, wanting to hide her flushed cheeks from Zhou Ting. That day, the group safely emerged from the chasm and returned to the Stardow forest. The first celestial herb was indeed genuine. The formidable medicinal power of the Chilua tulip not only helped her fully restore the Nine Treasure Glazed Pagoda, but also propelled her to level 30. A leap of 3 levels. Moreover, she still had surplus soul power. Upon acquiring the third soul ring, she could ascend even further. Celestial herbs are truly rare treasures. Ning Rongrong reached level 30, prompting her father, Ning Fingxi, to immediately take her to hunt soul beasts. Zhou Ting, on the other hand, took Zhou Ting by the hand, preparing for a trip home. As for Xiaowu, who remained within the Black Tower, Zhou Ting hadn't forgotten her. After consulting her wishes, he opened the Black Tower's great door in its original location. Zhou Ting inquired about her future plans. She did not respond, her attitude intriguingly ambiguous. Chapter 80. The surprising academy bringing one's beloved home is a moment of immense joy, a feeling of overwhelming happiness in any realm. Ah, such tranquility. Zhou Ting walked ahead, intentionally ignoring Zhou Ting, yet unexpectedly discovered another facet of life, an experience she had never encountered before in a place called home. A sense of peace enveloped her. As she listened to the footsteps behind her, her mind conjured an image of a carefree youth, a slight mischievous smile gracing his lips. The whispers of the wind, the rustling of the trees, the chirping of insects, and the songs of birds, everything felt so splendid. Her life had never been this beautiful. From a young age, she understood the brutal reality that awaited her, a cutthroat competition where survival was at stake, an inescapable fate. She had no one to rely on. Her family, parents, and elders could only provide limited resources and guidance. In the future, she would have to carve her own path through a bloody struggle against her sisters, forging her brilliance with the blood and even lives of her kin. Throughout her life, the only solace she clung to was the image of her betrothed, Daimubai, whom she had never met. All the elders in her family had told her that they were destined to face the future together. However, like a bolt from the blue, her sister delivered devastating news. Daimubai had escaped the palace, fleeing the Starluo Empire. At that time, she was merely 8 years old. Her martial soul awakened for less than 2 years, her strength exceedingly feeble. The merciless competitive nature of her family severed all familial bonds, leaving her in a state of endless anxiety, a continual torment. With no one to confide in and no one to lean on, despair gradually enveloped her spirit. Yet, she was Zhou Ting, and even in the depths of despair, she refused to surrender. Her only choice was to strive relentlessly, to persevere without faltering. 3 years later, within her family, she recognized the escalating danger of her situation, with no glimmer of hope in sight. Resolutely, the young girl left her home, narrowly escaping her sister's pursuit, venturing into unfamiliar lands and cities in search of him. However, upon meeting, her last shred of hope was extinguished. The mountains were alive with the melodies of birds, while below lay a serene and peaceful village. Was this the Sacred Soul Village? Indeed, a tranquil place, a secluded haven, although not completely isolated from the world. Few outsiders visited. The village was largely self-sufficient, and its inhabitants possessed little wealth. If one sought to earn money, the best route lay through Notting City, a vital hub connecting two great empires, desperately in need of food and vegetables. The Sacred Soul village remained unchanged from months prior. The villagers adhered to a rhythm of rising with the sun and resting at dusk. The vibrant chaos of the world beyond, the passions and conflicts, was but an external affair. "Tingo, you have returned," exclaimed old Jack, his eyes sparkling with joy at the sight of his most outstanding grandson. He moved with surprising agility for someone who had labored his entire life, appearing far younger than his 70-plus years. Thanks to years of consuming the rejuvenating honey of the Jade Emperor. Yet, he still clutched his cane, perhaps because it was simply convenient. "Grandfather?" Zhou Yu inquired. Glancing at the ethereal girl beside his grandson, his heart swelling with surprise, this girl was far superior to Xiao Wu. Old Jack felt a great sense of pride. He had long believed that Xiao Wu's exuberance was unsuitable as a match. "Grandfather, this is Zhou Ting, my good friend. I brought her along to visit," Zhou Ting introduced, attempting to avoid old Jack's inquisitive gaze as she greeted him softly. Good. This thoughtful young lady is truly delightful." Old Jack's eyes crinkled with happiness as he stroked his silver beard, filled with satisfaction. "You are most welcome here. What are you standing around for? Hurry and take Zhou Ting home." Zhou Ting chuckled helplessly, dutifully playing the part of the grandson. Upon returning home and greeting his parents, Zhou Ting finally managed to rescue the blushing Zhou Ting from the embrace of family members. "Are you adjusting well?" he asked. Zhou Ting nodded before shaking her head. Was it adaptation or discomfort? She had bewildered Zhou Ting entirely, while she felt somewhat overwhelmed by the warmth of her uncle and aunt. It was undeniably a comforting sensation, a brand new experience unlike any she had known before. The couple exchanged hushed whispers, while the family tactfully refrained from intruding. Yet, Zhou Ting noticed a lack of familiar voices. Where were those two chatterboxes? Where are Rua and Zhou Shi? He asked. One couldn't help but admire Zhou Mu's tenacity. She had given birth to a rare pair of twins, one boy and one girl. From that point on, Zhou Mu became the greatest asset of the Zhou family. While Zhou Fu's status diminished, among the twins, the elder sister was named Zhou Rua, and the younger brother was Zhou Shi. When Zhou Ting returned home months ago, he had found them to be well-behaved infants. However, it hadn't taken long for their mischievous natures to reveal themselves, turning the household upside down. Now, their unusual silence felt out of place. Old Jack exchanged a glance with his son and daughter-in-law, signaling them to speak. "My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." Indeed, about a month ago, several scholars arrived in the village. They were knowledgeable, well-versed in astronomy and geography. Subsequently, they established a school by the creek outside the village, where the village children learned to read and perform arithmetic. This is reasonable, yet Zhou Ting couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Sacred Soul Village is remote, rarely frequented by outsiders. Typically, the only visitors are soul masters from the Spirit Hall, who come annually to help awaken the children's martial souls. It was precisely for this reason that Tang Hao could remain hidden in Sacred Soul Village for so long without detection. So why were these learned scholars here? And why the establishment of a school? This was decidedly unusual. What could their true intentions be? Sacred Soul Village is Zhou Ting's home. And with suspicion brewing in his heart, action was imperative, immediate, and unavoidable. Is that so? Then I must go take a look, Zhou Ting declared. Grasping Zhou Ting's hand and heading outside, Zhou Fu's expression shifted, and he called out urgently. Wait. Old Jack's cane swiftly landed on his son's thigh, interrupting his words. Zhou Ting turned, his face reflecting confusion, feigning ignorance while clearly aware of the situation. What is it? Caught off guard, Zhou Fu's face stiffened, his demeanor awkward. Old Jack, wise with age, offered a plausible explanation with a smile. Isn't it that we are concerned you might not know the way? It's nearly noon. Rua and Zhou Shi will soon be back from school. How about we eat first? Zhou Mu's expression relaxed as she quickly chimed in. Yes, Tinger. Let us eat first. There will be plenty of opportunities to visit later. Zhou Fu nodded in agreement. Indeed, there will be ample opportunities in the future. The three individuals displayed an unusually intense reaction. There is certainly a significant issue at hand. Zhou Ting pondered inwardly while outwardly responding with agreeable affirmations. Very well. We shall postpone our visit. A sense of relief washed over the trio, and they immediately felt at ease. Zhu Ting gently tugged at Zhou Ting's hand, her eyes revealing a sense of inquiry, as she too had discerned the Zhou family's concealment. Is it because of me? Zhou Ting, with a serious expression, conveyed through a glance. No, they wish for no one to be aware of it, myself included. Chapter 81. Crossing over in a harmonious family setting. After enjoying a delightful lunch, everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. Some patrolled the village, others toiled in the fields, while a few went off to school. Life continued as usual. In this quaint mountain village, the Zhou family had achieved financial independence. Their labor served merely to stave off idleness. Together with their relatives and neighbors, they engaged in their work leisurely, exchanging gossip and laughter, their hearts filled with contentment. Such a life is truly flavorful. As long as they were happy. Zhou Ting felt no need to intervene. Let us go. All right. Zhou Ting readily agreed. Her curiosity about the school piqued. Why was this family so reticent about it? Even the 4-year-old twins kept tight-lipped? What could be so solemn about a school? The Zhou family's reactions to the mention of the school were peculiar, marked by both reverence and fear, accompanied by a strange yearning, a yearning bordering on greed. Indeed, they shared a profound understanding. Upon hearing Zhou Ting's teasing remark, Zhou Ting rolled her eyes, showing no signs of embarrassment. After the awkwardness of the morning, she could proudly declare to the world, she, Zhou Ting, had developed a resilience that knew no fear. Regretting his failed attempt at jest, Zhou Ting felt a tinge of disappointment as life became a little less amusing. Growing up in Shahan village, he had been in a daze, yet his memories remained intact. While he could not claim to know every tree and blade of grass, recognizing a new structure was a simple task. On the hillside by the stream, a cluster of wooden buildings was nestled within the trees, rustic and harmonious, exuding a unique aesthetic. What remarkable craftsmanship! Zhou Ting exclaimed. The artistry displayed by these wooden structures was on par with the palaces of the Xinglua Empire, built by the empire's finest architects. The fact that a mere remote mountain village could boast such architectural splendor left Zhou Ting in awe. With such skill, they could be regarded as scholars well-versed in ancient and modern knowledge. She believed it. Zhou Ting had discerning eyes, after all. He was someone who had only seen the imperial palace of the Tiando Empire. Yet, doubts lingered in his heart. What were they after? What could Shanghan village possibly offer? Moreover, why the secrecy surrounding these matters? Zhou Ting, ever curious, peered around and suddenly spotted a stone tablet at the school's entrance, inscribed with characters. What script is this? I do not recognize it. Could it be an ancient script that has been lost to time? The characters were square, with strokes that danced in various directions. Zhou Ting was astonished. These two characters should not be here. At the heart of the school stood a colossal wooden pavilion, soaring several meters high, its doorframe adorned with the words, Conference Hall. 10 elderly men sat in silence, their expressions stoic, until one could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Today, 2 outsiders entered the village. Elder 10. Are you referring to that young couple? Indeed, it is they. Our secret must not be. The crowd erupted in hushed discussions. The foremost elder toyed with a bizarre black object, its surface gleaming and smooth, clearly showing signs of prolonged handling. Enough. The 9 elders fell silent, turning their attention to the speaking elder, listening intently to the senior elder's admonition. These 2 are not mere outsiders. The young man is Zhou Jieka's grandson, and the young woman is his friend. They cannot be considered strangers. Opinions diverged. However, this time, remarkably, everyone was in dissent. Elder, they are not ordinary people. They are unique soul masters in this world. If they harbor ill intentions, Elder 10 had completely forgotten that Zhou Ting and his companions were the locals in this scenario, while he was the outsider, discussing treachery. Elder 3. A staunch adversary of Elder 10, always opposed anything Elder 10 supported and vice versa, and this instance was no exception. That cannot be said. Shanghan village is our foundation for integrating into this world. It is the cornerstone of our Tang sect's development. If we take action against them, it will surely cause a rift with the village. The Tang sect, a faction that should not exist in this world, at least not at this moment. Elder 10 scoffed, his sarcasm dripping. Humph, indecisive and lacking decisiveness. You, Elder 3 seethed. The Tang sect was divided into inner and outer disciples. Without delving into the outer sect, the inner sect had 10 elders, with the senior elder also serving as the sect leader. The 10 elders represented not just their individual positions, but also the interests of their respective factions, bound by blood ties. The senior elder surveyed the room. The multitude of eyes revealed an abundance of unspoken thoughts. Except for the foolish Elder 3, who opposed for the sake of opposition. The others largely concurred with Elder 10's perspective. They deemed the sudden appearance of the young couple to be a significant threat, a threat that must be eradicated. This principle was inscribed in the Tang sect's Xiantian treasure record, a regulation that must be upheld, just like a year prior, when the exceptionally talented disciple, Tang San, an outer disciple, had illicitly studied the sect's highest teachings, the Xiantian treasure record, even resurrecting several nearly extinct top-tier hidden weapons. Yet, he had violated sect rules, and thus he had to die. Tang San leaped from a cliff, choosing death as a declaration of his resolve, having taken such drastic measures. It was unclear what he meant by his resolve. In any case, the Tang sect had lost an extraordinary talent. Even the sect leader and senior elder could not defy the will of the majority to save him. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the enthralling content. At the cliff's base, they witnessed a miraculous scene. Upon a vibrant redstone, a portal flickered into view. From that point on, the cliff base became a forbidden area for the Tang sect. A year later, a disciple reported unusual activity around the portal. Upon entering, they arrived in a new realm, the world of soul masters. On the opposite bank of the stream, Zhou Ting was struck by the inscription of Tang sect on the stone tablet, leaving him in a state of turmoil as he comprehended many things in that moment. If Tang San could do it, why couldn't he the Tang sect? If that were indeed the case, Tang San sought to establish the Tang sect. Yet someone had done so in his stead. If they were to meet again, last time, it ended in a declaration of death. How would he respond this time? Tang San was in for a rough time. However, Zhou Ting felt no sense of schadenfreude. Only profound concern lingered. The Tang sect, a faction teeming with assassins and killers, had suddenly traversed into the Douluo continent. How should they respond? In that instant, the words Tang sect transformed in his eyes into a swirling vortex, a colossal whirlpool capable of engulfing everything, extending towards him. Things had taken a turn for the serious. Grabbing Zhou Ting, who was eager to investigate further, he shook his head with a grave expression. Let us go. Sensing his resolute demeanor, Zhou Ting refrained from further questions and followed him silently. Upon returning home, Zhou Ting could no longer contain her curiosity. What is going on? Do you recognize those characters? Zhou Ting remained silent, channeling his soul power as dozens of Jade Emperor bees dispersed in all directions, establishing indiscriminate surveillance within a 100-meter radius. No outsiders from neighboring villages were present. The school felt oddly amiss. If they were still attending classes there, we must investigate further. Zhou Ting shook her head, reminiscing about the intelligence from the Tang sect and the unspoken hopes of her family. Suddenly, the reason dawned upon her. The Tang sect possessed an object that no one on the Douluo continent could refuse, whether one was a soul master or an ordinary individual. The allure remained the same. The sacred soul village, which yearned for the emergence of another formidable soul master, could hardly resist such a temptation. This enticement was none other than the internal cultivation techniques. Even without the Tang sect's supreme internal skill, the Xiantian skill, merely possessing the most basic internal cultivation methods could allow one to harness inner strength. In this realm, inner strength was referred to as soul power. Who could possibly resist such a desire? Chapter 82. The Unprincipled Escape. What should be done? Zhou Ting is equally eager to find a solution. All troubles stem from insufficient strength. If only Zhou Ting possessed the prowess of Bai Bai Dong, there would be no fear of them. He could effortlessly subdue the Tang sect and even gaze upon the splendor of another world. Returning to reality. It is highly likely that the members of the Tang sect lack martial souls and are not soul masters. However, their mastery of the profound heavenly skill grants them an impressive reservoir of internal energy, likely at levels between 50 and 60. This is evident from their ability to pursue Tang San, who, despite being at the 6th level of the heavenly skill, was intentionally holding back. The Tang sect is renowned for its expertise in poison and hidden weapons, and given Tang San's performance, it is unsurprising that the elders of the Tang sect exhibit combat capabilities at the 70th level. Should Zhou Ting find himself targeted, his fate would be sealed. Upon reaching such a conclusion, Zhou Ting could not afford to be reckless. A strategic retreat was imperative. All was as it should be. We shall depart in a few days. In tranquility, with the addition of the Tang Sect Academy, Shanghan Village remains the same, peaceful and harmonious. Exiting the village, as the last gaze shifted away from him, Zhou Ting's expression suddenly relaxed. Reflecting on the anxieties of the past 2 days, he felt a tremendous sense of relief, even allowing a mysterious smile to grace his lips. It appeared that his plan had borne fruit. Since they seemed to have nothing better to do than to establish an academy for children, he would give them tasks to occupy their minds, keeping them too busy to focus on anything else. Yet, poor little San. Zhou Ting shed tears of sympathy. May fortune smile upon him. With a buoyant step, he hastened away, dragging the bewildered Zhou Ting along. Unbeknownst to him, there were those who harbored deep resentment towards him. In another world, at the headquarters of the Tang sect, the elder and sect leader raised a weathered iron piece, his expression laden with complexity. Indeed, is it you? This was the fragment he discovered in the blacksmith's workshop upon his arrival in this realm, seemingly a failed component. A lifetime spent dealing with hidden weapons allowed him to identify it instantly as a part of the Zhuge crossbow from the Tang sect. Later, after learning about this world from old Jack, he initially believed it to be mere coincidence. However, upon hearing the name Tang San, he was struck dumb. But when he found out that Tang San was merely a 12-year-old child, his emotions became exceedingly intricate. A year in the Tang sect equated to 12 years in that other realm. Thud, thud, thud. The elder turned, disliking interruptions during his contemplation. A flicker of impatience crossing his face as he queried in a low voice, "Who?" "It is I." The familiar voice made him recognize the intruder instantly. Old Ten. The elder furrowed his brow, feeling a headache approaching. He was well aware of Old Ten's intentions, yet again, he would dredge up past matters. Such a nuisance. Truly a hassle. Old Ten stood before him, rambling on. Tang San still possesses memories from his previous life. He must die, no matter what. The elder felt a throbbing headache as the image of that smiling face invaded his mind. He wished he could traverse time and space to silence that troublesome mouth. "Curse you, you wretched fool. Why did you have to speak out?" "Zhou Ting, if I don't speak, shall I wait for death?" The scoundrel the elder referred to was currently enjoying himself, accompanied by a lovely companion, reveling in the joys of life. Thus, 10 days passed, spending the night at an inn, sleepless on a lonely pillow. In the spacious and lavish hotel room, the sounds of despair echoed. Thankfully, the soundproofing was effective enough to prevent the manager from ejecting him. "Why? Oh heavens, how could you be so cruel? I merely wish to discuss life and ideals. Nothing more. Big Kitty, why do you not trust me?" Zhou Ting recalled Zhou Ting's rejection, her eyes rolling to the heavens. What about trust? The fundamental essence of relationships? Alas, Zhou Ting lamented, unable to find sleep through the night. Suddenly, buzz, the long-awaited, familiar sound in the dimness of the night was music to his ears. This was not just a simple note. It was salvation. Zhou Ting sprang from his bed, this time, his physical form entering the black tower. The hive, having lain dormant for over a month, finally awakened, buzzing incessantly. On that day, the queen bee had slumbered, and the royal bee colony had descended into a deep sleep akin to a bear's hibernation. Unlike bears, the royal bees did not hibernate to conserve energy for winter, but for the essence of life. Evolution. Today, a month later, they had finally awakened. Within the queen's dwelling, the abundant celestial herb powder had vanished without a trace. The once voluminous queen bee had shrunk to the size of an ordinary bee. Her once opalescent body, now remarkably translucent. Zhou Ting felt a pang of concern. Could it be that the evolution had failed? His heart raced as he extended his pinky finger to touch the queen bee's head, wondering why he chose to use his pinky. It was simply too small. In that instant of contact, a connection was forged between man and bee, a consciousness more vibrant than ever before. It appeared to have succeeded. Yet Zhou Ting remained apprehensive and needed confirmation. "How is it?" "Buzz, buzz." After a thorough exchange, Zhou Ting's anxious heart finally settled, overwhelmed with joy. The evolution was successful. While the queen bee slumbered, she would occasionally flutter her wings, allowing a small amount of powder to drift throughout the hive for all the royal bees to absorb. Moreover, the hive absorbed a portion of the miraculous. After consuming numerous celestial herbs and precious medicinal powders, the bee colony underwent a collective evolution, significantly extending their lifespan and successfully breaking through the millennium barrier, now reaching 1,200 years. Thus, Zhou Ting acquired his first Millennium Soul Ring, marking it as his inaugural Soul Ring. Should this be revealed, it would surely astonish countless individuals. The portal to the first level of the Black Tower swung wide open, and a small head emerged from the threshold. Looking upward, this challenging maneuver was quite taxing on his waist. Wait, how does a child even possess a waist? With a heart full of emotion, the long-hidden little creature finally saw the light of day once more. What a joyous occasion. Bubbling. a purple hue. His mouth stretched wide in glee, nearly bursting with excitement. Those in the know would recognize he was gazing at the soul ring. Those unaware might mistakenly think he was viewing something scandalous. Slurp. He reprimanded the disobedient drool, retracting his little head as the purple soul ring was once again hidden away by his unscrupulous master, leaving its next appearance uncertain. Alas! Such unfortunate encounters. The Millennium Soul Beast, the royal bee, retained its soul skill of the bee's sting, now even sturdier and sharper, with a lingering mild toxin that could torment for an extended period. Of course, the toxin was not lethal. Aside from this, there were no other changes in combat capability. The true significant gain was honey production. Having absorbed countless invigorating powders, the royal bee colony evolved, or rather, it would be more accurate to say they awakened. Thousands of years ago, the royal bees were merely ordinary bees, not even classified as soul beasts. Until Chapter 83, The Relentless Pursuit in a Twist of Fate, a bee inadvertently collected a powder from a soul beast that originated from a celestial herb. This led to the evolution of the queen bee, transcending the mundane and shedding its corporeal form, heralding the birth of a new species of soul beast. The celestial herb powder is extraordinarily unique, only accessible to specific soul beasts, and the unexpectedly evolved Jade Emperor bee is one such creature. From that moment on, the Jade Emperor bees developed an insatiable craving for the celestial herb, a desire encoded within their very genes. Each new acquisition of celestial herb powder facilitated their transformation, explaining why they could instill terror in soul beasts of the Star Doe forest, despite their mere 10,000 years of existence. However, as the energy of the continent waned, celestial herbs grew increasingly scarce, and the Jade Emperor bee lineage suffered severe losses, rendering them unable to seek out the coveted herbs guarded by formidable soul beasts. They were reduced to mere cattle, producing milk for the many soul beasts that now kept them. Everything changed with the unexpected emergence of Zhou Ting, an extraordinary anomaly. The Douluo continent would once again be graced by a breathtaking rainbow that could awe the heavens and move the spirits. Returning to the matter at hand, the production of honey is an innate talent of the Jade Emperor bees, an essential skill for their survival. In their ordinary state, honey promotes longevity, restores vitality, and enhances cultivation. Following their transformation, these effects have intensified, and the royal jelly possesses an exceedingly formidable capability. In another realm, the Tang sect. This is not solely my perspective. The 10th Elder's gaze was resolute. Today, he must compel the Grand Elder to concede, regardless of the cost. Tang San must perish. Reflecting on Tang San's exceptional genius, the Grand Elder sighed in resignation. Must you be so unyielding? The 10th Elder's eyes sparkled with determination, standing tall and exuding a righteous aura. The Tang sect's regulations dictate that traitors must be eradicated to prevent future calamities. The sect's ultimate techniques must never be divulged. Since Tang San's fall a year prior, the Grand Elder has been plagued by regret, and now that Tang San is alive, he is reluctant to relinquish such a prodigious talent. Tang San is also a disciple of the Tang sect. The 10th Elder interrupted him sharply. An outer disciple. A thief among the outer disciples. A stone in a cesspool, foul and unyielding. This is utterly nonsensical. The Grand Elder's fury ignited, his expression turning stern and frigid. Eyes like ancient ice, freezing all in their gaze. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. His words dripped with warning, yet the 10th Elder remained undeterred, steadfast in his convictions. The regulations are not to be flouted. Regulations, huh? How laughable. The Grand Elder wanted to laugh, a mad kind of laughter. But he restrained himself. Those in power would seek any excuse to evade the very regulations that do not serve their interests. The 10th Elder and his faction have violated countless regulations, unbeknownst to the average outer disciple. For instance, privately imparting intersect techniques to outer disciples' descendants and monopolizing advancement channels. The list is endless. When advantageous to them, they ardently defend the regulations, even at the cost of their lives. Take the matter of Tang San. How much selfishness lies behind this? The emergence of a genius is a cause for celebration for any sect. A genius can not only ensure the sect's survival, but also potentially lead it to unprecedented heights. At just over 20 years old, Tang San has reached the 6th layer of the Xian Tiangong and has mastered exceptional skills such as the Purple Extreme Demon Eye, the Xian Jade Hand, and the Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, his strength rivaling that of the Elders. He has also crafted the unparalleled Hidden Weapon, The Buddha-s Fury Tang Lotus, showcasing prodigious talent in concealed weaponry. Undoubtedly, Tang San is the key to the sect's resurgence and could restore the Tang sect to its former glory, reclaiming the highest mastery of its legendary techniques. Surely the elders are aware of this. No, they all know. Yet, Tang San's existence does not align with their interests. Around a table, 10 individuals dined just right. But now there was an insatiable glutton among them. Tang San. Among these 10, there would surely be a few who would go hungry. Each fears being the one left wanting. Furthermore, Tang San is a purely outer disciple, not aligned with their interests, and thus cannot be allowed to remain. The Grand Elder is acutely aware of this. Yet he bears another identity, the leader of the Tang sect, responsible for its future. However, even the forces behind him do not support his stance. But for the sake of the sect's external relations, he must make one last effort. In that world, soul masters possess formidable beings known as titled Douluo, even gods. Our Tang sect holds no advantage. If only Tang San were here. Recalling the Buddha-s Fury Tang Lotus left by Tang San before his leap, the 10th elder felt a flicker of temptation. Yet, considering the rules he had discerned over the past month, he reaffirmed his resolve. We do not need him. The Tang sect must remain pure. Indeed, we do not need him. Precisely. Engrossed in conversation, the Grand Elder failed to notice that the other elders had already arrived. 1-9. Even as the Grand Elder and sect leader, he could not halt their resolve. Suddenly, this venerable figure from one of the most powerful factions in the martial world felt the weight of his years. The unity of the 9 elders, akin to a palace coup, was indeed disheartening. He felt utterly exhausted. Perhaps, it is time for me to retreat. He suddenly saw through it all, relinquished his concerns, and no longer cared. Since you insist, do as you wish. The 9 elders beamed with delight. Their power was secure. However, I must caution you. The Douluo continent is perilous. Do not neglect your own gates and become ensnared. Tang San is doomed. In the core area of the Star Do Forest, the Star Lake, the human's title Douluo has departed. In the lake, a creature with the body of a bull and the tail of a snake spoke with human words, its gaze filled with boundless anticipation. Roar. Bang. Bang. The enormous ape pounded its chest excitedly, its eyes blazing with fervor. Amidst the 2 colossal beasts, a lively girl appeared somewhat apprehensive. Daming, I have been inside once. It is perilous. Splashing. The bull-headed serpent emerged from the water, lying on the ground, locking eyes with the girl. Sister Xiaowu, you know my wish. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that I cannot afford to miss. Xiaowu understood that Daming was the sky-blue bull python, a soul beast that had undergone mutation. Endowed with exceptional talents and unmatched strength, the only one of its kind in the entire continent. This was both a blessing and a curse. An inexplicable loneliness had accompanied it for 100,000 years. Only by transforming into a dragon could it alter its fate. Just over a month ago, it sensed a pure dragon aura, fleeting yet unmistakable, and it pinpointed a general location. However, the toxic mist in the sinkhole was too potent to enter. Later, when the toxins subsided, it ventured inside but became lost and had to retreat. Now, things are indeed different. Erming, locate the position. Xiaowu leapt onto Daming's head, grasping its horns, no longer dissuading him. Chapter 84. Return to the Starry Forest. After a month and a half, we return to the Starry Forest. Alas, it seems I am unable to continue. The Starry Forest is the realm of soul beasts, and how could there be buildings here? Ting, which soul beast will you choose for your 3rd soul ring? Zhou Ting's eyes sparkled with curiosity regarding Zhou Ting's martial soul and soul skills. That was a soul skill capable of summoning a legion of soul beasts. A remarkable power that allowed a 21st level soul master to triumph over a 37th level soul sovereign. I have already decided. The gentle bone charm rabbit. The mention of the gentle bone charm rabbit left Zhou Ting feeling perplexed. She knew well that Xiaowu's martial soul was exactly that, as mentioned during the entrance examination at Shrek Academy. For a moment, she was at a loss regarding Zhou Ting's connection to Xiaowu. It seemed that once again, she would have to hunt rabbits for soul rings. On the other hand, he had gifted her so much precious imperial honey. The intricacies of a man's world truly bewildering. Zhou Ting showed no intention to explain and suddenly became serious. Today, I shall reveal a secret unknown to outsiders. What secret? The young girl's eyes gleamed with excitement. As the saying goes, curiosity can lead one into peril. This only illustrates the intensity of a feline's curiosity. Come forth. The black tower emerged from his palm, hazy and seemingly absorbing the surrounding light, obscuring its true form. This was Zhou Ting's first close encounter with Zhou Ting's martial soul, and her gaze was filled with wonder. She even reached out with her small paw to gently poke the fluffy sphere. Unlike typical martial souls, the Black Tower could obtain soul rings without the need to slay soul beasts. What? Zhou Ting was taken aback, struggling to believe what she had just heard. What Zhou Ting claimed seemed utterly fantastical. For countless millennia, human soul masters had relied on hunting soul beasts to acquire soul rings and enhance their powers. There had never been an exception. Suddenly, she recalled a confidential document she had seen in her family's library, and her heart raced. You are a soul beast. Indeed. Only by transforming into a soul beast can one condense soul rings. That must be it. The implications of his words left her stunned. To say such things, one could accuse him of being a beast. Zhou Ting's face darkened as he playfully tugged at her cat ears. How could you think that? Have you ever seen a Black Tower soul beast? It can only be a soul guide device. Zhou Ting felt a bit embarrassed, allowing Zhou Ting to playfully tug at her unique hair. Once his frustration subsided, he released her, admiring her beautiful hair quality inwardly. Come, let me show you. What? Zhou Ting thought she had misheard. The martial soul, could one enter it? Zhou Ting did not elaborate, taking her delicate hand. Their first physical contact initiated. Zhou Ting stared blankly at the peculiar trees surrounding them, oblivious to the fact that she had been taken advantage of. Flowers bloomed in vibrant colors, exuding delightful fragrances, while industrious bees flitted lazily about, relishing their work. A small creature zipped past her, capturing her attention. Its three-dimensional texture compelled her to reach out. Her unrestrained hand gently poked it, causing the bee to dart back to its hive in an instant. She was left astonished. Alive, with wide eyes, a flushed face, and slightly parted lips. How adorable. Zhou Ting struggled to suppress his impulses, reminding himself, this is unlawful. People in Douluo continent mature rather quickly, but at 11. Perhaps a few more years are in order. Leading Zhou Ting to the entrance of the hive, he guided her to peer inside. Zhou Ting, the honey we have been consuming comes from here. There is an ample supply, so no need to be overly frugal. Nodding dumbly, she gazed in at the languid queen bee. Zhou Ting had no immediate plans to expand the hive, hence it was quite relaxed. However, it was not entirely idle. It needed to participate in the process of producing royal jelly, or the results would be severely diminished. The first batch of royal jelly from the transformed hive was still in the brewing stage, not yet ready for harvest. How marvelous. The young girl's eyes sparkled with fascination, letting go of her aloof demeanor. In truth, her aloofness had been a fade to survive. She had shunned unnecessary social interactions, refusing to squander time on trivial matters. Eventually, it became a habit. Zhou Ting, while feigning modesty, could not hide the pride that shone through his insincere expression. The thought processes of women were often incomprehensible to men. After her astonishment, Zhou Ting posed a penetrating question. What exactly is your relationship with Xiaowu? Regaining her composure, Zhou Ting was filled with suspicion regarding Zhou Ting's intentions in raising rabbits. To be honest, Zhou Ting felt equally lost. I do not know. Sitting side by side with Zhou Ting, he delved into his thoughts but found no clear answers. As you know, my family is merely a humble mountain village. After awakening my martial soul, I lacked funds, resources, and a formidable mentor. Zhou Ting recalled her own circumstances and felt a wave of empathy, not stemming from a shared lack, but from a common experience of hardship. Observing his calm profile stirred an impulse within her to offer him comfort. Zhou Ting remained oblivious to her reaction, continuing his narrative. I first met Xiaowu in the work-study student dormitory. There were 8 or 9 of us in one room. Myself, Tang San from the same village, and the mysterious Xiaowu all in the same year. Little Master, this chapter has more to offer. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It only gets more exciting. When Xiaowu arrived, she defeated everyone in the dormitory, including Tang San. That cannot be right. Zhou Ting recalled Tang San's seemingly endless array of strange techniques and found it hard to believe he could ever lose. Noticing her incredulous expression, Zhou Ting chuckled. Perhaps Tang San was careless, or he was taken in by her beauty and went easy on her. Regardless, he did indeed lose that first match. From that moment on, Xiaowu became the leader of the 7th dormitory, affectionately referred to as Sister Xiaowu. At this point, Zhou Ting reminisced about the sight of Xiaowu with her hands on her hips, boasting grandly, unable to suppress a smile. Subsequently, she defeated the formidable bully of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, earning her title as the school's top girl, revered by all as Sister Xiaowu. Zhou Ting returned to the present, shifting the narrative. Of course, I only stayed at the junior academy for a year, so I am unaware of what transpired afterward. Zhou Ting rolled her eyes, feeling exasperated. Zhou Ting gazed at her with fondness, returning to the main topic upon enrolling. I realized that to obtain an appropriate first soul ring, I could rely on no one but myself. Hearing this, Zhou Ting felt a profound sense of empathy once more. She deeply understood the helplessness and uncertainty he described, recognizing it as a true torment. At that time, Xiao Wu had nothing with her. So I gave her the blanket I had prepared for Tang San in exchange for a promise. A few copper coins bought me a soul master assistant, a truly lucrative deal. In reality, that blanket had been intended for Xiao Wu all along. He simply wished to interrupt the unique bond she shared with Tang San. After the conclusion of the first semester, we ventured into the nearby soul-hunting forest to entice the moonlight bear to attack the beehive, which ultimately allowed us to capture the queen bee and subdue her. In doing so, we successfully brought the remaining swarm under our command. Zhou Ting sighed. Although this assistant was obtained through exchange, I am acutely aware that this transaction is not equitable. I owe her a debt. Zhou Ting pondered thoughtfully. Thus, you have been supplying her with imperial honey, solely for your own peace of mind. Perhaps that is the case. Zhou Ting furrowed her brow, her face reflecting uncertainty. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 85. The devastating defeat. The night was clear, with a dazzling starry sky. As the constellation of the Star Doe forest was adorned in a pristine white veil, exuding an ethereal beauty. The ground trembled, leaves rustled softly. Yet their sound was overshadowed by a tremendous roar, insignificant in comparison. This commotion resembled the heavy and resolute footsteps of a giant moving mountains. Zhou Ting gazed towards the heart of the forest, her cold eyes filled with terror. Is this a soul beast? Zhou Ting, piecing together the situation, wore a strange expression and muttered to himself. How could it be it? Ting good, do you know? Zhou Ting inquired. Zhou Ting nodded with an odd countenance. The king of the forest, the Titan great ape, a soul beast of 100,000 years. One of the dominators of the Star Doe forest. But why has it come to the outskirts? Could it be? Zhou Ting's heart sank as a dreadful thought emerged. Is it looking for me? His expression shifted rapidly between hope and despair. Zhou Ting, however, was oblivious to these complexities. She only knew that facing a 100,000-year soul beast was beyond their capabilities. Grabbing Zhou Ting's hand, she fled without a thought of modesty. After all, they had traversed such boundaries before. Familiarity breeds comfort. Just as they turned, a tremendous crash echoed nearby. Like a comet colliding with the earth, the impact sent them soaring into the air. Then, the world fell silent. Time seemingly paused. Yet, upon landing, a colossal shadow enveloped them, plunging them into darkness. Simultaneously, an unparalleled pressure bore down upon them, rendering them immobile. Stiffly turning their heads, they beheld an enormous black mountain. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a gigantic ape, its eyes glowing like crimson lanterns, its body a mass of muscles harder than steel, an embodiment of raw power. In contrast to Zhou Ziking's despair, Zhou Ting, understanding the gravity of the situation, remained calm, noting more details. The Titan great ape, its fur was sparse, not due to age, but marked by numerous burn scars. Upon connecting his spiritual energy, Zhou Ting felt an intense flame scorching. In other areas, he sensed a familiar force and extreme coldness. It was the Eye of Ice and Fire. The realization struck Zhou Ting with astonishment, compounded by the fact that he had yet to see that person. Panic surged within him as he called out, "Where is Xiao Wu?" The Titan great ape's blood-red eyes brimmed with ferocity, yet upon seeing the pendant around Zhou Ting's neck, a flicker of clarity returned to its gaze. That was a token from Sister Xiao Wu. The Titan great ape extended its massive palm, the size of a small room, placing it before Zhou Ting, a gesture of invitation. The palm was charred black, emitting the lingering scent of burnt fur and a hint of roasted meat. Clearly, it had suffered greatly in the Eye of Ice and Fire. Realizing this, Zhou Ting understood Xiao Wu's intentions when she asked him to leave the bottle behind. Much like Zhao Wuji's earthly golden bear, which could track targets through the sweetness of honey, the Titan great ape was undoubtedly sensitive to the scent of Yuhuang honey, which led it here. Yet, given the peculiarities of the Eye of Ice and Fire, why would Xiao Wu take such a risk? With her absence, something must have gone awry. However, in his moment of desperation, he had inadvertently exposed certain truths. Turning to the girl beside him, Zhou Ting realized that unless he silenced her, Xiao Wu's identity could not remain concealed. Let us go. Sitting in the Titan great ape's palm, Zhou Ziking felt dazed and uncertain. With their secret now unveiled, Zhou Ting resolved to be honest with her. Open communication was far preferable to leaving her to ponder alone. After all, Misunderstandings often arise in such circumstances. Even the closest of relationships could be jeopardized by misinterpretations. Weren't you speculating that I might be a soul beast? Zhou Ting was taken aback by a sudden revelation. Then, recalling Zhou Ting's strange rapport with the Titan Great Ape, a bold hypothesis surged in her mind. Xiao Wu is a transformed soul beast. Zhou Ting silently nodded, carefully observing her reaction. Surprise, shock, horror, but no greed. Of course, if the girl were too calculating, that would be a different matter. For now, however, no sinister signs were apparent. Beneath the central area of the Star Lake, a bottomless undercurrent flowed, untouched even by the Tianqing Niumang. At that moment, the Tianqing Niumang and Xiao Wu were suspended in the depths, drifting with the water's currents. Zhou Ting soared in the air, catching glimpses of a long serpent shadow beneath the surface. The Titan Great Ape seemed fully awakened, its eyes filled with profound sorrow. Over half a month ago, they had entered the sinkhole, guided solely by the keen scent of Yuhuang honey, traversing without incident, heading directly to the heart of danger. They had entered the Eye of Ice and Fire, where the enigmatic celestial herbs had vanished, leaving only the spring water and some peculiar cocoons pulsating with strange light. They expanded and contracted in a perpetual cycle as if breathing. Upon counting, Xiao Wu was further astonished. Master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The story only gets more thrilling. There were 11 cocoons in total, and on that day, Zhou Ting had witnessed precisely 11 individuals leave. Xiao Wu explained everything, urging them once more to depart. Yet, they remained undeterred. Tianqing Niumang, Deming, was even more eager to plunge into the spring water from whence the dragon aura emanated. What followed would be a nightmare etched into Deming's memory for a lifetime. But alas, it could not voice its torment, for it was incapable of speech. Zhou Ting pondered briefly before diving into the Star Lake, instantly feeling the lake's mystical properties. The life energy within him surged. Life energy was the term Zhou Ting had coined for the ceaseless flow of energy within his body. This lake bore a faint life energy. In truth, all living beings possess such energy. However, most creatures could neither utilize it nor absorb external life energy. Yet, the waters of the Star Lake were different. Though the life energy was weak, it could be passively absorbed. No wonder Deming had placed them here. Gently manipulating his internal life energy, he focused his intent, and his eyes shone like two small suns, radiating a searing brilliance. A smile crept onto Zhou Ting's lips, revealing a flicker of hope. There's a way. With a powerful thrust, his body plummeted swiftly. The deeper he descended, the denser the life energy in the water became. Between the two horns, the once carefree and lively Xiao Wu now resembled a slumbering beauty, her form as white as snow. No, that was snow. Her body was enveloped in a shroud of ice and snow, an indelible presence, impervious even to the life-giving waters of the lake, which could not melt it away. Chapter 86. Treatment Plan. Knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, one still ventures into their domain. Why must this be so? Beneath the snowman, the azure scales of the celestial python are shattered, revealing a body in tatters, with exposed white bones and charred, mangled innards. Such grievous injuries, yet the spirit beast clings to life, exhibiting remarkable vitality. Conversely, Xiao Wu, though the least attacked, suffers from insufficient cultivation. Zhou Ting focused his energy, placing his hand upon Xiao Wu's smooth forehead. A chill coursed through him, akin to traversing a frozen landscape in the heart of winter, where the cold penetrates every crevice. This was precisely the sensation. Trembling, a surge of life energy erupted, flowing through Zhou Ting's palm. The life energy in the lake seemed to have found its target, rushing towards him. The concentration of life energy around Zhou Ting rapidly intensified, amplifying the effect significantly. In no time, a day had passed. The ice and snow melted away, revealing a pale, delicate visage. Had she not transformed into a spirit beast? Her essence differing from that of humans, she would have perished long ago in the frigid grasp of death. Yet, her current state was perilously close to demise. Xiao Wu awoke from her stupor, her eyes opening devoid of focus. Suddenly, an overwhelming panic flashed across her gaze. She could no longer feel her body, and when she tried to move her fingers, the signals failed to transmit. She attempted to call out, only to find herself silenced. As she recognized Zhou Ting before her, an urgent desire to inquire about her condition surged within her, yet words eluded her. Zhou Ting sat opposite her, a flicker of compassion in his eyes. At that moment, Xiao Wu was no longer the snowman, but a figure of despair. Her skin was a mottled shade of dark red, and her once beautiful face was transforming. Her lustrous black hair, now reduced to shambles. Was this not akin to a rotten egg? Any self-respecting girl would find such a fate intolerable. Fortunately, she was oblivious to her appearance. Understanding her distress, Zhou Ting refrained from mockery. Instead, he forged a mental link between them with a mere thought. Your body has suffered severe frostbite. Your entire skin, muscles, nerves, and even bones have been frozen beyond repair. Thankfully, your brain was safeguarded by your spirit power, and the freezing of your body has delayed your demise. Yet, regardless of how one views it, you are, without a doubt, a person on the brink of death. Xiao grasped the gravity of the situation, her heart sinking into despair. Am I truly to die like this? Zhou Ting smiled gently, offering reassurance. Do not worry. All is not lost. Yet, how can one not worry when apart from your brain and eyes, every part of you lies frozen and devoid of sensation? You are on the verge of death. After 100,000 years as a spirit beast, to have only transformed for a mere 12 years. Is her youthful life to end so soon? She had yet to fully experience being human. Perhaps, transformation was a grave mistake. Had she entered in her spirit beast form? Such a minor injury. Zhou Ting was not merely comforting her. There was indeed a chance for salvation. Do not despair, there is hope. A flicker of hope ignited within Xiao Wu, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. How can I be saved? Within the ice and fire duality eye, there exists a rare herb known as the Heartbreak Red, a treasure among celestial herbs, reputed for its miraculous ability to restore life to the dead and mend shattered bones. Consuming it would grant you a rebirth. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in excitement as she gazed at Zhou Ting, her heart brimming with hope. Could it be? Xiao Wu has a chance. However, the conditions for harvesting the Heartbreak Red are exceedingly stringent. It must be collected by one pure of heart, who then drips their blood upon it to claim ownership. Under normal circumstances, with her feelings solely for Tang's sand, she would have undoubtedly succeeded. But under the current circumstances, uncertainty loomed. Xiao Wu found herself at a loss. Suddenly, Zhou Ting changed the subject, spreading his hands in resignation. Alas, that celestial herb has been taken by the Pope Bibi Dong. As a rank 99 limit Douluo, attempting to wrest it from her would be nearly impossible. If it is impossible, then why speak of it at all? I am still to die? Xiao Wu seethed, her heart heavy with sorrow, nearly on the verge of tears. Zhou Ting chuckled before continuing with the second plan. Do not fret. I have a second approach. The life energy of this lake is remarkably potent. And with the right medicinal concoction, a rebirth could indeed be achieved, albeit it may take a bit longer. A longer wait is a small price to pay if it means survival. Life still holds promise, and Xiao Wu's heart finally found solace. Yet, in the blink of an eye, her gaze sharpened, piercing Zhou Ting's vulnerabilities. Did you just toy with me, Zhou? Absolutely. This is utterly infuriating. Zhou Ting, discerning her thoughts, returned her gaze defiantly. What are you glaring at? If you have the ability, rise and strike me. Xiao Wu felt helpless. She could not rise. After a brief pause, she regained her composure, noticing Zhou Ting sitting idly, without any intention to act, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded. Could he have sensed her desire to retaliate and thus grown angry? After waiting a while longer, Zhou Ting remained inactive, and she could no longer contain herself, her eyes narrowing in impatience. Why the delay? Zhou Ting awkwardly scratched his chin, offering a sheepish smile as his gaze wandered elsewhere. Well, the medicine is still in preparation. It requires some time. Xiao Wu was on the verge of exploding in frustration, yet her insides betrayed her, rendering her incapable of such fury. Feeling a twinge of guilt under Xiao Wu's scrutinizing gaze, Zhou Ting hastily defended himself. Do not look at me with such eyes. The medicine is intricate and requires time to concoct. Had it not been for my presence, you would not only have missed your chance at treatment but also struggled to awaken. The more he spoke, the more he felt justified. Indeed, he had merely teased her a bit, yet he was still endeavoring to save her life. He completely overlooked that the timing was inappropriate. Xiao Wu stood on the precipice of life and death, her emotions far from stable, unable to withstand such tumultuous emotional swings. Had it not been for the abundant life energy in this place, who knows what might have occurred. In truth, Zhou Ting harbored another promising treatment plan, one that could yield results. Within the ice and fire duality he had collected 2 celestial herbs, the fiery apricot blossom and the 8-pointed xianbing grass. Consuming both simultaneously could also bring about a rebirth. Moreover, as Xiao Wu had been severely harmed by extreme ice attributes, these herbs would counteract her affliction perfectly. It was not that Zhou Ting was unwilling to use them. Rather, This was the most perilous option among the three. To consume both herbs concurrently necessitated a special environment, requiring the user to remain at the boundary of the ice and fire duality, utilizing the unique conditions to balance the medicinal effects and prevent chaos. Yet, Zhou Ting was acutely aware that the current state of the ice and fire duality was fraught with peril, even without Xiao Wu's commentaries. Regardless, he had no desire to meet the same fate as Xiao Wu. Prodding her forehead, Zhou Ting was irresistibly curious about what transpired within the ice and fire duality. Pray tell, what experiences did you endure there? Chapter 87. The ashamed and indignant Xiao Wu on that day. Although Xiao Wu was gravely injured and on the brink of death, she felt an extraordinary sense of vitality. This injury had rendered her mind remarkably calm, both psychologically and physically. In short, her mental fortitude had bizarrely increased, which could be seen as a blessing in disguise. However, this form of fortune was one she had no desire for. Half a month prior, after the formidable Jade Emperor Bee had severely wounded the high-level soul beasts of the Star Dough Forest thousands of years ago, Erming had raised a swarm of these bees, occasionally harvesting their honey. Xiao Wu and Deming also participated. Subsequently, Erming developed an unusually keen sense of smell for the honey, a peculiarity that Xiao Wu and Deming did not share, which struck them as quite odd. With the assistance of Zhou Ting, Erming followed the scent to the Eye of Ice and Fire, encountering no obstacles along the way. Upon entering, Deming sensed a faint dragon aura beneath the spring water and immediately dove in. Xiao Wu and Erming, lacking swimming skills, remained on the shore to keep watch. In less than a quarter of an hour, Deming ascended in a panic, pursued by 4 bizarre mist orbs. At that moment, Deming was already injured, bearing signs of frostbite and burns, his body spasming in agony. The 4 mist orbs, one black, one milky white, one crimson, and one colorless and transparent, hovered above the spring, refraining from further pursuit of Deming. Yet, before Xiao Wu and the others could relax, the 3 orbs, excluding the black one, began to tremble in unison, sending out invisible ripples. Tension filled the air as Xiao Wu and her companions braced themselves, but the ripples bore no aggressive intent. The strange scene filled them with dread, and exchanging glances, they retreated, intending to flee. As they cautiously backed toward the mist wall, they suddenly regretted their cautiousness. If only they had run sooner. From the cocoon emerged 11 humanoid creatures, each adorned with butterfly wings. To this day, the memory of those 11 beings sends shivers down Xiao Wu's spine. They could no longer be deemed human. With complete facial features, they were covered in fine white furs, and 2 enormous canine teeth protruded from either side of their lips. They resembled something more akin to insects than humans. While the mist orbs remained still, the 11 emerged from their cocoons and simultaneously attacked them. Their strikes, though not as terrifying as those of the mist orbs, still caused Xiao Wu and her companions considerable suffering. Had it not been for Deming and Erming's desperate protection, Xiao Wu would have never escaped. As Deming and Erming struggled to fend off the attackers, she relied on her teleportation skill to evade, but they were ensnared in a toxic fog. Deming and Erming were unafraid, but Xiao Wu was not so fortunate. With limited space to dodge, she ultimately succumbed to a hit from an ice ball. And then, she lost consciousness. Upon hearing the account, Zhou Ting's expression turned peculiarly odd. So, Daimu Bai has transformed into a monster? My enemy has thus easily diminished. Surprisingly, Zhou Ting did not exhibit joy at this revelation. Although they were adversaries, Daimu Bai posed little threat to him. Suddenly, Zhou Ting recalled the avalanche incident. He too was involved among those 11 individuals. I haven't even made a move, and 2 enemies are already dead? I must be exceptionally fortunate. Xiao Wu could not comprehend the strange smile on Zhou Ting's face, nor did she wish to. Are you intentionally trying to comfort me? Am I beyond saving? Speak the truth to me. I won't hold it against you. Her outward strength belied the turmoil in her small, anxious eyes, revealing her true feelings. Words could no longer assuage her spiraling thoughts. Zhou Ting realized he needed tangible evidence. The genuine antidote was still in production, but a diluted version was readily available. So please wait a moment. In the next instant, Zhou Ting's mental energy surged into the 9th level of the Black Tower, then to the 1st level, where he ignited the Queen Bee's small head and whispered a few commands. The Queen Bee immediately rallied her subordinates into action. 1 minute later, Zhou Ting emerged satisfied, holding a vial of liquid, red like burning flames. What is this? Xiao Wu's face turned pale with terror. As soon as her mental energy made contact with the glass vial, she felt an intense heat, a temperature capable of incinerating everything. She suddenly recalled having seen something similar before. No, this is the red mist orb. Zhou Ting remained unfazed, still smiling. Oh, so you recognize it. But fret not. This is of the same origin as what you encountered. It's merely a smaller dosage. As Zhou Ting approached, Xiao Wu's anxiety intensified. No, I've just been thawed. I do not wish to be burned, nor do I want to endure the dual torment of fire and ice. The notion of enduring such torment? Was it intentional or accidental? Zhou Ting began to suspect if Xiao Wu was a time traveler. Yet, considering her demeanor, such a foolish idea was quickly dismissed. A wicked smile spread across Zhou Ting's face, revealing his sinister intentions. It's all right. Since you've been frozen, let us warm you up. Xiao Wu was on the brink of collapse, her mental stability wavering, her speech fragmented. No. You, at most, won't call me Zhou Zi. Zhou Ting understood her meaning, inching closer with keen interest as he savored her desperate struggles. Then what shall you call me from now on? Xiao Wu hesitated, and under the threat of being roasted, she reluctantly acquiesced, just a little. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Ting Di. No, I am older than you. Xiao Wu's eyes widened. She had never encountered someone so shameless. You jest. Even disregarding my age as a soul beast, I am still older than you in human years. Zhou Ting paid no heed to this, raising the vial of red liquid as if to pour it upon her. He chuckled, I merely desire a younger sister. Not an older sister. You. Xiao Wu could endure no longer, but as she watched her frail body poised to be scorched, she felt genuine urgency. Fine, I agree. Just hurry up. Drip. Even without hearing, she perceived the sound of liquid dripping. Under her anxious gaze, the red droplets, enveloped in soul energy, fell onto her chest. She felt nothing. Helplessly witnessing her body suffer, she was utterly powerless. This is the most terrifying aspect of time. You. Zhou Ting wasted no words, lifting her small head slightly to glimpse the darkened skin on her chest, where the battle between fire and ice commenced. Suddenly, a patch of white appeared on her skin. What is this? Xiao Wu was elated, but in the next moment, her expression transformed. A mix of shame and fury washing over her, not only due to the change in skin color, but also because... Zhou Ting abruptly severed the connection, his head spinning, nearly toppling over. Damn it, woman. Zhou Ting, I will kill you. Xiao Wu was consumed by impotent rage. Her eyes filled with shame and indignation, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Although she is a soul beast, she has lived as a human for many years. Zhou Ting disdainfully curled her lip, once again constructing a bridge and retorting with sarcasm. At such a young age, what could you possibly? No, you should truly feel embarrassed. With that, Zhou Ting severed the bridge, denying Xiao Wu the opportunity to scold her. Observing the vivacious Xiao Wu, Zhou Ting busily prepared the medicine while deliberately ignoring the predatory gaze of Xiao Wu. Murmuring to herself, perhaps this is for the best. If she focuses solely on me, she will not indulge in frivolous thoughts. I am truly magnificent. Sacrificing myself to save others, offering my flesh to feed the eagle. With this thought, a more radiant smile spread across Zhou Ting's face. Chapter 88. The aftermath of injury having coated Xiao Wu's entire body with a layer of red essential oil, Zhou Ting proceeded to wrap her in a cloak. Only then did Xiao Wu feel a modicum of relief. Yet, how could she truly feel at ease? Internally, she was in utter turmoil. Putting aside the embarrassment of being rendered completely bare, having her body exposed to the world was simply intolerable. Zhou Ting, having glimpsed Xiao Wu's vulnerability, felt a tinge of regret, were it not for the murderous gaze fixed upon him that instilled a sense of guilt. He might have desired to provide Xiao Wu with a soothing massage to invigorate her circulation, although, truth be told, her body was devoid of any vitality. On the surface, Xiao Wu appeared to have returned to normal, yet it was merely an illusion of beauty. At this moment, she felt as if her limbs had been severed, leaving her unable to exert control over them. This was not her most pressing concern. In her previous life, advanced medical technology allowed for the reattachment of severed limbs. And in this life, the healing abilities of spirit masters were equally astonishing and could achieve similar feats. However, this was not a typical case of severed limbs. Xiao Wu's condition resembled that of a cadaver in a medical school, sliced into pieces, rendering treatment exceedingly challenging. After gently patting Xiao Wu's fair forehead, Zhou Ting stood up. Believing Zhou Ting was about to depart, Xiao Wu felt a surge of panic. However, her grasp of spiritual energy was not yet refined enough to establish a communicative bridge like Zhou Ting, so she resorted to sending him imploring glances. Where are you going? As for the murderous intent, it was merely a normal stress response. Any woman would react similarly upon realizing her vulnerability. Rest assured, I will not abandon you. Xiao Wu felt somewhat reassured, her eyes settling into a semblance of calm. However, Zhou Ting's next words incited her ire once more. Besides, it's more enjoyable to massage you once you're healed. Staying still is rather dull. What a despicable lecher. Not only had he seen her naked, but he also wished to lay hands on her. Xiao Wu's gaze turned icy. Once I recover, I shall break your hands. A chill ran down her spine, yet Zhou Ting remained unfazed, merely smiling as he retrieved various potions, both icy and fiery, to treat Deming, applying honey externally. Such a hefty quantity, I truly feel cheated, he lamented. Then, Zhou Ting recalled Ming's injuries, realizing that a mere few bottles would not suffice. He shot a fierce glare at the unconscious Deming, inwardly grumbling. What is the purpose of your large size? Such a waste of resources. Deming and Ming, can you blame us? Our size is a racial trait. Zhu Shiqing awoke from her meditation, noticing Zhou Ting tending to the Titan great ape. How is Xiao Wu? Zhou Ting stood atop Ming's head, observing the sadly collapsed back of its skull. It appeared rather grim. If it were any deeper, the brain might be irrevocably damaged. It will be fine in a few days, he replied, choosing not to disclose the full extent of the situation. By the way, we will be staying here for a few days. Here, take this. Zhu Shiqing gazed in astonishment at the object in Zhou Ting's hand. She recognized it. She had arrived too late to procure the immortal herb, and due to her insufficient cultivation, she had failed to collect the precious medicinal herbs, leaving her disheartened for quite some time. This is a spirit mushroom picked by Bon Douluo. Is it for me? The girl's eyes shimmered with anticipation. If it's not for you, then who else could it be for? I have no need for it. What I require is its accompanying properties. A month and a half had passed since he acquired the spirit mushroom, and he had already obtained what he sought. As he placed the spirit mushroom into Zhu Shiqing's hands, he elaborated, this is a 9-tier purple mushroom, though not an immortal herb. It is among the finest of spirit mushrooms, known for its ability to strengthen the foundation and enhance energy. Consuming it may offer a chance for your martial soul to evolve. Originally, this exquisite spirit mushroom had been gifted to Yu Xiaojiang by Tang San, allowing him to break the level 30 barrier and gain a new lease on life. However, recalling the incident before fleeing the ice and fire in Yagai, Zhou Ting remembered that Tang San and his companions had also harvested several medicinal herbs, though they were not immortal herbs. Zhou Ting's determined and authoritative gaze left no room for refusal. Zhu Shiqing ultimately accepted it in silence, thinking to herself that she owed enough already. With this thought, her heart felt considerably lighter. As the potions gradually disappeared, it became evident that Ming's injuries remained unhealed. Its skull still sagged. However, Ming could sense that the foreign energy at the wound sites had been eradicated, and with its formidable physical strength and remarkable recovery abilities, it would soon mend. The bloodshot veins in Ming's eyes diminished significantly, and it let out a triumphant howl, filled with exhilaration. Today, the ruler of the Star Doe Forest had returned. Standing on Ming's shoulder, Zhou Ting placed a hand on its temple. Tell me, what transpired after Xiao Wu fell unconscious? Ming remained silent. But a brief visual narrative unfolded in its mind, revealing the sequence of events. After Xiao Wu was frozen, Deming had erupted, bravely enduring the assault of 11 humanoid monsters, buying precious time for Ming to escape. Ultimately, Deming had collapsed, gravely injured. Following this, Ming had valiantly dragged Deming and Xiao Wu back to Star Lake. Zhou Ting scrutinized the scenes, his brow furrowing, his expression darkening. They had managed to leave the toxic pit? Ming observed that once these creatures exited the poisonous mist, they did not pursue for long before scattering in different directions. The reason remained unknown to Ming, nor did it care. It only knew. It had survived. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. Zhou Ting's expression was grave. 11 monsters could overpower 200,000-year-old spirit beasts, indicating that Deming and Ming's strength was comparable to that of a super Douluo among humanity. Among humans, those at levels 91 to 94 were ordinary titled Douluos, while those at levels 95 to 98 were super Douluos. At level 99, one attained the status of a peerless Douluo, also known as an extreme Douluo, as achieving level 100 equated to divinity. In summary, Deming and Ming possessed terrifying strength, yet they were still hunted by the transformed monsters, which were mere spirit masters in the 30s and 40s. Their transformations were utterly alarming. Zhou Ting felt an ominous premonition as he watched them depart, The direction they took did not seem to lead back to their lair. The sudden emergence of monsters, the appearance of Tang Chun from the Tang sect in another world, and the schemes of the Spirit Hall. The Douluo continent was descending into chaos. All of this could be traced back to Tang San. Indeed, Tang San was the root cause. The Tang sect, without a doubt, was his responsibility. Had it not been for the intervention of some unscrupulous entity that compelled Zhou Ting to pack up the ice and fire Yin Yang Ai, none of this chaos would have arisen. Furthermore, the plans of the Spirit Hall, without Tang San's meddling. The Spirit Hall's ambition to unify the continent would have succeeded, leading to a much better life for the common folk. As for the nobility, who cared for their fate? In truth, had Zhou Ting not been transposed into this body, he would never have harbored such thoughts. Chapter 89. The Avalanche Prince. Time flows silently, and before one realizes, a month has slipped by. As the sun descends, a young man and two young women journey together into the city of Tiando, with the support of the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile School and no one to impede them. Xueqing has successfully assumed most of the authority. At this moment, Tiando City is tranquil, teeming with vitality. At the Tiando Royal Academy, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, "You went home for a family visit, and it took you over 2 months." She pulled her close friend Zhu Ting over, her heart brimming with resentment akin to that of a neglected wife. This discontent stemmed not from the fact that Zhou Ting had brought Zhu Ting along instead of her, but rather from the absence of someone to share her inner joy with. After consuming the Chihuahua tulip, her spirit powers surged dramatically, and she even restored the ancestral Nine Treasures Glazed Pagoda, a double blessing indeed. Unfortunately, aside from her elders in the sect, her peers mostly feared her, leaving her devoid of true friends. The situation was no different at the Tiando Royal Academy. Only Dugu Yin could barely be considered a friend. However, as soon as Dugu Yin returned, she hastily secluded herself for meditation, leaving no time for conversation. Her true confidant, Zhu Ting, had been whisked away by Zhou Ting for a full 2 months, which naturally left her feeling aggrieved. Yet, in the next moment, her attention was captured by another figure, a strikingly beautiful, tall young woman. Goodness, what a sight! That scoundrel Zhou Ting returned home, and he brought back another stunning beauty. Ning Rongrong scrutinized her closely, a sense of familiarity washing over her. But this young woman, she had never encountered before. "Who are you?" Zhou Ting smiled enigmatically. "Guess who I am?" The voice sounded somewhat familiar, and suddenly an image flickered in Ning Rongrong's mind. Despite their brief encounter lasting less than an hour, the experience was indelibly etched in her memory. Yet, the two women's appearances did not align, especially given the current woman's remarkably developed physique, which could rival Zhu Ting's. Something was amiss. Xiao Wu. Upon recognizing her, Xiao Wu smiled with genuine delight. "It's me." Ning Rongrong felt a jolt, her expression shifting. After all, Xiao Wu was inherently a sweet young girl. Now, they were both striking in their own rights. But that physique. What had she been consuming these past few months? She longed to know if such exquisite items were still available. Ning Rongrong's eyes gleamed as she pulled Xiao Wu aside. Since they were acquaintances, even a fleeting meeting counted. After all, familiar faces are easier to converse with. Ning Rongrong huddled with her two friends, whispering animatedly while casting Zhou Ting a warning glance. Such intimate discussions were not for a man to intrude upon. She regarded Xiao Wu with curiosity, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Xiao Wu, how have you developed so much in just a few months? You're nearly as well endowed as Zhu Ting." Xiao Wu offered a wry smile. While she had once envied Zhu Ting, this transformation was not something she desired. Moreover, the situation was far from what Ning Rongrong imagined. "Rongrong, the reality is a bit different from what you think. Rather than development, it's more like swelling." This revelation had never crossed Ning Rongrong's mind. Suddenly, she pointed an accusatory finger at Zhou Ting. "You beast." The three were momentarily flabbergasted, and then Zhou Ting, piecing things together, wore a bemused expression. Zhu Ting chuckled, quickly restraining the furious Ning Rongrong. "It's not what you think." Xiao Wu shared her sentiment, glaring at Zhou Ting with palpable discontent. "Yes, it's because of this beast." She shot him a fierce look, emphasizing her point. Ning Rongrong observed the starkly contrasting reactions of the two girls, unsure of whom to believe. Meanwhile, Zhou Ting had grown immune to Xiao Wu's relentless teasing after over a month of interaction. After all, he felt no guilt, merely a hint of embarrassment after having benefited from the situation. Never mind. A gentleman shouldn't quarrel with women. Ahem. You all continue your conversation. I shall return to tidy my dormitory. As Zhou Ting departed, The three women felt liberated to express themselves freely. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Xiao Wu, do elaborate. How can I discuss the details of my body being exposed? Not even Zhou Ting, who cared for me afterward, is aware of this matter. She clenched her teeth in indignation but had no choice but to bypass the subject. I sustained an unexpected injury, and that guy concocted an unknown potion to aid my recovery, transforming me completely. However, that potion came with terrifying side effects. Xiao Wu recalled the lecherous glances she had received post-transformation, leading her to suspect that his actions were intentional. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened, riveted on Xiao Wu, even instinctively wiping her mouth. I want that side effect. Xiao Wu, exasperated, facepalmed and roused Ning Rongrong from her reverie. Stop daydreaming. Didn't I tell you? It's swelling. The potion contained a bizarre force that coalesced, and this is the result. That force is exceedingly difficult to digest. It will take at least a decade or more to return to normal. At this point, Xiao Wu felt immensely frustrated. Previously, she had envied those with ample figures. But now that she had grown, she found herself struggling to adapt. Even maintaining her balance while walking, everything was a hassle. Dear readers, this chapter has further content. Please click the next page to continue reading. The subsequent sections are even more thrilling. Perhaps the sentiment resonated with many affluent women. However, for the less privileged Ning Rongrong, this was a source of discontent. She genuinely desired that side effect. Curse this competitive spirit. In the library, Zhou Ting stood up uncontrollably, his expression one of profound shock as he gazed at Ning Rongrong. You mean, Avalanche has returned? Isn't that a common occurrence? Why the excessive shock? Ning Rongrong queried, though she earnestly recounted the situation. Indeed, he returned over a month ago and has already been bestowed the title of prince by his brother. Gasp. The teacher and students in the library were startled, and an administrator approached with a grim expression. Young man. So astonished was Zhou Ting that he hardly noticed him, grabbing Ning Rongrong and dashing outside. We're in serious trouble. The administrator, his hand raised in awkwardness, felt utterly out of place. Ning Rongrong, bewildered, was pulled along, unable to comprehend. Hey, where are we going? Zhou Ting halted. Where indeed? Who would believe that Avalanche, the prince of the Tiando Empire, has transformed into a monster, something unprecedented in the continent? As this thought crossed his mind, Zhou Ting immediately recalled someone. He was mistaken. Similar events have indeed occurred on the continent. That person is Tang Chun, the king of slaughter from the Slaughter City. He discovered the legacy of the Shura god there, but fell victim to the schemes of the Rakshasa god during the divine trial, becoming parasitized by the blood-red, nine-headed Bat King. The circumstances surrounding Avalanche and Tang Chun were strikingly similar. Never mind. We must first locate your father. Zhou Ting's grave demeanor made Ning Rongrong acutely aware that the situation was indeed dire, prompting her to readily agree. Very well, given the unique circumstances in Tiando City. My father is still at the Ning family's estate there. Please follow me. With the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School as her guide, Zhou Ting reached the Ning family's estate near the imperial city in less than half an hour, a magnificent residence that rivaled even that of Prince Xuexing. Father. Upon seeing his daughter, Ning Fengji initially felt a wave of joy, but his brows soon furrowed in concern. Understanding her father well, Ning Rongrong confidently explained. It's not that I wish to return, but rather, this individual insisted on meeting you immediately. Oh, Ning Fengji set aside his thoughts about the little girl slacking off and turned to Zhou Ting, sensing something was amiss. Dear nephew, what has transpired? Chapter 90. Seeking someone, Zhou Ting recounted the memories he had gleaned from Ming's mind. Naturally, he could not divulge the true source of the information. Zhou Ting claimed that he had reached level 30 and ventured into the Star Doe forest to acquire his third spirit ring, where he unexpectedly witnessed that fierce battle. This was indeed true. He had attained level 30, secured his spirit ring, and had genuinely seen 11 humanoid monsters emerge from the poisonous mist through Ming's eyes. Zhou Ting carefully trimmed the narrative, articulating his conjectures with finesse. Ning Fengji lightly tapped his index finger against the table, his brow furrowed in concentration, embodying a grave atmosphere. Ning Rongrong's mouth slightly agape. She gazed at Zhou Ting in disbelief, murmuring to herself, could such absurdities truly exist in this world? Zhou Ting felt compelled to remind her of the two individuals who had confronted each other in the sky the day before entering. Ning Rongrong's curiosity piqued. In the days following, she had inquired with many, yet all offered her the same response. This is not something you ought to know at present. Ning Fengji, however, was well acquainted with those two individuals and held profound knowledge about them. After all, they were two unparalleled spirit masters, the pinnacle of the world. Are you suggesting that Tang Chen's situation bears resemblance to theirs? Zhou Ting nodded, then shook his head. I cannot say for certain, but given Tang Chen's precedents, their transformations are hardly surprising. Ning Fengji acknowledged this assertion with a nod. However, he mused. The unique position of the avalanche made it impossible for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to directly interfere with royal affairs, despite their alliance with the Tiando Empire. Zhou Ting recalled a scene from Er Ming's memories, a thought stirring within him. Since Avalanche had returned to Tiando City, what of Dai Mubai? Uncle Ning, do you know of Dai Mubai? As one of the top 3 sects, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had gathered intelligence on various forces across the continent. The name Dai Mubai resonated with him. He recalled that he was the 3rd prince of the Star Luo Empire. Yet, that was the extent of his knowledge, as he was not the widely recognized crown prince like Davis, but rather viewed as a reputed failure. If not for his flight from home, Ning Fengji would likely have little memory of him. In the immortal herb garden, he had also been one of the last 11 remaining. Ning Fengji's thoughts shifted, and he gestured, summoning an expressionless middle-aged man to his side. Go and procure the latest intelligence on Dai Mubai, the 3rd prince of the Star Luo Empire. With utmost haste. Yes. The gravity of the situation loomed large, rendering the 3 silent. After a brief interval, the middle-aged man reappeared, bearing the latest intelligence transmitted via a soul-guiding device from the Star Luo Empire. Sectmaster Dai Mubai emerged from the Star Do Forest a month ago and has since made his way to the imperial capital, where he currently resides within the palace. This is anomalous. Ning Fengji sensed something amiss and promptly issued another command. Gather all past intelligence regarding him. Understood. This time, the man returned in less than 3 minutes, bringing with him the requested information. Ning Fengji seized the documents, scrutinizing every detail from birth to the present, leaving no stone unturned. Upon reaching the final pages, he cast a peculiar glance at Zhou Ting, encompassing surprise, skepticism, and a hint of admiration. He mused inwardly, what a remarkable lad. He is indeed a man of action, decisive and unreserved in his pursuits. However, as for my precious daughter, that shall remain a distant thought. Having perused Dai Mubai's life, Ning Fengji gathered a comprehensive understanding of him. Considering that Dai Mubai had fled the Star Luo Empire at the tender age of 12, it was evident that he would not return without substantial assurance. The effects of the immortal herb were known to him. It could not provide such confidence. At least not temporarily, especially since the first batch had already been claimed. Therefore, it was clear that Dai Mubai had undergone significant changes, aligning perfectly with Zhou Ting's assertions. 11 humanoid monsters have integrated into the realm of spirit masters? Ning Fengji felt a headache brewing, his previously composed demeanor now unraveling. Young man, I genuinely hope your intentions are merely to seek vengeance against Dai Mubai. Zhou Ting sighed in resignation. That was my sentiment as well. Ning Fengji admired him, yet lamented. He is far too earnest. She is not a fitting match. Had Zhou Ting been aware, he would have sharply retorted, perhaps you should first examine your own conduct. Pursuing a cat girl without shame. In these tumultuous times, the Spirit Hall had just announced that the biannual high-level Spirit Master competition was imminent. Now, with such bizarre occurrences surfacing, he recalled Tang Chen's sudden reappearance after years of absence, along with his enigmatic state. Not to mention the ruthless and domineering Qian Douluo, the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall, also resurfacing. Ning Fengji keenly sensed an underlying turbulence beneath the continent's seemingly tranquil facade. The current situation was intricate and fraught with peril, causing him great concern. Observing their silence, Ning Rongrong interjected, by the way, the Spirit Hall's notice also mentioned that, in addition to the originally decided 3 soulbone rewards, the Pope has specially added an immortal herb. What? An immortal herb? Ning Rongrong's expression grew peculiar. Indeed, it is the famed heartbreak red, known as the king of immortal herbs. Zhou Ting could only think, Bibi Dong has lost her mind, unable to utilize it herself. She resorted to manipulating the nerves of the entire continent. With the conclusion of this expedition for the immortal herb, news of its existence spread like wildfire across the continent, igniting unparalleled commotion. Almost every spirit master became aware of the miraculous properties of the immortal herb. Who among them would not yearn for one to enhance their potential and elevate their spirit power? Yet, outside of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, immortal herbs were exceedingly rare. Those in possession either consumed them immediately or concealed them even deeper. At this juncture, Bibi Dong had the audacity to release an immortal herb. The renowned Heartbreak Red. It could resurrect the dead and transform the living, offering a complete rebirth. As for the conditions for harvesting, they were trivial, inconsequential. Little did they know, even the Pope Bibi Dong faced insurmountable challenges in attempting to acquire it. True love is hard to find. Mr. Zhou, please enter. Your Majesty awaits you in the rear garden. With a slight nod, Zhou Ting stowed away the token in his possession and strode into the Tiandou Imperial Palace. 6 years prior, the prince's token given by Xue Qinghe had become obsolete. The last time, he had received a new one. While it did not grant him direct access to the palace, it allowed for unobstructed communication. Whether he would meet with Xue Qinghe depended on the latter's mood, which appeared favorable today. Xue Qinghe fixed a stoic gaze upon Zhou Ting, wordless. An unsettling feeling washed over Zhou Ting as he observed Xue Qinghe's demeanor. Was there something amiss? He examined his attire, finding no fault. Ah, a rare visitor. I thought someone had fled and dared not return. The quip was tinged with sarcasm. A departure from Xue Qinghe's usual temperament, but it was clear he was genuinely displeased. Zhou Ting realized his assumptions had been misguided. Anger was palpable. And a summons was imminent. Indeed, it was not surprising that Xue Qinghe was irked. Zhou Ting was the first talent he had sought to recruit. Although Zhou Ting had delayed his arrival for over 5 years, his position remained notably unique. However, after Zhou Ting ventured into the Starry Forest, she inexplicably went missing. And her absence stretched on for 2 months, which is utterly absurd. Yet, Zhou Ting did not share this sentiment. After all, they were not in a subordinate relationship, merely a partnership. Nevertheless, a woman in a state of anger should not be trifled with. It is my fault for letting nostalgia pull me back home for a visit. And as I approached level 30, I decided to return once more to the Starry Forest. Chapter 91. The Disappearance of Daimu Baiso. Are you suggesting that avalanches have transformed into a monster? How could one fail to perceive this, and yet bestow the title of prince upon such a being? Xue Qinghe's countenance darkened, his gaze towards Zhou Ting glinting with a cold light. He was genuinely enraged. Avalanches is his brother, and such slander is intolerable. This was merely the facade he must exhibit. Moreover, his deliberate choice to leave avalanches behind was not solely to alleviate his own suspicion. The fundamental reason lay in their childhood. When Shinran Xue first replaced Xue Qinghe, avalanches would go to great lengths to play with him. At times, he found it bothersome, yet more often than not, it filled him with warmth, a familial bond he had never experienced before. Unfortunately, Avalanches was ultimately not her brother. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, avalanches began to appear less frequently, yet she still held on to that feeling, unable to forget. Do you comprehend the consequences of deceit? I merely recount what I have witnessed. As for its veracity, that is for our esteemed Emperor Qinghe to ascertain. The corner of Xue Qinghe's mouth twitched in silent exasperation. This little rascal is merely being obstinate. I shall indeed verify it. His voice was muffled, revealing his discontent. She had intended to utter some threatening words, but this insufferable individual had preemptively blocked her path. Furthermore, as an emperor, she needed to maintain her image and could not indulge in childishness. Being an emperor is truly burdensome. Suddenly, an absurd thought flitted through her mind. What if she revealed her true identity? Yet, in an instant, she dismissed this notion. The plan has yet to come to fruition. The empire is undergoing subtle transformations, requiring time. Xue Qinghe waved dismissively, and Zhou Ting wisely took his leave. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xue Qinghe gravely issued a warning. The recent situation is fraught with uncertainty. Caution is paramount. Zhou Ting turned back, perceiving the profound significance and stern warning in her gaze. He wished to clarify further, but she had already turned away, disappearing swiftly from sight. Very well. She is unwilling to elaborate. Suddenly, a slender figure emerged from an unknown location, bowing respectfully before Xue Qinghe. Your Majesty. This individual was none other than his bodyguard, Xilong, who had always remained by Xue Qinghe's side, typically unnoticed by ordinary soul masters. The only exception was during the recent assassination attempt. Xue Qinghe's expression remained tranquil, though contemplative. You heard it. Conduct a thorough investigation into avalanches. Understood. Xilong hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. Xue Qinghe raised his gaze, and Xilong recognized the dissatisfaction in his eyes, hastily voicing his concerns. Does the young master believe that the boy speaks the truth? Whether I believe it or not is inconsequential. What matters is the truth, remember. Investigate thoroughly. Yes. Xilong understood the gravity of the situation. If Zhou Ting's claims were genuine, the circumstances would be dire. Additionally, Should we report back to the spirit hall? Shui Qinghe recalled what his grandfather had mentioned upon returning from the Douluo forest, how that woman had plotted against them both. A surge of nameless fury ignited within him, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. No. Shui Qinghe seemed to recall something, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. No. Inform them to relay every word that boy spoke. Verbatim. I wish to see if that woman will be overwhelmed with chaos. Haha. Women possess such a terrifying capacity for vengeance. Long lowered his head, utterly speechless. Was it truly necessary for this mother-daughter duo? Of course. He dared not voice such thoughts in front of Qian Renxue. The mere mention of Bibi Dong's name was unthinkable. Contemplating this formidable pair, he felt utterly trapped. Alas, how difficult it was. At the Haoyin sect, the appearance of ancestor Tang Chun provided a much-needed anchor, fostering an atmosphere of harmony within the sect. With Tang Chun as their esteemed elder, Tang Hao's return was a natural progression, and his son, Tang San, was smoothly recognized as part of the family. Furthermore, Tang Hao's sister, Tang Yuehua, abruptly relinquished her position in the Moon Pavilion of Heavendo City to return to the Haoyin sect. With Tang Chun, an invincible force, overseeing matters, the disciples of the Haoyin sect could finally train with confidence, free from the fear of retaliation from the Spirit Hall. In truth, the Spirit Hall had no desire for conflict. Within the sect's training grounds, numerous young individuals diligently honed their skills, refusing to slacken their efforts. Among them were Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. Outside, Master Yu Xiaojing, the Four-Eyed Cat Eagle, and Zhao Wujin, the original members of Shrek Academy, were all present. During this time, under Yu Xiaojing's persuasion, Flinder had completely abandoned Shrek Academy, determined to allow Oscar and the others to participate in the Advanced Soul Master Tournament under the aegis of the Haoyin sect. These top-tier herbs were truly remarkable, if only they were celestial herbs. Flinder lamented, as Tang San and the others consumed 2 or 3 precious herbs each, elevating their soul power by 5 or 6 levels, all while maintaining a stable foundation with no side effects. Moreover, their training speed had increased. Alas, they were not celestial herbs. Otherwise, their progress would have been even more pronounced, and their futures brighter. Yu Xiaojing also felt a pang of regret. If only I had joined them. Perhaps I could have secured more celestial herbs for my disciples. Reflecting on that simultaneously familiar and foreign woman, Yu Xiaojing's heart was filled with bitterness. After finishing his training session, Tang San approached Flinder, his expression somewhat peculiar. Dean Mubai. He has returned. This was the intelligence he had obtained through Haoyin sect channels. Although the Haoyin sect had been closed off for many years, its covert intelligence network had never been dismantled. Mubai is still alive. Flinder was overjoyed. After waiting 5 days in the Douluo forest, they had assumed this stubborn disciple had perished. Now, however, it was splendid news indeed. Suppressing his urge to leap for joy, Flinder adjusted his glasses, attempting to maintain composure. This means you can all participate in the Advanced Soul Master Tournament together. By the way, he probably doesn't know we've come to the Haoyin sect. Where is he? Let us hurry and bring him here. Flinder was elated, speaking rapidly, oblivious to Tang San's increasingly strange demeanor. Yu Xiaojing remained calm, pulling his exuberant friend aside. Hold on, let Tang San speak. Flinder eyed his friend and then Tang San, realizing the situation might not align with his expectations. Is it about the selection for the tournament? Tang San shook his head in denial. No, it's not that, Mubai. Has changed a bit, he. Tang San struggled to find the right words. Flinder grew anxious, pressing for clarity. What exactly happened? Tang San's expression was peculiar. He too found it difficult to comprehend what had transpired with Dai Mubai. Mubai. He has actually returned to the Douluo Imperial Palace. What? Both Yu Xiaojing and Flinder were taken aback. They were well aware of the circumstances surrounding Dai Mubai. They are well aware that Dai Mubai could never return at this moment. In the fierce competition for the royal heir, he is at a distinct disadvantage. Youth and lack of cultivation weigh heavily against him. Moreover, he has lost his ally, Zhou Ting, and now stands alone against siblings much older than himself. The prospect of returning is utterly hopeless. Dai Mubai is not so foolish as to be unaware of this. Tang San continued his lament. Furthermore, according to the intelligence from Haoyin sect, it remains unclear what he discussed with the emperor, but ultimately, he departed with some royal offerings and vanished. This notion was met with unanimous disbelief from the 3 teachers. Dean, please do not fret excessively. Mubai is sensible and will not place himself in a dire situation. Flinder, however, did not share Tang San's optimistic viewpoint, his expression grave. In the past, I would have been unconcerned, but given the recent incident involving Zhou Ting, Yu Xiaojing suddenly gasped, his eyes widening. Could it be that he has gone to Tiando City to find Zhou Ting and that boy? It seemed quite plausible. The three exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Teachers, surely that cannot be the case. After all, it is Tiando City. Even if Mubai wished to. Considering the diplomatic relations between the two nations, the emperor would never consent. This assertion held merit. Chapter 92. The Shackles of the Soul Beast, the high-level Soul Master competition, held once every 5 years, captivates the entire continent, serving as a splendid opportunity for numerous prestigious academies to make their mark. It has already stirred the hearts of countless individuals, and now, with irresistible prizes at stake. This year's tournament promises to be extraordinarily fierce. Various formidable competitors are gearing up, and the competition is veering into unknown territories. The Tiando Royal Academy is also engaged in intense selections and training, putting a certain somewhat carefree and willful young lady in a difficult position. At the entrance of the academy, a noble young woman, her expression fraught with urgency, was urging the few people behind her without regard for her image. Sister Xiaowu, you all need to hurry. It's a rare day off, and I want to go shopping, to indulge in a little retail therapy. If not, I might just suffocate from boredom. Ning Rongrong was like a spirited husky unleashed from its restraints, brimming with excitement. They're coming, they're coming. Don't rush me, Rongrong, Xiaowu replied, though her feet unconsciously quickened their pace. Zhou Ting and Douluo exchanged knowing smiles and followed closely behind. On their day off, the four good friends had planned a shopping spree to unwind. Well, actually, there were more than four. One of their friends was absent due to other commitments. Zhou Ting, with an expression of reluctance, mumbled under her breath, shopping is fine, but why must I be dragged along? She genuinely did not wish to accompany them. Entering those clothing and accessory stores was simply too embarrassing for her. While they indulged in shopping, Zhou Ting could only find a spot to sit idly, unable to leave. If she did, the cacophony of countless quacking ducks would assail her ears, which was utterly unbearable. Before she realized it, the four girls had already slipped into a clothing store. Zhou Ting found a long bench to sit on, and listening to the melodious laughter behind her lifted her spirits a little. However, she still could not fathom why Xiaowu had invited her to come along. The title Douluo of Tiando City was not a rare sight, yet Xiaowu bore no sign of the heartbroken red to mask her identity. Why was that? Zhou Ting furrowed her brows, utterly perplexed. Inside the store, having purchased a lovely long dress, Xiaowu turned to glance at her reflection in the window. A tinge of loneliness crossing her face. Softening, she walked over and sat beside Zhou Ting, her voice gentle. What are you thinking about, looking so troubled? Thinking of you. After their recent healing endeavors, Xiaowu was well aware of Zhou Ting's temperament. Upon hearing such sentimental words, any trace of tenderness in her heart vanished, and she rolled her eyes dramatically. Can you not say such things? Zhou Ting gazed intently into her eyes, seriousness etched across her face. Why did you come out? Holding up the dress, Xiaowu responded with a look of playful incredulity. I bought this, so of course I came out. I meant, why did you leave your home? Xiaowu's smile faded as she looked up at the sky, a hint of melancholy in her expression. My training doesn't allow me to remain in the forest. Interacting with others is the best way to cultivate. And Xiaowu's expression faltered, as though she harbored an unspeakable concern. What else? The poisonous fog is spreading, and Deming and Ming said, home isn't safe either. Something seems to be beneath the lake. The spreading of the poisonous fog was already alarming enough. Additionally, the notion that something lurked beneath the Star Lake. Zhou Ting had heard rumors about that. If Deming and Ming sensed it, remembering the terrifying rumors surrounding them, Zhou Ting involuntarily gasped. We should avoid the Stardo Forest, especially the Star Lake. If we can, we must steer clear. What are Deming and Ming planning? Xiaowu recalled what Deming had told her before parting, her emotions swirling with complexity, and a hint of regret flickered in her eyes. A rare sight indeed. Deming had mentioned that both he and Ming felt the shackles breaking. Zhou Ting was stunned. Shackles? Are they the same shackles that prevent soul beasts from becoming gods? Zhou Ting's eyes widened in shock. What on earth is happening in the Douluo continent? At this moment, individuals who should not be present have appeared. Tang Chun, Qian Douluo, and the enigmatic Tang sect from another world. Alongside them were Daimubai and the strange transformations of the snow avalanche. None of this aligned with Zhou Ting's understanding of the narrative. A glimmer of realization flickered in Xiao Wu's eyes. You truly know. She had long suspected as much, from their very first encounter. She felt something was amiss with Zhou Ting. His eyes concealed much, yet occasionally betrayed a hint of strangeness. As their interactions deepened, she had the nagging feeling that Zhou Ting understood her well, despite their limited encounters. Later, when Zhou Ting discreetly relayed information regarding Tang San and his father to her, her certainty reached 99 that he was aware of her true identity. Moreover, after their expedition in the soul-hunting forest, she had visited the library to research. To be honest, she had always avoided libraries, never setting foot in one. However, Tang San was a frequent visitor. It was only after inquiring with him that she learned there was no mention of the 9-heart flowering apple in the library, this unique, rare, and mysterious super-healing martial soul, which was entirely unrecorded in the Nodding City's Junior Soul Master Academy. Tang San had learned about it from the master's research notes. Thus, how did Zhou Ting acquire such confidential information? Xiao Wu stared earnestly at Zhou Ting. Confess, how do you know so many secrets, even recognizing my true identity so early on? This is hardly the behavior of a sheltered child from a remote village. Zhou Ting sighed with a wry smile. Indeed, one cannot underestimate others. However, you should focus on yourself to avoid exposing your identity. You can't just hide in your dormitory every time Grandpa Douluo visits. An unexpected incident could occur at any moment. Xiao Wu dismissed his concerns with confidence radiating from her. Haha, don't worry about me. Your potion, despite its severe side effects. Zhou Ting's gaze involuntarily drifted downward, and then, with a sharp thud, Xiao Wu's shoulder met his with a playful smack. Her expression a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Keep your eyes to yourself. With a sheepish smile, Zhou Ting turned his gaze back to the street, gesturing for her to continue. This transformation has allowed me to sense. My aura is now more concealed. Moreover, during that frozen time, I comprehended a special technique, or perhaps talent is a more accurate term. In any case, I can completely suppress my aura, ensuring it does not leak out. De Ming and Air Ming have confirmed it. The young woman's confidence was palpable, and Zhou Ting found himself inclined to believe her. Then why are you avoiding Douluo? Xiao Wu did not respond, but merely smiled shyly. In that instant, Zhou Ting understood, feeling a mix of admiration and amusement. Who would have thought that the fearless Xiao Wu could also feel bashful? Deciding to remain wise and not press for further details, he refrained from questioning further. Meanwhile, at the star-picking tower within the Tiando Royal Palace, the highest structure within the palace, Zhou Ting stood atop the building, gazing towards the Tiando Royal Academy. His expression inscrutable. Behind him stood a robust man. Not Qilong. Young master. Zhou Ting's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and indecision. Grandfather. Why must it be this way? The robust man seemed to perceive his thoughts, responding with unwavering conviction. The Grand Elder has stated that children must devote themselves to diligent cultivation, rather than squander their time and energy on matters of romance. Yet, young master, the Grand Elder also proclaimed that a genius who has not matured is not a genius at all, but merely a lifeless shell. Zhou Ting fell into silence. His steps poised to advance, only to retract once more. Chapter 93. The Dual Rongrong. Is Uncle Ning at home today? Shaking her head, the spirited girl visibly drooped, her lips forming a pout. My father returned yesterday, saying he needed to attend to matters within the clan. Well, Rongrong, Uncle Ning is the clan leader. Naturally, he is quite busy. Xiao Wu consoled her while casting a disapproving glance at Zhou Ting. We finally came out to relax. And you have to bring up such things. Zhou Ting felt innocent, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. He had no idea Ning Fingxi had returned. He was merely eager to discover if there were any results regarding the investigation into the avalanche. Moreover, this matter, Xiao Wu should be quite concerned as well. It was rather absurd. 3 days had passed, 3 whole days, yet neither the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School nor the Spirit Hall had made any move. It was as if these two powerful factions were entirely oblivious to the situation. Looking up, the sun was glaring, and Zhou Ting squinted. But his heart was shrouded in clouds. He had an ominous premonition. Perhaps it was a mistake from the start. Vigorously shaking his head to dispel the thoughts of self-blame and regret, he concluded that all of this was Tang San's fault. After wandering for another hour, the girls remained exuberant, showing no signs of fatigue. Yet, Zhou Ting, seated outside the shop, felt utterly drained and closed his eyes to feign sleep. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and goosebumps erupted all over him. This is bad. Without a moment's hesitation, he slid off the bench, moving like a fluid shadow. Smooth and agile, with a soft thud, a small hole appeared in the once pristine bench, frost spreading from it and gradually encasing the entire seat in a chilling grip. Even without turning around, Zhou Ting sensed that if he were struck, the consequences would be dire. Crouching slightly, he lifted his gaze towards the direction of the assailant, who surprisingly did not act immediately. His eyes widened in shock as he recognized a familiar, yet unexpected figure. Dai Mubai. His lustrous golden hair danced wildly, and within his golden pupils brewed a terrifying storm, ready to engulf and shatter all adversaries. He wore a devilish smile, appearing to relish the sight of an amusing target, betraying not a hint of murderous intent. Zhou Ting's heart sank to the depths, his expression grim as he muttered to himself. Have I been completely replaced? Otherwise, with Dai Mubai's disposition, he would never be this calm in my presence. Ha, Zhou Ting. This time next year will be. Zhou Ting suppressed his unease and interrupted him. I know, it's your Memorial Day. Dai Mubai showed no signs of anger, merely continuing to chuckle coldly. Humph, mere words. As they spoke, pedestrians who sensed the danger had already fled the scene, and Xiao Wu and the others, alerted by the commotion outside, rushed out. Over 20 indistinct soul masters surrounded Zhou Ting in the middle of the street. Zhou Ting exchanged glances with Xiao Wu, signaling her clearly, "Go, take them away immediately, and call for help." Seeing the unfamiliar Dai Mubai encircle Zhou Ting, Zhu Xing instinctively prepared to rush to his aid without a second thought. Dai Mubai glanced at the four girls, his expression devoid of any change, as if they were complete strangers, before refocusing on Zhou Ting. If you wish for them to leave, I shall not impede. My target today is solely you. In light of this, Zhou Ting decided to speak plainly. You know the situation. Hurry and get them out of here. Xiao Wu understood the formidable and enigmatic nature of Dai Mubai, nodding solemnly as she pulled the other three girls back. We need to leave. Rong, don't you understand the situation? Quickly return and find your uncle aware of Dai Mubai's peculiarities from Zhou Ting's accounts. He was capable of pursuing a 100,000-year soul beast. They knew they were no match for him. However, their respective elders were not weak. Swiftly, Ning Rongrong and Du Guyin dashed away, choosing different paths in search of assistance. This is all my fault. Zhu Zhuqing stood frozen in place, guilt etched on her face. Even as Xiao Wu tugged at her, she was reluctant to depart. With no other choice, Xiao Wu forcibly led her away. You can't help him here. We must leave. The four girls had at least visibly departed. Dai Mubai, however, showed no concern for them. His gaze was solely fixed on Zhou Ting. Last time, you defeated me quite easily. This time, let me witness your summoning soul skill. Zhou Ting was acutely aware that he stood no chance against so many opponents, let alone against Dai Mubai alone. He needed to buy time for reinforcements. The louder the commotion, the less likely he believed that Xue Qinghe would remain unaware. Very well, let us have another match. The third prince, sensing Zhou Ting's intention to delay, frowned at the royal worshippers who urged him otherwise, his displeasure evident. This operation is led by me, the third prince. This is not Douluo. Enough. Dai Mubai bellowed, radiating a golden light. His third soul skill, White Tiger King transformation, golden light surged forth, causing Dai Mubai to swell in size, resembling a muscular titan, his aura explosive. The power of this soul skill had undergone a staggering transformation. Compared to his last display, it was like heaven and earth apart. In a nearby building, Zhu Zhuqing's expression changed dramatically, her hands gripping the railing tightly, her anxiety unmistakable. Xiao Wu embraced her shoulder, fearful she might impulsively rush into the fray, a battle beyond her capability. Do not worry. Zhou Ting is no ordinary individual, and his third soul skill is formidable. Indeed. Zhou Ting had acquired his third soul skill. Originally, given his training pace, he would have needed at least 2 to 3 months to reach level 30. However, with the new royal honey, everything had changed. Not only had it healed Xiao Wu, but it had also allowed Zhou Ting to swiftly attain level 30 without any bottlenecks. The only regret was its scarce production. There was not enough to consume. As it stood, Zhou Ting was now at level 32. Having advanced only one level in the past half-month, quite slow. First soul skill, Jade Emperor Bee Swarm. Transparent little bees emerged from his palm, forming a dark cloud that dimmed the sunlight. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On this day, the citizens of Tiando City heard the sound of bees, echoing in their ears. Dai Mubai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swept his hands, unleashing 10 icy rays. With a whoosh, the sky above him cleared, revealing the warm midday sun. Jade Emperor Bee, is nothing extraordinary. Zhou Ting's expression grew grave as he commanded the bee swarm to divide and attack. The battle had begun. In the palace, Xueqing's face was ashen as he regarded the sturdy figure blocking his path, his tone unusually stern. "Stand aside." The robust middle-aged man shook his head, his gaze resolute. "Young master, you cannot go." Xueqing realized that this must be an order from his grandfather. Otherwise, the porcupine Douluo would not have dared to obstruct him. However, the question remained. Why? Xueqing was engulfed in a multitude of doubts. For this situation was exceedingly strange. Chapter 94. They all want him dead. The Grand Elder remained silent. Such a declaration was made with an audacious confidence that infuriated Xueqing to the core. Xueqing found himself doubting how he had managed to reach the rank of title Douluo. However, in an instant, he came to realize that just because his grandfather had not spoken up, it did not mean that the porcupine Douluo was unaware of the underlying reasons. He had almost been misled by the Douluo's seemingly innocent faade. It was evident that not a single title Douluo was truly foolish. Xueqing understood clearly that since the porcupine Douluo had chosen to brush him off in such a manner, no amount of inquiry would elicit a response from him. Sensing the escalating commotion on Zhou Ting's side, he felt an increasing urgency as the situation grew perilous. Despite his anxiety, he bizarrely managed to calm himself. Previously, his grandfather had concealed information regarding Dai Mubai's whereabouts, leading him to misjudge the situation, believing that even if someone were to assassinate Zhou Ting, he wouldn't be in grave danger. Indeed, Xueqing had been aware in advance that a powerful individual from the Xingluo Empire was on their way to assassinate Zhou Ting, and he had subtly warned Zhou Ting about it. In his view, while the act was somewhat dangerous, with his presence in Tiando City and the two titled Douluo-level bodyguards, there was no reason to fear the so-called royal offerings. This was a perfect opportunity to create an excuse. But now, Dai Mubai had arrived as well. The very fact that Dai Mubai could return to the Xingluo Imperial Palace and bring forth such skilled fighters was, in itself, abnormal. Xueqing found himself believing Zhou Ting's words all the more. Yet, he was currently under house arrest, utterly incapable of providing rescue. "Teacher, Rongrong is calling for help. You will return at the quickest speed, right?" Xueqing found himself devoid of options, placing all his hopes on others. At that moment, the porcupine Douluo, who had been silent until now, could no longer hold back. "Young master, you can't possibly think. Ning Fengji is unaware, right?" "Teacher knows." The thunderous revelation struck Xueqing like a bolt from the blue. The implication behind those words made the world around him feel alien. The Grand Elder's thoughts were inscrutable, yet the matter regarding Ning Fengji need not be kept secret. The porcupine Douluo continued to expound. If he were unaware, why would he have announced in advance that he was returning to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to handle affairs? This meant Zhou Ting had a chance for salvation. Just as Xueqing was about to feel elated, he caught sight of the porcupine Douluo's mocking smile. "Young master, that old fox Ning Fengji is currently watching from the shadows, but he may not necessarily come to save him." Xueqing could not comprehend this. Why would anyone want him dead? The porcupine Douluo shook his head, choosing silence. Xueqing felt a profound sense of helplessness wash over him. May he seek his own fortune. "Grandfather, we must rescue him." Duguyin grasped Dugubo's hand, eager to rush outside. However, Dugubo remained unmoving. Duguyin turned her head in confusion, gazing at her grandfather in disbelief. "It's unfamiliar. Grandfather, Zhou Ting is being besieged. The situation is dire. We must go save him." Dugubo shook his head, remaining silent. Duguyan's eyes widened, incredulous. "Didn't you say that our grievances have been settled? You even remarked that he is a true genius worthy of befriending." Dugubo forced a smile. "I still believe this to be true." His words only deepened Duguyin's confusion. Rescuing him now would be the perfect opportunity to lend aid. It cannot be missed. Why not? Dugubo gazed at the towering tree outside, his expression grave and resigned. Too many powerful people wish for his demise. Grandfather cannot save him. Duguyin froze, her gaze wavering. Dugubo looked at his suffering granddaughter, gently stroking her head. "Yin, this decision is painful. Grandfather will support you." Duguyin's eyes brimmed with disbelief, and her body suddenly collapsed. "Yin, it is better to sever ties early." The leaves rustled incessantly, and a faint, disappointed sigh drifted far away. Ning Rongrong burst through the door, her voice urgent. "Quick, bring my father." "Oh, what am I to bring?" As she beheld her father emerge with a calm demeanor, her mind faltered. "Father, how are you here?" In contrast to the somewhat careless Dugu Yin, Ning Rongrong, raised as the heir of a noble family, exhibited a notably stronger mental fortitude. Yet, from her father's demeanor, she sensed something amiss. Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu. Where are they? I am here. The bone Douluo stepped out from the hall, while the sword Douluo emerged from behind her. In that moment, everything fell into place in Ning Rongrong's mind. Her father's feigned departure and Grandpa Jian's protective presence. Countless thoughts coalesced, and she ultimately posed a singular query. Father, are you also going to kill Zhou Ting? Ning Fengji neither affirmed nor denied her question, only responding with an endless silence. As Ning Rongrong's heart sank, just as despair threatened to engulf her, Ning Fengji hesitantly spoke. He may not necessarily die, but the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School must not interfere. Ning Rongrong felt disoriented, unsure of how to proceed. Then, another young girl fell victim to treachery, succumbing to unconsciousness. Uncle Gu, keep a close watch on Rongrong. Rest assured, Rongrong will not leave this house today. With a nod, Ning Fengji led the sword Douluo out the door. 10,000 Jade Emperor bees lay dead, and 20,000 soul eater bugs had perished. Zhou Ting glanced at the 3,000 soul beasts within the Black Tower, all rendered powerless. His heart sank to the depths of despair. He felt hopeless. The battle with Dai Mubai had raged for a quarter of an hour. Setting aside Ning Fengji and his entourage, who were not far from leaving Tiando City, and even the not-so-close Dugu Bo, what perplexed him most was Xue Qing'e. Or rather, Qian Renxue. Why had she not made an appearance? With such a commotion and the passage of time. Not a single one of Qian Renxue's people had arrived, nor had the Tiando Empire's guards responded, nor had the nearby Tiando Royal Academy shown any signs of movement. Moreover, Dai Mubai showed no concern for the delay. He even willingly assisted, systematically annihilating all summoned soul beasts. Dai Mubai was utterly fearless. Zhou Ting knew all too well that no rescue would come. At that moment, he felt as if he had been abandoned by the entire world. Dai Mubai recognized his despondency, a smirk playing upon his lips. Have you realized? All wish for your demise. Today, no one will come to save you. Your death is inevitable. Despair is non-existent. Zhou Ting had once died and lived for another decade, having witnessed the marvels of martial souls and soul skills. He felt a sense of contentment. Yet, he lamented that he could not deceive Tang Xin once more. Zhou Ting found him thoroughly unpleasant. With no hope for rescue, he resolved to fight with all his might. Zhou Ting fixed his serious gaze on Dai Mubai and declared, "You are formidable. I shall unleash my final move against you." Dai Mubai, intrigued, halted his advance. "Oh, do you possess other means?" Zhou Ting turned her gaze towards the distant skyscraper, exchanging a significant glance. Xiaowu's expression shifted dramatically as she leaned close to Zhu Qing, her lips moving silently. In the next moment, their figures vanished from the window. Chapter 95, The Doomed, the third soul skill, the violent rabbit horde. From a distance, the voice of Zhou Ting called out, causing Xiaowu's lips to twitch incessantly. Although it was clearly a soft-bone enchanting rabbit, Zhou Ting insisted on renaming it the violent rabbit, claiming the name was more vivid. Admittedly, her youngest brother was indeed muscular, far more robust than Tang Hao. Yet, such a blunt description was unnecessary. Furthermore, her little brother had not inherited their mother's gentle techniques, but rather their father's. Rabbit Fist Martial Arts. A rather adorable name, one that her father had always opposed, but it was her mother who had changed it, rendering his opposition moot. In essence, this was a set of martial arts that starkly contrasted with gentleness, emphasizing every punch and kick landing with force. It combined the kangaroo's exceptional striking skill with the rabbit's brutal kicking technique, resulting in formidable power. Thus, the name Violent Rabbit was indeed fitting. Of course, male rabbits learned the rabbit fist martial arts, while female rabbits practiced gentler techniques. Not all of them were muscle-bound. Dai Mubai observed Zhou Ting's third soul skill with keen interest. He remained unhurried, even with countless eyes secretly watching. He felt no concern. White rabbits filled the entire street, creating a blinding sea of white. Zhou Ting herself was almost lost amidst the throng of rabbits. Among them, the most striking was a giant rabbit standing upright, towering at 3 meters. Its massively inflated body and fierce gaze. Such a rabbit existed in this world? Dai Mubai's expression turned peculiar. Violent Rabbit, attack him. Over 10,000 plump white rabbits rose to their feet, charging at Dai Mubai under their leader's command, intent on overwhelming him. Zhou Ting glanced at the surrounding encirclement and discreetly summoned a frail little rabbit. The assaults came relentlessly. Yet few noticed that Zhou Ting had vanished amidst the rabbit horde. All the rabbits summoned by her were violent rabbits, proficient in the ruthless rabbit fist martial arts. Xiao Wu had not lied about her brother's clan. Both male and female members possessed two hallmark skills, teleportation and invincible golden body. However, due to the years, only Xiao Wu's brother had mastered the invincible golden body. Teleportation, teleportation, teleportation. Continuous teleportation left Zhou Ting no room to pause. Today felt distinctly off. He had come to realize that despite the prolonged skirmish, no one had appeared. Clearly, there was more than one person wishing for his demise. He needed to escape, to flee far away to a desolate place and develop in secrecy. As for where that place might be, he thought it prudent to first exit the Heaven-Do city. The third prince, the target has vanished. Dai Mubai, caught up in the excitement of battle, was instantly enraged upon hearing this news. The white tiger radiant wave erupted from his body, sending shockwaves in all directions, clearing the area around him, leaving only a golden violent rabbit unscathed. What was this ability? The 1,000-year-old rabbit, of course, did not speak. It directly executed its skill. Whoosh! The golden violent rabbit suddenly disappeared. As Dai Mubai turned, a rabbit's foot struck his forehead. Thud! The unexpected kick successfully tore away the disguise, revealing a tuft of white fur sprouting from Dai Mubai's forehead. He immediately pressed down on his brow, a murderous intent rising in his eyes. You seek death. He lowered his hand, restoring his forehead's pristine surface. With a swipe of his claw, he tore through the fabric of space, creating 5 fissures. Clang! The somewhat ethereal golden body remarkably blocked his attack. Dai Mubai's gaze fluctuated. He had unleashed another force with that strike. Not only was this rabbit over 1,000 years old, but even a titled Douluo would not dare to take it head-on. Yet it had managed to withstand him. What sort of soul skill was this? Swish! The rabbit vanished again, delivering a pristine white kick from the side. This time, Dai Mubai's protective white light erupted. Chirp! Under the tremendous rebounding force, the white rabbit exploded into fragments. From the surrounding lofts, sounds of astonishment echoed. At that moment, the hidden observers received the intelligence they sought. Zhou Ting had disappeared, yet Dai Mubai showed no anger. He seemed entirely indifferent to Zhou Ting's fate, unconcerned about his own exposure. Your Highness, we. Before the words of pursuit could escape, Dai Mubai waved his hand, his expression exceedingly calm. No need. We cannot leave now. The attendants exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed. In the next moment, shadows descended from the surrounding towers, encircling them completely. To them, Zhou Ting was prey. Yet to others, they were also prey. Outnumbered, Dai Mubai remained unfazed, even exhibiting a slight smile, as he named them one by one. You truly think highly of me. Ning Zhongzhu, Sword Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, Serpent Spear Douluo, Porcupine Douluo. So many titled Douluo-level powerhouses, they could not contend with even one, let alone this many at once. The attendants of the Star Luo royal family were filled with horror, immediately tightening their formation. Dai Mubai remained remarkably composed. Ning Fingji felt a weight in his heart, his expression grave. How do you know so many people? Dai Mubai should not have been familiar with these long-established titled Douluo, let alone match names with them so effortlessly. Even if a monster had occupied his body, it should not be so. Dai Mubai offered no answer, merely smiled. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following is even more thrilling. You must have simultaneously targeted all of us, right? This was easy to deduce, and Ning Fengji felt no surprise. However, Dai Mubai's reaction was far too placid. Had he completely given up, or was it a case of unshakable confidence? It appeared the latter was more likely. Meanwhile, the Star Luo, Heaven-Do, Spirit Hall, and the 7 major sects, along with various rogue titled Douluo, began to mobilize, launching a coordinated assault against the humanoid monster. Such unified action could not occur without an absolute powerhouse leading them. Yet, could they truly succeed? In the Heaven-Do Palace, when Shui Qinghao received news of Zhou Ting's escape, he involuntarily relaxed. Yet, he suddenly noticed that the Porcupine Douluo's expression had not changed at all. Shui Qingh's heart sank, sensing an ominous premonition. Grandfather, what else has been done? The Porcupine Douluo understood that, at this point, even if the young master forcefully escaped, it was already too late. Everything had reached a conclusion, and he need not conceal any longer. The elder Gene Crocodile was personally watching him. There was no escape. The Gene Crocodile Douluo, a second-ranking elder of the Spirit Hall of the Spirit Empire, was a peak attack-type title Douluo at level 98. His martial spirit was one of the top beast martial spirits, the Golden Crocodile King, loyal to the Spirit Hall and the six-winged angel lineage within the angelic clan, thus serving the commands of Douluo. With his intervention, Zhou Ting stood no chance of survival. His confusion was akin to an endless ocean. Not only was he perplexed, but so were Tang Hao, Tang San, Bibi Dong, and Douluo. Many were left in doubt. It is quite commonplace for the Douluo to unite various factions in their relentless pursuit of monsters. However, the extent of their efforts, even enlisting an unparalleled master, solely to eliminate a seemingly insignificant figure like Zhou Ting raises profound questions. The underlying reasons for such endeavors remain perplexing, perhaps known only to Douluo himself. Chapter 96. The Opposing World, the Tiando Imperial Palace. Who dares to intrude upon the royal court? Hearing the sounds of battle outside, Hehe felt somewhat bewildered. Who could possess such audacity to breach the palace without regard for their own safety, even disregarding the formidable titled Douluo as his protectors? The members of the royal clergy were not ordinary individuals. The expression on the face of the titled Douluo, known as the Porcupine Douluo, was equally perplexed. Who was so reckless as to seek death? Yet, in the next moment, the countenances of both master and servant shifted dramatically. The sounds of combat ceased, and an eerie silence enveloped the palace. This was not right. Regardless of the conflict's intensity, the palace guards would always come to report, unless there was no one left. Meanwhile, surrounded by countless foes, Dai Mubai revealed a gleam of exhilaration in his eyes, a flicker of crimson igniting within. It has begun. And it will also come to an end. With a roar that echoed to the heavens, a colossal humanoid tiger, towering over 100 feet and wreathed in endless white fur, emerged behind him. Its form was partially obscured, revealing only glimpses of its powerful body and its 10 sharp claws, gleaming with a chilling light. The inhabitants of Tiando City and its surroundings beheld this terrifying spectacle, mistaking it for the descent of a divine tiger, and they bowed in reverence. Dai Mubai's transformation acted as a signal, a gunshot marking the commencement of a new chapter. Above the Tiando Imperial Palace, a gigantic swan soared through the skies, singing a melodious tune. The endless celestial flames rained down, turning the palace into an inferno. Thousands of miles away, in the Douluo Imperial Palace, a 40-meter-long blade suddenly fractured into dozens of smaller blades, descending upon the palace and reducing it to dust, leaving behind only a vast crater. In the martial Soul City, situated between the two nations, shooting stars fell from the sky, and the iconic martial Soul Hall, along with the Temple of Angels, was reduced to ashes. The abrupt upheaval sent tremors across the entire continent. A new era had been ushered in. Unbeknownst to anyone, less than 10 miles from Tiando City, the lifeless body of a young boy lay quietly in a pool of blood, resembling a patch of mud. The boy appeared to have been pierced through the chest by a sharp object, leaving a gaping hole where his heart once resided, revealing the blue-silver grass soaked in blood behind him. Months later, the tumultuous situation across the continent finally stabilized. The Douluo Empire had been utterly devastated, the royal palace destroyed, and the emperor, the royal family nearly extinguished, with only the third prince surviving. He had encountered the machinations of the Tiando Empire, but received assistance from the Avalanche Prince of Tiando, returning to Douluo and ascending to the throne, thereby consolidating control over this ancient empire. Such was the authoritative explanation provided by the Douluo officials. Simultaneously, Avalanche, residing within the Douluo Empire, issued a statement claiming that the Emperor of Tiando, Hehe, was an impostor. Tiando also labeled Dai Mubai and Avalanche as monsters, not genuine individuals. However, aside from those privy to the truth, few believed these assertions. On the other hand, Hehe, having narrowly escaped the assassination attempt, accused Avalanche of attempting to murder the Emperor, plotting treason, and committing unforgivable acts deserving of death. Simultaneously, due to the sudden emergence of over a dozen titled Douluo-level powerhouses in the Douluo Empire, their influence surged. Under pressure, the Tiando Empire proactively sought an alliance with the martial Soul Hall, culminating in a pact to jointly resist the Douluo Empire. In the upheaval from half a year prior, the martial Soul Hall also sustained significant losses, with the Ghost Douluo, Serpent Spear Douluo, and Porcupine Douluo perishing, and the two symbolic structures, the martial Soul Hall and the Temple of Angels, being destroyed. Most crucially, the Pope, Bibi Dong, went missing during the turmoil. and to this day, her whereabouts remain unknown. A nation cannot endure a day without a ruler. The martial soul hall, united in purpose, rallied together. The Grand Elder of the Judgment Hall, the former Pope Douluo, reluctantly assumed the role of Pope once more to oversee the affairs of the martial soul hall. With the alliance between Tiando and the martial soul hall against the Star Luo Empire, the various factions across the continent made their choices during these 6 months. Whether voluntarily or under duress, they all willingly aligned themselves with one side or another. 1 month after Daimu Bai ascended the throne, he joined forces with a dozen companions to enter the Haotian sect. What transpired between the two parties remains shrouded in mystery. On that day, people within a 100-mile radius heard a thunderous sound, deafening in its intensity. Ultimately, even the powerful Haotian sect could not remain aloof, untouched by the turmoil surrounding them. A small interlude. For the past 3 months, unfamiliar individuals had been seen entering and exiting the vicinity of the Haotian sect. 2 months ago, assassins attempted to breach the premises but were unsuccessful. 1 month ago, the Martial Soul Hall held a high-ranking Soul Master competition, promising fair treatment to all participants. Tang Sen emerged from seclusion to participate in the Star Luo Empire's selection competition. During that month, he faced countless assassination attempts, unexpected traps, and insidious poisons. Recognizing these familiar tactics, Tang San was nearly driven to madness. Each assassination attempt grew increasingly perilous, and Tang Hao, observing the familiar weapons, felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Yet he had no choice but to protect Tang San closely. The Stardo Great Forest had been remarkably tranquil over the past 6 months. In the core area, by the Star Lake, 2 young girls engaged in a fierce spar, evenly matched in skill. One girl, clearly more physically endowed, donned a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her stunning figure. She was none other than Zhou Ting, who had left Tiando City 6 months prior, while her sparring partner was none other than Xiao Wu. The upheaval from half a year ago had left the 2 vulnerable girls feeling lost, ultimately leading them back to the Star Do Great Forest. Once again, they reached a stalemate. Sensing her elder sister's dignity compromised, Xiao Wu stamped her foot in dissatisfaction and turned to wade into the lake. No more fighting, no more. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content ahead. The 2 girls were unaware of how many times they had sparred, having become exceedingly familiar with each other's soul skills and techniques. It was nearly impossible to determine a victor. Zhou Ting watched her best friend throw a small tantrum and smiled helplessly before also stepping into the water. Suddenly, countless water droplets surged toward them. Ah, Xiao Wu, you are bullying me. Don't run away. In the Star Lake, the 2 girls joyfully engaged in a water fight. Despite what De Ming and Air Ming had said about the lurking dangers beneath the lake, no real threats had ever materialized. Moreover, the waters of Star Lake were imbued with abundant life energy, serving as a supreme remedy for alleviating fatigue, restoring strength, and healing hidden injuries. Thus, after each training session, the 2 would indulge in the rejuvenating waters. However, they always donned their full attire, as if bracing against an unseen threat. Even in the absence of De Ming and Air Ming, they maintained this vigilance, as if suspecting the lake held a peculiar voyeuristic presence. Tap. The sound of human footsteps approached. Zhou Ting and Xiao Wu continued to frolic in the water, utterly unconcerned. The next moment, a petite figure emerged from the woods. Arriving at the edge of Star Lake, it was a delightful little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, with rosy cheeks, a chubby physique, and a pair of bright, large eyes. Her long, shiny black hair cascaded down to her waist, and her pudgy little feet were bare, exuding an irresistible charm. "Schwer, come here," called the little girl. Upon hearing the invitation, her lovely eyes immediately squinted with delight, and she began to remove her long skirt to wade into the water. Xiao Wu panicked and quickly intervened. "No, Schwer. Remember, if you want to go into the water, just like us, you must keep your clothes on." Schwer, slightly puzzled, nodded her head and entered the water wearing her pristine white gown. The Star Lake immediately buzzed with activity as 2 adults and a child reveled in their delightful play. Chapter 97. The anomaly of Schwer. The sun bestowed its warmth upon all things, even warming the frigid stones, bringing a gentle warmth to the heart. Xiao Wu, uncharacteristically serene, sat upon the stones by the lake, tenderly braiding the hair of the little Schwer. Schwer's eyes sparkled with joy, her cherubic face prompting even the typically aloof Zhou Ting to reach out and playfully pinch her cheek. Indeed, Schwer is utterly delightful. Xiao Wu echoed the sentiment. suddenly lost in thought as she gazed towards the center of the lake. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed. Zhou Ting, feeling the weight of nostalgia, also appeared somber. Half a year ago, they had departed from Heaven City, unimpeded and with nowhere to go, ultimately returning to the Douluo forest. Upon their entrance to the forest, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a battlefield, remnants of ancient soul beasts strewn about. In their search nearby, they discovered a small girl, Shuer, who lay atop a corpse, seemingly unwilling to let go even in her unconscious state. When they beheld the face of the deceased, tears cascaded down their cheeks involuntarily. Xiaowu snapped back to the present, continuing to braid Shuer's hair. How much longer would he require to recover? Uncertain. For while his body had nearly healed, his soul stirred to life only sporadically, and the timeline remained ambiguous. Xiaowu gently turned Shuer's face towards her, scrutinizing her features. Shuer, you are so adorable. Hehe, Shuer thinks so too. The little girl replied, her unabashed confidence eliciting laughter from both Xiaowu and Zhou Ting. After a while, Xiaowu gazed earnestly into Shuer's eyes and inquired, Shuer, do you still not remember anything from before? Shuer furrowed her tiny brows, her face etched with distress. Over the past 6 months, her 2 elder sisters had posed this question countless times, yet she simply could not recall. Enough. Do not press Shuer further. Zhou Ting interjected, compassion radiating from her as she embraced Shuer. Do not force yourself. Let it come naturally. Shuer nodded vigorously. Sister Xiaowu, Sister Zhou Ting, I will remember someday. With a gentle pat on Shuer's head, Xiaowu felt a surge of contentment. What a good child you are. Both Xiaowu and Zhou Ting were eager to understand why Zhou Ting had been with Shuer, but alas, Zhou Ting himself was unaware. This was the conclusion reached during brief moments of mental connection when his soul awakened. The appearance of a 5 or 6-year-old girl in the Douluo forest was indeed perplexing. Initially, they planned to take Shuer to a nearby farm for fostering. Yet Zhou Ting, despite believing Zhou Ting to be deceased, they resolved to act with desperation and hastily transported him to the Star Lake. To their astonishment, as soon as they placed him in the lake, a torrent of life energy surged forth, penetrating the gaping wound in his chest, and flesh began to regenerate around the injury. Zhou Ting was recovering, astonishingly still alive. Without any spiritual fluctuations, breath, or heart, he had not succumbed entirely. Xiaowu and Zhou Ting were overjoyed. In truth, had it not been for the recent rain in the Douluo forest that had enlightened Zhou Ting to the essence of natural meditation and allowed him to harness life energy instinctively, he would have perished long ago. His physical body was surely doomed otherwise. On that fateful day, after fleeing Heaven City, the golden crocodile Douluo had made his move. A true powerhouse at rank 98, his prowess was formidable. He had not even employed any soul skills. With a mere flick of his golden tail, he pierced Zhou Ting's chest as effortlessly as one would tear a sheet of paper. And then, Zhou Ting lay dead. In order to evade the golden crocodile Douluo's notice, he had voluntarily plunged his life energy and soul into silence. What transpired thereafter was beyond his knowledge. As for how he arrived in the Douluo forest, he was utterly clueless. And Shuer? Xiaowu had inquired about her, but Zhou Ting had no recollection of her existence. Curiously, Shuer had also lost her memory. She remembered nothing at all. When asked her name, she pointed to the snowflakes falling from the sky and uttered a single character, Shuer, snow. Thus, she was affectionately named Shuer, while her full name remained a mystery. Shuer was merely an ordinary little girl, and Xiaowu and Zhou Ting had contemplated returning her to human society for a normal life. Yet, strangely, she harbored a peculiar attachment to Zhou Ting, refusing to leave. The 2 young women, lacking experience with children, could not resist the tears of the adorable little one and decided to keep her with them. After all, with Deming and Erming present, ordinary soul beasts would not dare approach the Star Lake, ensuring Shuer's safety. Moreover, the vivacious and charming Shuer brought a refreshing vibrancy to their otherwise monotonous days. Resembling a little bundle of joy, Xiaowu scrutinized Shuer from head to toe, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Shuer should be of an age to awaken her martial soul. The awakening of a martial soul was not a secretive process. Most soul masters went through it. However, it was likely that only the martial soul hall would facilitate the awakening of martial souls for all eligible civilians. Placing her hand upon Shuer's head, Xiaowu summoned her soul power. Shuer, don't move. Let me examine your body. Oh, Shuer replied, her expression one of utter bewilderment. She nodded, trusting her sister completely. As the faint stream of soul power entered Shuer's young form, Xiao Wu's countenance shifted dramatically, retracting her hand in confusion. "What's wrong?" Zhou Ting asked, her concern palpable. Could there be an issue with Shui's health? In that moment, Xiao Wu pondered deeply, her gaze towards Shui now filled with pity. It was evident that Shui's body bore no difference from 6 months prior. So, it was merely this. Why such a commotion? Zhou Ting, initially unconcerned, suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, her expression shifting as she personally examined the oblivious Shui. The results were identical. Shui was still 6 years old, exactly 6. At this age, children typically experience rapid growth. Yet, upon closer inspection, Shui showed no signs of change compared to 6 months ago. This implied that time held no sway over her. In other words, she might remain perpetually 6 years old, with her body stunted. She would be unable to awaken her martial soul. Was she destined to remain a child? Adults often long to return to their carefree childhoods, yet Shui, an eternally 6-year-old child, would face a daunting existence. Zhou Ting attempted to find humor in a grim situation. There might be an upside. If Shui truly remained perpetually 6, that would equate to eternal youth. Xiao Wu sighed in reluctant agreement, acknowledging the truth in those words. Should Shui's condition remain constant, she would indeed embody the essence of agelessness. Chapter 98. Forced separation, the enigmatic figure of snow. What is her origin? And how did she come to be in such a state? This remains an immense mystery. Perhaps all secrets lie within the memory she has lost, the revelation of which may be far off in the future. Both Xiao Wu and Zhou Ting harbored a foreboding feeling with the current state of affairs. Perhaps there would never be a day of unsealing. Of course, a mere 6 months is insufficient to draw such a conclusion. It is possible that snow is simply developing at a slower pace. Yet, the likelihood of that seems exceedingly slim. In the imperial palace of Tiando, within the emperor's chamber, a woman of extraordinary beauty and noble bearing sat languidly upon an opulent carpet, with her striking golden hair, unparalleled visage, and porcelain skin. Could it be that the usually aloof Emperor Qinghe had finally awakened to matters of the heart? Yet, the truth was far from that. The enchanting woman was Shui Qinghe, also known as Qian Renxue. She bit her lip tightly, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth. A peculiar begonia floated above her, radiating an endless light of life, most of which converged upon her head. She gazed up at the man seated in the armchair, his expression icy, his eyes occasionally flickering with pain, but predominantly filled with disbelief. "Grandfather, why?" Douluo held a gem that bore the semblance of a bone, emanating a sacred golden light that pierced through the doors and windows, as if a miracle had descended. Yet, within the palace, no one approached to investigate. Watching his suffering granddaughter, Doulouo's eyes briefly reflected compassion before they hardened with resolve. "Do not blame your grandfather. Had circumstances been normal, not only would I have entrusted you with the illusory heaven, but the entire angel set as well. But now, there is no opportunity." Qian Renxue fell silent. Was this still the warm and loving grandfather she remembered? What had caused such a profound transformation in him? Or perhaps, this was his true nature all along. She mused that perhaps she should have been more vigilant 6 months prior. A bitter smile crossed her lips as she lamented her own negligence. With her father deceased and abandoned by that woman, now even her grandfather. Rest assured, it is merely the extraction of a soul bone. With the 9 hearts begonia present, you will be unharmed and will recover swiftly, Douluo stated before departing the chamber. Qian Renxue turned her gaze toward the master of the 9 hearts begonia, an ordinary-looking elder possessing 9 soul rings. The 9 hearts begonia could have but one inheritor per generation, and only 2 soul masters could coexist at any time. The death of one would allow for the possibility of a successor. It could be said that the 9 hearts begonia is one of the most peculiar martial souls in the continent. This extraordinary martial soul possessed a powerful, almost game-breaking effect, as it had only 1 soul skill, a wide-ranging group healing ability capable of restoring all as long as the soul master remained alive. Yet, this was not absolute. Like Qian Renxue, who had been forcibly separated from her head soul bone, Douluo had also administered a rare herb, the celestial mushroom of heavenly chrysanthemum. Without it, recovery would have been uncertain. As her head wound healed and the pain gradually subsided, the anguish within her heart deepened, remaining unresolved. Once the treatment concluded, the elder respectfully bowed and slowly withdrew. The grand chamber was left with only Qian Renxue, who sat despondently upon the immaculate, opulent carpet, her gaze vacant. Outside the chamber, Douluo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the moon in the sky. He had personally obliterated the bond between grandfather and granddaughter, and he wondered if he felt any remorse. Your Highness, how is the injury? With the assistance of the celestial mushroom of heavenly chrysanthemum, the young lady's wounds have nearly healed, and her soul power remains intact. However, due to the unique nature of the soul bone, her mental state may have suffered and will require a lengthy period of recuperation. As anticipated, Douluo exhaled a sigh of relief. Although reclaiming the illusory heaven soul bone was imperative, Rinshue was, after all, his granddaughter, the sole remaining flesh and blood of the Qian family. Had it not been for the celestial mushroom, he would never have taken such drastic measures. In the depths of darkness, a figure materialized, a golden-haired youth, exuding an aura of unparalleled nobility. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Zhou Ting, another incarnation of Zhou Ting. Your Holiness. Douluo surveyed the Zhou Ting before him with satisfaction. You have learned well this past month. Thank you for your affirmation, Your Holiness. From this day forth, you shall be known as Zhou Ting. Yes. With a wave of his hand, both he and the elder vanished into thin air. The darkness would inevitably yield to dawn, illuminating all. As the sun ascended, sweeping across the realm, the palace gates creaked open, revealing an unmarked carriage that slowly exited the palace grounds. The guards making no effort to check it, seemingly oblivious. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves lining the avenue, lifting the carriage curtains. A fleeting glimpse revealed an exquisite face, expressionless, like a still pond. The journey was silent, the carriage steadily departing Tiando City, its occupants remaining motionless. As it passed through a thicket, four individuals suddenly emerged to block the carriage's path. Halt. The carriage came to a stop, and the driver leisurely lifted his hat, revealing his true identity. Zhuguan. Do you think you can stop me? At this moment, the once-dazed Rinshue finally reacted, whispering silently, Is that woman? The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. In that moment, Rinshue emotions were profoundly intricate. The conversation outside persisted. If the old ghost were still around, I might have to regard you with some caution. But now, the expression on Zhugua's face was devoid of mirth. Having not smiled since the death of the ghostly phantom 6 months prior, facing him was akin to standing before a millennium of frigid ice, filled only with unending chill. Ghost Leopard. The driver, also known as the Ghost Leopard Douluo of the Spirit Hall, was taken aback by Zhugua's harsh, grating voice. Reminiscent of a sharpening stone. Is this the same delicate weakling you once were? Sensing something amiss, he began to reassess this defeated opponent. As for the 3 young companions of Zhugua, they were merely in their 50s or 60s in soul power. They were inconsequential. Zhugua, where is Bibi Dong? This was his sole concern. Despite reaching the pinnacle of 95, he held no hope against Bibi Dong, who was at 99. Zhugua discerned the worry in his eyes, his expression unchanging as a placid lake. I need not trouble His Holiness to deal with you. With Bibi Dong absent, he felt a sense of relief. The Ghost Leopard Douluo scoffed derisively. Just you? The disdain was palpable, yet Zhuguan remained unperturbed, merely observing him as one would a capering fool, a failed jester at that. The Ghost Leopard Douluo sought to provoke Zhugua, only to find himself incensed instead. Very well. Let me see what progress you've made in these 6 months. The Ghost Leopard Douluo leaped from the carriage, instantly transforming into a sleek black panther, soaring through the air. In the blink of an eye, a pair of powerful claws materialized before the eyes of the chrysanthemum Douluo. Chapter 99. The indestructible body, why does he remain motionless? The Ghost Leopard Douluo is filled with confusion. The performance of the chrysanthemum Douluo is even more sluggish than before. Could it be that the death of the ghostly charm has impacted his strength? These thoughts flicker through his mind in an instant as the sharp claws strike at the chrysanthemum Douluo. Sizzle. The chrysanthemum Douluo's body is as if cast in gold. The claws approach, yet leave him unscathed. With a gentle lift of his hand, the astonished Ghost Leopard Douluo is forced to retreat 10 meters away. Witnessing this scene, a rare, peculiar emotion flickers in the eyes of the chrysanthemum Douluo. He touches his face, feeling a slight itch. Is the Ghost Leopard Douluo reacting so dramatically? How excessive? Understanding the situation, the Ghost Leopard Douluo's face turns a shade of iron, gazing at the radiant chrysanthemum Douluo with a countenance filled with doubt. The rare medicinal herb, the heavenly chrysanthemum, was not supposed to be in his possession, was it? Having been in close proximity to the heavenly chrysanthemum for over 2 months, although he did not consume it, his martial spirit was nonetheless influenced, leading him to realize this soul skill, which he has named the indestructible body. The chrysanthemum Douluo's expression is calm. as if this self-created soul skill is trivial. But is it truly so? The ghost leopard Douluo vehemently disagrees. Very well, let me see whether your self-created soul skill is superior or if my ninth soul skill prevails. The ninth soul skill. A cloud of black mist envelopes the chrysanthemum Douluo. Yet it cannot obscure the golden light radiating from his body, which pierces through the darkness, sacred and inviolable. Clang, clang. The shadow of the black leopard suddenly appears and vanishes, launching 8 or 9 attacks around the chrysanthemum Douluo in mere seconds. Each strike is imbued with the might of a tidal Douluo's ninth soul skill, showcasing its terrifying power. Huff, huff. The ghost leopard Douluo, akin to a true leopard, crouches on the ground, panting heavily. Although the ninth soul skill is formidable, its consumption is astonishing. Not to mention the duration he must maintain it. With such intensity of assault, a mere self-created soul skill. He raises his head in confidence, only to witness a scene that leaves him utterly shocked. As the black mist dissipates, the golden light remains, and the chrysanthemum Douluo appears utterly unfazed. The ghost leopard Douluo can no longer contain the panic rising within him, his face stricken with disbelief. This is impossible. The chrysanthemum Douluo glances disdainfully at his tattered clothing, shredded by the ghost leopard Douluo's ninth soul skill. How utterly disrespectful. I cannot allow this. I must change my attire. Without hesitation, golden light erupts, enveloping him in a dazzling golden chrysanthemum, rendering him invisible to others. In mere moments, as the chrysanthemum blooms, the elegantly adorned chrysanthemum Douluo reappears. The spectacle he has created, merely to change his clothing, leaves the ghost leopard Douluo speechless. The chrysanthemum Douluo brushes off the non-existent dust on his garments, satisfied, before finally addressing the ghost leopard Douluo. There is nothing impossible. The mid-grade celestial herb, the heavenly chrysanthemum, is indeed meant to be this way. This is the greatest achievement of 2 months spent in close association with the heavenly chrysanthemum. It has corrected his path and propelled his soul power from level 94 to 95. Furthermore, his martial spirit and soul skills have undergone subtle transformations due to the influence of the heavenly chrysanthemum. Henceforth, the chrysanthemum Douluo shall no longer remain at the lowest tier among tidal Douluos. Raising his hand, a strange, enormous chrysanthemum slowly unfurls in his palm, breathtakingly beautiful. The ninth soul skill, withering chrysanthemum, leaving a trail of devastation, piercing the heart. The ghost leopard Douluo is familiar with this ninth soul skill of the chrysanthemum Douluo. It poses no concern. But that was in the past. The current chrysanthemum Douluo is beyond his comprehension, compelling him to proceed with caution. Taking a step back, the ghost leopard Douluo prepares himself. The heavenly chrysanthemum, which should have shattered, remains intact at this moment, suddenly transforming into a beam of golden light that falls to the ground. In an instant, it evolves into a true heavenly chrysanthemum, blooming and releasing a fragrant aroma that envelopes the air. Indeed, the scent of the chrysanthemum is delightful. The ghost leopard Douluo finds himself momentarily entranced, only to be jolted back to reality, wishing to slap himself. They are still in battle. He cannot afford to be distracted. Thump, thump. An unknown change heightens the ghost leopard Douluo's senses. Is that the sound of a heartbeat? Mine? No. It is from the chrysanthemum, resonating from beneath my feet. Realizing something, the ghost leopard Douluo cannot help but exclaim. This is bad. He pushes off the ground. Splat. The chrysanthemum shoots forth, blood spilling into the air. In the sky, a ghostly figure darts away at great speed, leaving behind only a carriage and a final remark. Ah, chrysanthemum, you coward. Just wait until next time. I will also unleash. Though the last word is barely audible, everyone present understands its meaning. This is yet another lewd title Douluo, based solely on this remark. He and the chrysanthemum Douluo each hold their own merit. Yelena, Xiaoyu, and Yin look towards the chrysanthemum Douluo, their expressions decidedly peculiar. That last move was indeed rather lewd. Simultaneously, they can't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the fleeing ghost leopard Douluo. His situation is truly quite tragic. As the first tidal Douluo to experience the ninth soul skill of the chrysanthemum Douluo, his encounter is undeniably heart-wrenching. Even as he transforms into a shadow, the minds of the onlookers conjure the image of his escape, undoubtedly with both hands covering. Ahem. This scene is so vivid that even Qian Rinxue has etched it deeply into her memory, unable to forget for a long time. The 4 young ones silently lament in unison. My eyes, cold as the chrysanthemum Douluo may be, he too feels a hint of embarrassment at this moment. The effects of this soul skill seem somewhat lower than one would expect. However, as long as the soul skill is powerful enough, Who cares if it is loot or not? Having successfully driven away the ghost leopard Douluo, the chrysanthemum Douluo bows to the carriage. Miss, may I invite you to disembark for a chat? Qian Rinxue remains indifferent, offering no response, resembling a statue. Helena and the others exchange glances. Puzzled by the sudden use of the title Mississippi, Helena merely follows the orders left by her teacher, Bibi Dong, accompanying the chrysanthemum Douluo to protect Qian Rinxue, waiting for an opportunity to engage. The reason behind this, Bibi Dong has never disclosed. Thus, they are unaware of the relationship between Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong. Seeing that Qian Rinxue neither objects nor agrees, the chrysanthemum Douluo surmises that the tension between her and Bibi Dong must have left her unwilling to show dissent. After contemplating, he decides to sit in the position left by the ghost leopard Douluo, taking on the role of the driver. Go. The carriage begins to move, and Helena and the others silently follow behind. After a moment, a slightly hoarse voice emanates from within the carriage. Helena, come sit with me. This is a positive sign. The chrysanthemum Douluo promptly halts the carriage, his eyes brightening. Helena, and Bibi Dong? She directly calls him by his name, a sign of disrespect towards her teacher. Just as Helena is about to flare up, she notices the chrysanthemum Douluo signaling her with his eyes. An overwhelming sense of curiosity swells within her. What exactly is their relationship? The teacher instructed us to protect you and, if necessary, to take you to see her. Meanwhile, the ghost leopard Douluo lay motionless in the grass atop a mountain, feeling utterly disheartened. Alas, that wretched old ghost. Merely staging a performance. Was it truly necessary to resort to such severity? At this moment, he had completely forgotten how, just moments ago, he had been exhilarated by the hunt and had launched a full-scale attack on the chrysanthemum Douluo. The reason he chose to flee at the first sign of injury was not due to an inability to fight back. Well, that remains questionable. His retreat was prompted by the orders he had received from the Pope, Qian Douluo, before setting out. Should Bibi Dong send someone to claim the prize, he was to yield without a trace, ensuring that it appeared as though he had not fled without putting up a fight. Sigh, it is we, the underlings, who bear the brunt of this family quarrel. The more the ghost leopard Douluo pondered, the more discontented he became. Chapter 100, hatching after 6 months of restoration. Zhou Ting's body had fully recovered. It was not that he did not wish to ascend